Chapter 1. Yi Fan felt utterly exhausted. His legs ached from the prolonged journey home from work. As he entered the community, he gazed at the towering buildings, reflecting on the clamor and busyness of modern urban life. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket, disrupting his train of thought. Yi Fan's expression shifted as he hurriedly retrieved his phone to answer. Hello, Mom. How is your health? He inquired with genuine concern. Your age, 27. Shouldn't you be finding a partner? Today, your neighbor's daughter-in-law gave birth to a healthy baby boy and came to brag about it. Can't you strive a little harder? His mother's incessant chatter filled the line. With a wry smile, Yi Fan pulled the phone away, attempting to alleviate her nagging. Hello? Hello, Mom. The signal here is poor. I can't hear you. Beep, beep, beep. He reluctantly hung up, seeking a moment of reprieve. Why is the pressure to marry still so prevalent in this day and age? Yi Fan sighed, his heart brimming with a yearning for freedom. After all, he was not yet ready for romance, having witnessed too many melodramatic tales. He was reluctant to step into the grave of matrimony too soon. At last, he arrived at his doorstep and retrieved his keys to unlock the door. This modest abode was evidently a sanctuary in his life, a place where he could shed all pretense and reveal his true self. Ding dong. Glancing at the group chat, Yi Fan noticed that the team leader was once again urging him to gather materials. He realized he needed to find character references for the new comic today, otherwise, he would have nothing to submit tomorrow. He sighed, when will this grueling corporate life come to an end? I thought studying computer science in college would lead to a good job, yet here I am, working in animation design. As he spoke, he pulled out a chair and booted up his computer, launching his favorite game, League of Legends. Yi Fan sought solace in gaming, hoping to discover the truest version of himself within the virtual realm, while also venting his frustrations. Let's play a round as Garen in the top lane today, he mused, selecting his champion in rank play. Then he moved to the refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of soda, and settled back into his chair, preparing to immerse himself in the game. As the excitement of the game enveloped him, Yi Fan's mood gradually calmed, and his thoughts began to liberate themselves from the burdens of daily life. His gaze sharpened, fingers danced swiftly and powerfully across the keyboard as he battled alongside his in-game hero. That night, Yi Fan lost himself in the world of gaming, seemingly forgetting the myriad troubles of reality. He was merely an ordinary young man, yearning for freedom, seeking to carve out his sense of existence in the virtual world. Unbeknownst to him, his life was on the brink of a monumental transformation, one that would bring about an upheaval of unprecedented proportions in a new realm, an unnamed desolate island. Yi Fan shivered. He felt a sudden chill enveloping him, abruptly sitting upright to survey his surroundings while instinctively checking his own body. Is this a dream? It feels so real. Yi Fan hastily shut his eyes, diligently rubbing them. Upon reopening them, he was met with astonishment. The scene before him remained unchanged, the island resonating with the calls of various creatures while the sound of waves crashing against the shore filled his ears. This moment. Dusk was fast approaching, and he sensed something amiss as an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. I am Yi Fan. No, I am Lux D. Carl, 18 years old. While sailing with my parents, we were ambushed at sea in the chaos. I managed to escape, but was swept away by the storm to this island. This body belonged to someone who drowned, so I have transmigrated. I have crossed over. Only then did he fully grasp the situation. He quickly stripped down to assess his new form, lowering his head and scrutinizing it for an extended period. Well, it's acceptable. Such an occurrence had never crossed his mind before, yet this was no longer his original body, compelling him to examine it thoroughly. The memories he received indicated that his parents had taken him on a merchant ship, only to encounter ruthless pirates who mercilessly slaughtered them. In the turmoil, he vaguely heard the pirates searching for a devil fruit. The sole possession he had salvaged from the ship was a small chest, hastily grabbed during the chaos. Surely, this couldn't be the devil fruit? However, his immediate priority was to find a place to seek refuge. After all, this was a world of pirates, and any beast that wandered by could easily devour him whole. System? Is there a system? Is anyone there? Carl anxiously called out, believing that a traveler such as himself ought to possess some form of a golden finger. As his voice echoed through the air, he felt a faint energy surge within him, seemingly responding to his plea. Before him, a luminous figure materialized, gradually coalescing into a humanoid blue phantom. Greetings, Carl. I am a National Manhwa system, tasked with aiding your survival in this unfamiliar world. The voice of the National Manhwa system bore an icy tone, reminiscent of a preordained program. Fortunately, he could somewhat comprehend this golden finger. The term National Manhwa should relate to characters from domestic comics, and perhaps to the realm of the two-dimensional as well. Thankfully, he had a penchant for anime, allowing him to recognize most of the characters, if not all. though he now harbored doubts about whether this was merely an elaborate prank orchestrated by powerful figures. Perhaps even an audience was observing him. A whimsical jest from the author. Yet, he was acutely aware that he currently possessed no means to resist. Moreover, Yi Fan, now known as Carl, has already confirmed the existence of a golden opportunity. At this moment, however, there is no time to access the system panel. He hurriedly surveyed his surroundings in search of a shelter from the wind and rain. Yet, given that he finds himself on a deserted island, the prospect of encountering a house is utterly implausible. With the daylight gradually fading, he swiftly scanned the area and spotted a sturdy tree. The trees in this pirate world are truly towering. This particular one appears to be at least as thick as 5 grown men could encircle. Thankfully, its girth proves advantageous, allowing Carl to ascend with agility and stop approximately 10 meters above ground. Perched upon the tree trunk, Carl clutched a robust branch tightly with his right hand, his body trembling slightly from the chill as he gazed at the now ink-black night sky. Speckled with glimmers of moonlight, truth be told, he harbored a mild fear of heights. System, what functions do you possess? His body quivered from the cold, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning for the system, eager to uncover what it could offer him. He anxiously stared at the ethereal image before him, anticipating its response, while cautiously observing his surroundings, unwilling to meet an untimely demise before even utilizing his newfound advantage. Greetings, host. I am a national animation system, equipped with templates of various characters from familiar national animations and games. The voice of the national animation system was as cold as ever. Upon hearing this response, Carl's eyes glimmered with excitement, but he knew well that national animations featured numerous fantastical and immortal characters. Should he acquire any, it would undoubtedly propel him to new heights. After all, surviving in the pirate world as an ordinary person devoid of any abilities is a daunting challenge. As an ardent enthusiast of national animations, the prospect of possessing character templates within the pirate realm thrilled him beyond measure. Additionally, the system encompasses various national animation skills, talents, and equipment. The national animation system continued its explanation, imbued with infinite possibilities. Carl's eyes widened in disbelief. He had presumed that possessing the character templates alone was extraordinary, yet to learn that he could also acquire an array of skills, talents, and equipment sent him into a state of euphoria. Could it be that skills such as the 9 Yang Divine Art, Chi Body Source Flow, and the 6 Treasury Immortal Thief could also be his? Due to the substantial energy expenditure required to transport the host to the pirate world, only the lottery function remains available at present. You may partake in a regular lottery once a month and an extraordinary lottery once a year. The national animation system continued, its tone hinting at a trace of regret. To gain access to further lotteries and system functionalities, the host must promptly disrupt the primary timeline of the pirate world. Carl promptly resolved to disrupt the timeline of the pirate world, recognizing that this would enable him to reap greater rewards from the system, thereby enhancing his chances of survival in this realm. As Carl furrowed his brow slightly, he felt a twinge of regret at the limited functionality of the lottery feature. However, he was acutely aware that he had acquired a formidable system, which was more than sufficient for him to establish himself in the world of pirates. Leaning back against the tree trunk, Carl relaxed somewhat, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he gazed at the ethereal image before him. His emotions were tumultuous, for he understood that tranquil days were soon to be a distant memory. Moreover, this national comic system could provide him with templates, skills, talents, and equipment of various characters from Chinese animation. Consequently, his chances of survival in the pirate world had significantly increased, and he could even carve out a remarkable existence. Suppressing his excitement, Carl inquired, "Might you share the templates available for selection?" "Certainly," came the reply. "There are numerous templates, such as Yuan Tiangang from Painting Jianghu, Gai Nye from Qin's Moon, and Wang Quan Fugui from Fox Spirit Matchmaker, among others. Each template possesses unique skills and talents, and as long as the host draws an appropriate template, they can manifest formidable power in the pirate world. The template merely grants the host the abilities of the anime character. However, various techniques and skills must be practiced by the host to enhance their strength. They will not directly inherit the peak abilities of the anime characters." Excitement sparkled in Carl's eyes while the abilities required personal training. It was certainly preferable to being utterly helpless. Can I utilize multiple templates simultaneously? If he were restricted to a single template, he would have to choose with great care, otherwise it would be a squandered opportunity. The host can apply multiple panels concurrently without any adverse effects. That was promising. Various anime abilities could be stacked and employed together. "By the way, do you offer a novice gift package?" Carl inquired, his curiosity piqued. After all, Without a novice gift package, surviving as an ordinary person on a deserted island would be an exceedingly daunting task. Indeed, although the energy expended during the transition was considerable, the system has specially prepared a novice gift package to facilitate your initial footing in the pirate world. Then please open the novice gift package. Carl spoke eagerly as nightfall gradually enveloped the landscape. The chilling wind howled past, rendering Carl's lips a shade of purple. He pressed tightly against the tree trunk, his body trembling as he sought warmth. The growls of various ferocious beasts echoed throughout the island, instilling fear within him as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. He understood that if he did not swiftly acquire the means to ensure his survival, this night could very well mark the end of his life. Congratulations, host! You have opened the novice gift package, which includes 1 talent lottery, 1 skill lottery, and 1 miscellaneous lottery. System, draw from all 3. Carl urged, his voice tinged with urgency, for he sensed the rapid approach of a beast from deep within the woods. He recognized that the lottery might be his sole opportunity. Before his eyes, a colossal golden wheel suddenly materialized, its radiant glow pulsating incessantly, revealing distinct sections adorned with various rewards. Carl fixated on the wheel, poised to draw his talent reward. The wheel was inscribed with an array of talent options, ranging from steel balloon to Titan's might, and even to frail and feeble, encompassing a spectrum from the sublime to the mediocre. In his heart, Carl silently prayed that he would not be bestowed with the frail talent. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Titan's might. The voice of the system echoed, and Carl exhaled in relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Thank goodness he did not draw the frail option. That he vaguely recalled the name Titan's might, yet the specifics of its abilities eluded him. System, please provide an introduction to Titan's might. He was eager to understand the powers that this newly acquired talent would confer upon him. After all, the very name Titan's might sounded immensely formidable, and he could scarcely fathom its true effects. Titan's might, originating from a domestic fantasy animation realm, grants a fully grown Titan the potential to reach heights of 10,000 meters. However, within the confines of the pirate world, this power has been diminished by the world's regulations, yet it still possesses the courage of thousands. As one endowed with Titan's might, you will possess boundless stamina while standing upon the earth, and you will be able to harness its power to swiftly heal all bodily injuries. The system's explanation left Carl utterly astonished, yet also somewhat perplexed. He wondered if this ability might be a touch overpowered. System, what is the upper limit of this ability within the pirate world? The system seemed to sense Carl's thoughts. Please, host, be aware that the reason you drew Titan's might is entirely due to the new player benefits. This draw is considered an unregulated talent lottery. Ah, I see. How amusing. Oh my heavens. This implies that by merging with this talent, I will possess endless stamina and formidable healing abilities. Not quite. Due to the overwhelming nature of Titan's might, it will undergo phased integration, and the development progress can be monitored on the system panel. Fair enough. Carl felt a bit sheepish. He had not anticipated the system's ability to temper his excitement. Conversely, the prospect of Titan's might filled him with unparalleled exhilaration and anticipation, as he envisioned the immense power he would wield in the pirate world. System, initiate the talent integration. Carl could hardly contain his eagerness, yearning to experience the transformation. With the sounds of commotion on the island drawing nearer, he feared that ferocious beasts might suddenly appear, leaving him defenseless and placing him in peril. As soon as the words left his lips, the national animation system promptly commenced the talent implantation. In that instant, Carl's body was engulfed in a searing pain that felt as though he were being torn apart. The implantation of Titan's might instantaneously disrupted and reconfigured his flesh and bones. Though the process lasted but a fleeting minute, Carl felt as if an entire year had passed. He could distinctly feel the tumult of his blood coursing through his veins, his bones, creaking as if undergoing a trial of life and death. Why does the system inflict such pain? Is it possible to disable the sensation of pain? Carl clenched his teeth against the torment. Currently, the function to disable pain is unavailable. He yearned for an immediate end, for the excruciating agony was nearly unbearable. Yet, with the inability to mute his pain, he could not allow any sounds to escape his lips. He could only grit his teeth and resolutely withstand the suffering that engulfed his body. He sensed the blood pooling within him, being expelled, crimson liquid trickling down the trunk of a tree, while a faint metallic scent permeated the air. This odor attracted more ferocious beasts from the depths of the forest, drawn by the scent of blood, gradually encircling Carl. Carl's forehead was drenched in sweat, yet he steadfastly endured the excruciating pain. fully aware that this was a requisite for attaining formidable strength. Throughout that agonizing minute, he incessantly reminded himself to persevere and not to relinquish hope. He understood that only by enduring this ordeal could he survive in the merciless world of pirates. At last, the minute elapsed, the searing agony dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power. Carl felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, imbibing him with an invigorating strength. Even his teeth, once firmly rooted, had fallen out, only to be replaced by 40 new ones, a phenomenon worthy of a sage on Blue Star. His stature swelled from approximately 1.8 meters to an impressive 2.5 meters, rendering him a veritable small giant from a distance. He now harbored a sensation that he could punch a hole in the sky or shatter the earth beneath his feet with a mere stomp. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the result of a sudden enhancement in his powers. In truth, he did not possess such extraordinary strength. Carl felt a surge of power within him, his muscles swelling, instilling him with confidence and strength. Suddenly, a colossal white tiger, nearly 10 meters in length, emerged from the woods, adopting a hunting stance as it approached Carl's tree, clearly drawn by the scent of blood. Carl's gaze was firmly fixed upon the white-striped tiger beneath the tree, his feet planted on the branch, his body slightly arched in anticipation of the impending confrontation. The tiger's colossal form shimmered with a faint luminescence in the moonlight, exuding an aura of untamed majesty. Its eyes were fierce and brimming with lethal intent, as if poised to rend Carl into shreds. Carl inhaled deeply, his body taut with anticipation, as a formidable power gradually surged from beneath his feet. The trunk of the tree beneath him began to tremble slightly, and leaves cascaded down as if in response to his thoughts. Empowered by the might of the Titans, he felt as though he stood upon an unyielding monolith, devoid of fear. The tiger approached slowly, each of its steps exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Exhibiting remarkable patience toward its prey, Carl clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the white tiger before him. He understood that only by conquering this formidable beast could he navigate the night with tranquility. Otherwise, he risked becoming its next meal. Yet, as he tightened his grip, he realized that the roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the tiger inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness. Carl's expression was grave. His gaze instantly fixated on the tiger, and his response was both swift and precise. With a powerful push off the tree trunk, he propelled himself forward, his body soaring like a cannonball towards the tiger. His fist, akin to a mighty hammer, struck the tiger's skull with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, the massive creature was caught off guard. A dull thud echoed as the tiger was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby tree. The trunk trembled violently, shedding a cascade of leaves, while the air became imbued with vibrant greenery. The white tiger lay on the ground, making several futile attempts to rise, clearly grievously injured by Carl's punch. From a distance, blood began to seep from the struck head. Subsequently, the white tiger emitted a sorrowful wail, struggling to regain control of its limbs in an effort to stand. The surrounding beasts, witnessing the forest sovereign felled by Carl's single blow, recognized the threat posed by this bipedal creature and hastily fled the scene, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Carl did not pursue, for the darkness enveloping the woods posed its own dangers. He approached the tiger slowly, and through the pleading gaze of the white tiger, he could vividly sense its despair and fear. The events transpired with such swiftness that although Carl had yet to fully master his newfound strength, he was capable of mere ordinary leaps and punches. Nevertheless, he could feel that his physical capabilities had surpassed those of an average human. The surge of power within him rendered each punch and kick immensely potent. As he experienced the tumultuous energy coursing through his body, he realized he was no longer an ordinary man, but rather one endowed with the extraordinary potential of a titan. Carl radiated a joyful smile, for he was experiencing such formidable power for the first time. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze upon the severely wounded tiger. It was evident that this tiger no longer posed any threat to him in his current state. Carl lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. The forest in which he found himself remained steeped in mystery and peril, though the strength of the Titans endowed him with a robust physique. The dangers lurking within the woods extended far beyond mere physical threats. He urgently needed to locate a place to rest. Come here. You are the first beast I have encountered in this world, and you possess the right to choose the path ahead. Carl pondered for a moment and ultimately refrained from slaying it, perhaps due to the lingering influence of his upbringing on Blue Star, which had yet to evolve. Upon hearing his words, the white tiger abruptly ceased its lamentation, momentarily appearing rather endearing with its immense head. However, it soon began to hobble after Carl. Having made its choice, after all, it was quite astute. Recognizing that resistance was futile, it opted to demonstrate its submission. Carl discovered a vacant patch of land, where he instructed the tiger to lie down while he reclined upon its back. He still had some lottery draws left to complete. Although the innate lottery had improved significantly under the system's enhancement, it did not imply that he held any disdain for the ordinary draws. Carl leaned against the tiger, a spark of inspiration flickering in his mind. He recalled his Titan power, a formidable force surging within him. Carl closed his eyes, focusing intently on the surge of power coursing through him. His body began to tremble slightly, and after a brief moment of fervor, he realized that his physical condition had actually improved. System, activate my personal panel, he said with a hint of joy directed at the system. Ding! The screen illuminated, revealing Carl's personal panel. He fixated on the information displayed, eagerly anticipating the enhancement of his attributes. Host, Luxty. Carl Armament Hockey. None Observation Hockey. None Conqueror's Hockey. None Skills. None Talent. Titan Strength Fusion Level. 10. Money. None Items. None Evaluation. Barely capable of self-preservation at sea. Overall strength classified as a junior admiral. Carl was filled with joy upon seeing the evaluation. He had not anticipated that merely harnessing the power of a Titan would elevate his strength to the rank of a major. Moreover, he felt no sense of doubt. Indeed, his prowess had undeniably increased. He possessed one more skill and an opportunity for an unrestricted lottery, and his anticipation for these two chances grew ever more fervent. He wondered where his strength would ascend after the next draw. The system is commencing the unrestricted lottery. With great anticipation, Carl participated in the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character template of Gagne from the national comic Qin's Moon. To his surprise, it was indeed Gagne from Qin's Moon. The origins of Gagne remain obscure. He hails from the Ghost Valley and possesses extraordinary swordsmanship, with his ultimate technique, the 100 Steps Flying Sword, serving as a formidable combination strike that traverses all directions. He is revered as the world's foremost swordsman, earning the title of Sword Saint within the martial world. In his youth, he served as a fencing instructor to King Yingzheng of Qin, contributing significantly to Yingzheng's unification of the 6 states and earning the reputation of the empire's mightiest swordsman, acting as the king's most trusted bodyguard. However, unexpectedly, he later defected from the Qin state, embarking on a thorn-laden journey with the son of an old acquaintance, Jing Tianming, to evade Yingzheng's pursuit. Gagne's swordsmanship can be regarded as top-notch, he mused, contemplating allowing the world of pirates to witness the prowess of Eastern swordsmanship. He then pondered the possibility of bestowing the hero template upon others. After all, what if he encountered a template he did not desire? Given that he would likely draw numerous hero templates in the future, it would be a waste if he were to receive one he did not wish to utilize. System, may I bestow the hero template upon someone else? Carl could not help but inquire. Host, the hero template can be granted to anyone, and you can retract it at any time. Upon hearing the system's reply, Carl felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this answer in mind, he decided to preserve the hero template, awaiting the opportune moment for its application. After all, he could first fully unleash the power of the Titan through battle. One must not be greedy and overextend oneself. System, initiate the skill lottery. The options appeared: 8 Extremes Fist, Tai Chi Swordsmanship, Yi Jin Jing, and Bagua Palm. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill 8 Extremes Fist. Well, although he did not obtain Tai Chi Swordsmanship or Yi Jin Jing, 8 Extremes Fist was still a worthy acquisition. ISNT had often said that while Tai Chi may take 10 years to master without stepping outside, 8 Extremes can take down an opponent in a year. Let me discover the essence of 8 Extremes Fist. System, activate 8 Extremes Fist. In an instant, a series of characters emerged from the spinning wheel before him, each one soaring into Carl's mind. Within moments, he comprehended all the techniques and power application methods of 8 Extremes Fist. The various moves vividly manifested in his thoughts, and he quickly assimilated and memorized each detail. Through the initiation of 8 Extremes Fist, he felt an unprecedented clarity in controlling every inch of his skin, even managing the growth of his hair and nails. Could this be the realm of a master? In the realm of his understanding of Chinese comics, a master of transformation could not afford to lose even a feather or allow a fly to land. Carl immediately commenced experimenting with various techniques on the spot. He moved his body swiftly, executed agile turns, and delivered a series of precise strikes. Each movement flowed seamlessly and accurately, as if he had transformed into a dancer wielding an invisible sword. The surrounding trees became his targets for practice. He swung his fists, toppling one massive tree after another. The resounding crash of the fallen timber echoed throughout the forest, as if proclaiming his strength to the entire world. In Carl's gaze, a radiant confidence emanated, for he had fully grasped the essence of the 8 Extremes Fist, 6 grand openings, though his execution of the techniques remained somewhat unpracticed. This formidable skill bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of achievement and fulfillment. I must admit, you truly cannot deny it, Carl murmured to himself, his face alight with excitement and pride. He realized that not only had knowledge taken root in his mind, but these techniques were also etched in his very being. He could feel that every inch of his skin was imbued with formidable strength and agility. Carl chuckled, filled with anticipation for the future. He recognized that he had finally acquired the strength necessary for self-preservation. Although the rank of a rear admiral in the pirate world may not be particularly formidable, his possession of Titan's power rendered him virtually unbeatable in the short term. Which of the 6 styles of the Navy holds the most significance? Carl pondered for a moment, surmising that it must be the swift movement of the razor, accompanied by the splendid technique of the gale step. How did the razor come to be? With a rapid succession of dozens of strikes upon the ground in merely 0.36 seconds, correct? Bang. As Carl exerted all his strength to stomp the ground for the first time, he inadvertently created a large pit, tumbling into it. Undeterred, he continued to make attempts right where he was. After numerous trials, he finally mastered the art of movement, though his sense of direction remained ambiguous, leading him to recklessly topple the surrounding trees with his robust frame. Spitting out a mouthful of leaves after colliding with a large tree, he quickly rose to his feet. It is already getting late. I shall continue this endeavor tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly began to tidy up the fallen branches. He needed a temporary shelter to protect himself from the elements, as he had no desire to sleep under the open sky. He plunged the branches into the ground, forming makeshift walls, and skillfully tied some of them together with vines to create a rudimentary door. In just an hour, utilizing his rudimentary skills, a modest wooden cabin of approximately 50 square meters took shape before him. Gazing upon this simple yet warm refuge, Carl felt a surge of satisfaction and joy. It was a structure he had built with his own hands. In front of the cabin, he constructed a basic shelter for the white tiger, providing it a place to rest and shield from the wind and rain. Once he completed these tasks, he began to feel a pang of hunger. He turned his gaze towards the white tiger, realizing that it had become a companion and could not be left to fend for itself. Just then, Carl observed the white tiger intently, noting its fur which radiated a pristine, snowy hue, reminiscent of the legendary Baihu, one of the 4 divine beasts from ancient Chinese mythology. This sight evoked memories of the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland, along with thoughts of his family and friends. Yet, he understood that returning home was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to name the tiger Baihu, symbolizing his connection to his roots and marking the commencement of his true integration into the world of pirates. From this day forth, you shall be called Baihu. Carl, with a sense of nostalgia, reached out to gently stroke the head of the white tiger. The white tiger responded with a nod, evidently approving of the name bestowed upon it. Now that they had become companions, it seemed reasonable to ask it to procure some food. White tiger, venture forth and bring back a prey, Carl instructed. After a brief respite, the tiger's wounds had significantly healed, the gash on its skull completely mended, allowing it to move freely once more. Upon hearing Carl's command to hunt, it immediately sprang into action, swiftly darting out of the shelter and into the depths of the jungle in search of its quarry. Carl watched as the silhouette of the white tiger vanished into the dense woods. Truly, this was the world of pirates. Such severe injuries seemed to mend almost instantaneously. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he began to gather branches and leaves, preparing to kindle a fire for warmth. However, a sudden realization struck him. He had no source of ignition. How does one create fire? He hesitated momentarily, but soon recalled the primitive technique of friction fire. He remembered having seen a video detailing the process. Without further delay, he seized a stick, carved a small hollow with a stone, and placed some dry leaves within. Grasping another slender twig, he swiftly rubbed it against the stick with both hands, causing it to spin rapidly. After several seconds, sparks erupted, igniting the dry leaves. Carl discovered a small flicker of flame and swiftly gathered more dry leaves to nurture it. He then crouched down, carefully blowing gently, fearful that a moment's carelessness might extinguish it. With Carl's assistance, the flame grew stronger, and in the blink of an eye, a fire was ignited. Carl gazed contentedly at his creation, filled with an even greater sense of pride, having unexpectedly experienced the art of friction fire. Oh woo. At that moment, the white tiger returned. Clutching a wild boar the size of a small truck, measuring 6 meters in length, Carl's gaze was riveted upon the white tiger. Fixated on the wild boar clutched in its jaws, drool cascading from his mouth. After all, he had assimilated the power of the titans, experiencing a second physical maturation. And having recently expended considerable energy, he now felt an overwhelming sense of hunger. The white tiger delicately placed its prey upon the ground and, with a few swift strokes of its sharp claws, tore open the boar's belly. The entrails spilled forth, and the grotesque, bloodied innards emitted a nauseating stench. Carl grimaced at the sight, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him, and quickly waved his hand in front of his nose to dispel the foul odor. Oh woo. Carl observed the white tiger gesturing for him to eat, and with a look of disdain, he remarked, "I shan't partake in this. You may have it." Swiftly, he procured a branch and dragged the wild boar to the other side to skewer it. Upon noticing Carl's refusal, the white tiger promptly bowed its head and began to voraciously devour the entrails. Carl erected a substantial framework, upon which he placed the skewered wild boar. And then he ignited a bonfire, allowing it to blaze robustly. The flames danced upward, gradually transforming the boar into a tantalizing golden hue. The enticing aroma swiftly wafted across the island, drawing the attention of the surrounding creatures. Oh woo. At the sound of this formidable roar, the animals of the forest retreated, acutely aware that it was the warning of the forest's sovereign, the white tiger. Before long, the wild boar was perfectly roasted. Carl first tore off a hind leg and tossed it to the white tiger. The tiger caught the leg, lowered its head, and devoured it with great fervor, its eyes glimmering with satisfaction. After all, having grown to such a size, it had never tasted cooked food before, and it was utterly surprised by the delectable flavor. Carl subsequently tugged at another hind leg and began to gnaw at it. His teeth were in excellent condition now, capable of crushing even bones with ease. The meat was succulent and tender, exuding a delightful flavor that filled him with satisfaction, prompting him to quicken his pace. Although devoid of any seasoning, it possessed a natural fragrance, perhaps a gift bestowed upon this island by nature itself. The white tiger swiftly devoured one of the wild boar's hind legs, reveling in the exquisite taste, and soon scampered over to Carl, eagerly watching him. "All right, you can have this half." Carl could tell at a glance that it was still hungry, or perhaps it had developed a fondness for the flavor of cooked meat. After all, on the island, it had no means to kindle a fire. With determination, Carl seized the roasted wild boar and, with great force, tore it in half, tossing one portion to the white tiger. Before long, Carl and the white tiger had devoured the entire 6-meter-long boar. They feasted with great delight, juices from the meat staining the corners of their mouths, their faces adorned with smiles. Carl patted his belly, a look of satisfaction washing over him as he relaxed his body. He picked up an unknown bone shard and cautiously removed the remnants lodged between his teeth, then patted his belly and let out a contented belch. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Carl instructed the white tiger to guard the entrance of the makeshift shelter while he retreated into his small wooden cabin to lie upon the bed he had crafted himself. The bed was adorned with a layer of dried leaves. Although somewhat rudimentary, it sufficed for him. He closed his eyes, allowing his weary body to unwind, and gradually sank into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the uncharted waters ahead of the nameless island, a robust man named Edward Newgate was navigating a small boat toward this very shore. At this juncture, Edward had already affiliated himself with the Rocks pirates, and that night, their grand vessel encountered treacherous underwater currents. By the time he realized the peril, it was too late, and a sudden whirlwind swept him onto the ocean's surface, a misfortune compounded by misfortune. He had no choice but to board a small boat, and when the seas calmed, he found himself near this island. Fortunately, his pirate ship should not be far from this location. Soon, Newgate made landfall. He approached the island from the opposite side of Carl, thus failing to notice the wooden cabin that Carl had constructed. With a flourish, he wielded his blade, hewing down several trees to hastily assemble a makeshift bed and shelter, barely sufficient to shield him from the elements. Like Carl, he had endured a night of toil and yearned for a restorative sleep. The following morning, Carl was roused from his slumber by the call of the white tiger. Groggy, he climbed from his bed and groped his way to the door. Upon pushing it open, he was met by a burly man, adorned with a white beret and wielding a long blade reminiscent of a Qinglong Yanwei knife. "Hey, I mean no harm," the robust man said with a hearty laugh, his voice resonating with depth. Carl immediately exhaled in relief, as he had not anticipated encountering others on this desolate island. He had assumed he was the sole inhabitant. "Who are you?" Carl inquired with a hint of curiosity. In his recollection, this island should have been entirely uninhabited. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of indigenous people residing here, especially in a world ravaged by pirates, where it was plausible that some might be seeking refuge. "I am Edward Newgate, and you?" Edward Newgate replied with a hearty laugh. "You are the legendary Whitebeard." Carl was taken aback, yet he failed to recognize the figure before him as Whitebeard. Although the knife bore a certain resemblance, he never anticipated that Newgate could appear so youthful, which implied that there was still a considerable span of time before the narrative commenced. The Whitebeard of this era was not entirely akin to the one decades later. At this moment, Newgate exhibited a more youthful visage. Thus, it was entirely understandable that Carl did not recognize him at first glance. Despite having traversed time as an ordinary individual, Carl's innate talent, the Titan's might, had elevated his stature to an impressive 2 meters and 5 centimeters. While this was far from his ultimate potential, it still rendered him relatively diminutive in the presence of Newgate, whose height reached an astonishing 6 meters and 6 centimeters. "Newgate, please take a seat." Carl moved a stool out of the room and then turned his gaze towards the White Tiger. "White Tiger, go fetch us some game," he commanded. Upon hearing Carl's call, the White Tiger glanced at Newgate before dashing into the depths of the forest. The tiger, having developed a fondness for the taste of yesterday's barbecue, was eager, for it had never experienced the delight of cooked food before, although it had feasted the previous day, sustaining it for 3 to 4 days. "Who could ever have too much food? Are you referring to me, Whitebeard?" Newgate inquired with a hint of confusion as he settled onto the petite stool. With his golden locks, the title of Whitebeard seemed rather incongruous. Carl smiled as he explained, "Ha, no, I merely bear a resemblance to a friend of mine." Newgate nodded, pondering that he must have misidentified someone. Simultaneously, he became aware of the vibrant life force emanating from Carl, which piqued his curiosity. For there exists a certain resonance among the powerful. In his estimation, a person like Carl could hardly be a native, especially considering that this wooden cabin appeared quite new. "Who are you?" Newgate inquired, voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind. Carl smiled faintly. "I was blown here by the winds and waves of the sea." Newgate was taken aback by the similarity of their circumstances. "Ha, what a coincidence. I too have arrived in such a manner." "Oh, is that so? How fortuitous indeed." Ha. Carl was equally astonished that Newgate could be vanquished by a mere serf. "You must belong to a rare lineage, do you not?" On one hand, Carl's life force was undeniably potent. On the other, he discerned that Carl's epidermis radiated a golden luminescence. "Indeed, I possess the blood of Titans." Carl could only fabricate an identity for himself. "Titan, gulalala. I have never heard of such a race." Subsequently, Carl engaged in conversation with Newgate. While they were conversing, the White Tiger had already captured a Titan python. It gleefully dragged its prey back, its entire form radiating an aura of triumph. "Ow!" The White Tiger emitted a commanding roar as it returned, clutching a python that stretched over 20 meters in length. The massive wound at the python's 7-inch mark indicated that the White Tiger had expended little effort. "Gulalala. Today is indeed a feast." Newgate's laughter echoed across the island. As he felt a pang of hunger after their lengthy chat, Carl adeptly erected the framework, preparing to divide the colossal python into 4 segments. Edward Newgate wielded a formidable 4-meter-long blade, assisting him in effortlessly slicing through the serpent's body. "It is indeed a pity that we lack fine wine to accompany this moment," lamented Edward Newgate, a man with a profound fondness for libations. He relished the idea of savoring exquisite dishes alongside delightful spirits, yet, regrettably, this desolate island offered no such indulgence. "Our meeting is truly a splendid occurrence." Carl responded nonchalantly. He held no interest in the libations of the pirate world, as he hailed from his homeland in China. In comparison to the spirits of his native land, the beverages of the pirate realm seemed trivial. Little did he anticipate that he would ultimately stumble over this seemingly insignificant drink. "By the way, since you were blown here, what are your plans next? Surely, you don't intend to remain stranded on this island?" Curious, Carl inquired. Considering that there were no vessels on the island, and it was a desolate land where one would hardly expect visitors, Newgate chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed that such a formidable warrior had been bested by the tempest. After a moment of contemplation, he assured, "Rest assured, my crew will soon locate this place. You need not worry about transportation." "Oh, then that's reassuring," came the response. Carlton suddenly recalled the world of pirates and the peculiar artifact known as the life paper. By the way, what year is it now? Carl furrowed his brow slightly. He was particularly eager to ascertain the current temporal juncture, as well as whether the Rock's pirates had indeed been established. Furthermore, he pondered the identity of the maritime expanse in which he currently found himself. It is now the year 1480 of the Sea Circle calendar. The year 1480. Does that imply that Whitebeard, Newgate, has already joined the Rock's pirates? Carl hastily rummaged through his memories. The Battle of God Valley was supposed to have occurred in 1484. That is reassuring. There is still time. Since the Rock's pirates still exist, he must participate in the Battle of God Valley. After all, his primary mission is to disrupt the timeline of the pirate world. Moreover, having traversed to this point in time, why not seize this opportunity to its fullest? By the way, are you a pirate? Although Carl was aware, he still voiced his inquiry to dispel any doubts. Newgate smiled and nodded. I am the 2nd Division Captain of the Rock's Pirates. As expected, during this period, Newgate had indeed joined the Rock's Pirates, which was now at the zenith of its power. The Grand Line was currently in a state of chaos, teeming with a myriad of pirate crews. Carl aspired to set sail with Whitebeard, yearning to become the 1st Division Commander aboard the Rock's Pirates. However, he understood that he must first demonstrate his prowess to earn Whitebeard's trust and secure passage to Hive Island. What do you think of me? Carl spoke with a serious expression. What, do you wish to set sail? Newgate, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Carl and quickly discerned the meaning in his gaze. Carl, devoid of superfluous words, unleashed a swift kick with his right foot. In response, Newgate, perceiving the incoming strike, raised his left hand to deflect it. Smack! Newgate felt the formidable force behind Carl's kick, causing his body to shift slightly backward, his expression momentarily one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young lad possessed such immense strength. Taking advantage of Newgate's momentary retreat, Carl swiftly soared into the air, harnessing the inertia of his ascent. He plummeted downward, his right fist striking fiercely toward Newgate's head. Rising to his feet, Newgate raised his right fist to absorb the force of the blow. However, Carl's punch was executed with remarkable speed, generating a fierce gust of wind. In the instant that Newgate's fist was lifted, it struck forcefully against his chest. A resounding bang echoed across the entire island. Newgate was sent flying by the impact, with dust swirling around him, tracing a long arc through the air. Carl executed a graceful turn in midair, landing steadily upon the sandy shore. His gaze was resolute and imbued with confidence, a testament to his mastery over his own strength. Newgate shook his head, rising to his feet, his chest tinged with a slight numbness, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Aha, splendid! Such remarkable power!" Newgate exclaimed with hearty laughter, brimming with admiration for Carl. After all, for a youth to command such strength as to earn his respect was indeed extraordinary. Carl also chuckled, as both of them sensed each other's strength and gained a deeper understanding of one another's capabilities. Newgate, I believe my power is now sufficient for us to set sail together. Carl suddenly spoke, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. Newgate, taken aback for a moment, soon adopted a serious demeanor. If you wish to set sail, then I must assess whether your strength is sufficient. With a smile gracing his lips, Carl confidently replied, Then let us put it to the test. Very well, since you possess such confidence, let us indeed see what you are capable of. Newgate responded with a chuckle, for he had not exerted his full strength earlier and was eager to gauge Carl's prowess. Consequently, the two moved to the shoreline, preparing for a genuine exchange of skills. Standing face to face, the palpable tension between them thickened the very air, both eager for the imminent contest. In an instant, Carl's fist surged forward, before it even arrived. A wave of force erupted from in front of Newgate, creating an astonishing shockwave that morphed into a tempest, sweeping everything in its path. In a flash, Newgate's mind raced as he leaped into the air, his right hand slicing through the wind. The two exchanged blows, each strike landing with resounding force. The ground beneath them fractured like a spider's web, with debris flying and deep craters forming as they battled fiercely. Carl is somewhat deficient in combat experience, and his mastery over his own body remains unrefined. However, he cannot be underestimated, for he has merged with the power of the Titans. As long as he stands upon the earth, his stamina replenishes continuously. Just yesterday, he grasped the essence of Bejequin, and now each of his movements manifests his strength with exquisite precision. Despite exerting his utmost in every punch, his opponent is none other than Edward Newgate. Particularly in his youth, a formidable force beyond comparison. Thus, Carl finds himself at a disadvantage. Were it not for Newgate's restraint, he would have already succumbed. In the blink of an eye, the two have exchanged dozens of blows, leaving Newgate in a state of disbelief. Although he has yet to unleash the full potential of the Tremor fruit, the sheer might he possesses is beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Newgate is astonished. Unable to fathom that such strength could reside within an 18-year-old human, Carl is undoubtedly endowed with extraordinary talent. And it is conceivable that his lineage is of an exceptionally rare kind. This thought ignited a desire for recruitment within Newgate's heart. Despite harboring such intentions, Newgate's actions were far from courteous. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, each strike embodying a destructive force that swept away all in its path. Carl, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to react in time before his body was sent hurtling backward, colliding with such ferocity that he crashed through 3 towering trees before finally coming to a halt amidst the forest. As Carl rose, his face contorted in agony, and he could not suppress the surge of crimson that erupted from his lips. The pain coursing through his body was unprecedented. It was the most excruciating sensation he had ever experienced. Yet, as he lay against the earth, he soon felt a warm current emanating from the depths of the ground, flowing throughout his being and gradually mending his wounds. Newgate, witnessing Carl's bloodied state, hurriedly approached him. "Are you all right?" Newgate inquired, a look of concern etched across his face. Although Carl was formidable, Newgate had witnessed him exert his utmost effort and feared the consequences of his actions. Observing the large imprint of a fist upon Carl's chest, Newgate was astounded as it vanished in an instant. "Aha, Newgate, I forgot to mention that my regenerative abilities are rather extraordinary. Let us do this again." Carl, disregarding the principles of martial ethics, promptly engaged in combat, instantly entangling himself in a fierce struggle with Newgate. "Gulalala," exclaimed Newgate. "Ah, the vitality of youth is indeed remarkable." Meanwhile, the white tiger, observing the spectacle with an air of tedium, yawned and succumbed to slumber. Thus, the battle raged from the light of day into the depths of night. In the midst of this, Carl has also acquired a considerable array of offensive techniques and has gradually mastered the 6 styles shave. He realizes that although the system has enabled him to grasp the 6 styles instantaneously, there remains an element of rigidity in their practical application. Newgate is astonished by Carl's growth, from an initial state of chaos to an eventual ease that allows him to stand toe-to-toe with Newgate himself. While there may be some suspicion regarding Newgate's assistance in this endeavor, it cannot be denied that Carl possesses remarkable talent. Newgate cannot help but marvel at the immense transformation Carl has undergone in such a short span of time, which indeed surpasses his expectations. Shockwave. Newgate exerts force from his waist and swings vigorously, shattering the space around him as if it were glass, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Quake fruit. This is bad. I can't hold it back. Although Carl has merged with the power of the Titans, the Tremor fruit is renowned as the strongest paramecia type solely due to Whitebeard. If bestowed upon an ordinary individual, he might not be able to fully harness its extraordinary potential. He could not withstand Whitebeard's formidable strike, his body crashing to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. "All right, we'll conclude for today. I acknowledge your strength," Whitebeard expressed, having developed an admiration for Carl. In his eyes, possessing such formidable power at a young age is indeed a rarity. Following this, the same routine ensued, albeit with a bit of hardship for the white tiger. After a hearty meal, the cabin resonated with the sounds of deep slumber. A night devoid of conversation passed. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the lush trees of the island, illuminating Carl's room. He had just risen from his slumber, yawned, and savored a breath of the refreshing air, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Just as he stepped outside, Whitebeard approached suddenly. "Carl, try this tremor punch." With his right hand clenched into a fist, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful blow forward. Crack! A deafening roar shattered the stillness, causing the very fabric of space ahead to explode like shards of glass. "Bring it on." Yet, Carl did not falter. He swung his fist and charged towards Whitebeard. Although their attacks had yet to make contact, an immense sound resonated. The ground beneath their feet fractured instantaneously like a spider's web, unleashing a tremendous wave of force. Towering trees, reaching heights of over 100 meters, were uprooted and sent soaring by the powerful gusts. The clash of power between Carl and Edward Newgate unleashed a tempestuous force, akin to a storm raging with fervor. Their confrontation resembled a symphony of thunder and lightning, brimming with boundless energy and sparks. Each strike and kick resonated with a profound tremor, as if the very island itself quaked beneath their might. Once the duel subsided, Carl wiped the sweat from his brow and, panting heavily, remarked, after a bout of combat. I feel remarkably invigorated. You are quite impressive yourself, recovering in merely a night, Edward Newgate expressed. A hint of envy lacing his words as he marveled at Carl's resilience, unaware that Carl had regained his strength within just an hour post-battle, rather than an entire night. Just as they halted their skirmish, the sea's surface began to stir with unrest. As Carl and Newgate gazed out towards the horizon, a grand vessel emerged from the distant sea. Newgate squinted, and to his astonishment, it was his subordinates who had come in search of him. Possessing the life paper of Edward Newgate, his crew had swiftly realized their captain was missing after the tempestuous night had passed, prompting them to follow the direction indicated by the paper. Look, it's Captain Newgate. A pirate aboard the ship excitedly alerted the others through his telescope. Steer closer. The crew of Newgate rejoiced, for their captain had always treated them with kindness. All right, my young ones, let the feast begin. Gwahaha. As the pirate ship approached the shore, Newgate shouted joyfully. The pirates on board responded with fervor. The feast is on, Newgate proclaimed once more with exuberance. Upon landing, several pirates disembarked to inquire about Newgate's well-being, while others eagerly unloaded tables, benches, fine wines, and sumptuous dishes from the ship. They arranged barrels of exquisite liquor on the sandy beach. Let us celebrate our safe reunion here, and also the imminent joining of Carl. Cheers. Newgate raised his glass to Carl, and they indulged in hearty libations. Cheers, echoed the crew as they clinked their cups together. The sea breeze carried the aroma of wine and the sounds of laughter. As the sun gradually ascended, it illuminated Newgate and his companions, igniting their spirits like a blazing fire. The pirates gathered closely, a motley assembly of former captives, outcasts of the world, and adventurers in pursuit of power and wealth. They chased the freedom of the ocean, undeterred by the specter of death, boldly challenging the shackles of society. The wine flowed amidst their laughter, and an atmosphere of happiness enveloped the air as they devoted themselves entirely to the joy and camaraderie of the present moment. Carl gazed upon the scene before him, unable to suppress a smile. He observed Newgate and his companions, a sense of anticipation for the future blossoming within him. The sunlight graced Carl's face, illuminating his resolute gaze. Having ventured into the world of pirates, he resolved to savor life to the fullest. To expedite the realization of this aspiration, he recognized the necessity of swiftly altering the timeline of the pirate realm, thus acquiring the strength to live as a free and unrestrained individual. At the banquet, Carl pulled over an empty wine barrel and leisurely sat upon it, posing a question to Whitebeard, who currently holds power upon the seas. Yesterday, they had merely touched upon the passage of time and the events following Whitebeard's induction into the Rocks Pirates. However, he had yet to inquire about the prevailing forces of this era. His understanding of the pirate factions was limited, with only the knowledge that the Rocks Pirates were the mightiest. Since he aspired to join their ranks, it was imperative for him to discern whether any rival pirate crews could stand against them. Whitebeard turned and responded with a smile. At present, 2 pirate crews can rival the Rocks Pirates, one being the giant pirate crew, comprised entirely of giants, and the other, the X-Pirates, led by Captain X, who possesses a trace of the bloodline of the legendary oars. In recent years, these 2 crews have emerged as the true adversaries of the Rocks Pirates, while the smaller crews have sought to align themselves under their banners. Upon hearing this, Carl felt a surge of excitement within him. It seemed that the seas were not as desolate as he had presumed. He should soon find worthy opponents upon his departure. After all, following yesterday's battle, the power of Titans had reached a deeper level of fusion, enhancing his strength further. He raised his goblet and took a hearty sip of the fine wine, proclaiming with a grin that what he yearned for most was the thrill of life and death combat. Since these 2 pirate crews could contend with the Rocks Pirates, they must possess numerous formidable warriors. Whitebeard nodded in agreement. You are correct. There are indeed many skilled fighters within those 2 crews. However, a single pirate crew does not pose a significant threat to us, the Rocks Pirates. He interjected, it is only due to the recent alliance between these 2 crews that we now witness this tripartite stalemate. He added with a chuckle, yet, before the might of the Rocks Pirates, they hold no advantage. Confidence radiated from Whitebeard's face, for they were, after all, the strongest. Carl nodded in agreement, fully aware that he might still be somewhat inferior to the top-tier warriors. Yet, he embraced the challenge without trepidation. He firmly believed that in the battles to come, he would be able to stand toe-to-toe with these formidable opponents. Perhaps it was the blessing of the Titan's power that stirred within him a fervent desire and excitement for combat. The banquet lasted an entire day, and it seemed that embarking on a voyage today was out of the question. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Carl, accompanied by the White Tiger, boarded the ship with Newgate, setting sail towards Hive Island. Carl's thoughts lingered throughout the voyage. His joining the Rocks Pirates was not merely for wealth and the allure of devil fruits. More importantly, it was a quest for his own future. He understood that the reign of the Rocks Pirates could not endure indefinitely, and he must prepare for his future in advance. Whether it be establishing his own pirate crew, becoming a solitary wanderer, or founding a lineage akin to that of Charlotte Linlin, he needed to commence planning. He realized that relying solely on his own strength and the support of some templates would not suffice. After all, the system had long indicated that the power one could attain would never exceed the limits of strength within the pirate world. Overthrowing the world government single-handedly was utterly implausible. Such notions seemed overly naive and unrealistic, considering that the world government had dominated the pirate world for 800 years. He dared not claim that he could dismantle their rule. Especially with the abundance of advanced technology in the pirate realm, a single misstep could lead to calamity. His only recourse was to disrupt the timeline as best he could and await the emergence of the protagonist. After all, he had no desire for an untimely demise. He resolved to start with modest endeavors, testing the limits of his own abilities. Should he succeed, it would mark a monumental breakthrough. If not, he would still have a contingency to rely upon. After all, one must not place all their eggs in one basket. He needed to be prepared for any eventuality to ensure the smooth progression of his future. The pirates aboard the ship were astonished by the arrival of the White Tiger, never expecting such a majestic creature to join their ranks. Yet, Carl recognized the tiger's strength and loyalty, viewing it as his guardian, friend, and a reminder of his homeland. As the ship sailed across the ocean, Carl's heart brimmed with excitement. He knew that boundless adventures and challenges awaited him ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the dominance of the Rocks Pirates posed a precarious situation for the Navy. The Navy had already been informed by insiders that Whitebeard had set sail alone, and they wished to prevent the Rocks Pirates from growing any stronger. Consequently, they dispatched Admiral Fujitora to lead a fleet in a bid to besiege Whitebeard, attempting to thwart the advancement of the Rocks Pirates. Unbeknownst to Carl, he was filled with anticipation and excitement for the adventure that awaited him. After all, he had never experienced such freedom. Back on Blue Star, he was but a cog in the relentless machine of a 996 work culture. It had been an eternity since he had savored the splendor of unrestrained liberty. Firmly grasping the railing of the ship, he felt the gentle caress of the sea breeze upon his face, his heart brimming with dreams of freedom. As the vessel progressed, the ocean gradually unveiled her vastness, a sweeping expanse of blue stretching endlessly before him. Carl understood that his journey of adventure had officially commenced. With courage and determination, he was ready to step into the unknown waters. The path ahead would not be devoid of challenges. He was acutely aware that various trials and dangers lay in wait. Yet, he stood undaunted, for he believed that with the support of his system, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Carl gazed into the distant horizon where the sea met the sky, a resolute determination igniting within him. He was convinced that he could forge his own legendary tale. A few days prior, within the naval headquarters, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Marshal Hill occupied the high seat, his countenance grim, his eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and discontent towards the Rocks Pirates. The operation to eliminate Whitebeard was to be led by Admiral Steelbone. Hill's voice resonated with a low, stern timbre. We can no longer allow the Rocks Pirates to grow unchecked. Decisive action is imperative. The senior naval officers in the room nodded in agreement, fully aware that Whitebeard was the linchpin of the Rocks Pirate strength. Only by dismantling Whitebeard could they hope to significantly weaken the crew's formidable power. Admiral Steelbone rose, saluted with unwavering conviction, and declared, "I hope this mission will conclude successfully, instilling the might of our Navy into the hearts of the Rocks Pirates." Hill acknowledged him with a nod, set sail. The mission must be accomplished. Upon receiving the orders, Steelbone promptly led the naval fleet into the waters. Accompanying him were his trusted confidants, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, each an elite of the Navy, possessing the prowess and combat experience of a vice admiral. The naval fleet advanced swiftly across the ocean, their destination an obscure deserted isle. This island had been a brief refuge for Whitebeard, and the Navy, having gleaned this information, resolved to ambush him on his return route. However, they were oblivious to the greater dread that awaited them. They could not foresee the formidable strength of Carl, which would deliver a crushing blow to their plans against the Rocks. They had anticipated that this operation would leave Newgate utterly defeated, unaware that they were on the brink of an unprecedented battle. Standing on the bridge, Admiral Steelbone surveyed the expanse of water ahead, filled with confidence and resolve. He believed in the Navy's ability to accomplish their mission and annihilate Newgate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Newgate was also advancing towards them across the vast ocean. Two powerful forces were poised to collide in this boundless maritime expanse, heralding a cataclysmic confrontation. Meanwhile, Newgate and his pirate crew were making their way towards High Island. As they sailed, Carl's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He envisioned battles against the giant warrior pirates and the ex-pirates, contemplating how to transcend their advantages and discover a means to triumph over them. After all, both the giant warrior pirates and the ex-pirates, as their names suggested, were comprised of giants, beings he had yet to encounter in person. The gentle sea breeze caressed his face, carrying with it the briny essence of the ocean. He felt the sway of the vessel beneath him, relishing the freedom of the voyage. He knew that his pirate legend was commencing at this very moment. Carl sat at the bow of the boat, his fishing rod firmly grasped in his hands, his expression one of intense concentration. He realized he had developed a fondness for fishing. The moment a fish bit the hook filled him with exhilaration. The sunlight bathed him in warmth, accentuating the resolute features of his face. A gentle sea breeze tousled his hair, carrying a hint of saltiness that instilled within him a profound sense of tranquility and freedom. Suddenly, the formidable power of the Titan granted him an extraordinary awareness, akin to the observation hockey. Detecting the presence of the Navy ahead, he sprang to his feet, inadvertently toppling the nearby bucket filled with fish. The fish flailed desperately, splashing about in a frantic display. Water droplets cascaded onto him, soaking the cuffs of his trousers. Yet, he paid little heed, as his attention had been captivated by other matters. "What is it, Carl?" Newgate, seated at the center of the deck, raised a gourd of wine to his lips, taking a generous swig. Noticing Carl's sudden movement, he regarded him with a puzzled expression and quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" "I believe I sense the Navy," Carl remarked with a hint of astonishment. After all, the latter half of the Grand Line could be regarded as a graveyard for the Navy. It was almost certain that any naval force lacking in strength would meet with demise here. The journey for the Navy to reach this place was far from the ease depicted in the original narrative. During this era, none of the three great powers harbored any fear of the Navy. Perhaps it was a gift bestowed by the Titan's power, for his perceptive abilities were extraordinary, akin to the Kinbunshika hockey, and, in certain aspects, even superior. The Navy? Newgate set down his goblet in disbelief, yet Carl's assertion could not be made frivolously. He immediately rose, unleashing a formidable surge of Kinbunshika hockey. In which direction? He sensed something, his gaze fixated on the distance. It seemed they were on the verge of an encounter. Having not clashed with the Navy for quite some time, he felt a tinge of rustiness. "Oh, an old friend approaches." A faint smile graced Newgate's face as he detected the distant presence of Admiral Steelbone Sara, along with Garp and Sangoku, after releasing his Kinbunshika hockey. "Prepare for battle, lads," Newgate proclaimed with excitement, for it had been a considerable while since he had engaged the Navy. "We have guests arriving." His voice reverberated throughout the ship, instantly heightening the tension among the crew, who readied themselves for the impending conflict. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew palpably tense. This was not their first encounter with the Navy's encirclement, and the prospect of battle invigorated them. After all, on the vast ocean, pirates and the Navy were inherently at odds, were they not? Carl clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light. He understood that this would mark his inaugural confrontation with the Navy since his arrival in this world. "Prepare for battle, my comrades." Newgate's voice resonated powerfully throughout the ship, prompting the crew to eagerly roll up their sleeves and brace themselves for the impending conflict. Their fighting spirit ignited like flames, their eyes gleaming with a fearsome intensity. "Enemies are approaching, ready yourselves," shouted a pirate stationed at the lookout, having spotted the distant naval fleet advancing towards them. "Cannons, quickly bring out the cannons," directed a pirate of squad leader rank, rallying the others. Instantly, amidst the tranquility of the sea, Newgate's crew organized themselves with remarkable efficiency, each individual swiftly executing their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, Carl and Newgate stood at the forefront of the deck, gazing intently at the approaching Navy. "How do you feel?" "We are about to engage with the Navy," Newgate remarked, aware that this would be Carl's first encounter with the Steelbone. "Haha. I have been eagerly anticipating this day," Carl responded with a smile, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. He had longed for the opportunity to engage with the foremost warriors since his arrival in this world, and now that moment had finally arrived. He would not allow this chance to slip away. Moreover, his mission was to disrupt the timeline, which inherently meant he would confront the Navy. with Whitebeard present. The encounter promised to be devoid of peril. His gaze was resolute, and within him burned an insatiable desire for battle. He felt an increasing yearning to fight. "What do you think? Leave Steelbone Kong to me. I wish to give it a try." Carl had already beheld the visage of Steelbone Kong, astonished by his youthfulness. "I have no issues, as long as you can endure," Whitebeard answered without hesitation, brimming with confidence in Carl's prowess. Having previously engaged in combat with Carl, he recognized that while Carl's strength was slightly inferior to his own, his stamina and endurance were significantly superior. For Whitebeard, it mattered little whom he faced. However, for Carl, this would be his inaugural encounter with a true top-tier powerhouse in this realm. Steelbone Kong's current strength undoubtedly placed him at the admiral level, and Carl was acutely aware that he might not last long against him. Yet, the intertwining feelings of anxiety and exhilaration surged within Carl's heart. He understood that this would be a fierce battle and a moment to validate his own capabilities. He was intensely eager to ascertain how far he still stood from the world's elite. The wind over the sea grew increasingly tempestuous, casting a shadow of impending conflict over the waves. They were on the verge of a battle that would determine their fates. Moreover, he was keen to discern where his current strength ranked within this world. Given that the system provided only a holistic evaluation, he wished to explore whether there were any aspects in which he could surpass his limits. "I shall take the lead," he declared, with a resounding roar of excitement. Carl leaped from the deck into the air, gathering strength in his right hand. Whitebeard, gazing at the approaching Navy fleet in the distance, furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that this adversary was not to be underestimated. Admiral Steelbone Kong had personally come with Carp to capture him, and their collective power was formidable. "Everyone, be cautious. This time, we face no ordinary navy," Whitebeard declared with unwavering conviction. His words served as a spur, invigorating each member of the crew. "It's Captain Newgate. Fear not. Captain, this isn't our first encounter with the Navy. Let the Navy come at us." The atmosphere on the ship grew tense in an instant, with every individual acutely aware of the urgency surrounding them. Quake fist, Carl leaped into the air, his expression grave as he took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into a single punch. During the night, he had practiced harnessing the powers of the Tremor fruit, integrating its essence into his own martial prowess. Although the disparity between his abilities and those of the Tremor fruit was considerable, he had successfully infused a modicum of its vibrational energy into the force of his strike. His fist surged forward, wind howling in its wake, imbued with a hint of tremor. Standing at the bow of the ship, Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow, immediately sensing something amiss. He rushed to the ship's prow, unleashing a powerful punch charged with energy, meeting Carl's strike head-on. Boom. The two fists did not make direct contact. Yet the collision of their energies unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the sea to roil violently, leaving those on deck struggling to maintain their footing. Who was this individual? Why does he exude the essence of the Tremor fruit? Could he possibly be a lower-tier fruit of the Tremor variety? Kong pondered. There was no mention of Carl in any of the intelligence reports. From where had this formidable pirate emerged? As a strategist, Sengoku, although merely a vice admiral, possessed strength nearing that of an admiral. "This individual is likely the target of Whitebeard," Sengoku remarked solemnly, believing that Whitebeard would not engage in endeavors that held no significance to him. Indeed, Whitebeard would not come to this island without reason. Carp added that at this time, he had yet to witness the true darkness of the Navy and was somewhat carefree. Unbeknownst to them, it was by mere happenstance that Newgate found himself on this small island, though this matter had become inconsequential. Carl had swiftly traversed to the front of the warship using the moonwalk technique. Steelbone Kong understood that this was not the moment for contemplation. The enemy was already upon him. Meteor fist, shatter. Steelbone Kong had to confront the incoming attack. Any inquiries about Carl's origins could be addressed later. Clenching his fist, he summoned the power of armament hockey. The collision of fists, one black and the other golden, intertwined and unleashed a staggering force of destruction and spectacle. In the midst of battle, Carl perceived Steelbone Kong's fist as an immovable mountain, a power that far exceeded his expectations. And he began to grasp the essence of armament hockey. However, encounters with top-tier adversaries were rare, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Instinctively, he adjusted his stance, mustering every ounce of strength to meet Steelbone Kong's blow. The two fists collided instantaneously, emitting a blinding radiance. A tremendous shockwave radiated from the point of impact, as if the very air had shattered. Pirates and Navy personnel aboard the ship were swept off their feet by the force of the wave, unable to maintain their balance. while those capable of flight engaged in fierce combat, and the sea roiled with tumultuous waves. The naval fleet quickly closed in. And as the two factions prepared for a large-scale clash, the pirates readied themselves, awaiting Whitebeard's command. "Charge!" Whitebeard bellowed, prompting the crew to surge toward the Navy's deck, igniting the battle. In an instant, pirates and Navy forces were embroiled in chaos. The maritime conflict erupted, with flashes of swords and flames intertwining. The sounds of cannon fire mingling with cries of battle. "Kapu, it's been a while," Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh, feeling a surge of excitement. Having not fully satisfied his thirst for combat on the island, and now encountering two old friends. "This time, you won't escape, Whitebeard," Sengoku replied with a composed demeanor, swiftly transforming into the mythical Zoan form of the Buddha fruit. There existed a unique synergy between Sengoku and Whitebeard, their confrontations having evolved into a habitual dance of combat. A silent understanding forged through countless battles. Since the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, it had been Sengoku who relentlessly pursued Whitebeard. Whitebeard swung his Yura blade, the blade's aura slicing through the air like a crescent moon. Sengoku and Carp swiftly retaliated, coordinating their strikes to counter Whitebeard's onslaught with utmost speed. The three figures intertwined, their blades and fists clashing in a whirlwind of violence. The intensity of the combat between Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Carp escalated. Whitebeard's might was overwhelming for Carp. Yet Carp remained tenacious, retaliating with his formidable martial arts. After a protracted struggle, Whitebeard suddenly unleashed the power of his Tremor fruit. With a thunderous roar, his haki erupted with tremendous force. Great earthquake. Whitebeard's fist descended upon Carp, sending forth a colossal wave of energy that obliterated everything in its path. Kapu was sent flying by Newgate's punch, crashing into the distant sea. Sengoku, with a look of deep concern, hurriedly waved his golden palm to interrupt Newgate's subsequent assault. Shockwave. Newgate brandished his halberd, unleashing a streak of azure blade energy directed towards Sengoku. Spit. Kapu spat out a mouthful of seawater and hurriedly emerged from the ocean, racing towards Newgate. The chaos of battle had escalated to an extraordinary intensity, with everyone exerting themselves to the utmost, fiercely striving for their individual aspirations. Yet, amidst the turmoil of the battlefield, it was the two figures that captured the most attention. As Carl and Steelbone's fists incessantly clashed, waves of energy surged forth, and the air was filled with the resounding echoes of explosions. Steelbone's gaze grew increasingly grave, his heart brimming with vigilance. The strength of this young man exceeded all of his expectations. Although he had yet to master the art of haki, he sensed that this young man seemed to be honing his skills against him. Carl's expression was one of unwavering focus as he immersed himself in the battle, feeling the potency of each punch surge within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was nearing his limit. The prowess of Steelbone Kong was formidable, and he found himself merely struggling to withstand the onslaught, unable to mount a counterattack. However, Steelbone Kong could not easily subdue him in a short span of time, and Carl seized the opportunity to master the art of armament haki. The two combatants danced through the air, weaving a tapestry of beauty and brutality in their clash. Their fists, akin to meteors, tore through the sky, leaving spectators in a state of awe. Yet, this confrontation was far from over. Both warriors were exerting themselves to the utmost, showing no signs of retreat. Each strike was laden with determination and resolve, a testament to their refusal to yield. In this fiery struggle, Carl and Steelbone Kong could both sense each other's strength and conviction. As time passed, the atmosphere on the battlefield thickened with tension, capturing the attention of onlookers. All held their breath, fixated on the movements of these titans, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the ultimate victor. This was a pinnacle confrontation upon the sea, a duel between champions, where only the mightiest could claim invincibility. At that moment, both Carl and Steelbone Kong silently vowed that no matter the cost, they would emerge victorious from this battle. Chaos erupted across the battlefield, the scent of blood permeating the air. The pirates aboard fought with all their might, risking their lives in the pursuit of freedom. "Carl, be careful." Newgate's voice suddenly pierced the tension, prompting Carl to swivel around just in time to evade a swift flash of a sword. Carl urgently evaded. Yet the tip of the sword grazed his shoulder, instantly staining his sleeve with crimson blood. It was a naval swordsman who had seized the opportunity to strike during his moment of distraction. Carl clenched his teeth, his body battered and bruised, yet his eyes blazed with fervent excitement. In this moment, retreat was not an option. He had to summon every ounce of strength within him. Initially overwhelmed by Steelbone Kong, he now faced the additional burden of his injuries. He was acutely aware that his endurance was waning, although he still possessed some stamina. His physical condition was increasingly unable to withstand Steel Bone Kong's relentless strikes, and every part of his body echoed with lament. After all, he was not grounded on solid earth, and thus could not rely on the earth's strength to restore his vitality. He could only employ his marine six forms, shave, engaging in a fierce aerial confrontation with Steel Bone Kong. The sounds of their physical clashes reverberating through the air as their figures darted like a tempest. Carl's martial arts became increasingly formidable, his strikes sharper and more precise. And Steel Bone Kong gradually began to feel the mounting pressure. As he sensed the young man's growing strength, a flicker of unease arose within him. After all, he was a general, yet he perceived that the young man's prowess was steadily ascending, instilling in him a fear of unforeseen complications. Carl's offensive grew increasingly fierce, his techniques resembling a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Steel Bone Kong. Steel Bone Kong showed no mercy, and the air erupted with a resounding roar. On the naval deck, streams of blade energy sliced through the sky like lightning, rendering the atmosphere almost palpable. The clash between Whitebeard and Sengoku against Carp raged on, the battlefield thick with the scent of gunpowder and flames. This was a life-and-death struggle, with each participant exerting their utmost, leaving no room for retreat. A sense of foreboding crept into Steel Bone Kong's heart. As he surveyed the scene, he realized that this mission was likely destined for failure. He had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable force as Carl on Whitebeard's ship. Although Carl's strength was not overwhelming, his indomitable resilience was akin to that of a cockroach, proving to be a challenge that could not be easily overcome. Kong's strength was now sufficient to hold him in check, while Whitebeard's power had yet to reveal its full magnitude. Sengoku and Garp could merely contend with Whitebeard, unable to vanquish him, as they watched the Navy succumb to defeat with each passing moment. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. He must swiftly devise a means to conclude this turmoil, minimizing the losses to the Navy. Taking a deep breath, Steel Bone Kong resolved to first vanquish Carl. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the six styles, Star Shatter. Ascending into the air like a tempest, his fist, enveloped in Busashoka Haki, descended upon Carl like a meteor. A colossal wave of fist energy, imbued with an aura of devastation, surged towards Carl. The force of the punch felt long before the fist itself drew near. The energy fluctuations in the air intensified, as if the very clouds in the sky were being torn asunder by this overwhelming power. As Carl confronted the relentless onslaught of Steel Bone Kong, a flicker of gravity crossed his gaze. He understood that he could not confront it head-on. Otherwise, he feared he would not endure for long, for he was not firmly anchored to the earth, and his stamina was not recovering as swiftly as he had hoped. He could distinctly perceive his energy waning rapidly. He realized that Steel Bone Kong was exerting his utmost strength, and should that punch connect, the consequences would be dire indeed. Carl swiftly maneuvered his form, transforming into a fleeting shadow, deftly evading the attacks of Steel Bone Sky, while continuously drawing nearer to him. As Carl approached Steel Bone Kong, he retaliated without hesitation, employing the techniques of the Navy's sixth style. The azure brilliance unleashed by his gale kick instantly blanketed the sky. The battlefield became a cacophony of chaos, where the glimmer of swords and the shadows of fists intertwined, igniting sparks with every clash. The two figures wove through the fray, their explosive bursts of power rendering the onlookers breathless. Simultaneously, Steel Bone Kong bore witness to the increasingly evident disadvantage of his navy under Newgate's formidable presence. A pang of sorrow gripping his heart, for these were the elite of the Navy. He was acutely aware that prolonging this engagement would lead to devastating consequences, an outcome the Navy was loath to confront. They needed to withdraw from this battleground. After all, with Carl's interference, their plan to encircle Newgate had already faltered. As he swiftly made a resolute decision in his mind, he leapt into the air, soaring high. And with a fierce downward kick, his foot descended like an unstoppable meteor. A worthy challenge, he declared. Carl let out a low growl, his expression somewhat grave. The force of this strike should not be underestimated. He concentrated all his strength into his fist, unleashing an astonishingly formidable power. Carl let out a furious roar. Mountain collapse. Drawing upon the experience gained from the destruction of numerous mountains on the island, he unleashed a deafening punch. The moment their fists and feet collided, a thunderous sound echoed across the sky. This strike lowered the sea level by several meters. While Carl was violently thrust into the ocean by the force of steel and fury, water splashed everywhere as the waves surged, and Carl swiftly sank into the depths of the sea. At that moment, he noticed that his fist had turned an ink-black hue. It was evident that he had unknowingly mastered the art of hockey. Just as he opened his mouth to laugh heartily, a salty, What taste reminded him that he was submerged in water. His consciousness clearly warned him that if he did not surface soon, he might perish here, prompting him to swim rapidly upwards. At that instant, he felt an intense pain throughout his body. Turning to inspect himself, he observed that his exposed skin was marred with bruises and contusions. Unbeknownst to him, he had sustained grave injuries. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, he likely would have succumbed on the battlefield. Carl clenched his teeth tightly, striving to swim upwards towards the radiant surface of the sea. He was acutely aware that only by returning to the surface could he seize the opportunity to re-engage in this fierce battle. He yearned for another confrontation with Steelbone Kong, eager to ascertain the extent of his progress after employing the armament hockey. He did not wish to squander this rare chance. After all, encounters with such formidable adversaries were few and far between. Steelbone Kong, realizing that Carl was approaching the surface, swiftly disengaged from the skirmish and directed his assault towards Whitebeard. He understood that to conclude this conflict, he must promptly repel Whitebeard. Although Carl had merely been knocked into the sea, his observation hockey allowed him to sense Carl's rapid ascent. Steelbone Kong took action, soaring behind Whitebeard, intending to launch a surprise attack before he could turn around. While the preceding events may seem numerous, they transpired within mere seconds. A devastating punch hurtled towards Whitebeard, its speed and force tearing through the air and distorting the very fabric of space, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Such a powerful blow scattered the clouds that had gathered in the sky. As anticipated, due to the swift conclusion of Steelbone Kong's battle, Whitebeard had yet to react and took the brunt of the heavy punch on his back, subsequently hurtling back onto the deck of his ship. "Retreat," he commanded, urging his crew to withdraw rapidly. Their confrontation had ended abruptly, yet Steelbone Kong understood that in this perilous new world, the strength of pirates generally surpassed that of the Navy. He was reluctant to witness further casualties among his subordinates, especially since their mission had already failed. Moreover, the longer they lingered, the more disadvantageous their situation became, as reinforcements from the Rocks pirates could arrive at any moment. He could not gamble with the lives of his men. The Navy fleet swiftly departed the battlefield, leaving Whitebeard and his crew alone upon the vast ocean. Whitebeard refrained from pursuing them, recognizing that the battle had reached its conclusion. He rubbed the deep crimson imprint on his chest, gazing at the retreating Navy fleet with a hint of satisfaction. "Steelbone Kong, let us battle again next time," he called out, his voice echoing across the sea. The Navy personnel also retreated to their vessels, and the entire fleet hastily sailed away. Although Whitebeard was still eager for combat, he had no desire to continue the fight with Steelbone Kong, particularly since the latter's forces consisted of elite Navy personnel, and his own pirates had suffered considerable losses. As Steelbone Kong began to withdraw, Whitebeard did not pursue but merely unleashed a tremor-inducing punch as a farewell. The entire sea surface surged, creating a colossal wave that surged towards Steelbone Kong, who had sensed that Carl was about to breach the surface. As he commanded his team to swiftly retreat from the battlefield, he simultaneously unleashed a series of formidable punches, creating gusts of wind that countered the crashing waves. This time, I miscalculated. I did not anticipate such a formidable individual aboard Whitebeard's ship. Why was there no prior intelligence? Steelbone Kong expressed a profound sense of regret. He understood that the primary reason for this defeat lay in the presence of a remarkably strong young man on Whitebeard's vessel. The atmosphere of the battlefield gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the shore and the howling wind. Carl continued to swim desperately in the sea, driven by sheer will and determination. At last, he burst forth from the water's surface, inhaling a deep breath of the invigorating ocean breeze, his entire being trembling with excitement. "This time, I shall make them pay," he resolved, preparing to re-enter the fray. He soared towards the battlefield, fueled by his fury and resolve, ready to confront Steelbone Kong once more. However, to Carl's dismay, when he sought to rejoin the battle, Steelbone Kong's fleet had already sailed far away. He gazed at the retreating ships, shaking his head in resignation as he returned to the deck. "Do not worry, there will be another opportunity," Newgate comforted him. "Then let us settle the score next time." Carl reclined upon the back of the White Tiger, exclaiming his. The pain he felt was not of the ordinary kind. As his expression relaxed, the excruciating agony coursed through his nerves. "Victory! Let us celebrate, my comrades." Upon witnessing the retreat of Steelbone Kong and his crew, Newgate understood that this battle had culminated in their triumph. Thus, he commanded his pirates to host a grand feast in honor of their victory. Suddenly, a din-din mushy rang on Fleet Admiral Hill's table. "Hello, is this Admiral Hill?" Steelbone Kong, having disengaged from combat, promptly contacted Hill. "Ah, Steelbone Kong? What is the situation?" Hill had been eagerly anticipating this call and did not hesitate to answer upon recognizing the caller. Were there significant casualties? His first inquiry upon receiving the call was about the condition and losses incurred. To him, it was undeniable that Newgate, the second-in-command of Rocks, possessed the Tremor fruit. And some casualties were to be expected. He wished to avoid excessive losses. Furthermore, given their location in the latter half of the Grand Line, the Rocks pirates could arrive at any moment for support. He had no desire to suffer a double loss, losing Newgate while also compromising Steelbone Kong, thereby weakening the overall strength of the Navy. "The plan to capture Newgate has failed," Steelbone Kong lamented. His brow furrowed with disappointment as he sat in the naval office. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by his heavy breaths. He felt despondent that Newgate had managed to escape, leaving him powerless. Although an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, he could not forgive himself. After all, this was a rare opportunity. During the attempt to capture Newgate, there was an extraordinarily powerful individual aboard his ship. Steelbone Kong reported to Admiral Hill, hoping to glean some useful information. "While I could have potentially defeated him in a brief confrontation, the fate of the others would have been perilous, especially with Newgate still present." His serious tone conveyed a deep respect for the young man, Carl. This individual's strength far exceeded his expectations, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. "Ah, do you have any information about him?" Admiral Hill inquired with surprise. According to intelligence provided by Navy informants, this individual had not been listed among the Rocks pirates, indicating a failure in their intelligence gathering. Steelbone Kong scratched his head, searching the room for the most recent bounty posters, but found no mention of Carl. For now, he could only regard him as a newcomer yet to set sail. However, the remarkable strength of this newcomer could only mean that Newgate had come specifically to meet him. He mistakenly believed it was Newgate who sought him out, unaware that Newgate had inadvertently been blown to the island by the tempest. And it was under such circumstances that they became acquainted. "I lack information on this individual, but I shall transmit his image to you via the snail phone," Steelbone Kong promptly relayed, sending the photograph of the enigmatic figure, Carl, captured during battle to Admiral Steele. "Very well, let us proceed in this manner for now. Please return swiftly, for the new world is fraught with peril," Admiral Steele expressed with a hint of concern. "Understood, Admiral Steele." Click. With that, Admiral Steele ended the call. Fully aware that Steelbone Kong and his companions could not linger in the new world for long, he then picked up the faxed image and scrutinized it closely. "Summon all officers of Rear Admiral rank and above for a meeting," he commanded immediately to the messenger stationed at the door. "Yes, Admiral Steele," the messenger replied, saluting before swiftly departing to gather the naval commanders still at headquarters. Admiral Steele's gaze fell upon the bounty notice for Rocks laid out on the table. "Rocks," he said, his countenance filled with fury as he slammed his fist down upon the poster depicting Rocks in a fit of laughter. In the Navy headquarters conference room, Admiral Steele approached the podium with Carl's photograph in hand, where dozens of naval officers were already seated. He affixed the photograph to the blackboard, surveying the assembly before clearing his throat. "This individual is named Carl. Today, Steelbone Kong reported that he was found aboard Newgate's ship and may potentially join Rock's crew." The authoritative voice of Admiral Steele resonated throughout the conference room, compelling all present to sit upright in attentive silence. He continued, "The purpose of this meeting is to assess the risk he poses and determine an appropriate bounty." The officers exchanged glances, astonished by the prowess of this newcomer. Why would such a formidable individual not align himself with the Navy? One officer inquired with curiosity, "What good is piracy? It is a life of rampant destruction and cruelty," lamented another officer with a hint of regret. "Regrettably, we lack the strength to maintain balance in the latter half of the Grand Line. With the Rocks pirates growing ever more formidable, the naval branches in that region have been nearly eradicated." Admiral Steele sighed, a fleeting moment of helplessness crossing his face. The conference room fell into silence, as the officers were deep in contemplation. Indeed, ever since the Rocks pirates began their ascendancy in the latter half of the Grand Line, the Navy has found it increasingly challenging to penetrate this realm. Whenever significant events transpired in this treacherous waters, the Navy often found themselves unable to provide timely assistance. Upholding maritime justice is an inherent duty of the Navy, a truth they are all too aware of, yet they are regrettably constrained by their limitations. The prowess of the newcomer before them has illuminated the fact that the Rocks pirates continue to flourish. "Since he has allied himself with pirates, we must not hold back," declared Admiral Hill with conviction, recognizing that the individual had irrevocably committed to piracy and could no longer be swayed by the Navy. Indeed, indeed, echoed the sentiments in the room. Once he has joined the ranks of pirates, there is little left to discuss. It is truly a pity that such a formidable individual did not choose to align with the Navy, Admiral Hill mused, engaging with the discussions that surrounded him. After all, the Navy must not stagnate. If the orders he issued were met only with blind compliance, devoid of any adaptability, it would prove detrimental. Enough of this idle chatter, Admiral Hill proclaimed, striking the table to restore order in the now quiet conference room. I propose an initial bounty of 500 million berries. His voice resonated through the stillness of the chamber. However, just as he announced the bounty for Carl, a Navy Vice Admiral, Jeremy, stood up with a look of concern. Isn't that a bit excessive for a newcomer? He queried, his skepticism regarding the newcomer's capabilities evident. Especially considering that 500 million berries in this era holds far greater significance than the same amount at the story's inception. Not at all. Especially given that he held his ground against Steelbones in a short span, Admiral Hill asserted, his tone unwavering. As his words settled, an air of silence enveloped the room. It is true that this newcomer possesses remarkable strength. Do we have any further information on him? There is no record. The only known detail is that his first appearance was on this desolate island. The discussions grew increasingly animated, with astonishment at the newcomer's abilities mounting. Very well. Let us set his bounty at 500 million berries and expedite the announcement across the seas, Admiral Hill decisively concluded, ensuring that this newcomer's bounty would be disseminated throughout the vast oceans. Subsequently, a sentinel at the door, noticing Admiral Hill's beckoning, promptly approached to deliver Carl's photograph to the communications room, preparing to broadcast his latest bounty to all Navy branches. Next, we must deliberate on how to counter the Rocks pirates. We cannot allow their growth to persist. Admiral Hill gazed intently at his colleagues, eager for their insights and proposals. That is indeed a pressing matter. Let us proceed accordingly. The discussions within the conference room reignited as participants pooled their ideas, striving to devise strategies against the formidable Rocks pirates. In the Admiral's office, Marshal Hill, General Wenhu, and General Shuesher stood within the spacious command room. Enveloped in a haze of smoke, their brows furrowed in deep concentration. The atmosphere in the chamber was heavy and tense, foreboding an impending crisis of monumental proportions. Hill inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on the map before him. Currently, only the 4 seas and the initial segment of the Grand Line lay under their dominion. The latter portion of the Grand Line had entirely devolved into a haven for pirates, with only a handful of naval outposts struggling to maintain a presence. He recognized that the strength of the Rocks pirates had reached a critical juncture, their power escalating to a point that posed a tremendous headache for both the Navy and the world government. General Wenhu's brow knitted with anxiety, his heart laden with trepidation. If left unchecked, the influence of the Rocks pirates would continue to swell, presenting an immense threat to the world and severely undermining the Navy's mission to uphold justice. Shuesher stood silently to the side, his gaze profound and impassive. He understood that decisive action was imperative at this juncture. The second in command of the Rocks pirates, Edward Newgate, was a formidable force in his own right. The mere fact that this young man had warranted Newgate's personal attention indicated a significant likelihood of his allegiance to the Rocks pirates. I require comprehensive intelligence on this young man. Dispatch operatives for immediate investigation. Hill's voice resonated calmly yet resolutely, aware that time was of the essence. Wenhu nodded, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He was unaware of the reasons behind the young man's affiliation with the Rocks pirates. Yet he comprehended that should the Rocks pirates continue to grow unchecked, the world would face incalculable calamities. We cannot allow the power of the Rocks pirates to expand so brazenly, Hill declared, his voice laced with a hint of indignation and determination. The inability to extend justice over the latter segment of the Grand Line was a dereliction of duty on the part of the Navy. Wenhu and Shuesher exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that they had reached a critical moment, with the increasing might of the Rocks pirates. An inevitable life-and-death struggle loomed on the horizon. They were compelled to act, both to halt the spread of the Rocks pirates and to diminish their influence. Thus, Navy Marshal Hill, General Wenhu, and General Shuesher would lead the entire Navy into a breathtaking confrontation with the Rocks pirates. On Hive Island, during this period, Morgans had yet to establish the news agency. Bounties were issued by the Navy and disseminated to various naval branches via fax machines. Where did Newgate find such a remarkable newcomer? The Golden Lion, upon first encountering the bounty notice on Honeycomb Island, felt a twinge of jealousy. He mused that if he could find someone as formidable as Carl, it would yield a tremendous fortune. Thus, he promptly summoned his crew, resolving to venture forth in search of even mightier allies. Kuro Island, the giant soldier pirates. The strength of rocks has only intensified, he remarked. What shall we do from here? Fred, the vice captain of the giant soldier pirates, expressed his concerns, burdened by the weight of his role as the crew's strategist. However, he understood that the captain would remain obstinate. Ever since forming an alliance with the ex-pirates, the captain had grown increasingly arrogant. In light of this, Fred decided to discreetly gather intelligence on Carl. We have arrived at Litong Island. Carl had just sobered up when he heard the shouts of pirates from outside. He hurriedly got out of bed. Carl, you are awake. As Carl stepped out of his abode, he was greeted by the sight of a white-bearded figure approaching him. This island is an essential waypoint to Hive Island. It is the perfect place to pause and replenish, as our supplies of food and drink are nearly depleted. Wahaha! Roared Newgate with boisterous laughter. Due to the festivities held the previous day, their provisions had dwindled, necessitating a halt at this island. So, what do you say, Carl? Come down and explore. Newgate invited, eager to showcase the splendor of the pirate world. Let us go and have a look, Carl replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. It had been years since he had last seen a market, and he was curious to witness the happenings in the pirate city, wondering if anything intriguing might unfold. Haha, let us go. I've heard there's an auction taking place today. It's a perfect opportunity for us to partake. With a hearty pat on Carl's shoulder, Newgate led the way ahead. An auction? Perfect. I'm eager to see, as I have yet to attend one, Carl exclaimed. A sense of curiosity welled up in Carl's heart as he envisioned the bustling scene of the auction, eager to discover the rare treasures that would be up for bid. Following Newgate, he arrived at the city center, where a vibrant spectacle unfolded before him. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of goods and merchants of various kinds, including pirates, engaged in lively trading and haggling. Even in the midst of the thoroughfare, Carl observed numerous individuals peddling slaves. Carl could not help but be captivated by the vibrant scene before him, a spectacle unlike anything he had ever witnessed on Blue Star. They navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at a grand auction house, teeming with activity. A prominent sign at the entrance boldly proclaimed that the auction would commence today. Carl entered the auction house with a palpable excitement, for he had never before attended such an event. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds. The auctioneer's voice rang out with fervor as he elevated one precious item after another, inciting waves of chatter and bidding. Carl meticulously observed the array of rare treasures within the auction hall: radiant gemstones, opulent aristocratic garments, legendary ancient weapons, and exotic creatures. He could not help but marvel at his fortune to find himself amidst this captivating and enigmatic auction. Lord Newgate, please. Newgate, renowned in the latter half of the New World, was no stranger to fame. As the second in command of the Rocks Pirates, the staff of the auction house promptly ushered him in upon his arrival. Upon entering, Carl's attention was suddenly drawn to a conspicuous poster. The figure depicted was none other than himself, emblazoned with the words, Carl, Bounty, 500,000,000 berries. He gazed in astonishment at his bounty notice, never having imagined that he would one day be a wanted man. Carl, did you know? You have become a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 500,000,000 berries. Newgate expressed his delight for Carl, for the magnitude of a bounty often reflects the strength of an individual. Newgate, I see it, Carl exclaimed with enthusiasm. He was aware that a bounty would be placed upon him, yet he did not anticipate it occurring so swiftly. To his astonishment, his first bounty amounted to a staggering 500 million berries, significantly surpassing Luffy's initial sum of 30 million berries upon setting sail. It is important to note that this was not the same time frame as Luffy's. The value of 500 million berries now held far greater significance than it did at the onset of the narrative. Sir Newgate, this way please. This is a private room. Should you have any requests, simply press this button. Shortly thereafter, their guide ushered them into a private chamber, briefly elucidating the amenities before leaving a maid and departing. The view is quite expansive. Carl stood before the window, gazing at the throng in the hall. Newgate, on the other hand, casually reclined on the sofa, uncorking a bottle of fine liquor and indulging in its contents. Take a look and see what catches your fancy. Your brother is wealthy, he remarked indifferently. After all, over the years, he had amassed a fortune exceeding several billion berries within the Rocks Pirates. Acquiring a few items posed no significant concern for him, particularly since he had yet to return the plundered wealth to his homeland. It was only after departing from the Rocks pirates and witnessing the destitution of his hometown that he devoted a substantial portion of his subsequent gains to aid it. Unbeknownst to him, this well-intentioned act would instill a reluctance to work among the townsfolk, who became accustomed to receiving money without labor. This situation persisted unaltered until his demise, with some even lamenting why he ceased to send them money. Next, we present the third-to-last auction item, the auctioneer announced, introducing the merman from Fishman Island, Clay. At that moment, the auction showcased its penultimate item. Clay bore a resemblance to Jinbei, yet towered over 3 meters tall. With explosive collars affixed to his limbs and neck, an effective method of controlling slaves. Should he stray beyond a certain radius from his captor, the collars would detonate instantaneously. Even those with formidable haki would suffer injury or even death, especially given that the collars contained a significant amount of sea prism stone, designed to counter the powers of devil fruit users. Thus, even those with extraordinary abilities would be gravely harmed, if not killed. Clay was a member of the tiger shark merman species, renowned as the most powerful of all fishmen. He glared at the auctioneer with rage, his eyes scanning the audience, convinced that anyone daring to purchase him would meet their demise. The starting bid is 50 million berries. The sound of the bell rang. Clay clenched his fists, striving to break free from his chains. I bid 70 million berries. I bid 75 million berries. I bid 80 million berries. The onlookers, captivated by Clay's vitality and his rarity as a merman, eagerly raised their bids. Within a brief span, the amount soared to 80 million berries. Observing Clay's fury and robust physique, Carl realized that even should he join the Rocks pirates, he would not serve under Whitebeard. Rather, he intended to establish his own crew. Hence, he required formidable subordinates. Clay appeared to possess considerable strength, making him an appealing candidate to purchase as his first ally, particularly as a merman. He would undoubtedly excel in underwater endeavors. Then let today be the day Newgate brother splurges, with a bid of 200 million berries. Newgate did not take the 200 million berries to heart, continuing to sip his fine liquor. Little did he know that soon he would feel the pangs of regret. For after all, Carl had not merely acquired one. Carl pressed a button and announced his bid. The gentleman in the VIP room offers 200 million berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Due to the exclusivity of the room, the outsiders could not discern the identities of those within. Yet it was evident that anyone capable of entering must be a renowned pirate of the seas. Consequently, an air of silence enveloped the venue, as no one dared to compete further, fearful of provoking those in the room. As the atmosphere grew still, the auctioneer quickly called the bidding 3 times. Well, let us congratulate this esteemed guest for securing the fishman at the price of 200 million berries. Observing the quietude, the auctioneer promptly sought to enliven the mood, raising his gavel and declaring, now that the third-to-last item has been acquired, we shall proceed to the penultimate item. With palpable excitement, the auctioneer proclaimed. The second item up for bid is none other than the supreme great blade, the Longquan sword. The Longquan sword is one of the 12 supreme great blades, he added. Everyone present knows its value. The starting bid is 100 million berries. Well, there is actually a supreme great blade today? It's certainly worth my time to be here. The bidding swiftly escalated to 500 million berries. After all, the worth of a supreme great blade far exceeds that of ordinary items, as it could serve as a treasured heirloom. It is even more practical than a devil fruit, for if one were to consume a fruit without knowing its powers, one could end up with a worthless ability. The prices of devil fruits vary dramatically, with some fetching billions of berries, while others may be valued at mere tens of millions. However, each supreme great blade is unique, making their prices invariably high. Although Carl currently wielded no weapon, this did not deter him from competing. One could never know when such a treasure might be needed, especially since he wasn't responsible for the payment this time. Who would ever say no to such a precious item? 800 million berries, he called out, presenting an audacious bid. Newgate felt a pang in his heart. The total was now a staggering billion berries, a considerable sum. Yet, having uttered those words, he refrained from halting Carl. Some individuals had already retreated, while others remained fixated on the occupants of the room. They understood that, despite the presence of formidable pirates, they would not hesitate to seize an opportunity should the profit prove enticing enough. Very well, the second item has also been secured by this esteemed guest. Let us eagerly anticipate the final item. The auction house remained indifferent to these affairs. As long as items sold, it was always a success for them. The auctioneer promptly summoned the final item. A maid approached, carrying a tray covered with a crimson cloth. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a devil fruit. Today has truly been fortuitous. Indeed, I never anticipated that today would present such an abundance of treasures. It is regrettable, however, that two of them have fallen into the hands of a single individual. The pirates present exchanged glances, their gazes fixated upon Carl. Unbeknownst to them, the person they targeted was someone they could never hope to confront in their lifetimes. This is a devil fruit commissioned for auction by a mysterious figure. This devil fruit is exceedingly rare, and even our auction house is unaware of its specific abilities. Thus, we are holding an auction for this devil fruit today. Since we are also ignorant of the precise powers possessed by this devil fruit, the starting bid is set at only 100 million berries. This is indeed a remarkable item. Just as Carl contemplated whether to acquire it, a faint voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. After all, without knowledge of the devil fruit's capabilities, spending 100 million berries on a worthless fruit would be a waste of money. He did not possess an abundance of berries, and he already had a devil fruit of his own, though its abilities remained a mystery. However, the system's sudden remark instantly solidified Carl's resolution to purchase it. 200 million berries. Upon hearing Carl's voice once more, many attendees lost their desire to bid. For them, it seemed more convenient to resort to violence and seize the item after the auction rather than spend their money. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the final item. Please proceed to the back to pay the requisite amount. The items will then be delivered to each of you. Today's auction has now concluded. Thank you all for your participation. The auctioneer politely bowed before making his way backstage. A series of knocks resounded at the door, prompting Carl to rise and open it, revealing three maids bearing the devil fruit, the Longuan sword, and the remote key to Clay. After Carl retrieved the sufficient amount from his bag, the maid accepted the payment and exited the room. While bidding on the first item, Carl had considered the amount reasonable. However, during the auction of the second item, he hesitated. Yet, having already voiced his bid, he felt compelled to follow through, ultimately spending a staggering 1,200 million berries. As a result, Newgate lamented the loss and urged the pirates to gather the funds, just as Newgate instructed his crew to produce the money. Carl had already sensed a multitude of hostile intentions directed at him from the crowd. He understood that he could not afford to let this slide. It was the perfect opportunity to experience the thrill of a black market encounter and see if any unexpected gains might arise. He placed the items into the system's backpack, and Newgate observed as they vanished in an instant. However, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing it must be part of Carl's abilities. Brother Newgate, you all may return first. I shall follow shortly. Recognizing that everyone deserves their privacy, Newgate chose not to press for details and simply remarked as he stood to leave. Then I shall take my leave. Travel safely along the way. Come, my little ones, Whitebeard called as he began to stride toward the bow of the ship. Sensing that Carl might be venturing into treacherous dealings, he instructed Whitebeard to proceed back on board while he leisurely made his way toward the pirate vessel. Accompanied by the merman, Cray, how did you find yourself in captivity? He inquired. Carl, filled with a sense of doubt, inquired, for after all, the strength of the tiger sharkfish men should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, he removed his restraints. In the current tumultuous landscape of the New World, it was evident that the notorious pirates would likely disregard the interests of Fishman Island, while the lesser pirates would find themselves unable to compete. Thus, he could not help but voice the question swirling in his mind. Upon witnessing Carl remove his explosive wristband, Clay sincerely remarked, "The captain is envious." He then recounted his own tale. He had once served as the first mate aboard a pirate ship. However, as his strength grew over the years, the captain perceived him as a threat. Consequently, during a banquet, the captain drugged him and sold him to a slave trading house. This unfortunate turn of events led to his auction, for under normal circumstances, given his prowess, it would be unlikely for any pirate crew to foolishly attempt to capture him. Upon hearing this, Carl nodded slightly, beginning to trust the words spoken. At that moment, he found himself in a dimly lit alley. This alley was an essential passage to the coastline, and Newgate and his companions had long since traversed it. He had deliberately lagged behind, awaiting this precise moment. As he entered the alley, he sensed an intensifying malevolence, causing a subtle smile to curl at the corners of his lips. Very well, let us not delay any further. Our guest has arrived. Carl interrupted Clay's words, as he sensed an unfamiliar hostility drawing ever closer. Is anyone there? Clay exclaimed in terror, startled by the suddenness of the question, particularly in such a dark setting. He had yet to master the ability to perceive the presence of others, leaving him unaware of the lurking adversaries. Show yourself. Since you are here, you might as well reveal yourself, Carl casually remarked, for in his perception, None among this group possessed any formidable prowess. Instantly, his desire to engage dissipated. Instead, he wished for Clay to confront them, eager to observe Clay's capabilities. After all, he was a fellow fisherman, and being of the more potent shark lineage, his strength could not be too inferior. Come forth, little ones, since you have uncovered us. I must apologize. Relinquish the items you acquired from the auction house. Today, you may yet be spared, otherwise. The leader of the scarred pirates licked the blade of his knife menacingly. Suddenly, around 40 to 50 individuals emerged from the shadows of the alley, their malevolence palpable, which Carl had sensed. Faced with this band of pirates, Carl expressed a sense of resignation. After all, he could not muster the will to strike against such weaklings. Clay, it's your turn. I leave them to you. Clay, undaunted, seized the opportunity to unleash the fury that had been building within him. With fists clenched tightly, he readied himself to counter the enemy's assault. Charge! With the command of the scarred-faced pirate, all the pirates surged towards Clay. In response to their onslaught, Clay deftly maneuvered through the throng, his agile form weaving back and forth as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike finding its mark on the pirate's vulnerable spots. In an instant, the alley echoed with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails. Carl stood by, observing Clay's battle. He realized that Clay's prowess exceeded his wildest expectations. Not only could he effortlessly counter the pirates' assaults, but he also adeptly sought out vulnerabilities in his adversaries, delivering lethal strikes. Indeed, he was truly one of the elite among the fishmen, possessing a formidable combat instinct. Before long, the pirates were left in disarray, scattered like fallen petals, with some even abandoning their weapons in sheer terror, fleeing for their lives. Scarred Pirate, witnessing his crew's utter defeat, was overwhelmed with shock and dread. He had never anticipated that a seemingly inconspicuous fishman could wield such immense power. "Who are you?" the Scarred Pirate stammered. "Me? I am merely a passerby." Carl spoke with a pallid expression. Upon hearing Carl's words, the Scarred Pirate felt an escalating sense of dread, his face contorting in fear. He realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. "Please spare my life. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore you to show mercy." The Scarred Pirate suddenly knelt on the ground, his countenance filled with desperation. "Cray, please, bring this to an end swiftly." Carl had grown somewhat impatient as he waited. In his view, becoming a pirate necessitated a resolve to wager everything, rather than feigning reluctance. Upon hearing this, Clay turned to glance at him, and then, with a single punch, he imprinted the Scarred Pirate onto the wall of the alley, thereby ending the life of this brigand. Carl nodded, seemingly satisfied with the compliance of Cray, and prepared to lead him away from the alley. Clang! Unexpectedly, as the Scarred Pirate fell to the ground, an iron box tumbled from his person. "What is this?" Cray inquired, filled with curiosity. "Bring it to me. Let me have a look." Carl surmised the nature of the object. If his conjecture proved accurate, it would indeed be a devil fruit. He had not anticipated such an unexpected fortune today, but it could certainly be considered a delightful surprise. After Carl stored away the iron box, he turned to Clay and said, "Your strength is quite impressive. Let us proceed." Carl approached the pirate ship by the shore with Clay in tow. "I am immensely grateful for your rescue, esteemed sir. Allow me to join you," Clay said, turning and kneeling on one knee, bowing his hands in reverence. Clay understood that since Carl was unconcerned about his explosive bracelet, it could only mean one of two things. Either Carl possessed significantly greater strength, or he was utterly unperturbed by the prospect of Clay fleeing. Regardless of the reason, Clay felt a profound gratitude towards Carl. "Very well. As I currently have no crew of my own, you may join my team for now." Carl helped him to his feet and spoke to him. For Carl, it was evident that he had always intended to recruit Clay into his team, although he was not yet in a position to establish a pirate crew. The Battle of God Valley loomed on the horizon, and he needed to secure capable subordinates in advance, lest he find himself with no one of worth when the time came. They soon emerged from the alley, and light appeared ahead. Carl had returned. As Carl approached the shoreline, the formidable Newgate aboard the ship caught sight of him. Indeed, they were merely a handful of petty thieves. I had anticipated an encounter with more formidable adversaries, yet they proved to be utterly feeble. Carl lamented, yet he found solace in an unexpected gain. Carl retrieved the iron box. "Gulalala," he exclaimed. "What a delightful surprise. All right, come aboard, lads, let us set sail." Utilizing his observation hockey, Newgate discerned that there was a fruit within the box. Once Carl boarded the ship, Newgate commanded his crew to steer the vessel towards Honeycomb Island. As soon as Carl boarded the ship, he sought out Whitebeard. "Brother Whitebeard, are you familiar with these particular devil fruits?" In the cabin, Carl eagerly inquired of Whitebeard about the names of several devil fruits. He laid before Whitebeard the devil fruit he had initially discovered on the deserted island, the one recently auctioned, and the one he had obtained from the scarred pirate. "I do recognize a few, although this one is unfamiliar to me. However, I could return to the island to consult the devil fruit encyclopedia," Whitebeard remarked, pointing at the fruit from the auction. A look of envy crossed his face as he realized Carl's remarkable fortune in acquiring so many devil fruits in such a short span of time. "This is the Paramecia-type rain fruit, and this one is the Zoan-type golden bull fruit," he identified, referring to the two fruits that included the one he had found on the deserted island and the one he had just taken from the scarred pirate. As for the fruit from the auction, Whitebeard had no knowledge of it. Since he was unfamiliar with it, Carl could only place his hopes in the system. "All right. Thank you." Although he had not identified all the fruits, he was relieved to have recognized two of them. After a simple dinner, Carl returned to his room, while Clay was assigned to the room next to his. What kind of fruit is this system? Since the system had previously alerted him, it must certainly know what this fruit is. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Your luck is indeed remarkable. This fruit is likely influenced by the energy released when I arrived in this world. It is the energy fruit, capable of absorbing all forms of energy from the world and either converting or releasing it. It is a fruit with a very high potential." Upon hearing this, Carl's expression changed in astonishment. It was capable of absorbing all the energy in the world, not only transforming it but also releasing it. Carl is not among those who have never experienced the technological explosion in the world of pirates. Could it be that all forms of energy, such as hydropower, wind energy, kinetic energy, light energy, dark energy, thermal energy, and even certain negative energies, can be harnessed? If utilized effectively, this would undoubtedly constitute a supreme devil fruit. Viewed from this perspective, the potential of such a fruit is truly beyond imagination. However, Carl currently harbors no intention of employing a devil fruit. In his view, utilizing a devil fruit inevitably brings certain drawbacks, such as a fear of seawater. Until he reaches the pinnacle of his current abilities, he will not contemplate using a devil fruit to augment his strength. After completing his evening routine, Carl tidied up before retiring for the night. After all, should he arrive at Hive Island the next day, he might be confronted with a fierce battle. He had expressed to Newgate his aspiration to become a captain rather than merely joining his crew. To ascend to the role of captain, one must endure the trials of combat. Thus, he needed to conserve his energy. Hive Island, a landmass situated in the New World, is aptly named for its resemblance to a colossal beehive. The environment there is exceedingly harsh, perpetually shrouded in thick mist, and inhabited solely by pirates. With not a single civilian in sight, this island serves as the stronghold of the Rock's pirates. On that morning, a pirate ship gradually navigated into the harbor of Hive Island. Carl stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the enigmatic island before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. As a newcomer aspiring to assume the role of captain, he understood that the path would be fraught with challenges. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered who among the Rock's pirates might be relatively weaker at this juncture. After some deliberation, he concluded that perhaps only John and Wang Ji could be considered somewhat less formidable. After all, at this stage, Kaido was merely an intern, and defeating him would not suffice to elevate him to captaincy. "Are you feeling nervous?" Newgate inquired, standing beside him. During their journey, Carl had shared his aspirations with Newgate, expressing his desire to step directly into the captaincy. However, Newgate expressed concern, despite Carl's commendable combat experience that had elevated his prowess to that of a vice admiral. The inhabitants of the island were no ordinary foes. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The members of the Rock's pirates were notorious for their bloodthirsty natures. While Carl possessed immense strength and a remarkable recovery speed, making him a formidable opponent, it did not imply that he was invincible. He needed to be mentally prepared for the challenges ahead, especially against the likes of the formidable swordsmen, such as the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. "Rest assured, I am fully prepared." With unwavering confidence, Carl asserted that, regardless of the circumstances, given his current capacity for recovery, he would not perish unless faced with an assault from rocks. As long as he did not meet a direct demise, there remained a glimmer of hope. He could always start anew among the crew. He harbored a greater desire to confront either John or Wang Ji, as the odds of success would significantly increase in such encounters. Unbeknownst to them, however, the Golden Lion had already set sail. Had he been present on the island, Carl's fate could have taken a dire turn. Since you've made your decision, let us proceed, one of them remarked. As they conversed, the vessel had already docked, and the pirates aboard were busily transferring their belongings to Honeycomb Island. This island served as a sanctuary for pirates, where much of the plunder acquired from their raids was initially deposited for distribution by Rox. Once allocated, the wealth would wholly belong to the individuals. Rox maintained his dominion over the pirate crew through sheer force, compelling them to unite. Though such a crew lacked cohesion, their combat prowess was formidable, for the weak had likely perished long ago. Newgate, look who you've brought back. Well. Upon hearing the call, Newgate and Carl turned to see Charlotte Linlin approaching them. Having already caught sight of the bounty notice, her intention was to invite Carl to join her crew. What do you say? Would you consider joining my team? I guarantee that you would be appointed as the vice captain, she offered as she drew near. No. I aspire to be the captain, Carl replied. Carl wore a bittersweet smile as he politely declined, for he had no desire to be anyone's subordinate. To his surprise, it was Charlotte Lingling who first approached him with an offer. She seemed to have anticipated such a response. After all, formidable individuals typically shun the role of serving others, especially someone brought back by Newgate. With her tall stature and a subtle smile gracing her face, she addressed Carl, saying, "You may take your time to contemplate my proposition. My terms remain open, and you can come to me whenever you wish." With that, Charlotte Lingling turned and departed, leaving Carl and Newgate standing in place. Newgate cast a warm smile at Carl, gently patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Keep striving. I hope you realize your dreams soon." Carl nodded solemnly and began to stride deeper into the heart of Hive Island. He understood that to distinguish himself within the ranks of the Rock's pirates, he must exert greater effort. Who dares to speak so arrogantly? A voice rang out from a distance. John approached, wielding a formidable sword. "If you wish to become captain, you must first overcome me." Initially, John had merely been a spectator, but he was taken aback by Carl's audacity. A bounty of 500 million berries on Hive Island is not insignificant. Upon hearing his boastful words, John felt compelled to test his strength. "Receive my blade, sword or a slash." As John spoke, he forcefully stomped his left foot, creating a deep crater in the earth, leaping into the air, and raising his right hand to swing his sword at Carl. The sword instantaneously darkened, clearly enveloped in the power of Haki, as a wave of azure energy surged toward Carl. Yet, Carl did not falter. John had initiated the challenge. Although unexpected, he found himself eagerly anticipating the duel. With his knees bent, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, channeling his own Haki in his right hand. He charged directly at John's greatsword. Though his mastery of Haki was still in its infancy, it proved sufficient for the clash. Carl's mastery of armament Haki, honed under the guidance of Whitebeard aboard the ship, had reached a deeper level, albeit lacking in proficiency. His physical condition had long since surpassed the threshold necessary for wielding this power. Clang! As their fists met the great sword, a crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated through the air. In that moment of collision, a circular shockwave radiated outward, sending pirates on the shore tumbling in disarray. "Oh, a battle has erupted between the captains. We must retreat. Quickly, we must leave this place, or we will be caught in the aftermath. Run now?" The pirates present understood that when captains engaged in even a mere skirmish, the residual force of their clash was beyond their capacity to endure. If they failed to evade, their very lives could be at stake. Thus, upon witnessing John and Carl commence their duel, they hastily distanced themselves from the scene, having failed to land a strike. John took a step back and remarked, "You've got some skill, but with such limited power, you're not fit to be a captain. Take this." With a slight bend of his knees, John gripped the great sword tightly, veins bulging as he summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a powerful slash towards Carl. An arc of energy resembling a crescent moon surged forth, aimed directly at Carl. Carl was aware that if he aspired to become the captain, he could not disregard John's challenge, and he needed to triumph over John to achieve that goal. Shave. Carl unleashed the Navy's sixth style, the shear. Swiftly charging towards John, Carl effortlessly evaded the sword's lethal aura, which swept back and left devastation in its wake. Get further away, quickly. Hurry. The pirates in the distance, who were merely spectators, narrowly escaped the onslaught of John's sword energy. Tempest Kick. Carl subsequently executed the Navy's sixth style, Gale Kick, aimed at John's legs. However, John did not remain stationary. Instead, he leapt into the air, wielding his sword with both hands, and struck towards Carl. Shave, quick. Carl swiftly evaded John's sword energy attack, his feet striking the ground numerous times within a mere 0.36 seconds. In an impressive leap, he gracefully positioned himself behind John. 8 Extreme's fist collapse. John, however, was not struck by Carl's swift kick. He quickly pivoted, wielding his sword with one hand to block, utilizing the back of the blade to deflect Carl's assault. "You're still a bit green in close combat, kid," John remarked with disdain. Brimming with confidence in his own martial prowess, believing Carl to be an arrogant youth. Even without his great sword, he felt assured he could overpower him. Little did he know, Carl had not yet unleashed his full potential. This was merely a feigned display of weakness. After all, he was uncertain of John's true strength. And exercising caution was wise. "Overlord Fist," John exclaimed with a sinister grin, driving his sword into the ground with his right hand before raising his fist in a powerful strike aimed at Carl. Eager to demonstrate that his physical skills were formidable as well, a sharp glint flickered in Carl's eyes as he recognized John's signature move, the Dominator Fist. Swiftly, he raised his arms, using them as a shield to absorb the force of John's blow. With a resounding crash, Carl was propelled back several steps, his arms tingling slightly from the impact. However, you discerned that John's martial prowess was not particularly formidable. He could still manage the situation. Moreover, he felt a profound gratitude for John's arrogance, which had unwittingly granted him a chance to seize victory. Without hesitation, Carl charged towards John once more, this time with his right hand imbued with an even greater concentration of armament haki, enveloped in a delicate golden radiance. John's expression shifted as he sensed the impending danger, realizing he had underestimated Carl. However, it was too late for him to draw the sword from the ground. He clenched his fists tightly and retaliated, his punches striking towards Carl like bolts of lightning. In an instant, their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. The coastal waters surged, creating towering columns of water. Carl concentrated all his strength into his fists, emitting a beastly growl as his entire being erupted like a volcano, radiating an endless golden light that exuded immense power. Meanwhile, John sensed his own strength gradually being suppressed, his gaze turning fierce as he clenched his teeth. Undeterred, he continued to retaliate with all his might. The two fists clashed once more, producing a thunderous sound. This time, Carl's fist triumphed, his power overwhelming John. John was pushed back several steps, his face a mixture of astonishment and fury. He had believed that his strength would never succumb to Carl's. Yet now he realized his error, though it was too late for regrets. Carl offered no respite, launching another assault, his fists swirling like a tempest as they struck mercilessly at John. John exerted every ounce of energy to evade, but still found himself struck multiple times by Carl's fists, each collision bringing forth excruciating pain. Not good. 8 Extreme's fist, Iron Mountain lean. As Carl observed John, who appeared utterly exhausted, he seized the opportunity with fervor. "Heavenly Cannon Strike," he exclaimed, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that left John defenseless. However, John swiftly acclimated to Carl's offensive maneuvers, and thus, their battle intensified, becoming increasingly precarious. After several hours of combat, John sensed a remarkable surge in Carl's strength. Gradually, he found himself struggling to keep up, realizing he had underestimated Carl. Yet, Carl's assault quickened, leaving John with no chance to retaliate. Ultimately, after a prolonged stalemate lasting several minutes, John's arms hung limply at his sides, and his body slumped to the ground. He recognized that he could no longer endure, acknowledging his defeat. He had never envisioned losing to Carl. "I have lost," John said with a hint of resentment, his face contorted in frustration. Despite being outmatched, John was not one to concede easily. He knew he had fallen into Carl's trap. Had it not been for Carl's relentless physical tactics draining his stamina, this confrontation would not have concluded so swiftly. After all, John was not primarily a practitioner of physical combat. He was a master of the greatsword. Carl stood beside John, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of pride and strength. He understood that, had he not resorted to cunning, victory over John would have been unattainable. Despite his current fatigue, he felt capable of battling for several more days. It was only after the skirmish had ceased that he became acutely aware of the soreness radiating from various parts of his body. Carl actually defeated John. Gulalala. John truly had poor luck, allowing Carl to outsmart him. Not far away, Newgate effortlessly discerned the unfolding of the battle. Captain John has lost. How is that possible? Captain John would never lose to this newcomer. Upon overhearing his crew's murmurs, Captain John swiftly turned his head, casting a fierce glare in their direction. Instantly, the pirates who had been whispering turned pale and hurriedly bowed their heads as they departed. "This matter is far from resolved," having regained some strength. John gradually rose from the ground. Carl was acutely aware that his aspiration to become captain was all but certain. The entire island seemed to be enveloped in the observation of Captain Rox. Their confrontation had undoubtedly caught his attention. Carl recognized that he was now qualified to vie for the captaincy. The other pirates, witnessing this scene, were filled with a profound sense of awe. Carl triumphed over John, thereby demonstrating that his prowess was on par with that of the captain. They were acutely aware that a new captain might soon emerge. On one hand, the strength of the Rox pirates was significantly augmenting. On the other hand, many pirates who had yet to follow the captain began to entertain thoughts of aligning themselves with this new leader. From this moment forth, Carl shall be the captain of our 6th division of the Rox pirates. Just as the pirates contemplated how to join Carl's ranks, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the depths of the island. Carl quickly glanced towards the island, where a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, adorned in a crimson cloak and donning an ancient captain's hat with flowing golden locks, approached with a long blade at his side. This imposing individual was none other than Rox D. Zebek, the notorious captain of the Rox pirates, renowned as the most fearsome person in history. "Welcome to the Rox pirates," he bellowed, his laughter echoing with enthusiasm. Determined to realize his ambitions, Rox had long been recruiting formidable individuals to join his crew. And the arrival of someone with the prowess to rival a captain was indeed a source of great joy for him, bringing him one step closer to his grand design. "Gather around, everyone. Let us commence the feast," he proclaimed. "Let us celebrate our new 6th division captain, Carl." Upon Rox's arrival, the atmosphere surged with excitement as the pirates erupted into a cacophony of cheers, for a feast was an essential tradition on Hive Island, especially with the induction of a new 6th division leader, as Carl and his comrades reveled in the festivities. A trader within the Rox pirates had already reported the details of their confrontation with John to Admiral Hill. Upon receiving this intelligence, Admiral Hill realized that Carl's strength had markedly increased. This young man was not to be underestimated, as his rapid ascent in power prompted Hill to issue a series of directives aimed specifically at Carl. He ordered the Naval Intelligence Agency to intensify surveillance on Carl, gathering comprehensive information about his abilities, techniques, and personality traits. Such knowledge would prove invaluable for the Navy in their future encounters with Carl. Furthermore, Admiral Hill mandated that the Naval Scientific Division enhance their research on Carl's capabilities, seeking to understand the principles behind his techniques, thereby ensuring that they maintain an advantage in any forthcoming battles against him. After the festivities, Carl welcomed several pirates with amiable visages into his ranks. Although their overall strength was not particularly formidable, they represented his initial cadre of subordinates, capable of assisting him with various tasks. He designated a location on Hive Island for the construction of their new base, which would serve as the future headquarters for his 6th division. Meanwhile, upon discovering that Carl possessed Titan blood, Charlotte Linlin made numerous declarations during the feast about her desire to bear his children, all of which Carl declined. However, Charlotte Linlin soon discerned that Carl was not well versed in handling alcohol, leading her to devise a cunning plan to engage him. As she pondered her approach to connect with Carl, Rox fell into deep contemplation, his suspicions growing. After all, the impending battle at God Valley was drawing near. While no one was privy to his strategy, the sudden addition of such a powerful ally was undoubtedly beneficial. Yet what if he were an undercover agent? Thus, he devised a plan to directly assault a relatively weaker member state of the world government to test his loyalty. Furthermore, he had embedded a spy among the pirates recruited by Carl just for this purpose. "Boss Carl, Captain Rox is calling for you." On the following morning, as Carl had just risen from his slumber, still without having eaten breakfast, a pirate approached to inform him that Captain Rox wished to see him. "Captain Rox? What does he want with me?" Though he was filled with curiosity, he proceeded towards the conference hall. As Carl stepped into the grand hall of Rox, he observed that all the division commanders had assembled. On either side, he noticed the formidable figures of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and John, while at the end stood Kaido. Despite being an intern, Kaido's prowess was scarcely inferior to that of the commanders, thus granting him the right to enter the Pirate Council. At this juncture, Kaido was not far from assuming the role of a captain. However, he had yet to be appointed as a division leader and currently served as a pirate under Charlotte Linlin, standing beside her. Haha. Rox's expression was somber before bursting into hearty laughter. With a mysterious grin, he addressed Carl. "Carl, we have gained a reasonable understanding of your strength. Yet, we must further ascertain your loyalty. Now, I have a task to assign to you. Carl immediately displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "What mission?" Rox waved his hand dismissively and replied, "This mission involves attacking a member nation of the world government, which is not particularly strong. There is no need to worry. The danger will be minimal." Rox was merely testing Carl, as sending him against a formidable nation would be a reckless waste of a valuable asset if he were indeed not an undercover agent. Just as Rox finished speaking, Carl noticed Kaido glaring at him with evident displeasure. He understood that Kaido was venting his frustrations, after all. Kaido had been part of the Rox Pirates for quite some time without attaining the position of captain, while a newcomer like Carl had been promoted almost immediately. This rankled Kaido, who believed that Carl's strength was not particularly impressive. Among the captains, John was the weakest, having earned his title merely by being one of the first to join the Rox Pirates alongside Wang Ji. Thus, defeating them did not necessarily indicate that Carl possessed the strength befitting a captain. "As for your task, it is to create chaos in the kingdom of Phil," Rox continued. Although he was uncertain about the potential dangers of this mission, he realized he had no choice but to comply, for it was a direct order from Rox. Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Rox, leading him to suspect that refusal might result in immediate demise. "Are there any specific requirements?" Carl inquired, eager to understand the true purpose behind Rox's directive. Was it merely an act of plunder, or was there a deeper motive? He surmised that being sent to assault a member nation so soon after joining was likely a test of his loyalty. However, he was largely indifferent to this, as he had no intention of remaining with the Rox Pirates for long, believing their existence to be ephemeral. "Simply create a ruckus," Rox replied. Upon hearing this, his expression softened slightly. He did not impose any additional duties on Carl, merely instructing him to cause a disturbance in the kingdom of Phil. "If there are no issues, leave it to me," Carl declared without hesitation. To him, the perceived risk seemed somewhat diminished. Observing Carl's unwavering acceptance of the task, Rox felt his initial doubts begin to dissipate. He approached Carl, clapped him on the shoulder, and boomed with laughter. "Ha ha, splendid. Carl, I hope you complete this mission successfully, and all the spoils you seize will belong solely to you. Ha 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 ha." With that, Rox laughed heartily and strode out of the conference hall. "Gia ha 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 ha. Carl, why not consider joining my crew?" The Golden Lion chimed in, seated nearby with a booming laugh. He had only just returned to the island the previous night and regretted having set sail, missing the chance to recruit Carl at the earliest opportunity. Thus, upon their first meeting today, he extended an olive branch, having long desired to defect from the Rox Pirates but lacking the opportunity until now. If Carl were to join him, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally. "I apologize, Captain Golden Lion, but I am not considering joining another team at this time." Upon hearing this, Captain Golden Lion did not press the matter further, as Carl had clearly expressed his desire to take on the role of captain, and his abilities were impressive. He understood Carl's stance, so he merely ventured a tentative inquiry, feeling a twinge of regret that he had not discovered such a formidable companion earlier. Subsequently, Captain Golden Lion followed suit and stepped outside. "Carl, let us have a child together," Charlotte exclaimed with a radiant smile, rushing toward him. No." Upon hearing this, Carl promptly declined, for he had no desire to entangle himself with Charlotte Lingling. After all, Charlotte Lingling later wed over 50 husbands, and eventually, she became quite neglectful of her physique, growing rather portly. The mere thought of such an image flashing through his mind prompted him to hastily shake his head and make his exit. "Ha ha, old hack. It seems Carl is rather reluctant," Wang Ji mocked from the side, aware that Charlotte Lingling had sought the likes of the Golden Lion and Newgate. However, the others had not pursued her, which fueled a twinge of jealousy within him. He felt that Charlotte Lingling looked down upon his prowess. "Pfft. As if I would ever be interested in you. Kaido, let us depart," Charlotte Lingling called to Kaido before making her exit. "What say you? Should I accompany you?" Newgate shouted after him. After all, it was he who had brought Carl back, and Rox had promptly assigned him to attack a member nation, clearly displaying his distrust in Carl's identity. Yet, there was little more Newgate could do to assist him, for no one possessed the power to oppose Rox's decisions. Nonetheless, Newgate held a relatively favorable opinion of Carl. "It's nothing, merely a member nation. Await my good news." Carl, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that the allied nations in the latter half of the Grand Line were not receiving timely support from the Navy government. Therefore, although his journey would entail certain risks, they would not be excessively perilous. "Very well, go forth, but be wary of the Navy's ambushes," Newgate chuckled. For the Navy's attempts to capture them in the latter half of the New World had been infrequent, thus there was little cause for excessive concern. "Clay, Upon Carl's return to the base, he immediately summoned Clay, who now ranks as the second most formidable member of his team. Master Carl, Clay inquired, his face etched with confusion. Did Captain Rock summon you for any specific purpose? After all, they had only just joined the Rock's pirates, and it seemed unlikely that any tasks would be assigned to them so soon. Perhaps there is some doubt regarding our allegiance, which is why we must journey to the kingdom of Phil, Carl replied. When shall we set sail, my lord? Clay asked eagerly, to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Gather our crew. We shall depart immediately, Carl commanded. Carl was reluctant to squander too much time, aware that there was a traitor within the ranks of the Rock's pirates. Should he delay, it was quite possible that the navy dispatched by the world government would lie in wait nearby. At that point, the outcome of any confrontation would be uncertain. Understood, Captain Carl, Clay responded affirmatively, promptly adopting a serious demeanor before turning to rally the crew of pirates. Several hours later, Carl led his band of pirates towards their target, the kingdom of Phil. Lads, our objective is the kingdom of Phil, he declared. I shall allocate 50% of the spoils from this raid to you. He understood that this crew of pirates had only recently joined his ranks, and trust among them was tenuous at best. Therefore, he deemed it essential to inspire their fighting spirit with substantial rewards to avert any potential discord. Long live our master. Long live Captain Carl. Clay was the first to shout enthusiastically. Long live the captain. Thank you, Captain. Hail, Captain Carl. The decree issued by Carl elicited exuberant shouts from the pirates present. Typically, the spoils they acquired during their plundering expeditions amounted to a mere fraction, often only 1 or 2/10, with a portion even reserved for their captain. However, this time, the allocation of 50% from the plunder filled them with ecstatic joy. Moreover, considering that this was a government-affiliated nation, the bounty was unlikely to be meager. Carl surmised that among the pirates present, there must be an informant of Rock's. Hence, he felt compelled to perform exceptionally well. Indeed, Rox had positioned his informant aboard the ship. Concealed in the shadows, he meticulously monitored Carl's every action through the informant, anticipating the successful completion of the task, while simultaneously guarding against any potential betrayal. Thud, thud, thud. Carl was seated within the confines of the cabin, immersed in contemplation, when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. My Lord Carl, exclaimed Clay, as he swung the door open. The kingdom of Phil has arrived. Oh. Has it already arrived? Carl responded. Then let us set forth. Carl made his way towards the deck, with Craig closely trailing behind him. Carl was, in fact, communicating with the system, seeking to ascertain whether his joining the Rock's pirates had any impact on the timeline of the pirate world. However, the system's response indicated that, given the considerable duration until the commencement of the narrative, the influence of his affiliation with the Rock's pirates on the timeline was minimal and could even be subject to correction by the world's consciousness. Thus, in the grand scheme of the timeline, there was no significant alteration. Upon hearing this, Carl understood that if he wished to disrupt the timeline, he must engage in events of significant historical consequence. After all, even the Battle of God Valley had ultimately faded into obscurity. His joining the Rock's pirates was minuscule by comparison. However, he did not feel disheartened, for he knew that by participating in more grand events, he could accumulate enough influence to truly impact the timeline. Very well, my comrades, let us make our way directly to the capital of the Phil Kingdom. Carl's lips curled into a slight smirk as he stood at the bow of the ship, addressing his crew of pirates. Fire! Fire! The gunners promptly adjusted the cannons, unleashing a barrage upon the harbor of the Kingdom of Phil. Charge! For gold! The remaining pirates leaped onto the shore, racing towards the heart of the kingdom. Trouble! Pirates! Notify the Royal Guard! At the very moment the cannons roared, the guards stationed on the shore realized that these marauders were intent on an assault. Historically, the Kingdom of Phil had occasionally permitted the docking of certain merchant vessels, leading the guards to mistakenly assume that this ship was merely another benign arrival. Come and take your death. Haha, all of this belongs to me. Yet by then, it was too late. The majority of the pirates had already disembarked at the port, commencing their spree of arson, murder, and plunder. The relentless cacophony of cannon fire and the clamor of battle filled the air as the waters became stained with blood. Carl strolled leisurely towards the heart of the Kingdom of Phil. Having created a considerable uproar, his responsibility was to eliminate the most formidable opponents. Leaving the rest to his subordinates to wreak further havoc, this should suffice in fulfilling his obligations. After all, he had yet to relinquish the moral scruples that weighed upon him, as he had no desire to harm innocent lives. Although the intent behind his arrival in the kingdom of Phil was not to engage in slaughter, becoming a pirate necessitated such experiences. Fire. Raise your weapons. From a distance. Hundreds of individuals brandished their rifles, while even more members of the Royal Guard hastened towards the scene. The Royal Guard had finally arrived. Release. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Fishman karate overhead throw. Cray stood at the harbor, unleashing the fishman karate technique, propelling torrents of seawater towards the guard, resulting in chaos as scores of guards were thrown into disarray. Well done, Lord Cray. Follow Lord Cray's lead. Charge. At this moment, the pirates erupted in gleeful laughter, charging wildly towards the royal guards. In a mere span of time, the fallen guards were mercilessly dispatched. Damn pirates, how dare they invade our kingdom of Phil? A voice emanated from Carl's right side. Carl turned his head to behold a robust middle-aged man clad in golden armor hastening towards them. I am General Klein, he declared. Pirates, your doom approaches. Wave. Upon witnessing the grievous toll inflicted upon the guard, General Klein swiftly drew his sword and directed a strike towards Carl. A blade of azure energy materialized out of thin air. A swordsman, how intriguing, he remarked. Carl was also taken aback to discover that the Kingdom of Fire concealed a swordsman of exceptional prowess. Dominating fist. Carl enveloped his right hand with the color of armament hockey, demonstrating his remarkable mastery as it extended to his arm. With a single punch, he met the sword energy of Admiral Klein, resulting in a tremendous explosion of energy that shattered the surrounding buildings. The nearby pirates quickly vacated the battleground, wary of being caught in the aftermath of the fierce clash. Witnessing his sword energy being neutralized by Carl, Admiral Klein was internally astonished, yet his expression remained unchanged. He instantly recognized that Carl was not to be underestimated. Thus, he steeled himself, fully committed to the confrontation. With his sword in hand, Admiral Klein unleashed a series of intricate sword techniques. His sword energy surged forth like an unrelenting tide, attacking Carl from all directions. Carl, undeterred by the perilous circumstances, summoned his armament hockey, fortifying his arm with an impenetrable strength. He deftly maneuvered, continuously using his hockey-clad right hand to deflect the sword energy unleashed by Admiral Klein, all the while closing the distance between them. Soon, their blades and fists clashed in a fierce exchange. In the blink of an eye, they engaged in a relentless duel. And with his formidable physique, Carl grew increasingly adept in the fray. Meanwhile, Admiral Klein found himself gradually at a disadvantage. The warm-up is over, Carl declared. It was time to engage in earnest combat. The aura surrounding Carl transformed, radiating a dazzling brilliance, his muscles taut and exuding an air of peril. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, moving with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, accompanied by an overwhelming presence and a formidable physique. His entire being reappeared beside General Klein, delivering a punch imbued with catastrophic power. General Klein's eyes widened, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. He had not anticipated Carl's prowess to be so formidable. Had he merely been toying with him moments prior? Yet, instinct took over as his body reacted involuntarily, raising his right hand to parry with his sword. In the next heartbeat, the sword shattered into countless fragments, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He had failed to withstand Carl's onslaught. Acutely aware of the ebbing of his own life force, he realized that his time was dwindling. Let this farce come to an end, he declared. Carl did not cast a glance at Klein, but instead proceeded directly towards the palace. He was acutely aware that General Klein's time was fleeting, as the essence of life gradually ebbed away. In his perception, he was the one with the most vibrant life force on this island. What is your name? Stammered General Klein, clutching his chest and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was taken aback to realize that, in Carl's eyes, this was merely a farce. He recognized that his life was swiftly slipping away, yet he felt an unwillingness to accept this fate. He had failed to protect his kingdom. When you report below, remember to mention my name, Carl. As Carl advanced, he heard the inquiry and replied nonchalantly. Although he recognized the loyalty of the individual, it did not grant him the liberty to go easy. To exert his full strength was, in itself, a gesture of respect. Carl, as for the kingdom of Phil, I truly did my utmost, General Klein murmured as he slowly collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. My Lord Carl, there are some rescued slaves who wish to join our ranks. Most of them are from the auction house. Just as Carl concluded the battle and leisurely made his way towards the palace, Clay hastened to catch up with him. Oh, this island possesses an auction house as well. Carl was somewhat taken aback. This island, with its sparse population, surprisingly boasted an auction house. Could it be that the king was covertly engaging in human trafficking? These individuals are slaves rescued by the auction house of the Kingdom of Phil. Most of them wish to join us, declared Clay, leading a group of gaunt individuals before him. They gazed at Carl with hopeful anticipation, yearning for him to offer them refuge. After all, he too had once been sold into slavery, and thus felt a twinge of sympathy for their plight. Follow me, and your fates shall no longer be your own. Carl remained indifferent as he gazed upon the emaciated figures before him. He understood that being enslaved was not their original desire. Yet, he realized that he could not alter their current plight. Thank you, my lord, for rescuing us. We are willing to serve you faithfully henceforth, the crowd expressed, clasping their fists in respect towards Carl. They were acutely aware that even if they fled, should they fall into the hands of human traffickers again, they would inevitably be sold into slavery once more. Thus, they found themselves with no alternative. Rather than risk recapture, they preferred to join the pirates. For at least that way, they could escape the darkness of their former lives. Do not take my belongings. Carl could hear the clamor of an argument from within. Yours? I would assert it as mine. Do you think he would respond to your call? It's still yours. Step aside. A burly pirate kicked another, whose face bore a scar from a blade, sending him sprawling to the ground. If you refuse to give it to me, then perish. The other swiftly rose and drew his long knife, engaging in a fierce duel. Instantly, the two were locked in a relentless struggle. As Carl concluded his dealings with the slaves from the auction, he had just arrived at the palace when he was met with the tumultuous sounds of pirates bickering within. This discord was ignited by Carl's declaration that half of the spoils would be shared among them. Consequently, rather than transferring the plundered goods to their vessel, they commenced their looting on the spot, for only that which was seized could truly be considered theirs. Are there any devil fruits? Carl observed Clay waiting nearby. Carl did not dissuade them, for although he had only spent a day on the island, he had witnessed such occurrences far too often. Betrayal among the members of the Rock's pirates was a commonplace affair. He harbored no emotional ties to these pirates. They were merely temporary subordinates to him. And thus he remained indifferent to their fates. My lord is here, and within the treasury, there are only these 3 iron chests, placed at the very back. The rest is filled with gold and other precious treasures. Clay immediately emerged from the side, presenting a tray bearing 3 locked iron chests, seemingly intended for the storage of devil fruits. What has become of the royal family members? Upon suspecting that the king of the island may be involved in human trafficking, Carl developed a distinct aversion towards the inhabitants of this isle. Although human trafficking is not uncommon in the New World, it does not imply that Carl harbors any fondness for such individuals. Rest assured, my lord Carl, not a single royal member has been left alive. Very well. I shall return to the ship. Keep an eye on them and instruct them to transfer their belongings aboard. I will await your arrival on the vessel. Upon hearing about the country's involvement in human trafficking, Carl was resolute in his determination to bring these individuals to justice. After all, traffickers are universally reviled, regardless of their location. Rest assured, Lord Carl, he said, the Kingdom of Phil is merely a small federation, characterized by its diminutive size and a population of fewer than 50,000. Carl returned to the ship carrying 3 iron chests. All right, cease the fighting and swiftly load the goods onto the vessel, he commanded. Before Carl, Clay wore an expression of utmost respect. However, to others, he epitomized the cruel visage of a villain. Observing 2 pirates still grappling with one another, he rushed over and, with a single punch each, sent them sprawling. Once he noticed that they had calmed down, Clay promptly and sternly directed the remaining pirates to transfer all items aboard the ship, for they were about to set sail back to Hive Island and could not afford to squander any more time here. As Carl made his way back to the ship, he sensed 2 boys entwined in an embrace within a narrow alleyway. Brother, hide well, one whispered. I understand. Little brother, you too conceal yourself. The 2 siblings were taking refuge behind a dumpster at the rear of the alley. Carl, endowed with the talents of a titan, may possess the ability to perceive a latent energy within them. He surmised that this could be a distinctive trait of the pirate world, akin to Kaido's Oni lineage, which instantly piqued his interest. You 2 youngsters, come forth. Carl stood at the mouth of the alley and addressed them. Have we been discovered, brother? Long Air appeared somewhat alarmed. He was reluctant to be captured and endure the bleak existence of slavery once more. Do not speak, little brother, Long Yi said with a gentle smile. After soothing his brother, he cautiously peered out from behind the garbage bin. As Long Yi's eyes emerged, he was met with Carl's warm smile directed at them. Come out, little ones. These 2 youngsters were likely orphans after their arrival on the island. They had plundered the auction house, leading to many slaves escaping, most of whom were children sold from other islands. Come with me, and you shall be free from this moment onward. As Carl's gaze flickered, he caught sight of the chains in Long Yi's hand. It seemed that these two were indeed among the unfortunate, and since he had noticed them, he might as well take them along. Is that true, big brother? Long Yi, burdened by memories of a sunless life as a slave, had long forgotten his parents and even his own identity. Certainly, from now on you shall call me Carl. I will take care of you. Thank you, Lord Carl, Long Yi replied hastily, pulling Long Air out of the trash bin. The two small figures bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle toward Carl. All right, given how thin you both are, follow me. It was evident that these children had been starved to such a state. Carl led the two of them toward the pirate ship at the harbor. Do you remember what you were called? Master Carl, I am Long Yi, and my brother is Long Air. We were captured and enslaved since childhood. However, they deemed us too frail, which is why we were auctioned off multiple times without ever being sold. This was simply because they did not provide us with food. During our time at the auction house, we made many friends, but they all fled amidst the chaos just now. As for my brother and I, we could not escape. So we sought refuge in a hiding place. Long Yi and Long Air spoke in turn. Carl glanced at the two children, their frail bodies devoid of any flesh. Mere skin stretched over bones. He couldn't help but recall that in his homeland, Blue Star, such occurrences were almost unheard of. Even the slightest news would garner social assistance, preventing such dire circumstances. Though a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart, he did not allow it to manifest on his face. Carl walked ahead, while Long Yi and Long Air supported each other, trailing behind. Go fetch some food, but ensure it is not too greasy. Understood, my Lord Carl. As soon as Carl boarded the ship, he instructed the chef to prepare some food. Initially, he did not request an abundance, merely a modest amount, for it would be unwise for two long-starved youths to suddenly consume a large quantity, which might lead to discomfort. Indeed, such an approach could prove counterproductive, however. Should they absorb the nutrients too swiftly, it might not be detrimental. These two children were exceedingly frail, appearing as if a gentle breeze could topple them. Thank you, Lord Carl. Thank you, Lord Carl. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 bowed deeply once more. Enough, you two. Go wash up in the bathroom. Your odor is quite overpowering. Carl commanded. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 promptly sniffed at each other, having grown accustomed to their own scent, which was a result of recently emerging from a refuse bin, exuding a pungent aroma of decaying food. Yet, upon hearing Carl's words, they could only nod in agreement. After dispatching them to the chef, Carl made his way to his own quarters and closed the door. Creak. Lacking a key, he resorted to a forceful method of entry, violently prying open 3 iron boxes as one would a watermelon. What a pity, he lamented. Upon opening 3 iron chests, Carl discovered that 2 of them were entirely empty, despite their considerable weight. Thus, he did not immediately realize that only one contained something of value. Nonetheless, the presence of a devil fruit made the endeavor worthwhile. This particular fruit had a banana-like shape, a deep gray hue, and was adorned with enigmatic patterns. It should be a zoan-type devil fruit. Though I wonder if it will prove useful, he mused. System, what type of devil fruit is this? According to system analysis, this is a zoan-type rhino fruit. Came the reply. Not bad. I suppose it's a fortuitous find. Although he had been in the world of pirates for less than a month, he had already amassed 4 devil fruits, which he deemed a substantial achievement. He glanced at the 4 fruits with a sense of pride, contemplating whether he had brought honor to the traversers. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Carl, come in. Upon hearing the sound of knocking at the door, Carl hastily concealed the devil fruit. My lord, the harvest has been accounted for, Clay respectfully announced from the threshold. The total wealth amounts to approximately 1.4 billion berries. As you have chosen to allocate half, your share this time is 700 million berries. Clay's expression bore a hint of regret, for it was unprecedented on Hive Island to part with such a significant portion of plundered riches. Carl was indeed the first captain to act in such a manner. But who could blame him, considering that Carl was his savior? After all, his experiences on Hive Island had imparted the knowledge that most pirates seldom acquire even a tenth of what they seek. Just as Carl lamented that out of the 3 iron chests, only one contained a devil fruit, Clay had already completed the task of transporting the valuable items from the island and approached him to provide a report. As for the other items, we will need to engage with the underworld traders to obtain further valuations. Understood. We shall deal with the rest upon our return to Hive Island. Carl pondered deeply, his gaze fixed on the approaching Clay, when an idea struck him. Let us select a portion of the fishmen from among the slaves to form a rescue team. The remaining individuals can be dispersed into various smaller squads. This distribution of personnel was strategic as the size of his team expanded. It was inevitable that many crew members would possess the abilities granted by devil fruits. Thus, this rescue team could be tasked with diving to retrieve those with such powers. For a devil fruit user could prove invaluable. Under his command, he established 10 small teams, each comprising approximately 20 to 30 individuals. The recent rescue operation had liberated over 500 slaves, necessitating their division among the various squads. After all, he was averse to the excessive worry that internal discord could bring. He perceived that these individuals would not accompany him for long, and thus did not wish to expend unnecessary energy on them. Understood, Lord Carl, Clay replied, immediately grasping his intent, and he would promptly set the arrangements in motion. Clay had effectively become Carl's steward, entrusted with many of his duties. In his heart, Clay had long since vowed unwavering loyalty to Carl. By the way, check on Long E and Long Air. I wonder how they are faring. After delegating the tasks, Carl recalled the 2 children. Who are Long E and Long Air? Clay inquired, momentarily puzzled. After all, in his recollection, there were no such individuals aboard the ship. Was there something he was unaware of? I happened to bring along 2 children from a nearby alley. Carl recalled the disheveled expressions of Long E and Long Air, finding humor in his own conduct. He had never imagined he would one day be seen as a benefactor. Very well, Lord Carl, I shall go and check on them, and report back to you with the findings. All right, you may go. Carl waved his hand, for he had survived an entire month in the world of pirates. Thus, as Clay turned to leave, Carl immediately summoned the National Animation System. Carl activated the virtual panel of the system and observed the monthly lottery count transition from 0 to 1. System lottery, he murmured, filled with anticipation after a prolonged hiatus from participating in such draws. Before him, a golden disc materialized on the virtual screen, adorned with the heroic figures from various national comics. Yuan Tian Gang from the Bad People, Wishing from Fog Mountain 5 Elements, and the Grandmaster from one person below. The black pointer began to whirl rapidly upon the golden wheel. Today's prizes are quite generous, he noted. Even the Grandmaster has made an appearance. In comparison to the other heroic templates on the disc, the Grandmaster certainly stood out. As a cultivator, he was reputed to be invincible beneath immortals and a formidable force above them. Furthermore, being a top-tier character in one person below, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Carl gazed at the golden wheel as it slowly spun, his eyes tightly shut, silently invoking the name of the venerable master. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the master template. Carl was instantly filled with excitement, leaping from his seat with fervor. This was the finest reward he had ever received. The reward is stored in the item inventory. The host may refer to the specifics at their discretion. Faintly, Carl seemed to perceive the voice of the system tinged with envy. View the introduction of the Grandmaster. Hero template, the Grandmaster below 1. Background introduction. Grandmaster Zhang Jiwei is the 65th Grandmaster of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi House, one of the 10 elders, known by the Taoist title Tiantong. He is unrivaled among the elite, with immeasurable strength, wielding extraordinary abilities such as the Golden Light spell, the 5 Thunder of Yang, the Palm Thunder, the Purification spell, Thunder techniques, and various Taoist martial arts. As Carl beheld the introduction of the esteemed Old Master, his emotions surged like a roller coaster. He realized that in this monthly lottery, he had struck gold. He never anticipated that he would truly acquire the template of the Old Master. With an eager voice, he exclaimed, "System, integrate the Old Master template." Template integration in progress. As Carl's body commenced the fusion with the Old Master template, a profound transformation unfolded. He felt an intense surge of fiery energy coursing through him, as though every cell in his being had been awakened and was beginning to evolve, multiplying his strength exponentially. His muscles became more solid and robust, his bones reinforced, and even his height ascended to an impressive 2 meters and 9 centimeters. The enhancement of his nervous system rendered his perceptions remarkably acute. Simultaneously, his mind sharpened to an extraordinary degree, with his memory vastly amplified. Many recollections buried deep within his consciousness became vividly clear. Carl discovered that he had become considerably more agile, with greatly enhanced comprehension and analytical abilities. An abundance of knowledge surged within his mind, and he recognized it as the expertise possessed by the ancient masters. In that instant, it felt as though he had undergone decades of training. After the fusion concluded, he clenched his fists tightly with the contraction of his muscles. He could distinctly feel that he had grown significantly stronger. Carl opened his right hand, and in an instant, a spark of lightning blossomed from his palm. A manifestation of what he termed the palm thunder. He gazed at the luminous phenomenon with a sense of wonder, contemplating the possibility of masquerading as a user of the thunder fruit in the future. How extraordinary, he exclaimed. It feels almost instinctual. Yet, it does consume my stamina and the energy of my body. One could say it draws upon my inner strength. As he concentrated on conjuring another palm thunder, he acutely sensed a slight depletion of his stamina, approximately 1 unit diminished. However, being the possessor of Titan's might, he recovered from such trivial exhaustion with remarkable swiftness, leaving him unperturbed by the loss of energy. The only uncertainty that lingered was regarding its potency. Carl glanced at the table before him, a smile gradually forming on his lips. Crackle, boom. The palm thunder struck the table with devastating force, instantly reducing it to charred remnants scattered across the floor. Carl, are you unharmed? Queried Clay, a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing the resounding crash from Captain Carl's quarters, he rushed over, bursting through the door in haste. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the scorched table. I'm fine. I was merely testing my new technique, Carl reassured him. Crackle, crackle. His hands ignited once more with a flash of lightning. Captain, have you consumed a devil fruit? Clay asked, astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Carl wielding such electric capabilities, and his immediate assumption was that Carl had indeed ingested a devil fruit. After all, the devil fruits were known for their bizarre and diverse powers, and lightning was not particularly rare. However, he felt a surge of joy. The enhancement of Captain Carl's strength was undoubtedly a positive development for him as well. One could say that, Carl replied. Carl, however, refrained from offering extensive explanations, as he wished to keep his current abilities concealed from others, treating them as a trump card. By the way, how much longer until we return to Honeycomb Island? As Carl shifted his demeanor, retracting his right hand, he pondered the duration required to return to Honeycomb Island. Captain Carl, due to the turbulent winds and waves ahead, it may take a bit longer than anticipated. The onset of the storm was unforeseen by Kree, yet fortunately, the disturbance was not overly severe. No matter, safety is paramount, and there is no rush to return. By the way, have you seen those 2 children? Since a swift return to Honeycomb Island was not feasible, he recalled Long E and Long Air, wishing to examine their physical constitution. Captain, are you referring to Long E and Long Air? I have seen them. They are 2 rather well-behaved children. They have just finished their wash and are currently undergoing a medical checkup with the ship's doctor. Kree wore a beaming smile, inexplicably fond of the 2 youngsters. From here on, you shall be responsible for guiding them. Carl observed his smile and thought, since you find the 2 children amusing, I shall entrust them to you henceforth. Ah, Captain, I am not adept at caring for children, he replied. Indeed. Upon hearing that Captain Carl intended to assign Long E and Long Air to his charge, an expression of utter dismay washed over his face. Ha ha ha, it is settled then. Come, let us go and see the 2 of them. Carl rose with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and without granting him the opportunity to refuse, stepped out of the room first. Please, Captain, choose someone else. I am not suited for this, Clay protested, turning to follow, his words filled with various excuses. Clay had no desire to be accompanied by 2 young subordinates. He lacked experience in caring for children, while he may have held a fondness for them. It did not imply he wished to take on the responsibility of 2 youngsters. Nonetheless, no matter how much Clay argued, Carl offered no response. What about the 2 of them? Carl first approached the infirmary to inquire of the ship's doctor. There are no ailments. He is in excellent health. Though somewhat lacking in nutrition, the ship's physician promptly responded upon seeing Carl. After all, this child was personally delivered by Carl, and thus the ship's doctor regarded the matter with considerable seriousness. However, he was taken aback to discover that such emaciated children exhibited no signs of illness. This struck him as rather peculiar. When Carl sensed the extraordinary energy emanating from their 2 bodies, he immediately recognized that they were not ordinary individuals, thereby dismissing any concerns typical of a ship's doctor. As 2 beings possessing unique bloodlines, they could swiftly restore their physical forms provided they received adequate nourishment. Come, you 2. Follow me to the dining hall, he instructed. Yes, Lord Carl, replied Long E and Long Air with delight, as today marked their first experience of bathing. They sniffed each other, their bodies exuding a subtle fragrance, far more pleasant than the foul odor they had previously carried. Carl approached the dining area and addressed Long E and Long Air, saying, You 2, please fetch the food. Take as much as you need, but do not waste. Understood. Master Carl, they replied promptly. Upon hearing Carl's words, Long E hurriedly tugged Long Air towards the kitchen. He was acutely aware that the comfortable life they enjoyed was entirely due to Master Carl, and thus, they held immense gratitude towards him. Long E and Long Air returned swiftly, each carrying a colossal platter adorned with an array of roasted meats. "Feast upon this," Carl urged, eager to observe whether the nourishment would awaken the latent energy within Long E and Long Air. Following his command, the two began to devour the food voraciously. As Long Air ate, tears began to stream down his face. "Thank you, Master Carl. It has been ages since we have savored such a lavish meal," he remarked, recalling the days spent in the auction house, where they endured hunger for 3 days, tightening their stomachs with rope and comforting one another to stave off the pangs of starvation. "We are grateful for your shelter, Master Carl." "All right, hurry up and eat," Carl urged. "Yes, Master Carl," they replied without hesitation, resuming their grand feast. As they consumed their meal with great speed, Carl keenly observed the subtle energy within their bodies gradually intensifying. As it grew, this energy began to circulate throughout their forms, causing their physiques to expand rapidly, eventually returning to a state akin to that of a normal person. Carl realized that his expectations had not been in vain. Long E and Long Air surely possessed a unique bloodline. Only those with such extraordinary lineage could digest food at an accelerated pace, distributing nourishment swiftly throughout their bodies, allowing them to regain their optimal state in record time. While an ordinary person might require 10 days to 2 weeks of recuperation, those with a special bloodline could restore themselves to peak condition anywhere and at any time, provided they had food. This was the allure of such bloodlines. He couldn't help but ponder that Charlotte Lingling's relentless search for individuals with rare bloodlines to bear children might stem from a similar understanding. However, he could not discern the specific nature of their lineage. After all, countless bloodlines had vanished in the world of pirates, many of which were never depicted in the original narrative. "System, do you know what bloodline these 2 children possess?" he inquired. "Host, they bear the bloodline of the dragon people, classified as Type 13, the system responded. Dragon people? Carl had never heard of such a name. In his recollection, there should be no lineage of dragon folk in the world of pirates. This world once had a race of dragon folk, but they are merely the remnants of their lost bloodline. Upon hearing this, Carl realized that significant events must have transpired during the enigmatic century in pirate history, leading to the annihilation of numerous distinct races. However, many collateral bloodlines had managed to endure. To his astonishment, he encountered 2 children of the dragon lineage. He then scrutinized their heads closely and noted that they bore 2 small horns on either side, albeit stunted due to malnutrition, manifesting merely as 2 small bumps. Moreover, through his perception, he discerned that a faint energy within their bodies circulated and ultimately returned to those diminutive horns atop their heads. Thus, he could ascertain that these small protrusions were indeed symbols of their draconic heritage. With the knowledge of their lineage, Carl turned to depart, as he now had matters of his own to attend to. Meanwhile, Long E and Long Air remained engrossed in their relentless consumption, their bodies desperately lacking nourishment. Having finished the food they had just procured, they ventured back to the kitchen for more. Concurrently, in a corner of the deck, a voice called out, "Hey, Captain Rocks." However, during their return journey, they encountered a pirate crew, an unforeseen disruption to his subsequent plans. "Captain, there is a pirate ship ahead. Boys, steer us closer." Ahahaha. As Carl had not hoisted the Jolly Roger of the Rocks pirates during their expedition, the opposing crew, led by Kulu, was oblivious to their true identity. Thus commenced a chaotic skirmish. Boom. The enemy launched the first attack. "Quick, retaliate." The crew aboard Captain Carl's pirate ship immediately aimed their cannons at the crew of Kulu's pirate group, for they belonged to the formidable Rocks pirate crew, a faction that had yet to encounter anyone bold enough to confront them directly on the turbulent seas. To their astonishment, today, lacking the emblem of piracy, they found themselves face to face with a band of inexperienced youths. The cannonballs erupted upon striking the surface of the ocean, sending forth towering sprays of water. "Charge forth. My comrades, we are the Kulu pirate crew. Surrender your lives at once." In mere moments of engagement, both sides unleashed an uncountable barrage of cannon fire, plunging into a fierce and heated battle. The Kulu pirate crew was one of the factions under the banner of the giant soldier pirate crew, comprising a mix of humans and a handful of giants. Captain Kulu himself was the 13th son of Yorulu, the leader of the giant soldier pirate crew, a fact unbeknownst to Carl, thus giving rise to a delightful misunderstanding. "Master Carl." With a hint of uncertainty, Carl stepped onto the deck, and Clay promptly greeted him. "What is happening?" "My lord, the opposing vessel is identified as the Kulu pirate crew. They have officially declared enmity towards us, launching an assault the moment we came into view. As Clay had only recently been liberated from slavery, he was unaware that True was the 13th son of Yale. Thus, with both parties oblivious to each other's identities, the conflict commenced. Very well, I understand. Now that he recognized them as foes, there was little left to discuss. As Carl deftly deflected the approaching cannonballs with his fists, he glided towards the crew of the Krulla pirates, intent on capturing their captain. With the capture of their leader, the battle would nearly reach its conclusion. Captain Krulu, someone is flying towards us. What? Let me see. Captain Krulu, a towering giant standing at 20 meters, exuded immense strength. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld Carl soaring rapidly in his direction, a look of terror etched upon his face. After all, flying pirates typically possessed formidable abilities. Quick! Fetch my weapon. At once, Captain. Two giants nearby hastened to deliver his weapon. Grasping the enormous sword, Krula seemed to regain his confidence. The diminutive human would be no match for him. Ha! Behold my might. Wave slash. With a swift motion, Krulu swung his great sword, unleashing a blade of energy that hurtled towards Carl. Carl swung his fist with a force akin to the mighty currents of a great river, shattering the sword aura with sheer might. He then landed directly on the deck of the Krulu pirate crew. Regardless of your motivations, since you have drawn your blades first, you must embrace a resolve to face death. A common punch. Carl, unwilling to take the lives of innocent civilians, nonetheless harbored no mercy for the ruthless pirates. To him, the overwhelming majority of pirates in this lawless world were irredeemable, with only a select few possibly worthy of redemption. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full strength. Propelling himself forward with powerful leg thrusts, his fists cloaked in the armor of Haki, charging towards Krulu. Clang! Krula hastily raised his longsword to parry Carl's assault, the force of the punch striking him with the weight of a colossal mountain. Yet, Carl's fist, imbued with Haki, was no ordinary blow. His strength had significantly surged, now far surpassing that of a rear admiral. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the longsword shattered into fragments, the debris hurtling towards the pirates behind Krulu. Ugh! Ah! In an instant, the deck was littered with fallen pirates, each struck down by the flying shards. Boom! At that moment, the two ships had drawn perilously close. Krulu pirates, bah? We are still the Rocks pirates. Charge my crew. The leading pirate captain brandished his cutlass and lunged at the members of the Krulu pirates. Kill them. The connection between the two vessels was swiftly established. Meanwhile, Clay led a contingent of pirates onto the deck to engage in battle with the Krulu pirates. Bang! Simultaneously, Carl's iron fist continued unabated, directly striking Krulu's head and slamming him forcefully against the deck. Krulu sat up, rubbing his head, dazed from the impact of the blow. Armored Haki activated. Carl did not allow him a moment to regain his composure. Instead, he pressed his advantage, relentlessly striking with furious fists. Kurulu, still reeling and unable to evade, was met with a blow that shattered his skull into fragments. With a resounding thud, Kurulu's lifeless body crashed onto the deck. Carl shook the blood from his hands and surveyed the scene around him, noting that fortune favored him this time. Captain Klulu of the Klula Pirates, the 13th son of the giant soldier pirates, had ventured out alone, a reckless act given his limited strength on the vast ocean, which rendered him incapable of self-preservation. Little did he know that he would meet his demise at the hands of Carl. Exhaling deeply, Carl felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his crew mercilessly slaying innocent civilians in the kingdom of Phil, a sight that had stoked a smoldering fury within him. Perhaps it was due to his origins from Blue Star, where kindness and compassion still lingered in his heart. However, he was acutely aware that he could not alter the course of these events. His crew comprised not of loyal followers, but rather a motley assembly of individuals he had gathered indiscriminately on Hive Island. To prevent their bloodshed would only incite chaos, leading to insubordination among his men. This realization further solidified his resolve to cultivate his own forces, vowing that such atrocities would never again befall his followers. The battle soon concluded. Although there were some losses on his side, they were minimal, primarily consisting of newly freed slaves from the island. After all, the opposing fighters were mere underlings, lacking formidable strength. One man, Clay, was more than capable of handling the situation, especially with the support of numerous pirates. There were no captives taken, and the large vessel was consumed by flames, for recklessly accepting hostile prisoners at sea could lead to dire consequences. The journey back to Hive Island was smooth and uneventful. As time swiftly passed, evening approached. Hive Island has arrived. A resounding voice from the lookout echoed throughout the pirate ship. Already? Back so soon? Let the feast begin. The pirates in the cabin immediately rushed to the deck, cheering with exuberance. Each time they returned from a raid, the first order of business on Hive Island was a grand celebration, and their anticipation was palpable. After all, with their lives constantly hanging by a thread, the feast was their sole source of enjoyment and relaxation. Upon hearing the clamor outside, Carl stepped out to investigate. Gazing towards the distant lights, he pondered whether this time he would manage to evade any suspicion from Rox. Standing beside him were Long E and Long Air, both brimming with excitement as they beheld the illuminated Hive Island. Brother, is that Hive Island? Long Air, having rarely encountered the outside world, particularly the brilliance of a starry night, was filled with wonder. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall no longer be slaves, replied Long E, affectionately ruffling Long Air's hair. The joy that radiated from him stemmed from a deep-seated hope. He understood that following this day, they would embrace a vastly different existence, one that offered far more freedom than their previous servitude. Clay, escort the two of them to the base. I shall report to Captain Rox regarding the current situation, Carl instructed. Understood, Captain, Clay replied, grasping Long E and Long Air, and leading them towards the outpost. Although Carl had his suspicions that there might be Rox's spies aboard his ship, he knew he must still report to Rox, as the implications of the two circumstances were not equivalent. Greetings, Captain Carl. Welcome back, Captain Carl. As he traversed the path, various pirates greeted him warmly. Consider yourself fortunate this time, Kaido muttered from a distance, taken aback by the apparent weakness of the people from the Phil Kingdom. Noticing that Carl bore no injuries, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps the strong possess an innate sensitivity towards one another. As Kaido cast his gaze upon him, Carl immediately sensed the scrutiny and met his unwavering stare. Goo-la-la-la-la. Captain Carl has returned. Carl was making his way towards the council chamber when he noticed Newgate sitting atop a barrel, drinking heartily. It seems all is well. The kingdom of Phil harbors no formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, I must first report to Captain Rox. Carl immediately shifted his gaze to the roadside, looking towards Newgate. Cheers, young Carl. Newgate raised his goblet in a gesture of camaraderie. Soon, we shall indulge in a hearty drink. Carl also understood why the strong are fond of drinking. It is to subdue certain emotions with the aid of alcohol. Very well, Carl, I shall await you here. He strode directly toward the pirate hall. A subtle smile graced Carl's lips, for he believed such issues would not arise again. Though he was unperturbed, a proliferation of such provocations could jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans, rendering his efforts fruitless. As he pushed open the door, the pirate hall was ablaze with light, revealing Rox seated at the head of the table, clearly awaiting his arrival. The other captains remained in their respective quarters, for unless there were pressing matters, Rox would not summon them. Captain Rox of the Phil Kingdom. Carl stepped forward, taking a seat with an air of relaxed composure. Lox, however, did not wait for him to finish speaking and erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. A formidable aura emanated from Lox. Well done, Carl. He patted the armrest of his chair, rising with determination and approaching him. I am already aware of your endeavors. You executed your mission splendidly, well done. Now, take some time to recuperate on Hive Island, for a new task shall soon be at hand. The informants aboard the ship had already relayed the situation to him via the Den Den Mushi. He was even aware that Carl had dispatched the 13th son of the giant soldier pirates during his journey. Yet, in Lox's eyes, this was of little consequence, as the giant soldier pirates dared not confront their crew directly. Had it not been for the alliance between the Ikusu pirates and the giant soldier pirates, he would have eradicated them long ago. Upon hearing that Carl had effortlessly dealt with Kirolo, he promptly disseminated news of Lox's departure from Hive Island to deceive Yorulu. Though he was uncertain of its efficacy, he had grown increasingly confident in Carl, for if he were indeed an undercover agent sent by the Navy, he would not undertake the annihilation of the Phil Kingdom. After all, it was a member state of the world government, and the Navy's influence in the New World was already tenuous. The loss of yet another member state would surely cause them considerable distress. Carl may well run away midway or alert the Navy. In any case, the matter will not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Now that Carl has unconditionally executed his orders, any doubts about him have dissipated. From this moment forth, Carl is truly acknowledged as the captain of the 6th Division. The forthcoming grand scheme can now include Carl, for the addition of a formidable ally significantly enhances the probability of success. A grand banquet will be held tonight to celebrate your induction. Do not forget to attend. Rest assured, Captain, I shall not be absent. Carl was well aware of what awaited him. Thus he would undoubtedly not be absent. Ha! Rox expressed his delight at the prospect of a formidable ally joining. Excellent. I shall take my leave now, Captain. Upon encountering Lux, Carl, having no further business, turned and departed. Lux lingered in the hall for a moment before striding with commanding presence towards the square. Upon his emergence, Carl sought out Newgate, engaging in a spirited drinking contest. Newgate! Wahaha! Exclaimed Carl, while Charlotte Linlin pondered how to win Carl's affections. She could keenly sense his strength advancing at an astonishing pace. If she did not act swiftly, the opportunity would slip away. She harbored a fervent desire to bear a robust child with Carl. Meanwhile, the square was already abuzz with a cacophony of voices. Tables and chairs adorned the ground, laden with delectable dishes. The pirates settled down, and at the forefront stood an enormous table occupied by Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, King John, and Carl, among other captains of various crews. As Rox made his way to the front of the square, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Carl naturally took his place among them. Locke's gaze was piercing, and suddenly, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination, exuding an undeniable force. In an instant, an invisible power surged forth from Locke's, sweeping through the surroundings like a colossal tidal wave. The pirates nearby felt an intense intimidation, as if they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, trembling uncontrollably. This was the manifestation of Locke's conqueror's haki, domineering and compelling all to submit involuntarily. Welcome our 6th Division Captain, Carl, to the Locke's Pirates. Locke proclaimed, gesturing towards Carl, who stood up to greet the assembled crowd. I, Carl, hereby officially join the Locke's Pirates as the captain of the 6th Division. Let the revelry commence. The feast is upon us. With Locke's command, the pirates below sprang to life, some drinking, others feasting, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. Oh woo. The banquet has begun. Don't you dare snatch that. That meat is mine. Just because you went out with Captain Carl once, you think you're all that. Give it to me. The speaker was Grace, a tall and muscular man adorned with tattoos on his arms. What, are you challenging me? Replied Joel, a robust figure with dark skin standing at 2 meters tall, who often found himself bullied by Grace. Humph. Grace could only huff in response, for he had yet to join any division, leaving him without protection. In the Locke's Pirates, lacking the backing of a division captain meant that life and death were sometimes beyond one's control. One could easily find themselves at the mercy of the stronger members. Joel glanced at Grace and, seeing that he had fallen silent, wore a look of triumph. After all, Joel now had the backing of a formidable ally, and Grace dared not provoke him. You may not know, but during our recent expedition to the Kingdom of Phil, Captain Carl generously shared 50% of the treasure with us, Joel exclaimed, his tone brimming with joy and pride. What? Is that true? Tell me more. Yes, quickly. Tell me. I want to join you. Let me explain in due time. Joel leisurely took a sip of his drink. Next, we are headed to the Kingdom of Tyr, where it is rumored that a substantial bounty of treasures is being prepared for the celestial dragons. We shall mobilize the entire crew with the objective of the Kingdom of Tyr, and we may even cross paths with a fleet admiral, Locke stated nonchalantly, as this was a matter he had been preoccupied with lately, especially to avoid the interference of the giant soldiers in the ex-pirates. Haha, I love treasure. John was the first to express his excitement, as he was the most treasure-obsessed among the crowd. John, look at you. Is there any strong adversary in their kingdom? Newgate is not particularly interested in treasure. Rather, he yearns for a glorious battle. After all, Newgate's strength is at its zenith. Unlike the frail figure depicted at the beginning of the anime, he possesses the fervor of youth and craves more conflict. For the time being, Newgate harbors no desire to slaughter innocents, although he has yet to return the plundered treasures to his homeland. I wonder what delightful pastries the Kingdom of Tyr has to offer. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin is still a striking beauty, although her obsession with food is not yet severe. Nevertheless, it does occasionally manifest, and at such times, she relies on the merits of long loaves of bread. Very well, it is settled then. Let each of us return and make our preparations. A month hence, the Kingdom of Tyr will have the offerings ready for the celestial dragons, and at that time, everyone shall embark together, Rox declared decisively, surveying the crowd. His words were merely a unilateral notification, not a request. Hence, he required no input from the crew, as his authority over them is wielded through sheer force. Hey-ha! A youthful voice jolted Carl from his slumber. The previous day, he had engaged in a drinking contest with Newgate, and having indulged a bit too much, he was surprised to find that the spirits of the pirate world could be quite potent. It dawned on him that he had underestimated the strength of the beverages, as he had collapsed into oblivion, only to be assisted back by Kree. Drinking leads to trouble. I must refrain from excessive drinking in the future. Carl rested his forehead against his hand, feeling a slight fog in his mind. However, this sensation quickly dissipated, evidently a result of his Titan abilities coming into play. In the recesses of his memory, he recalled that the system had emitted a prompt sound yesterday, but he had not had the opportunity to attend to it at the time. Presently, he chose to disregard it as he heard what seemed to be Long Yi's voice from outside, prompting him to hastily exit his room. The warm sunlight bathed him in its glow. Not far away, Clay was instructing Long Yi and Long Air in basic physical training. "You three, come here," he called. "I shall teach you a method of harnessing energy. Let us see if you can grasp it." Carl wished to impart the golden light spell to them, for its defensive properties and formidable power were indeed remarkable. He also yearned to explore the possibility of transmitting certain skills from the template heroes to the denizens of the pirate world. If successful, this could enable his subordinates to experience a rapid enhancement in strength, although he would need to exercise caution regarding their loyalty. While he held no fear of the techniques being leaked, it was always prudent to be prepared. Cray, brimming with excitement, grasped Long E with one hand and Long Air with the other, swiftly approaching Carl. The might of Captain Carl was undeniable. What he imparted would surely be a method to grow stronger. "Sit tight. I will circulate energy through your bodies for a complete cycle. Attempt to comprehend this force," he instructed. "I will place some energy within you. Strive to harness this power as it flows throughout your being." Long E and Long Air, both of draconic lineage, alongside Cray, a merman, were not human, and it remained uncertain if this would be feasible. Nevertheless, it was worth experimenting. Should they succeed, it would signify that such abilities could indeed be cultivated within the pirate world. The trio promptly settled down in front of Carl, their eyes alight with anticipation, confident that the esteemed Carl would not lead them astray. "We are ready, Lord Carl," they declared. Observing their eager expressions, Carl commenced his procedure, placing his hand upon Cray's shoulder. A gentle energy was transmitted from Carl's palm, causing Cray to exclaim softly. This unfamiliar energy, imbued with an indescribable sensation, coursed through his body's meridians, swiftly completing a full cycle and enveloping him in a warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. To Cray's perception, his body craved this soothing current, while some of his latent injuries began to mend gradually. However, during this process, Cray found himself sweating profusely, as the effort to clear the obstructions in his meridians brought discomfort. Now an adult, most of his bones had fully developed, and thus the energy was also unblocking his Ren and Du meridians. "Immerse yourself in the experience," Carl encouraged. After circulating energy around Kree for a complete cycle, Carl retained a trace of it, then placed his hands gently on the shoulders of Long E and Long Air. Hiss. The same formula was employed, yet the pain experienced by Long E and Long Air was considerably less than that endured by Kree. After all, they were still in their youth, and their bones had yet to fully develop. The unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians did not require much effort. Soon, the energy flowed smoothly through a complete cycle. After completing this series of actions, Carl stood before the three of them with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the energy coursing within their bodies. The three of them had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly attuned to the flow of energy within. Suddenly, Carl noticed a faint golden light emanating from Cray's right hand, igniting a spark of speculation within him. "Congratulations, host. The ability of being one beneath a person is now transferable within the world of pirates, subtly altering the trajectory of this realm. The commercial module has been activated." Upon hearing the system's notification, Cray was the first to rise, his right hand enveloped in shimmering gold. It was unmistakably the golden light spell, though the brilliance quickly dissipated, revealing Cray's lack of mastery. "I got too excited. What is this power?" In his fervor, Cray lost control of the golden light spell, causing it to fade away. "This is an energy technique I have developed, which I call the golden light spell. It is because I trust you implicitly that I have entrusted it to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. My apologies, venerable master, for borrowing the name of the Taoist 8 divine spells, golden light spell. I hope you do not mind. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall remain absolutely loyal to you and obey your commands unconditionally," Cray declared with utmost reverence, kneeling on one knee with his hands clasped in respect. "We feel the same." Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, observing Cray's demeanor, followed suit. "All right, I believe in your loyalty. Rise." After calling them up, Carl secretly rejoiced within himself. After all, it had been confirmed that the skills of template heroes could manifest in a reasonable manner within the world of pirates. With this in mind, his future endeavors to expand his influence would undoubtedly become more effortless. You must practice this energy diligently. Carl instructed them to diligently practice the operation of this energy, thereby cultivating muscle memory. Yes, my lord Carl, I shall not be negligent. For Cly, his physical capabilities had reached their zenith. Now that he had discovered a new method to enhance his strength, he was eager to commence his training without delay. Thud. Long E collapsed onto the ground, while Long Air tugged at a golden whip, the end of which was fastened to Long Yi's ankle. Long Air glanced at Long Yi, sprawled on the floor, and immediately contorted his face into a playful grimace. Under Carl's watchful gaze, he retracted the golden whip. You both seem quite adept, Cly. Ensure that you provide them with thorough training. Carl was not angry. He was surprised that these two little ones could grasp the utilization of the golden light spell with such remarkable speed. Rest assured, Lord Carl. I will ensure they receive proper training, Clay said, cracking his knuckles with a sinister smile. This frightened Long E and Long Air, who clung tightly to each other. Moreover, you must adhere to the training methods I teach you and swiftly enhance your physical abilities. Now, follow my lead. First like this, then like that. Several hours swiftly passed. You must train daily for no less than 4 hours. Really? Long Air exclaimed in dismay, as it was natural for children to prefer play. However, he immediately noticed the frown on Carl's brow directed at him. I will ensure the task is completed, he quickly amended. Additionally, you must master both the armament hockey and the observation hockey. They are essential paths to becoming formidable warriors. I too have only just begun to explore this realm. I will seek someone to come and instruct you. Carl felt a sense of helplessness. His mastery of armament hockey was attained through fierce confrontations with Whitebeard and Steelbone Kong, a method that was evidently not replicable. Furthermore, he was uncertain about how to train his observation hockey. In light of his own lack of proficiency, it was implausible for him to instruct others on acquiring armament and observation hockey. He himself needed to learn. You must practice diligently and not squander my earnest efforts, he urged. This was indeed his first cohort, and their growth was paramount, justifying his substantial investment. Otherwise, all his toil would be in vain. After finishing his words, Carl turned and departed, seeking out Whitebeard. After all, within the Rocks Pirates, his relationship with Whitebeard was the most amicable. He wished for Whitebeard to impart his wisdom on the mastery of observation hockey. As Carl gazed at the sky, which was gradually darkening with the approach of evening, he contemplated the prospect of visiting Whitebeard the following morning, bearing a flask of wine, believing that this might enhance his chances of success. He commanded his subordinates to procure a wine jug, ensuring it was filled with the distinctive brew from Whitebeard's homeland. Meanwhile, he immersed himself in the practice of his armament hockey in the courtyard, striving to grasp the profound sensations accompanying its manifestation. He yearned to explore the deeper dimensions of armament hockey, which is categorized into 3 levels: coverage, emission, and internal destruction. Coverage involves enveloping the body with hockey to bolster one's defenses. Emission entails projecting hockey onto weapons or garments to amplify their offensive and defensive capabilities. Internal destruction permits the infusion of hockey into an adversary's body, wreaking havoc from within. Currently, Carl had only mastered the art of covering his fists and arms, and he recognized that he had a considerable journey ahead to envelop his entire being. His urgency to augment his strength was palpable. For the time until the Battle of God Valley was dwindling, and he needed to swiftly attain the means of self-preservation. Additionally, due to the ease with which he had acquired his abilities, his overall prowess might reach the level of a rear admiral, yet his combat experience remained scant. Most of his victories had relied on his unyielding strength and enduring stamina, even besting John through a few clever stratagems. However, in the face of an admiral in a life-or-death struggle, he feared that he would not endure long enough to prevail, dreading the thought of a hasty retreat. Thus, it was imperative for him to quickly grasp observation hockey, which could indirectly enhance his combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Clay and his 2 companions had already made strides in mastering the Golden Light spell, so he permitted them to train independently for the time being. Perhaps this was due to the unique physical traits of the pirate world. After all, it was a realm replete with individuals of extraordinary talents. Some could breathe fire, such as the likes of NTI, while others possessed immense strength, like Charlotte Linlin. Their ability to grasp the Golden Light spell in a short span was not surprising. Clay diligently remembered the task entrusted to him by Carl, dedicating each day to exhaust the stamina of Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 before allowing them to rest, which gradually instilled a sense of trepidation in them towards him. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Carl approached Whitebeard's quarters, clutching a massive wine jug. Thanks to the gradual manifestation of his Titan bloodline, he now stood at an impressive height of approximately 3.5 meters. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of Whitebeard's chamber, he found himself awestruck by the enormity of the door. It was his first encounter with such a colossal entrance. For Whitebeard towered close to 7 meters, and his great sword neared 10 meters in length, rendering the door an astonishing 12 meters high. Just as Carl prepared to knock, the door suddenly swung open from within. Gururara. Carl, what brings you here? Newgate felt a sense of delight. After all, within the Rocks Pirates. His temperament resonated well with that of Carl. He held a certain fondness for Carl's demeanor, and the fact that Carl sought him out so early in the day brought him considerable joy. Truth be told, amidst the crew, he lacked any confidence. However, he was perplexed about the purpose of Carl's early visit, particularly with the sight of the enormous wine flask in Carl's hand. Whoosh! Newgate deftly caught the wine gourd that Carl tossed to him. Ah, the exquisite wine from my homeland, he remarked, inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted from the flask. This was a special collection of the fine wines from Newgate's native land. It seems that Carl has something on his mind. Newgate mused as he twisted open the cap and took a sip of the wine. Yes, Newgate, I wish to inquire about the observation haki, Carl replied. Carl sought to learn the art of observation haki from Whitebeard. He understood that mastering this ability would grant him a significant advantage in battle, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard immediately discerned Carl's intent. He wished to uncover the means to awaken his observation haki. I do not possess any superior methods. One must simply endure the blows, Whitebeard replied, inviting him into his abode. He briefly explained the process of awakening observation haki. The fundamental training method involves blindfolding oneself, while small stones are hurled at him from a distance, allowing him to gradually acclimate to the sensation. This would eventually lead to an instinctual awakening of his observation haki. Should the stones travel at a speed too slow, the body would lack the sense of urgency, rendering the awakening of observation haki ineffective. Please assist me, I implore you, Carl requested, recognizing that his own observation haki might remain dormant for an extended period. Thus, he sought Newgate's assistance to expedite the awakening of his observation haki. No problem. Even if it weren't for this bottle of wine, I would gladly help you simply for coming to me first, Newgate replied. Gulalala. Let us proceed. He secured the wine jug to his waist, then grasped his haki-infused long sword and led Carl to a secluded isle adjacent to Honeycomb Island. This small isle, situated not far from Honeycomb Island, bore no strategic significance and thus remained free of pirates. It served as an ideal training ground, allowing them to practice without concern for damaging the landscape. I will not hold back, Newgate stated, clarifying to Carl that in order to assist a formidable individual like him in awakening his observation haki, he would need to exert his full strength. It was essential to communicate this beforehand to avoid futile efforts. No worries, bring forth your utmost power, Carl responded. Carl, on the other hand, was not particularly concerned. His sole desire was to awaken his observation haki. He believed that enduring a bit of hardship was a small price to pay for such an achievement. By the way, do not cover it with armament haki, Newgate kindly advised once more. Without a sense of urgency in your body, the effectiveness will diminish. No problem, let's proceed. Whoosh. As soon as Carl's voice fell, Newgate had already hurled a stone towards his right shoulder. Bang! A fierce gust of wind suddenly struck Carl, and an intense pain shot through his right shoulder, causing his body to involuntarily topple backward. Despite the continual enhancement of his physique by the Titan power, this agony reverberated throughout his entire being in an instant. After all, he had been in a completely relaxed state moments before, leaving his muscles unguarded. He stood up once more, gritting his teeth. Continue. With a swift motion, Newgate, noticing that Carl was not gravely injured, hurled 3 small stones in quick succession. The speed of these stones exceeded that of the previous one, targeting his legs and abdomen in a triangular formation. Bang! Even though Carl reacted swiftly upon hearing the sound, stepping to the right to evade, one stone still struck his abdomen, sending him crashing onto the sandy beach. Ugh! Hiss! The pain radiated from his abdomen throughout his body. Newgate truly held nothing back. Observing that Carl seemed relatively unscathed, Newgate initiated another round of attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was no respite for Carl. The onslaught continued relentlessly. One strike, one dodge. Thus, the two of them engaged in this dance of offense and defense on the island until nightfall. Each subsequent morning, Carl would rise early to the small island, seeking a tranquil grove where he could sit cross-legged, facing the sun. He regulated his breathing, striving to gradually calm his mind. In this state, he attempted to extend his consciousness outward, seeking to perceive his surroundings. Initially, he gleaned nothing, but as time passed, he began to sense certain elements around him, albeit vaguely. In the afternoons, he practiced observation hockey with Newgate on the island, day after day. During this time, he also supervised Long E and Long Air, monitoring their mastery of the Golden Light spell. True to their lineage, they exhibited remarkable physical aptitude, mastering the spell to envelop their entire bodies in just a few days, even projecting it outward. In contrast, Cly lagged slightly behind, managing only to cover his limbs. Nevertheless, his progress surpassed that of an average human significantly. Concurrently, he imparted the 5 elements fist from Longhu Mountain to them. This martial art, rooted in the principles of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and combined with the functions of the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, was designed to regulate bodily functions and gradually enhance physical prowess. Given their unique bloodlines, their potential had yet to be fully realized, making this foundational training perfectly suitable. Under Cly's guidance, they practiced diligently each day. He even instructed Cly to procure over 100 orphans aged around 5 to 10 years from the island. He firmly believes that children are the most manageable, thus he first instructs them in the practice of the 5 elements fist of Longhu Mountain, laying a foundation for future power. These individuals will become his initial core team. He truly did not anticipate that among these 100 children, several would later possess strength that would even astonish him. On Hive Island, the number of slaves is countless, with thousands of orphans alone. Therefore, it took merely half a day to gather them all. Every day, Clay leads them in training, initially focusing on dietary supplements, followed by collective practice of the 5 elements fist. As for the Golden Light spell, he refrains from imparting it to anyone other than Clay and the 2 others. Instead, he dedicates his days to the small island, practicing observation hockey with Newgate, striving to master it at the earliest opportunity. At the outset, Carl could only passively endure the impact of the stones. However, as he delved deeper, he gradually began to perceive the surrounding trees, flowers, and other elements. As time elapsed, by the 10th day, his sensory abilities progressively heightened, enabling him to detect more subtle changes, such as the gentle breeze, the rustling leaves, and the fluttering of insects. Upon sensing these nuances, Carl endeavored to integrate this information, predicting the occurrence of events. He simulated the movements of these entities in his mind, attempting to foresee the actions and intentions of his adversaries, thus mastering the observation hockey, a method commonly employed to grasp this skill. On the afternoon of the 13th day, a breakthrough in observation hockey finally arrived. Whoosh! Newgate continued to launch stones at him as usual. This time, however, Newgate was astonished to witness Carl elegantly twist his body, skillfully evading the small stone. Carl, with a slight smile, realized he had succeeded. In the next moment, he joyfully removed the cloth from his eyes and exclaimed, "I can feel it. I have mastered observation hockey." Just as Newgate had tossed the stone, Carl distinctly sensed it flying towards his shoulder. Although his eyes were covered by the cloth, the sensation provided by observation hockey was akin to seeing the stone itself, allowing him to evade it effortlessly. It resembled a spider's acute sense of danger. He could clearly discern the direction of the attack and which part of his body it was about to strike. He began to understand why Fujitora, despite his blindness, could still navigate with ease. It turned out that observation hockey indeed functions like a spy radar, scanning everything around him. Yet, being a novice, his current field of vision extended only 50 meters in diameter. Garara, Newgate heard as he set down the remaining stones in his hand. Having successfully mastered the skill, there was no need to continue throwing stones. Newgate's expression reflected a blend of astonishment. It had taken him months to grasp the observation hockey. Yet Carl had accomplished this feat in a mere 13 days. He was not mistaken. Carl was indeed a prodigy. Congratulations, Carl. Thank you for your assistance, Newgate. Carl understood that without Newgate's guidance, his awakening of the observation hockey might have been significantly delayed. Allow me to test your strength, Newgate proposed, eager to discern the extent of Carl's newfound abilities. Very well, let us begin. Carl was equally inclined to experiment with his observation hockey. He initiated the attack, surrounded by a radiant aura of black and gold. A formidable presence erupted from Carl, akin to an expansive ocean, boundless and unstoppable, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to conquer all in its path, instantly enveloping the entire island. After enveloping himself in the golden light and armament hockey, he forcefully stamped his right foot on the ground, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he charged toward Newgate, unleashing a powerful punch shrouded in armament hockey. Newgate reacted swiftly, wielding his long blade cloaked in armament hockey to counter Carl's strike. The collision of the golden fist and the black blade generated a shockwave that reverberated throughout the island, drawing the attention of those nearby on Hakanosa Island. Who is over there? Let us go take a look. Given that the duel was occurring in proximity to Hakanosu Island, it undoubtedly piqued the interest of the pirates residing within. It's Carl and Newgate. The Golden Lion Shiki led the charge, gliding towards the small island. His observation hockey had revealed that Newgate and Carl were engaged in combat. Charlotte Linlin and King John swiftly followed suit, employing their moonwalk to hasten their approach to the island. Some pirates, upon hearing the commotion, immediately set sail, eager to witness the clash between the two captains and determine who was the stronger, Captain Carl or Captain Newgate. The scene shifts back to the small island. Carl encountered Newgate, who effectively thwarted his assault. In the next moment, Newgate exhibited his remarkable swordsmanship. His blade moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing waves of sword energy directed towards Carl. Carl relied on his newly comprehended observation hockey, perceiving each attack with remarkable clarity. With a graceful sidestep, he expertly evaded the sweeping arcs of sword energy, engaging in a formal duel with Whitebeard. The clash between the two was intense, a back-and-forth exchange marked by ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they had fought through hundreds of rounds, yet Carl found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Despite his mastery of observation hockey, his proficiency in armament hockey was still in its infancy, rendering him unable to match Whitebeard's overwhelming strength. His ability to exchange so many blows with Whitebeard was attributable to two factors: Whitebeard's deliberate restraint and Carl's extraordinary physique, which consistently replenished his stamina, ensuring that the force behind his strikes remained unwavering. The surrounding environment bore the scars of their battle, with the ground riddled with countless craters and trees uprooted in the chaos. Carl's body was riddled with wounds. Blood flowed from his injuries in an instant. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his wounds were healing at a visibly remarkable pace. At that moment, the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin also arrived at the scene, standing not far away to observe their fierce battle. Newgate is giving it his all. How rare. The Golden Lion knew well of Newgate's formidable strength. There were few opponents in ECs worthy of such a full-hearted effort from him. I longed to bear a robust child with Carl. Upon witnessing Carl's wounds mend before her very eyes, Charlotte Linlin's desire for his bloodline intensified. For she understood that the Titan bloodline had never before graced this world, and its power was not merely formidable, but far beyond her imagination. Captain Newgate, go for it. Captain Carl, you can do it. Captain Carl's strength has grown even greater. Clay expressed his admiration for Captain Carl's enhanced prowess. Turning around, he noticed another crew of pirates cheering for Newgate and promptly rallied his own crew to support Carl. As time passed, the battle escalated into a fervent climax. Finally, with a resounding crash, the two attacks collided once more, generating a tremendous shockwave that swept away the surrounding trees and rocks. Carl and Newgate simultaneously retreated. Clang! Newgate planted his long sword firmly into the ground. Now, let us get serious. Garur, come at me. Crack. In the next moment, Newgate bent low and unleashed a powerful right hook, shattering the space before him as if it were mere glass. Carl immediately felt an overwhelming surge of force, an unstoppable momentum rushing towards him, instilling within him a profound sense of being ensnared in the confines of space, accompanied by an intense feeling of impending danger. He understood that hesitation was no longer an option and, in an instant, unleashed his lightning technique, propelling himself forward towards Newgate with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Palm thunder. In an instant, Carl's right palm unleashed a bolt of thunder, rapidly charging towards Whitebeard. The thunder fruit? Whitebeard pondered, a question forming in his mind. Carl possesses the power of lightning. Is it a devil fruit? Lamented the Golden Lion, suspended in midair, regretting not having encountered Carl sooner to recruit him into his crew. Charlotte Linlin mused, expressing her desire to bear a child with Carl, attributing his lightning abilities to his lineage. According to her knowledge, Carl had yet to consume a devil fruit. Amidst the astonishment of those present, the bolt of lightning struck Whitebeard with astonishing swiftness. Although he had promptly enveloped himself in haki, a tingling sensation surged through him instantaneously. He quickly sensed something amiss. The power was immense. He felt the lightning coursing through his body, restlessly raging within him. Unbeknownst to him, Karl's lightning was not merely the Thunder Fruit's power, but a manifestation of the natural forces of heaven and earth, an onslaught too formidable for an ordinary individual to withstand. Wow! Whitebeard could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Quite impressive, Karl. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet this minor injury posed no threat to him. His regenerative abilities were formidable. With remarkable swiftness, he adjusted his stance and launched a counterattack, planting his feet firmly. He brandished his haki-infused sword, hurtling towards Karl with great velocity. The battle between Whitebeard and Karl intensified, their movement swift as lightning, leaving spectators breathless. The air was filled with afterimages, remnants of their rapid exchanges, a testament to their overwhelming speed. Whitebeard roared like a ferocious beast. Each punch infused with the power of the tremor fruit, sending tremors through the surrounding air. Karl showed no signs of weakness. Thunderous fist. Karl infused his fist with electrifying lightning, radiating a brilliant glow to counter his opponent. In the midst of their fierce clash, both combatants showcased formidable leg techniques. Newgate executed a sweeping kick, while Karl unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast kicks. Their legs intertwined in midair, colliding with a thunderous resonance. Suddenly, Newgate altered his strategy, extending his left hand to seize Karl's shoulder. Karl, with swift reflexes, executed a defensive technique as solid as iron, successfully thwarting Newgate's assault. Immediately following, he unleashed an uppercut that struck Newgate squarely on the jaw, causing him to stagger back a few paces. Newgate erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly exhilarated by his own misstep. After all, such errors were rare for him, and this moment reignited a flicker of excitement for battle within him. He charged at Karl once more. His arms enveloped in a shroud of dark, formidable haki, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Karl was utterly unafraid, his fists radiating a dazzling golden light as they clashed with Whitebeard's powerful strikes. The collision of their fists generated a colossal shockwave that reverberated throughout the island, sending dust swirling into the air. Nearby ships bobbed violently with the surging waves, while many weaker pirates found blood seeping from their ears. Yet, they were unwilling to miss this grand spectacle, the epic confrontation between captains, driven by an innate curiosity akin to that of gossip-mongers. Ha ha ha, sneered the Golden Lion Shiki. A mocking grin plastered on his face. He was well aware that John harbored thoughts of revenge against Karl in secret. John, however, wore a grim expression, choosing silence as he recognized that with Karl's current prowess, his plans for vengeance were now rendered futile. Final strike, Whitebeard declared, unleashing his conqueror's haki. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, radiating an oppressive force. The ripples spread outward from the island, violently crashing against everything in their path, engendering a formidable wave of destruction. The pirates aboard the ships were left gasping for breath, many collapsing under the weight of that immense pressure. Such a potent haki, possessed by only 1 in a million, was plentiful among the ranks of the Rocks pirates. Very well, let us proceed. As Karl sensed the presence of this overwhelming conqueror's haki, a subtle wave of response stirred within him. In an instant, Karl sensed this surge of power and promptly unleashed it. Although this force was relatively feeble, it seemed potent enough to overpower everything, instilling a sense of awe in those around. As Karl's conqueror's haki collided with Newgate's, the entire scene transformed dramatically. An invisible pressure enveloped the air, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The surroundings appeared to tremble under immense impact. Leaves fell in disarray, waves roared and surged, and the sky seemed to tear apart, shrouded in dark clouds with lightning crackling ominously. Oh, Conqueror's haki, the Golden Lion remarked in surprise. He was taken aback to discover that Karl possessed such formidable power. Well, exclaimed Charlotte Lin, her gaze fixated on Karl with admiration. Damn it, John muttered to himself, recalling his foolish plans, silently condemning himself to failure. Karl, is it? In the grand hall at the center of Hive Island. Rox let out a low murmur. Quite impressive. It is well known that Conqueror's haki is an essential trait of top-tier warriors. Lacking it does not preclude one from becoming a powerful figure, but possessing it certainly marks one as a contender among the elite. This enhances our overall strength, and my plan should unfold accordingly. Newgate's gaze turned immensely authoritative, making it difficult for others to meet his eyes. He intensified the output of his Conqueror's haki, directing it towards Carl. Little did he expect that Carl also wielded such prowess. He sought to assist Carl in further mastering the power of Conqueror's Haki. Carl sensed the amplification of Newgate's overwhelming presence, and he too unleashed a greater surge of his Conqueror's Haki. A series of black halos, resembling ripples, emanated from behind him, exuding an aura of terror. Under the shroud of their respective Conqueror's Haki, the atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Carl understood that his Conqueror's Haki could not withstand for long. He must take the initiative to shatter this deadlock. Consequently, he enveloped his fist with all his abilities. As it radiated with a triad of hues, purple, gold, and black, he then launched his assault without hesitation. Carl swung his fist forward with remarkable swiftness, a sonic boom reverberating through the air. The speed was such that onlookers could merely catch fleeting glimpses of afterimages. As Carl's fist approached, the air crackled ominously behind Newgate, culminating in a staggering shockwave that swept through the surroundings like a tempest. "Excellent," Newgate exclaimed, taken aback by Carl's unexpected aggression. This, however, signified that Carl's Conqueror's Haki had reached its current zenith. Earthquake. He swiftly unleashed his right hand, enveloped in armament Haki, thrusting it forward with great force. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. The sheer power of the impact shattered distant vessels, fractured the ground beneath them, and uprooted towering trees in the vicinity. The island beneath their feet could not withstand this tremendous force, erupting violently and gradually sinking beneath the waves. Though the two had not yet fully indulged in their bout, the situation necessitated a temporary cessation. They both leapt onto the vessels bobbing in the ocean. What a thrill! Let us do this again when the opportunity arises. For the first time, Carl experienced such a fervent battle, igniting within him a passion for the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. "No problem," Newgate remarked indifferently, as he too seldom had the opportunity to unleash his full strength. "Let us proceed. It is time to return." Carl issued a command for Clay to steer the ship back to Hive Island. After all, the battle had concluded, and remaining here held little significance. He needed to deeply contemplate the nuances of observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki, as he had merely grasped the basics. He sought to refine his mastery of the latter through his current sensations. In the ensuing period, the island experienced no disturbances. As time gradually slipped away, the date of Rock's impending assault on the allied nation loomed ever closer. The pirates on the island were diligently preparing for the offensive against the Kingdom of Tyr, a nation far from insignificant. Meanwhile, Clay had fully mastered the Golden Light spell, albeit its manifestation appeared rather tenuous. Each day, Clay continued to lead the group in training within the nearby woods. Under his guidance, over 100 orphans, alongside Long E and Long Air, practiced the five-element fist with remarkable vigor, thanks to the ample nutrition available on the island. The orphans had begun to exhibit physical conditions akin to those of ordinary children, having fundamentally grasped the five-element fist, though they lacked practical combat experience. Initially, it was not advisable to take Long E and Long Air on the expedition to conquer the Kingdom of Tyr, given their still insufficient prowess. However, their incessant pleas, asserting that their training had prepared them for the outside world, fell on deaf ears. Little did they realize, this was the new world, where those of lesser strength lacked even the qualifications to embark on a voyage. "Let us go," they implored. Carl observed their pleading expressions and chose not to refuse. After all, both of them had nearly attained the rank of brigadier, primarily due to Clay's supervision, so the situation should pose no significant issues. However, you must heed Clay's words, otherwise, there will be no second chance. Although Carl spoke, his gaze was directed towards Clay. In his view, these two little beings lacked the strength to stand on their own in the outside world. Thus, it was imperative for Clay to keep a vigilant watch over them. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, all of his efforts would be in vain. "We must be obedient." At that moment, Long E and Long Air appeared remarkably docile. Yet, only Clay was aware of their mischievous nature when not under training. They were, after all, the little troublemakers within the 6th Division. Despite the assurances given, Carl failed to notice the cunning glint in their eyes as they bowed their heads. Deep down, they were undoubtedly contemplating ways to escape Clay's control when the opportunity arose. After assigning the tasks, Carl commanded his crew of pirates to prepare for departure. The coast instantly erupted with activity as pirates busily loaded goods onto the ships. After all, an assault on the Kingdom of Tyr required considerable artillery. A few days earlier, at Cullo Island, the stronghold of the giant cannon pirates, chaos reigned. "What? Little 13 is dead." Upon hearing this news, Captain Yorlu of the giant cannon pirates vented his fury, demolishing everything in his room. The flow of information was sluggish. As Morgans had yet to establish a news agency, it had taken nearly a month for him to receive such crucial news. The messenger before him trembled. Fearful of Yorlu's wrath. Have you discovered who was responsible? According to our informant, it was Carl, the newly appointed captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates. Young Master 13 merely ventured out and encountered Carl at sea. Somehow, he was slain by him. No further specifics have arrived. The messenger understood that Kulu often sneaked away. But typically, others viewed him as the 13th son of the giant cannon pirates, and thus refrained from inflicting serious harm upon him. However, Carl was unaware. Even if he were, he would not be daunted. This is a provocation. Rocks is challenging us. Gather all the division captains. Yorlu swiftly summoned the leaders of the various divisions. Soon, they arrived. Captain, is there something of importance? The captains are assembled. The first mate, Fred, had already been informed and urged the assembled leaders to quiet down. I have just received word that my son Kulu was killed a month ago by Carl, the captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates. What? After our recent peace, how dare they initiate hostilities? The captain of the 4th Division, Angelo, expressed his anger, believing that since their alliance with the Axe Pirates, the Rocks Pirates would not dare confront them directly. Then we shall fight. 2nd Division Captain Aloy was one who welcomed conflict. To him, a confrontation with the Rocks Pirates was inevitable. Whether it occurred sooner or later mattered little. Should we notify Axe? Fred, the first mate, expressed concern, recognizing their vulnerability. After all, a single pirate crew could not stand against the Rocks Pirates. Had it not been for their alliance, the latter half of the New World might have long been under Rock's dominion, leaving them with no stake in it. No need. We shall merely negotiate and demand the surrender of their 6th Division captain. Moreover, I have received word that Rocks is not currently on the island. Captain Yorlu, emboldened, appeared rather arrogant. Since the alliance of the two factions, the Rocks Pirates had not dared to provoke them again, leading him to believe that the Rocks Pirates were fearful of them. Moreover, with Rocks absent from the island, he felt even more emboldened. Little did he know. This was merely a ruse devised by Rocks to bait them. Upon learning of Carl's slaying of Kulu, Rocks immediately spread this false information. He was taken aback that Yorlu would fall for it, as it must be said that the giants had little understanding of strategy and their intelligence was generally lacking. He was merely approaching this with a mindset of experimentation. Should they come, he could easily deal with them, and should they choose not to, there would be no loss. Furthermore, the Rocks Pirates were preparing to launch an assault on the Kingdom of Tyr, a significant power in the New World with a population exceeding 2 million, and an army of 500,000 able-bodied warriors, including numerous high-ranking combatants. Thus, Rocks was not ignoring them out of fear, but rather because he had more pressing matters at hand. Gather the crew. I shall seek retribution from Rocks, Yorlu declared, growing impatient, interpreting Rocks' demeanor as a sign of fear. After all, their alliance with the Ikusa pirates had bolstered his confidence, even to the point of arrogance. Should we leave some behind? Fred, aware that Rocks had been waiting for an opportunity, recognized that their solitary approach to the Rocks Pirates was akin to presenting themselves as lambs to the slaughter. If the news were false, they would be in dire straits. After all, Rocks had long coveted the unification of the latter half of the Grand Line, but their alliance had temporarily stymied his ambitions. However, this did not mean they could approach Rocks alone. Yorlu, perhaps overly self-assured, believed this was merely an inquiry for an explanation, intent on demanding the surrender of Carl. His intentions were not to instigate a grand conflict, yet the events would unfold far differently than he envisioned. No need to leave anyone behind. All of you come with me. The giants' inherent straightforwardness perhaps contributed to their lack of strategic acumen, and their arrogance often prevailed. Unable to dissuade him, First Mate Fred promptly made arrangements. Hurry, board the ship. Bring that aboard. The crew of the Yorlu pirates hastily prepared their belongings, readying themselves for departure. Although a battle may not be absolutely necessary, occasional skirmishes among pirates are, to some extent, inevitable. In the event of a disagreement leading to conflict, thorough preparation is paramount. Soon, dozens of grand vessels lined the coast, ready for departure. Yorlu stood upon the deck of his pirate ship, towering at a height of 30 meters, which is considered quite formidable even among giants. His mere presence on the deck exuded an aura so potent that it rendered his crew's breaths momentarily suspended. Yorlu spoke, his voice imbued with a domineering, almost enchanting quality. My son, Kulu, has perished. This is a provocation from the Rocks pirate crew. We must avenge this. Set sail for Hive Island. At his command, The pirates erupted with excitement, for such grand spectacles were rare. Accompanying the captain were the leaders of various divisions. 1st Division Captain Herman, 2nd Division Captain Eloy, 3rd Division Captain Bakura, and 4th Division Captain Angelo, alongside First Mate Fred. This was undeniably an unprecedented naval assembly. The last time such a formidable lineup was seen was during the great battle against the Nox pirate crew. Meanwhile, only a handful of pirates remained on Kolo Island to guard it. Roar. To Hive Island. This is truly a grand spectacle. Indeed. It has been ages since we witnessed such a scene. Pirates A and B whispered among themselves. The presence of the division leaders instilled considerable confidence in the assembled pirates. As the last echoes of their battle cries faded, dozens of ships hoisted their sails and set forth, a mighty fleet advancing toward Hive Island. This morning, Carl was instructing Long E and Long Air in the art of thunder techniques. They had nearly perfected the golden light spell, with only the inkwash technique remaining. As for the ordinary orphans under his care, they were diligently practicing the 5 elements fist, as their physical condition required considerable improvement. This foundational exercise was essential, given the significant disparity in their physical capabilities, which posed a formidable barrier to their advancement. Fortunately, their youth worked in their favor, and Carl did not require them to undertake any tasks at this time. Long E, Long Air, it is imperative that you both master the thunder techniques thoroughly. Undoubtedly, the innate strength of Dragonkin bestowed them with an advantage due to their robust lineage. After imparting the operational principles of the golden light spell, Carl introduced them to the mechanics of the thunder techniques, which they quickly grasped, though they remained somewhat unpolished in execution. In the realm of the lesser, these 2 children would undoubtedly be regarded as prodigious talents. Carl, Captain Lox has summoned the captains for a meeting. Oh, has anything been specified? Nothing, Captain Carl. The messenger merely indicated that the division leaders should assemble, without divulging any particulars. The pirate who delivered the message was equally uninformed about the specifics, especially with the imminent expedition against the kingdom of Tyr on the horizon. Very well, Long E, Long Air, continue your practice diligently. I shall step out for a moment. As Carl entrusted Dragons 1 and 2 to Cray, he hastened towards the council chamber, speculating that the matter at hand pertained to the offensive against the kingdom of Tyr. You 2 have truly captured the favor of the esteemed Carl, Cray remarked. He was already aware that Carl's mastery of lightning was a self-cultivated ability rather than a power derived from a devil fruit. Although he felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that he had yet to fully grasp even the golden light spell, rendering him far from ready to learn the art of lightning. Hee. Dragons 1 and 2 chuckled quietly, choosing not to voice their thoughts, as they wished not to undermine Cray's pride. Despite their youth, their understanding of human relationships surpassed that of many adults. After all, had they not navigated these complexities well, they would not have survived to this day. Inside the council chamber, John was the first to address Rox. Captain, has something prompted you to summon us all so suddenly? He understood that Rox typically called them together only for significant matters. Hadn't they already planned to embark on the offensive against the kingdom of Tyr today? Ha ha ha. Who knows? Shiki retorted, lighting a cigar, his demeanor tinged with impatience. He was preoccupied with some dealings in the dark world, having long been preparing for a division of his assets, and was now left wondering about the potential losses he might incur. Rox remained silent, casting a casual glance at Shiki, exuding a subtle aura of authority. He was acutely aware that none of them were particularly eager to join his pirate crew, given his formidable strength. Yet, he paid little heed to their sentiments. As long as they remained under his command, he felt secure in his ability to lead. In his eyes, strength equated to power. Noticing Rox's gaze upon him, Shiki tempered his previously arrogant expression, for he still harbored a deep-seated fear of Rox. Hey, Shiki, you're ruining my cake, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, clutching a colossal cake and taking large bites, startled by Rox's imposing presence. She promptly issued a warning, wishing to avoid a brawl while in the midst of her feast. John and Wangji sat upright in their seats, the most loyal subordinates of Rox, observing Rox's silence. They surmised he was waiting for everyone to arrive before speaking. At that moment, Carl entered the chamber. Noticing that all were present, he quickly found a nearby seat. Carl, you've arrived. As soon as Carl settled in, Nuket greeted him with a warm smile. Carl resided a short distance from the heart of the island, for he cherished tranquility. Consequently, he was the last to arrive among everyone. Has anything been said? Not yet. Just as Carl and Newgate whispered amongst themselves, an uproarious laugh erupted from Rox, who, upon noticing that all the commanders had gathered, first let out a hearty guffaw, and then proceeded to elucidate the situation to the witnesses present. It turned out that Carl had slain Kalurus several days prior, and recently, Yorolo had received word of this, seeking vengeance for his son. Thus, the entire crew mobilized and was en route to Hive Island. Rox, having received insider information almost immediately, learned that this time they were indeed launching a full-scale assault, leaving very few on the island to guard it. Moreover, this was the giant soldier pirates, a singular pirate crew, arriving without the accompaniment of the ex-pirates. Rox took his seat at the center, laughing boisterously. It was evident that he was in exceedingly high spirits. After all, this was a rare opportunity. He might very well take advantage of this moment to unify the latter half of the Grand Line, thereby becoming a true king without a crown. Little did Rox anticipate that a seemingly casual move would ensnare the giant soldier pirates. At that moment, he felt a tinge of relief for having made that seemingly trivial play, for otherwise, he might have missed this chance entirely. Although the plan was to assault the Kingdom of Tyr today, it wouldn't hurt to first deal with the giant soldier pirates. Giant soldier pirates. If it weren't for our haste to attack the Kingdom of Tyr, what would it matter to us? The Golden Lion swiftly redirected his ire towards the giant soldier pirates. After all, in his view, had the giant soldier pirates not launched their attack, he might have already resolved matters concerning his own crew without incurring any losses. The gathered assembly quickly grasped Captain Rock's intentions. He sought to seize this opportunity to unify the Grand Line. This is splendid. Wang Ji's plump visage suddenly radiated excitement. For he was Rock's most loyal subordinate, having longed to annihilate both the giant soldier pirates and the Ada's pirates, never expecting such an opportunity to arise so suddenly. Captain Rox, the members of the giant soldier pirates have reached the island at the forefront. The vicinity of Hive Island was surrounded by dozens of islands of varying sizes. The message bearer hailing from the foremost island was one of the guards, who communicated via telephone to those on Hive Island. Our guests have finally arrived. We must not keep them waiting. Let us set forth. With that, Rox, brimming with enthusiasm, strode towards the port with his characteristic square gait. Prepare the cannons. When Rox received the news, he promptly instructed the pirates on the island to prepare for a decisive strike against the giant soldier pirates. Thus, before they even reached the port, the surrounding armaments were already in place. Clay, accompanied by Long E and Long Air, halted at a distance of 1,000 meters from the harbor, standing atop a structure to observe the scene unfolding upon the sea. After all, it was far better to keep a watchful eye on them than to leave them unattended. Clay was acutely aware of their audacity. Should they inadvertently dash into the battlefield and sustain injuries, he would be remiss in fulfilling Lord Carl's entrusted duties. Here they come. At that moment, Long E leaned over the building, peering through his diminutive telescope to gaze into the depths of the ocean, where he spotted a colossal fleet racing toward their direction. Is that so? Let me see, brother. Long Air immediately began to tussle with Long E for the telescope. Enough of this mischief. I must emphasize once more. During the impending battle, do not stray from my sight. Understood? Understood, Brother Clay. Both Long E and Long Air replied obediently. Yet, the more compliant they appeared, the more vigilant Clay became, for he well knew the unruly nature of these two young tyrants in Carl's absence. Captain, we have arrived at Hive Island. The lookout pirate promptly relayed the information to Yorolu. I can sense them, Yorolu declared, standing upon the deck, his Kenbunchika haki allowing him to perceive that Golden Lion and several captains awaited them at the harbor. As the two factions drew closer, the sky began to darken with ominous clouds, while a fierce wind whipped across the sea, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Yorla towered impressively at 30 meters, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Has my son perished at your hands? As the giant soldier pirates approached the shore, Yorla bellowed toward Carl, his voice resounding like thunder. Having seen Carl's photograph, he immediately recognized him standing at the port. Who is your son? Carl was filled with doubt, for he remained unaware that the individual he had casually dealt with on his return from the kingdom of Phil was none other than Yorolu's son. Yorolu, how dare you come to my territory to provoke me? Today, I shall show you who the true stronghold is, declared Rooks, radiating an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki as he fixated his gaze on Yorolu, a fierce battle intent simmering within him. Rooks, what brings you here? Yorolu questioned, his soul resonating with disbelief, for he had received intel that Rooks was not present on this island. Could it be misinformation? His mind raced with thoughts. It was I who disseminated that information. I never expected you, a brute of considerable strength, to actually fall for it. Haha, now that you are here, there is no reason for you to leave. Rooks had long anticipated their separation from the Ikusu pirate crew, and this presented a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, he deemed it inconsequential to delay the assault on the Tear Kingdom. Without further ado, Rooks charged at Yorelu with remarkable speed, his diminutive frame generating a tempestuous wind. His armed hockey-enveloped fists and feet surged towards Yorelu like a whirlwind. Although aware of his deception, Yorelu, as a warrior of the giant race, was not one to retreat in the face of battle. He immediately retaliated, recognizing that this was not the time for withdrawal. While they engaged in combat, the formidable figures of Golden Lion Shiki and Newgate joined the fray, each confronting a captain from the giant soldier pirate crew. Golden Lion faced the vice captain Fred. Newgate squared off against the 1st Division Captain Herman, while John and the Prince struggled to hold their ground against the 2nd Division Captain Aloy. Meanwhile, the 3rd Division Captain Bakura was left to Charlotte Lin, and the 4th Division Captain Angelo naturally fell to Carl. Simultaneously, the ships of the giant soldier pirate crew docked, bringing them into close proximity with the pirates on shore. In an instant, the battle erupted. The clash between Yorelu and Rooks was exceedingly fierce, each strike echoing with a thunderous sound that resonated through the air, causing it to tremble. Their speed and power escalated, as if the entire battlefield had been engulfed in an unending tempest. Surrounding pirates quickly vacated the area to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Instantly, the battlefield was delineated into 6 vacant zones, the residual force from the captain-level confrontations potent enough to shred ordinary pirates. Bang! You must be Carl. Quite impressive, aren't you? You are not too shabby yourself, Angelo. In a particular battlefield, Carl faced off against Angelo, the captain of the 4th Division of the giant pirate crew. Angelo, a member of the giant race, possessed an enormous physique that exuded an overwhelming aura with every strike and movement. One should not assume that giants lack agility. On the contrary, Carl perceived their actions to be remarkably swift. Furthermore, each of these captain-level giants had mastered the dual-colored hockey. Carl was momentarily at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Yet, he infused each of his strikes with the power of lightning, gradually numbing Angelo's physique. At that moment, Long E and Long Air stealthily maneuvered around the battlefield. Seizing the distraction caused by Kree's engagement with the combatants, they swiftly broke free from his grasp. Soon, they confronted a captain from the giant pirate crew. Young one, piracy is no mere child's play, the pirate captain remarked, though he wielded his large sword without hesitation, swinging it menacingly at Long E and Long Air. Humph, we are not afraid. Haha, then come at me. The pirate captain wasted no more words and raised his long blade, striking fiercely at the two. Although Long E and Long Air were unarmed, their fists radiated with a golden light spell, allowing them to hold their ground against the captain. Where are they? Kree, captivated by the ongoing battle, soon realized that Long E and Long Air were missing. He quickly scanned the area and, noticing their absence, turned his gaze to the battlefield. His attention was drawn to 2 inconspicuous glimmers of gold on the left side of the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed their identities and hurried towards them. Golden light spell. Seizing the moment while Long E engaged with the captain, Long Air swiftly cast his spell to ensnare the pirate's left leg. The pirate immediately felt the constraint on his body and turned to face Long Air. 5 elements fist, fire. Long E seized the opportunity to strike the pirate's chest, instantly piercing through with his blow. Ugh! The pirate captain never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of the very children he had underestimated. Let me go? At that moment, Kree rushed to their side, grabbing each of them and pulling them away from the battlefield. You too. I lost sight of you for just a moment, didn't I? Hee, brother Kree, Long Air replied with a charming smile, knowing that Kree was susceptible to such flattery. Enough. I will deal with you later. Kree's expression was somber, yet he recognized that there was little he could say at that moment. Thankfully, no grave incidents had occurred, and he resolved to confront them later, casting a vigilant glance around before hastily retreating from the battlefield. Wave slash. Meanwhile, a turning point emerged on the battlefield. In one corner, an exhilarating duel unfolded between the formidable swordsman, Gold Lion Shiki, and Fred, the vice captain of the giant pirate crew. Both displayed extraordinary prowess. Gold Lion brandished his twin swords with the ferocity of a tempest, while Fred, as a member of the giant race, showcased his immense stature and formidable strength. He wielded a colossal iron hammer, each strike resonating with a deafening clang, as though the very heavens trembled in response. Despite Fred's formidable strength, the Golden Lion, with his unparalleled technique, consistently discovered openings for attack. The battle gradually escalated to a fever pitch. The first mate, Fred, found himself increasingly at a disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of the Golden Lion Shiki. His massive frame was already riddled with numerous wounds, blood saturating his body. In the harsh sunlight, his bloodied and grotesque visage was truly terrifying. After all, Shiki was at the zenith of his powers. His blade perpetually enveloped in the ominous aura of Conqueror's Haki. It is worth noting that Shiki had once nearly claimed the life of Roger. Had it not been for that tremendous storm, which saved Roger, the true Pirate King might still be in question. Gahahaha. Two-sword style, Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki quickly discerned Fred's waning stamina. His evasions had become increasingly laborious, and he seized the moment. For top-tier combatants, a single exposed weakness could determine the outcome in an instant. The speed and power of this technique reached unprecedented heights, even tearing the very sky asunder. The Golden Lion, suspended in the air, brandished his swords with reckless abandon, unleashing the full might of his armament Haki. In that fleeting moment, not just his two blades, but his entire form and the surrounding air became suffused with the pitch-black aura of his Haki. In an instant, two golden arcs of sword energy erupted from his blades, intertwining in the air with a roar reminiscent of a lion. The terrifying sword energy surged forth with an annihilating force, a sharpness only a grand swordsman could wield. Utterly unstoppable, Fred, in a state of panic, endeavored to withstand the Golden Lion's ferocity. Yet, his body could no longer endure such a fierce onslaught. Despite his frantic attempts to deflect with the hammer, the Golden Lion's sword energy shattered the iron and pierced through his form, his immense body gradually succumbing to the ground, his life ebbing away. In his final moments, he cast a glance toward Captain Yorelu, perhaps regretting his failure to halt him. But it was too late. He could even foresee the fate of their pirate crew. Slowly, he closed his pained eyes. In the last breath of life, he pondered how things might have been different had Don Krieg and Bragi been present. Alas, the whereabouts of those two captains remained unknown. Haha, you're not so bad yourself. Carl, has anyone ever told you that your laughter resembles a duck's quack? Only villains would indulge in such prattle. As Carl provoked Angelo, he simultaneously sought an opportunity. Carl, you have incensed me, Angelo exclaimed, clearly vexed by Carl's mocking laughter. In the next moment, fueled by indignation, he unleashed his full might, inadvertently granting Carl a splendid opportunity for an offensive maneuver. Thunder Fist. Carl leaped up suddenly, positioning himself to the left of Angelo. In midair, he executed a moonwalk to adjust his stance, striking towards Angelo's left flank. Oh no! Angelo immediately recognized the impending danger, yet he had no time to correct his posture. With a resounding crash, Angelo was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, plummeting towards the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater upon impact. The surrounding pirates were swept away by the shockwave, propelled several meters into the air. Wow! Angelo sat up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But Carl showed no signs of relenting. Carl charged forth like a bolt of lightning, his fist, enveloped in the aura of armed Haki, struck fiercely towards Angelo's head. Angelo hastily raised his right hand to defend himself. Bang! Yet, it proved futile. The force of the blow was overwhelming, shattering his entire arm into a mist of blood. Carl, relentless, offered no respite as he unleashed another punch. At that moment, Angelo was desperately pressing his left hand against the wound on his right arm. But soon after, his skull erupted like a snowball. The battle concluded abruptly. Angelo, Fred, it is I who have brought this upon you, Yoruru lamented sorrowfully. Retreat, everyone. Despite Yoruru's valiant resistance against Rock's onslaught, his peripheral vision caught sight of Fred and Angelo's demise. The majority of his crew had already suffered grievous losses. He recognized that his arrogance had led to such dire consequences, and a pang of regret surged through him. Had he heeded Fred's counsel, this calamity could have been averted. His orders were merely intended to allow more members to escape the fray. After all, retreat was no longer an option for him. Rock's formidable strength left him powerless to resist. Withdraw quickly. Yoruru's command for retreat came too late. The members of the giant soldier pirates, under the leadership of the Golden Lion, had nearly all perished. Now, only Herman, Aloy, and Bakura remained alive on the battlefield. Yet, given the circumstances, the end of the conflict was imminent. What brings you two here? Although Carl had concluded his battle, he refrained from intervening in the conflicts of others. To him, it seemed that fortune favored their side in the current scenario. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, closely observing the battlefield to preempt any unforeseen developments. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Long E and Long Air at the edge of the battlefield. Where they stood poised, Carl swiftly approached Cray. My lord Carl, I apologize. It is my oversight. Cray felt a twinge of shame, as he believed that failing to keep an eye on Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 was a sign of irresponsibility towards Lord Carl's instructions. After all, given his strength, it was unlikely for the dragons to vanish beneath his very gaze. He had simply allowed himself to be distracted by the battle unfolding before him. No matter. It appears that nothing untoward has occurred. Carl expressed indifference, noting that as long as Long E and Long Air did not encounter any significant issues, allowing them to participate in a trial run would not be detrimental. However, he resolved to keep a closer watch on them in the future. For the bloodline of the Dragonkin was indeed rare, and he anticipated that they would become valuable allies. He was unwilling to incur any losses at this juncture. Yes, my Lord Carl, replied Cly respectfully, casting a fierce glare at Long E and Long Air. We shall certainly obey next time. Their speed in acknowledging their fault was rather swift. Yet, as Carl observed that no substantial damage had occurred, the matter was left unresolved, and he shifted his focus to the center of the battlefield. He was acutely aware that Rox possessed strength far beyond what was presently evident. What puzzled him was why Rox was prolonging the battle. Did he have ulterior motives? Carl was unaware of Rox's thoughts, but as he gazed at the heart of the conflict, he sensed that the confrontation was nearing its conclusion. The captains of the giant clan were gradually succumbing to the onslaught of Newgate and Charlotte Linlin. After all, they could only contend with the Rox pirates when allied with the Yax pirates, and in a one-on-one confrontation, their fate was assuredly destruction. Rox's devil fruit is indeed well concealed. Carl quietly speculated on the side. It seemed that Rox's devil fruit ability was only unleashed during the Battle of God Valley. In other conflicts, there had been no mention of Captain Rox possessing such powers. However, even if Rox did not exhibit his devil fruit abilities, his mastery of the three types of hockey undoubtedly placed him among the elite. Soon, the battles in the other three locations concluded, leaving only the confrontation between Rox and Urilu. Several captains quickly gathered to witness the clash between Rox and Urilu. Ha 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 ha. Has Captain Rox's strength diminished? The Golden Lion chuckled to himself, believing that Rox's prowess should not have prolonged the battle for so long. If Rox truly had weakened, could it not further his desire to leave the pirate crew? Goo la 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 la. Golden Lion, take a good look. Newgate offered a different perspective. He believed that Rox was honing his Conqueror-S hockey, as each of his assaults was enveloped in the aura of dominance. Yet, the onlookers were uncertain whether Rox was at his peak, or if he could further refine his abilities. Well, I'm craving cake, Charlotte Linlin admitted, feeling a bit hungry after such an extended bout. Although it had not been an excessively strenuous activity, she still felt a pang of hunger. Just as the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Rox contemplated experiencing the might of the Giant's Kingdom. He had always wished to witness the prowess of the Giant Kingdom's ultimate technique, the dominance of giants. After all, only Captain Urilu of the giant pirate crew wielded it, and Rox had no desire to challenge the Giant Kingdom. Despite being one of the world's foremost powers, he understood that confronting the Giant's Kingdom might lead to dire consequences. A mere village of a few hundred giants could be deemed the strongest nation in the world. The hundreds of thousands in the Giant Kingdom could be considered invincible. He had no intention of provoking such a formidable force, as it could jeopardize his plans and result in unwarranted losses. Ha 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 ha. Urilu, what about your giant's ultimate move? Show it to me. Rox taunted, continuously provoking his opponent. Meanwhile, his longsword, enveloped in Conqueror-S hockey, clashed repeatedly with Urilu's greatsword. The two weapons met with a dazzling display of black and purple lightning, causing the air around them to explode. At the same time, a tempest surged around them. The sky fractured, and immense shockwaves swept across everything in their vicinity. Upon hearing Rox's words, Urilu realized that Rox was deliberately holding back in their duel. He glanced around the battlefield and saw that the giant pirate crew had been utterly decimated, leaving him as the sole survivor. A sense of regret washed over him. In the beginning, the giant pirate crew was led by 4 captains. However, when the crew fell into his hands, he not only failed to safeguard its pinnacle but instead led the giant pirate crew toward its demise. He understood that he could not escape today. So be it, Rox, he declared. Since you wish to witness it, allow me to unveil the might of the giant clan. Urilu's aura shifted dramatically, his colossal form radiating an intense azure glow, every muscle taut with power. A chilling sense of impending danger surged within Rox, igniting a thrill within him. It was the first time he had encountered such formidable peril. In an instant, Urilu positioned his weapon horizontally before him, and with a fierce swing towards Rox unleashed an astonishing shockwave, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet overwhelming in its sheer force. capable of rending the very fabric of space. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed to the utmost limits, a long wave of energy erupted, not an illusion, but a manifestation entirely forged from power. "Come at me," Rox replied, embracing the ferocious impact of the shockwave without flinching, opting instead to retaliate with all his might. "Ha ha ha, just like that," he exclaimed. "Divine might." Rox unleashed one of his signature techniques, brandishing his sword entwined with Conqueror's haki against the oncoming wave of energy. The moment their powers collided, a tempest of energy erupted, obliterating everything in its path. Trees and ground alike were annihilated, fissures spiderwebbing across the earth. As the land of Hive Island 15 shattered and sank into the depths of the sea, the aftermath of their clash cleaved the sky, leaving a long rift that would not easily mend. Is this my life? The scene soon settled, with Rox standing resolutely, sword in hand, while Yorlu knelt upon the ground. "Still, there is a tinge of reluctance," he murmured. "I have let everyone down. I am sorry." The light faded from Yorlu's eyes as he succumbed. The saga of the great pirate, who roamed the latter half of the Grand Line for decades, came to an end today, falling at the hands of Rox. Yet his legacy as a member of the giant clan would not be forgotten. "Quickly, clear the battlefield," Rox commanded. "We have greater ambitions ahead." This battle, in truth, had not significantly impacted the Rox pirates. They had emerged victorious with remarkable ease. Yet, it was precisely because of this ease that Rox immediately set his sights on the ex-pirates. Given the slow dissemination of news across the seas, if they departed swiftly, they could eliminate the ex-pirates before they even received word of the conflict. "For the upcoming battle, the two of you shall refrain from joining." Carl spoke with unwavering conviction, for the axe pirates were indeed slightly more formidable than the giant soldier pirates. A moment's inattention could lead to the loss of Long E or Long Air. Very well. Though both were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce. "Gulalalala. Carl, your strength has significantly increased." Newgate had been quietly observing Carl during the battle and noted that Carl's prowess was continuously ascending amidst the fierce conflict. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Carl's physique. It was astounding to discover the might of the Titan bloodline. "Haha, I am grateful for your guidance, Brother Newgate." Carl was genuinely grateful to Newgate. Had it not been for his unexpected arrival on the deserted island, he would never have had the opportunity to join the Rox pirates and partake in numerous battles, experiencing a remarkable surge in his strength. Were he to toil in isolation, he might have long since found himself stymied at some threshold. Each day, he felt the steady growth of his abilities. Although he understood that he would inevitably reach his limits, he believed that by the time he did, he would possess sufficient power to traverse the Grand Line with impunity. "Ha ha," Rox exclaimed, standing before the command platform, a nautical chart clutched in his hand, his face alight with exhilaration. His commanding voice resonated throughout the ship. "Our next target is the ex-pirates. They no longer pose a threat." The pirates aboard stirred with renewed vigor, aware that once they vanquished the ex-pirates, the latter half of the Grand Line would belong solely to the Rox crew. Standing beside Rox, the Golden Lion nodded silently in agreement. Rox towered over the ship's railing, his long black hair billowing in the wind, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Edward Newgate, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "We must strike while they remain unaware, and eradicate them swiftly. This way, we shall unify the latter half of the Grand Line." Rox nodded, unfurling the nautical chart upon the command platform. He pointed to a red mark on the map, stating, "This is Whorl Island, the stronghold of the ex-pirates. We will launch our assault here." The Golden Lion, Newgate, and others focused intently on the chart, etching this objective into their minds. They were certain that this battle would culminate in a resounding victory for the Rox crew. "Prepare to set sail." The voice of Rox resonated throughout the harbor, prompting the pirates to spring into action. They meticulously inspected their weapons, adjusted the sails, and prepared for the imminent battle. The formidable pirate fleet gradually set sail from the harbor, heading towards Whorl Island. Rox had awaited this day for a long time. He stood atop the Jybeck, surveying the vast expanse of the sea. In the beginning, the ocean was teeming with top-tier pirate crews, fierce rivals vying for territory and treasure. However, as time passed, only 3 factions remained, locked in a delicate balance of power. Now, Rox was finally poised to realize the first ambition that dwelled within his heart. If his pirate crew could unify the latter half of the Grand Line, it would attract more pirates, providing him with the strength necessary to achieve his grand vision. Rox turned to face his crew, his gaze brimming with arrogance and determination. He commanded John, Wang Ji, and Kaido to head to the headquarters of the giant soldier pirates on Kuro Island to clean up the aftermath and gather the treasures from the island. Meanwhile, the rest would accompany Rox to Island. This was a pivotal moment. Rox understood that once his plan came to fruition, his crew would gain further support and resources, propelling him closer to his lofty goals. A fervent desire ignited within him. He had awaited this day for far too long. Truly, fortune favors me, he mused. I never imagined the plan would unfold so smoothly. Rox was astonished that such a minor scheme could pave the way for his ambitions in the latter half of the Grand Line. With 6 or 7 hours remaining until they reached Island, Rox retreated to the ship's cabin. Ma. Shiki, do me a favor, Charlotte Linlin said softly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. I wish to have a child with Carl. You can propose any condition, she added, biting her lip and gazing steadfastly at Shiki. As the others dispersed, Charlotte Linlin approached the Golden Lion Shiki alone. In her view, Carl's strength was rapidly escalating. Once he surpassed them, it would become increasingly difficult to force his hand. It was better to take advantage of the present, while Carl had not yet reached his peak, to intoxicate him, which might increase her chances of success. After all, she had long since realized that Carl had a low tolerance for alcohol. The two locked eyes in silence, time seeming to stand still for a moment. Kekekek. Shiki had not anticipated that Charlotte Linlin would resort to cunning tactics regarding Carl. Yet, he gleaned from her fervent desire to bear a child with him just how strong her obsession was. In truth, Shiki felt a twinge of envy. He had learned of Carl's Titan bloodline and had witnessed his physical prowess growing without apparent limits. I never expected this old hag would come seeking my assistance one day. Very well, I shall assist you this time, the Golden Lion pondered carefully before agreeing to Charlotte Lingling's request. After all, if he wished to sever ties with the Rox pirates, he would require ample support, though he remained unaware that by the time he sought to utilize this favor, the Rox pirates would already be in disarray. Remember that you owe me a debt of gratitude, he considered, viewing this as a significant advantage in his bid to extricate himself from the Rox pirates. However, Charlotte Lingling placed little value on this debt, in her eyes. Trust among pirates was reserved solely for those of direct blood relation. Thus, the stronger the bloodline abilities, the more formidable her influence became, making Carl's Titan bloodline an opportunity she could not afford to overlook. Indeed, it was later that Charlotte Lingling established the Charlotte Pirates, heavily relying on her bloodline. Meanwhile, Kure walked alongside Carl, entering Newgate's chamber, for Carl wished to ascertain whether there were any particular devil fruit users within the ex-pirates that warranted special attention. After all, the world of pirates was fraught with perilous devil fruit abilities, and he feared a misstep could lead to calamity. Newgate. Are there any individuals within the ex-pirates that we should be especially wary of? Given the brevity of Carl's tenure with the Rox pirates, his understanding of the various powers at sea was rather superficial. The relentless battles during this period left him little opportunity to delve deeper into the intricacies of maritime forces. Indeed, there is one, Newgate pondered momentarily before continuing, the captain of the 3rd Division, Baroque. He possesses the poison fruit, he added, making him quite a formidable adversary. At this juncture, Newgate furrowed his brow slightly, revealing that he had encountered considerable difficulties in the past. After taking a hearty swig from his flask, his expression relaxed. If memory serves, the poison fruit is the same devil fruit power wielded by the warden of the underwater prison at the story's outset. However, the name eludes me. Nevertheless, the techniques associated with the poison fruit are firmly etched in my memory. Nothing else comes to mind, Newgate reflected. It seemed that Baroque was the only one in the Ikusa pirates with any special abilities. The rest posed no threat to him, with his trimmer fruit. He could easily sweep aside any opposition. It was evident that there were no pressing matters to address at this point. After enjoying a few drinks with Newgate in the cabin, I retreated back to the ship's quarters. Cray, how is their training progressing? It was important to ascertain Carl's concern for Long 1 and Long 2. Report, Lord Carl. Long 1 and Long 2 have already mastered the Golden Light spell. As for the lightning technique, I am unsure of the progress since I haven't practiced it yet, but the 5-element fist has been honed to a remarkable degree. That's good to hear. You should also train diligently. Once you fully master the Golden Light spell, I shall impart the lightning technique to you. Thank you, Lord Carl. By the time they arrived at Uru Island, night had descended. Thanks to the early clearance of Ikusu pirate scouts, their landing went unnoticed. Rox led them directly to the Ikusu pirate stronghold, intent on catching them off guard. Let us go. Today must have yielded quite a bounty, right? Haha, not much. From within the island, they gleaned that it was a significant day for the Ikusu pirates, as many small islands under their dominion were dutifully offering protection fees. Along with an abundance of gold and jewels, it was also their annual grand feast, attended by the principal members of the Ikusu pirates. Upon sensing that the key members were gathered within, Rox immediately began assigning tasks. Ikusu is mine. The rest you may divide among yourselves. Ha ha ha. /wave. Rox afforded them no time for careful selection, and after issuing his command, he swung his formidable blade, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped wave of energy toward the center of the gathering. Who goes there? This is bad. We have enemies. Where did these blind fools come from? In an instant, the pirates were jolted from their stupor, seizing their weapons and confronting the Rox pirates. Rox? Yax, seated at the helm, stood up in shock. What is the Rox pirates? How did they come to be here? Why was there no report? As the members of the Yax pirates marveled at how Rox and his crew had managed to reach the island, Yax had never fathomed their sudden appearance. After all, several years had passed since the last great conflict, and they had coexisted peacefully until now. Yet, now that he witnessed Rox's arrival, it was clear they were not here to partake in his celebration. Ha! Your comrade Yorelu is dead. You shall be next, Rox declared from his elevated position, pointing his long blade at Yax. As Yax pondered the implications of Yorelu's demise, was it a ruse? He looked up to see Rox charging toward him. He realized this was not the moment for contemplation. With Rox on the island, conflict was inevitable. Men, prepare for battle. Roar. Charge. Let them witness our might. A horde of pirates surged toward the Rox pirates. Jihaha, my old friend Durant. The Golden Lion greeted his longtime rival with enthusiasm. Two streams of golden sword energy erupted from his twin blades, intertwining in the air with a roar akin to that of a lion. The terrifying cross-shaped sword energy swept forth with an unstoppable force, a sharpness only the greatest swordsman could wield. Meteor slash. Durant swiftly advanced, unleashing his signature move to counter the Golden Lion, instantly splitting the battlefield in two. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin sought out each other's division commanders. At that moment, Carl noticed that the 3rd Division Commander Baroque was absent, leaving him without a worthy opponent. However, he soon speculated that Baroque must be attempting to relocate Yax Pirate's treasure. Thus, he activated his observation hotkey and sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching the rear of the island. He quickly dispatched the minions before him with a slash and gave chase. Who would have thought Yorelu was so weak, falling silently to Rox? Now we must flee. The words came from Baroque, the 3rd Division Commander, who, upon seeing Rox's appearance, hastily made his way toward the treasure trove in the back mountains. In his eyes, with Rox having arrived, escape was now paramount. This matter has become irrevocable. Thus, survival is the only truth. A tremendous wave of energy swept across the entire island in an instant. Ha! Ikes, you have grown complacent. The voice of Rox echoed throughout the island, causing many weak-willed pirates to collapse to the ground. Clearly, he was unleashing his formidable conqueror's hotkey. The resounding clang gradually faded into the distance. Baroque had arrived at the entrance of a cave, which bore no visible means of entry. He gently twisted a stone at the cave's entrance. Suddenly, an ear-piercing cracking sound erupted, and a grand door swung open before him. Carl followed closely behind, meticulously concealing his breath to avoid detection by Baroque. There's no time. I must take the important items first. As Baroque burst through the open door, he was greeted by the sight of 15 iron boxes on the platform within, with the most valuable treasure undoubtedly being the devil fruits. He quickly grabbed a bag and stowed 5 of the iron boxes inside, slinging it onto his back. Clearly, these 5 fruits were of greater worth. After all, if he were to abscond with all the devil fruits, the Rox pirates would certainly be aware of his escape. Thus, he could not flee completely. He could only select the ones with greater powers. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly halted. Come out. The cave fell into an eerie silence. You are quite cautious, but your aura has betrayed you. 4 top-tier warriors. Discerning the presence of others is not solely reliant on observation. The sounds of breathing, faint heartbeats, and even the absence of insects and rodents can reveal hidden presences. Baroque was quick to perceive a subtle heartbeat. Someone was lurking by the doorway, waiting for his exit. Ah, so you've discovered me. Carl scratched his head as he stepped through the door. How did you discover me? In Carl's perspective, he believed he had concealed himself quite effectively, leaving no trace behind. It is impossible for a person to will their heart to cease its beating. Fortunately, my hearing is exceptionally acute. I can distinctly perceive a heartbeat within a radius of 100 meters. From Baroque's viewpoint, It was quite impressive that Carl had managed to follow him all the way until now before being detected. I see. I never anticipated you to be so peculiar. Carl had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary hearing. Enough of the small talk, let us proceed, Baroque declared, placing the bag at his feet and assuming an aggressive stance. All right, I had hoped to converse with you a bit longer. Venomous dragon. Baroque had no intention of engaging Carl in idle chatter. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dragon composed of lethal toxins surged towards Carl. It appears he is not to be trifled with. At the very moment the venomous dragon emerged, Carl discerned a droplet of liquid cascading to the ground, instantly corroding a small pit. He understood that if this toxic beast were to make contact with him, he would scarcely endure for long. Shave. Pistol. He deftly employed the sixth style of the Navy to evade to the side, then brandished his sword, unleashing a golden arc of sword energy that soared toward Baroque's legs. From his knowledge, he recognized that the poison fruit was of the paramecia type, rendering it impossible for the entirety of its wielder's body to become elemental, especially since it was infused with a measure of haki. Toxic slide. Baroque immediately corroded the ground into a smooth slide with his potent venom, then swiftly utilized the slide to evade. Oh dear, what a pity. Carl discovered that the ground was being eroded by the lethal toxins in Baroque, and with it, a portion of the gold, his hard-won spoils, was also corroded, causing him a twinge of regret. You ought to be more concerned about your own well-being, he remarked. The poison is spreading. In an instant, Baroque enveloped the entire cavern in a toxic mist. The poison disseminated rapidly, filling the cave almost instantaneously, and with only one exit. There was no time to evade the impending danger. This is bad. Carl immediately waved his arms, placing them over his nostrils to hold his breath. However, it was slightly too late. In that fleeting moment, he caught a whiff of poison gas, although he managed to stop breathing in time. A profound sense of weakness enveloped him, and his mind began to swirl with dizziness. He was taken aback by the potency of the toxin, feeling its insidious presence relentlessly undermining his senses. Despite his considerable prowess, having reached the level of a quasi-admiral, he still succumbed to the effects. It was evident that Baroque's mastery of the devil fruit was far superior to that of the warden depicted in the original tale. He recognized that he had somewhat underestimated the formidable beings of the pirate world. After all, any pirate capable of thriving in the New World for decades must have honed their devil fruit abilities to perfection. The warden from the original narrative had not the luxury of time to develop such powers, and thus their strengths could not be compared on equal footing. Fortunately, his Titan physique swiftly restored his clarity. Evidently, this feeble toxin was insufficient to inflict any significant harm on his being. A warm current surged within him, dissolving the trace of poison in an instant. Aware that he was not yet a superhuman, he knew he could not hold his breath for too long. Thus, he understood the urgency of concluding the battle swiftly or extricating himself from the deadlock. Otherwise, he would inevitably face defeat. With a sudden lunge, Carl shattered the ground beneath him, sending fragments of earth and stone cascading into the air. In an instant, Carl appeared beside Baroque with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, wielding a fist enveloped in the essence of armament haki, striking fiercely towards his head. Carl's prowess undeniably surpasses that of Baroque, for all of Baroque's abilities stem from his venomous fruit, rendering his physical constitution rather feeble. In an instant, Baroque's head was struck by Carl's formidable punch, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, where he was forcefully embedded, causing the cavern to tremble. Wow, boy, do you consider yourself strong? Baroque emerged from the wall, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he sensed the internal damage to his organs, he recognized that the young lad before him possessed an extraordinary strength, despite his youthful appearance. Venomous Colossus. Baroque's body became enveloped in a potent toxin, which clung to him like armor, instantly elevating his height to nearly 10 meters, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Once prepared, Baroque charged toward Carl with reckless abandon, leaving a trail of devastation in the wake of the corrosive gas that surrounded him. Lightning Thunder Fist. Carl understood that in close encounters, the inevitability of toxic gas was a certainty. Therefore, he first enveloped himself in the golden light of a protective spell, and then, with crackling electricity dancing around his fists, he advanced forward. With the swiftness of lightning, he swung his weapon, Thunderclap. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds resonating through the air. The sheer force of the thunder caused the air itself to emit a charred aroma. Given the colossal size of Baroque's toxic giant, every punch found its mark. With violet lightning striking the giant from a distance, instantly enveloping it in a surge of electric currents. Baroque was taken aback by the potency of Carl's lightning. He felt as though the electricity rendered him powerless, as if he could no longer control his limbs. Even the capabilities of his toxic fruit began to wane. It was crucial to realize that this was Carl unleashing the full might of his lightning technique, capable of searing one's internal organs with a single strike. Only those who had refined their haki to its utmost or could interrupt his assault from a distance might withstand such an attack. He couldn't help but ponder that if it weren't for Luffy's protagonist aura, he might not have been able to defeat Enel, the wielder of the Rumble fruit. Before awakening to the sun god Nika's powers, indeed, the significance of the protagonist's aura was undeniable. Yet, even as these thoughts crossed his mind, mere seconds had passed, and he turned his gaze toward Baroque. True to his expectations, the toxic giant had dissipated before it could reach Carl, and the poisonous gas in the air had vanished completely, indicating that Baroque was finished. Baroque knelt, shimmering with sparks of electricity, several dozen meters away from Carl. Acutely aware that his body had been reduced to charred remnants. His earlier perceptions had not been mistaken. He was no longer capable of combat. The Rumble fruit, is it? He mused. I never imagined I would meet my end in this inconspicuous little cave. In that fleeting moment, he reflected on his tragic life, a childhood marred by a pirate massacre that left him the sole survivor, followed by his enlistment in the ex-pirates. Finally, after a decade, he had tracked down the very pirates responsible for the slaughter of his village, only to annihilate them in one night. Though he avenged his village, he had become a pirate himself, fully aware that he could never return to his past. The subsequent decades were spent traversing the tumultuous seas, taking countless lives. Yet he had never found solace for his soul. All of it would culminate in this day. Boy, if given the choice, would you become a pirate? Although Baroque was resigned to his fate, perhaps age had softened him. As one approaches death, their words tend to turn kind. He was curious to know if Carl's experiences mirrored his own. Of course not. Isn't it better to live a peaceful and prosperous life? Upon uttering these words, Baroque realized that he and Carl belonged to the same ilk. Yet, it is lamentable how fate can be cruel. Each individual, due to various circumstances, is compelled to tread a path they would rather avoid. Perhaps this is what is meant by the so-called dragon-slaying youth ultimately becoming the very dragon. The poignant words spoken by Baroque in his final moments stirred a deep sense of nostalgia within Carl. Indeed, if given a choice. Who would choose to become a pirate? Baroque remarked, his gaze dimming, clearly indicating that he had already departed. Carl was profoundly transformed by the words uttered by Balok just before his demise. He recalled a statement made by a great general during the era of the Blue Star War. Those souls, sanctified by the crucible of conflict, are forever intertwined with the destiny of the people. What we endeavor today is of the utmost glory. In an instant, Carl's fighting spirit was ignited. Previously devoid of ambition and zeal, he found enlightenment in Baroque's words today. Having arrived in the world of pirates, he was still uncertain of the specific significance of his presence. However, he now aspired to forge a realm free from warfare and slavery, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to this noble endeavor. Everything culminated in one notion: the celestial dragons. Bang! Carl excavated a pit outside the cave and laid Baroque's lifeless body to rest within it. In his eyes, Baroque's moment of clarity before death was sufficient to warrant this final act of respect. Thank you for the reminder. I now comprehend my purpose moving forward. After properly interring Baroque's remains, he swiftly concealed the bag containing the devil fruit. Now comes the moment of reaping. The matter concerning Carl has concluded. Upon entering the cave, one meticulously examines the surroundings for any remaining precious treasures. After all, the first to discover the treasure possesses the privilege of selection. This necklace is quite exquisite. Oh, and there are two magnificent blades as well. What is it called? Carl discovered some precious items within the treasury, carefully placing them into the system space while observing them intently. This is the ancient moon blade, and this is the silver harmony blade. Alongside these treasures, Carl also amassed approximately 3 billion berries. After collecting a small portion of the wealth, he exited the cave. It was impractical for him to carry all the riches alone, as it would surely incite Rock's displeasure. The remaining wealth would be subject to Rock's distribution. His task could be deemed accomplished. As he stepped out of the cave entrance and made his way toward the heart of the battlefield, he noticed a devil fruit adorned with intricate purple patterns at the roadside. The poison fruit. His surprise was palpable. Though he understood that upon the demise of a devil fruit user, their fruit would randomly appear elsewhere, he had not anticipated acquiring it himself. Did this imply that he had indirectly altered the timeline? Indeed, Just as Carl secured the poison fruit into his system backpack, a notification rang out. Congratulations, host, for altering the pirate world line for the second time. This marked the second alteration. The first had rewarded him with access to the system shop. Unfortunately, at that time, he lacked the necessary points to purchase any items, leaving him curious about what this new reward might entail. Reward: 1,000 system shop points. Character template: Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Sovereign wealth. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Carl was overjoyed. With 1,000 system shop points, he was yet unaware of the specific items he could procure. However, sovereign wealth was renowned as the greatest sword saint throughout history. Were it not for certain peculiar circumstances, he would likely be the first from the Fox Spirit Matchmaker to confront the three young masters of ally country. Carl promptly accessed his character template. Host: Lux D. Carl has fused with the template. The Celestial Master from under one person. Sword Saint Guy Nye from Chin's Moon, not yet fused. And Wealthy Fox from Fox Spirit Matchmaker, not yet fused. Skills: Armed Color Hockey Coverage, Intermediate Observation Hockey, Beginner Conqueror's Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Golden Light Spell, Palm Thunder, Solar 5 Thunder, Tai Chi Fist. Talent: Titan Strength. Currency: 3. 7 billion berries. Items: Energy Fruit, Rain Fruit, Zoan-type Golden Bull Fruit, Zoan-type Rhino Fruit, Poison Fruit, Ancient Moon Blade, Silver Harmony Blade, Supreme Great Joy Blade, Longquan Sword. Unknown Devil Fruit 5. Evaluation: a top-tier powerhouse on the seas, with comprehensive strength akin to a false admiral. Open the system store. Carl had yet to peruse the offerings of the system shop. A pair of Fire Eye, 100,000 points, weakened version. Chi Body Source Flow, 100,000 points, Rainbow Stone. 100,000 points, a recovery pill, 10,000 points, a common longsword, merely 10 points. Well, for now, I find no pressing need to make a purchase. In the next moment, Carl closed the system shop, as he currently had no necessity for acquiring any items. In his estimation, the recovery pill appeared to be quite valuable. However, at 10,000 points each, it was rather exorbitant. Thus, he deemed it perfect to set aside thoughts of the system shop for the time being. Carl felt an immense sense of satisfaction with his current strength and possessions. "My Lord Carl," Cray called out. The battle had long since concluded, and he had been tirelessly searching for Lord Carl. Upon spotting him emerging from the woods, he hurried over. "I have discovered their treasure trove in the back mountains. Moreover, their third squad captain, Baroque, has also fallen by my hand." Carl gestured to Cly and then addressed those present, exclaiming, "Ha! Where do I say their treasure lies? So far away. I'll go ahead." The golden lion swiftly soared towards the direction indicated by Carl. Whoosh! John, unwilling to be outdone, darted past Carl with lightning speed. After all, John's greatest passion lay in gold and jewels, so such a reaction was hardly surprising. "Well done, Carl. Let us proceed and see the wealth they have amassed." Rox took the lead, guiding the group towards the rear mountain. So much gold. Soon, Rox led the group to the entrance of a cave, where dazzling golden light flickered from within. Rox was the first to spot the 10 devil fruits on the pedestal and then turned to look at Carl. He was astonished that Carl did not covet the devil fruits. It was known to him through his informants that the Ikusu pirates possessed only 10 devil fruits. However, unbeknownst to him, they had actually collected 5 devil fruits at this gathering. Rox then stepped forward. This cave was discovered by Carl first, thus, he shall claim 2 devil fruits first. Then each division leader will receive 1. Standing before the 10 devil fruits, Rox turned to address the crowd. "By the way, let me introduce you to this individual, Silver Axe." Simultaneously, to his right stood a towering figure over 3 meters tall, wielding 2 massive axes. Silver Axe joined the Ikusu pirates as an undercover agent years ago. It was his intelligence that informed us that the Ikusu pirates had yet to learn of the demise of the giant soldier pirates at our hands. This provided us with a significant opportunity to annihilate the Ikusu pirates. Hence he too may select a devil fruit. He will also serve as the captain of the 7th division of our Rocks pirates. Roar. The 7th division is established. The most elated in the crowd were the pirates who lacked their own division leaders. Instantly, many rushed to Silver Axe's side, eager to join his 7th division. "Carl, you may go first." Rox signaled for Carl to step forward and make his selection. Carl stepped forward. Lacking a comprehensive guide to the devil fruits and unaware of the specific abilities each fruit embodies, he only knew that the Zoan type resembled apples. The Paramecia type manifested in various forms, and the Logia type was characterized by prominent patterns. It was evident that there were no Logia types present. Instead, there were 5 Zoan types and 5 Paramecia types. Carl is not particularly fond of the Zoan type, as most of its fruits are rather inferior. He would prefer the Paramecia type, for the abilities within this category predominantly adhere to the realm of rules. If one can fully harness these powers, then there are no truly weak devil fruits. Carl acquired 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits and subsequently retreated to the sidelines. Following this, the Golden Lion approached to claim a Paramecia-type fruit, soon joined by Whitebeard, Charlotte, and others, culminating with Silver Axe, who seized an item as well. As for the remaining devil fruits, they were singularly taken by Rocks. All right, let us hasten our preparations. We must return to Hive Island to see the spoils of John and Wang Ji, he declared. A hearty laugh escaped Rocks, clearly overjoyed as he exited the cave. Soon after, the Golden Lion and Whitebeard followed suit, while the treasure within was entrusted to the pirates for transport to their ship. These pirates would not hoard the riches. For the collective observation, Haki remained active, and all present were well aware of this unspoken rule. The group swiftly returned aboard the vessel, each retreating to their respective quarters. Golden Lion, do not forget our agreement, Charlotte Linlin remarked as she lingered behind with the Golden Lion. Fear not, he replied with a hearty chuckle. Are you not concerned about Carl seeking retribution? The Golden Lion expressed curiosity regarding how Charlotte Linlin would navigate the ensuing complications. That is not your concern, Golden Lion, she replied, offering no further elaboration, merely cautioning him to refrain from meddling in matters that did not pertain to him. Mother, you have returned. Parasparrow greeted Charlotte Linlin at the door, his excitement palpable. At the age of 10, Parasparrow, her eldest son, was responsible for caring for his 11 brothers and 9 sisters. Mother, Katakuri is now 8 years old, the perfect age for playful adventures. And he is currently frolicking about the house with his younger brother Daifuku and his 4th brother Owen. Meanwhile, the youngest siblings remain nestled in their cribs. Mama, Mama, Mama. Parasparrow, soon you will welcome your 12th sibling. Which partner will Mama choose this time to have a child with? Parasparrow is well aware of his mother's penchant for bearing children with individuals from diverse races. After all, he is considerably more mature than Katakuri. Despite being just 10 years old, he has earned a place among the few whom Charlotte Linlin trusts. It's the 6th division captain of the pirate crew, Carl. I have coveted the Titan bloodline of Carl for quite some time now. Is it Carl? The power of bloodlines is indeed formidable. Yet one cannot help but wonder if Mother will achieve her desires this time. Then let us congratulate Mother on her triumphant success. Parasparrow mused. Recognizing that regardless of the outcome, Mother's intentions had been firmly established, further discussion would be futile. Upon our return, there shall be a grand banquet. So please do not cause me any trouble. Certainly, Mother, Parasparrow replied, masking any dissenting expression. We shall not be a bother, Mother, affirmed the 9-year-old daughter, Charlotte Compote. Her small face serious. She pondered her brothers and sisters, as well as her own father, whom she had only heard of by name and seldom encountered. Would Captain Carl, with such formidable strength, perhaps assume the role of their true father? After all, they understood they could not alter their mother's decisions and could only comply. Oh. I too am filled with anticipation. Charlotte Linlin fell into a reverie. On the deck, Newgate observed as the attendees retreated to their quarters, reflecting on when he might find a genuine family to rely on. Had he not been forcibly recruited by Rocks into this pirate crew, he might have already found a true family. Meanwhile, Shiki felt somewhat disgruntled, believing it preferable to accompany John and Wang Ji to the headquarters of the giant soldier pirates, where he might acquire several superior devil fruits, rather than selecting from the remnants left by others. Within the cabin of Rocks, you did well this time, Rocks addressed Shaki. Welcome back. From now on, you will be responsible for intelligence within the Rocks pirates. You shall report solely to me, should anyone else inquire. You need not divulge any information. Rest assured, Captain Rocks, I shall handle all intelligence matters from now on, Shaki replied respectfully. With you in charge, I am at ease. Now, you may leave. Aye, Captain. At this juncture, Shaki had only recently joined the Rocks pirates, her initiation being the intelligence from the Ikusu pirates. Otherwise, Rocks would not have been aware that now was the optimal moment to launch a formal assault on the Ikusu pirates. Similarly, moving forward, Shaki would only be accountable to Rocks. On the same day, Bakine had also just become a member of the Rocks pirates. Carl swiftly locked the door upon returning to his room. He meticulously arranged the devil fruits he had collected from his system backpack upon the table. As he gazed at the fruits before him, a sinister smile crept across Carl's face. From left to right lay the known energy fruits, the rain fruit, the zoan-type golden bull fruit, the zoan-type rhino fruit, and the poison fruit. In the center were 2 paramecia-type devil fruits, while the 5 boxes at the ends remained unopened. Their contents still a mystery. He forcefully pried open the 5 boxes, revealing an assortment of devil fruits, each with its own unique shape. System. Please identify these 2 paramecia-type fruits and the 5 unfamiliar devil fruits. Identification costs 10 points. 10 points? I recall that it was previously free. What is going on? Why are you charging now? Wasn't it always complimentary before? Carl immediately posed his existential inquiry, not merely because he noticed a slight accumulation of points, but rather with the intent to exploit this newfound opportunity. Previously, it was the host's lack of funds that hindered progress. Now that there are resources available, it is only natural to deduct them first. In the past, everything was extended to you free of charge. You were not required to repay. Yet you have made a miscalculation. Why not rectify your previous oversights? In the faintest whisper, he seemed to discern a note of schadenfreude emanating from the system. No, let it be. Forget I ever mentioned it. Carl immediately shook his head in refusal. In Carl's mind, he pondered the system's lack of integrity. Why was there a fee involved? Oh well, let the system appraise these 7 devil fruits for me. Deducting 70 points, remaining points, 930. Appraisal in progress. 2 paramecia types, the paint fruit and the change fruit, 2 zoan types, the fish fruit in its dragon form and the bird fruit in its golden-winged rock form. 1 logia type, the earth fruit, 2 animal types, the triceratops fruit and the saber-toothed tiger fruit. As the system concluded its introduction, Carl leapt up from his seat. My goodness, hasn't this just taken off? This is an immediate ascent. To acquire such powerful devil fruits is truly remarkable. System, open my personal panel. Host, Luke's D. Carl. Template fused. Master of heavenly secrets from under one person. Sword Saint Gagne from the King's Moon, not yet fused. Fox Spirit Matchmaker Wang Chuan Fugue, not yet fused. Skills, Armament Hockey. Intermediate Observation Hockey, Beginner Conqueror's Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Golden Light Spell, Palm Thunder, Sun 5 Thunder, Tai Chi Fist. Talent, Titan's Power. Wealth, 3. 7 billion berries. Items, Energy Fruit, Rain Fruit, Animal Type Golden Bull Fruit, Animal Type Rhino Fruit, Poison Fruit, Paint Fruit, Change Fruit, Fish Fruit, Mythical Type, Dragon Form, Bird Fruit, Mythical Type, Golden Winged Rock Form, Logia Type Earth Fruit, Animal Type Triceratops Fruit, Animal Type Saber-Toothed Tiger Fruit, Supreme Great Blade, Longquan Sword, Great Blade, Ancient Moon Sword, Great Blade, Silver Harmony Sword. Evaluation, a top-tier powerhouse upon the seas, with comprehensive strength akin to a pseudo-admiral. I could establish a veritable supermarket of devil fruits. However, such formidable fruits, I cannot bear to part with lightly. Should I fuse the character templates? Yet, I sense that my current strength has not reached its zenith. Merging might diminish my focus. Perhaps it is wiser to heed philosophical wisdom. Rather than attempting to do too much, one ought to specialize in a singular pursuit. Once I have sufficiently developed my Titan bloodline, I shall contemplate the fusion of templates. Open the descriptions for the paint fruit and the change fruit. As for the other devil fruits, Carl understood their general functions merely by their names, yet he was unfamiliar with these two. Paint fruit enables the user to transform painted objects into reality, albeit lacking a soul. Upon awakening, the fruit can bestow a soul upon these objects and allows for the sealing of some lifeless items within the painting. Change fruit allows transformation into various animals, plants, and other tangible objects one has encountered, though it does not endow them with their characteristics or powers. Upon awakening, the fruit can perfectly inherit the strength of the transformed state. If I understand correctly, the paint fruit allows for the storage of items, akin to the legendary Brush of Maoyang. The change fruit should enable transformation into various animals. Can it even transform into an elephant? Regrettably, one can only acquire the enhanced prowess upon achieving complete awakening. However, I may reconsider, if during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, a user of the transformation fruit infiltrated alongside a user of the painting fruit, it would indeed go unnoticed. The value of these 2 devil fruits would surge dramatically, thus, they must be preserved with utmost care. Subsequently, Carl meticulously stored the devil fruits within the confines of his system's inventory. The journey back to Hive Island was swift, devoid of any significant troubles. After all, no foolhardy pirate would dare to provoke the Rock's pirates. Upon their return to the island, John, Wang Ji, and others had already arrived with their spoils. After surrendering 70% of the bounty, Carl's system funds swelled to an impressive 5.9 billion berries. However, there was no distribution this time regarding the devil fruits of the giant soldier pirates, which is only logical, considering the giant soldier pirates had not participated. The remainder likely remained with Rox. Meanwhile, Rox decided to host a grand banquet that very night. Oh woo! Lord Carl, you have returned. As soon as Carl returned to the base, he was greeted by the sight of the white tiger rushing towards him, closely followed by Long E and Long Air. Carl first caressed the fluffy head of the white tiger, then lowered his gaze towards the two of them. How is it? Have you been practicing diligently? Certainly. We have been studying hard. Look, Lord Carl. Long Air eagerly extended his right hand, where a flicker of lightning danced, clearly indicating his proficiency in the art of thunder. Having made notable progress, you two have advanced quite swiftly in your abilities. By the way, Lord Carl, we did something rather mischievous today, Long E said somewhat awkwardly. Oh, what is it? Do share it with me. Carl then walked over to a large boulder and took a seat. It turned out that after their departure today, Long E and Long Air had engaged in a verbal altercation with the pirates stationed on the island. However, they displayed commendable prudence by refraining from any physical confrontation, recognizing that their own strength was still limited. Despite their prolonged training, they were acutely aware that they were no match for the pirates. Consequently, they resorted to the format of a wager, as the island of Hive boasted a dueling arena, a necessity, given the pirates' lack of other forms of entertainment. The terms of their wager involved each participant purchasing a slave, who would then fight to the death in the arena. The loser would be required to kneel before the victor and humbly address him as grandfather. Predictably, they fell into a trap. After acquiring a slave, they discovered that the pirate they were contesting against had chosen a giant as his combatant. Naturally, the outcome was their defeat. However, the two attempted to cheat and directly confronted the pirate. To their astonishment, they found him remarkably weak, and with just a few blows, he was dispatched. Fearing the exposure of their misdeeds, they hastily returned to their base, taking the giant slave with them, and refrained from venturing outside again. Carl chuckled softly upon hearing this. Rest assured, within the Rox pirates, there is no need to show courtesy to other pirates. We are not of the same ilk. Moreover, the captains of the internal slaughter will not interfere, so there is no need for concern. Carl meticulously introduced the situation of the Rox pirates to them, assuring them not to worry. After listening, they immediately felt relieved. The events of the day had frightened them to the point that they dared not even step outside, fearing they might bring trouble to Carl. Giants, lead me to see. Carl felt a sense of anticipation, although he was not particularly one to collect oddities. Having a member of the giant race aboard his vessel would certainly add to his prestige. Lord Carl is here, Longy announced as he led the way. Behind their encampment lay a vast cavern, within which resided Hiya Joseph. Due to the immense size of the giant, there had been no time to construct proper accommodations, so he was temporarily obliged to inhabit the cave. What is your name? As Carl approached the entrance of the cave, he beheld the giant seated within, the inky darkness of the space failing to obscure his gaze. Hal Joseph echoed a deep resonance from within the cavern. Do you wish to join the Rox pirate crew? As long as I am not enslaved, I shall consider it, replied Joseph, who had grown weary of servitude. Very well, step forth, Carl commanded. Thud, thud, thud. With each resounding footfall, the giant Joseph emerged from the shadows. You are quite tall, Carl observed, estimating Joseph to stand at least 20 meters high. The giant sported a lengthy beard, adorned with a massive collar around his neck, exuding an aura of despondency. Join my crew, and I shall protect you. With the name of Carl, you shall traverse the seas, and no one shall regard you as a slave again. Thank you, Lord Carl, Joseph uttered, tears streaming down his face. The giants were known for their straightforward nature. They remembered those who treated them kindly and those who did not. To Joseph, Carl was now the benevolent savior who had liberated him from his torment. Now, bow your head and remain still. I shall remove the collar, Carl instructed. As Joseph lowered his head, Carl, enveloping his hand in the armor of his haki, approached and forcefully broke the collar, simultaneously coating its ends with haki and hurling it into the depths of the ocean. Boom! A colossal wave surged forth, and Joseph gingerly touched the now absent collar around his neck. It is gone, truly gone. How splendid! Joseph gazed at Carl with tear-filled eyes, having finally shed the emblem of his enslavement. Aha! I am free! Joseph exclaimed as he rose, laughter echoing through the air. Carl felt a sense of comfort. unexpectedly pleased that one day his subordinate would become part of a giant clan. All right, from now on, you shall follow Cray. Cray. He will be entrusted to you from this point onward. Carl cast a glance at Clay, who now served as his personal steward, primarily tasked with managing the troubles that Carl preferred to avoid. Rest assured, my lord Carl, Clay replied, well aware of Carl's sentiments. Although their time together had not been extensive, he had gleaned a fair understanding of Carl's thoughts. It was evident that Carl intended to entrust him with the responsibilities of the Five Elements Fist. Very well, now that our affairs are settled, you shall accompany me to the banquet this evening. He continued, after all, it is a momentous occasion for the Rocks Pirates as we celebrate our triumph in the latter half of the Grand Line. At your command, my lord Carl. As night fell, the sky became adorned with countless twinkling stars. The pirates of the Rocks crew gathered in the square. For tonight marked one of the most significant banquets in their history. They had vanquished both the giant soldier pirates and the ex-pirates. And the latter half of the Grand Line truly belonged to the Rocks Pirates. To the Rocks Pirates. Cheers. What a glorious day. The festivities commenced promptly, devoid of any delays or formalities. At the central round table, Rocks raised his glass first towards Carl. Carl, your contributions have been unparalleled. Cheers. Rock's cheeks flushed, revealing his exuberance. For he had never indulged in such copious amounts of alcohol before. This was chiefly due to Carl's success in locating the treasure vault ahead of anyone else. Captain Rocks, you are too kind. It is a collective achievement, had it not been for your efforts in holding them at bay. I could not have located the treasure vault so swiftly. Regardless of whether Rocks elevated him or not, Carl took the initiative to extricate himself, refraining from exaggerating his contributions, and succinctly articulated that this achievement was a collective effort. The Golden Lion's expression was brimming with excitement, his laughter both domineering and exuberant. Come. Let us drink. The Golden Lion paid no heed to the others. He still remembered his promise to Charlotte Lingling, vowing to intoxicate Carl that very day. MMM. Had it not been for Captain Carl, perhaps Baroque would have already absconded with the most significant treasure, and they might not have reaped such substantial rewards. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling blushed as she spoke to Carl, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She had never experienced such feelings for any man before. Merely contemplating the events of the evening brought her an irresistible thrill of delight, unbeknownst to Carl, who remained oblivious to their scheming. He did not refuse the incessant libations poured by the Golden Lion and Charlotte Lingling. Gulalala. It seems your prowess has significantly improved, Newgate remarked with a relaxed demeanor. Recognizing that this was their moment of respite, he could easily discern that Carl's strength had advanced considerably since their last encounter. It's not that much. Perhaps the life-and-death battle awakened some latent potential within me, Carl replied modestly. I still fall short compared to you all. Carl chuckled wryly, acknowledging that while his abilities appeared comparable to those of formidable figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, in truth, it felt as if there existed an unfathomable chasm between them. His mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey was merely at the nascent stage, and he remained uncertain about how to wield Conqueror's hockey. Armament hockey requires diligent practice. There are no shortcuts to mastery, Whitebeard admonished Carl, consistently reminding him to remain grounded in his aspirations. After all, these elite warriors had traversed their paths through arduous effort, devoid of any so-called easy routes. I understand. Brother Whitebeard, Carl replied. The banquet swiftly passed amidst their casual conversation. Burp. All right, Brother Whitebeard, I shall take my leave now. I have indulged a bit too much and need to rest. Be safe. Go ahead. The floor was already strewn with pirates, many of whom were inebriated and sprawled about. With the support of Cray, Carl made his way towards the designated location. You should take a nap, the Golden Lion proclaimed, unleashing his Conqueror's hockey. An overwhelming aura erupted, exuding an intense pressure that was directed solely at Cray. The immense force bore down on Cray, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. As this hockey was specifically aimed at Cray, it went unnoticed by Carl. Bang! Cray's body gently collapsed onto the ground. Lingling, I leave the rest to you. After the Golden Lion's boisterous laughter, he strode away with an air of arrogance. Mama. Charlotte Lingling wasted no time, swiftly lifting Carl and hoisting him onto her shoulder as she made her way to her chamber. On this tranquil morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, softly illuminating Charlotte Lingling's bedroom. Outside, birds chirped joyfully, and the gentle morning breeze stirred the curtains. As the warm sunlight gradually enveloped the room, Carl slowly stirred from his slumber, Rubbing his sleep-laden eyes, he stretched languidly, his muscles emitting a low, resonant sound. In the next moment, he sensed something amiss. There was someone beside him on the bed, prompting him to turn his head quickly. To his surprise, he found himself nestled in the embrace of Charlotte Lingling. Although Carl's height had approached 4 meters, he appeared somewhat petite in her presence. The two lay bare on the bed, covered only by a thin blanket. If nothing had transpired, it would indeed seem quite odd. Wait, what did I do last night? I drank, and Cray brought me back. What happened afterward? Why can't I remember? Oh dear. He noticed that Charlotte Lingling was awake. Carl, you're awake. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Mama. Charlotte Lingling spoke, a hint of shyness in her tone, for Carl's stamina was indeed formidable, having thoroughly exhausted her the previous day. She had never anticipated that a man's endurance could be so overwhelming. It was her first experience of such bliss. Yesterday. Sigh. Carl struggled for a long while, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. He truly did not know what to say at this moment. After all, the events had already transpired, and it seemed that any words he might utter would be superfluous. Yet, remaining silent felt equally unsettling. Charlotte, observing Carl's face contorted in a wry smile, felt an irresistible urge to tease him. Well then, dear, having already claimed your essence, what more could you desire? She inquired playfully. Surely you do not intend to dismiss your humble self? Charlotte gazed at Carl with her sparkling, enchanting eyes, seemingly awaiting his response with eager anticipation. Carl contemplated the situation in his mind. Now that events had transpired, he could not simply disregard them, especially given his somewhat patriarchal disposition. He realized he needed to carefully consider how to interact with Charlotte Lingling, since the issue was of his own making. He aimed to make amends while simultaneously curbing Charlotte Lingling's future conduct. Very well, let us establish 3 rules, he declared. First, from this day forth, I am the sole man in your life. No flirtations with other men are permitted. Second, refrain from indulging in sweet treats. Maintain your figure. Third, until the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, our relationship must remain concealed. Carl's expression was somewhat awkward, ostensibly due to his own predicament. However, in truth, it was the women who bore the brunt of this situation. Establishing ground rules with others was a necessity born of circumstance. Should he fail to do so, he would feel as though he were adorned with numerous green hats. Well, no problem, I agree. In the next moment, Charlotte Lingling sat up from the bed, the thin blanket slipping away to reveal her fair skin before Carl's eyes, causing a sudden nosebleed. He had never encountered such a sight. She must have grown up on a diet of milk and papaya. In an instant, Charlotte Lingling enveloped Carl in her embrace, savoring the softness before her. But how did you know that Rocks would disband? Let's not delve into that question. It's still early. Let us start over. I haven't truly experienced this yet. At that moment, Carl felt a visceral reaction within him and thought, since it had come to this, he might as well embrace the mistake. Is it now? Before Charlotte Lingling could finish her words, Carl had already pounced on her. The bed creaked incessantly throughout the day. It seems we are about to acquire a true father. Parrot Sparrow listened intently from outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Isn't this a good thing? Comforted by this thought, as they observed closely, they concluded that although Carl might not be a virtuous man, he certainly was not malevolent. Indeed, this way, we become children with a father. Katakuri, who had always taken it upon himself to protect his younger siblings, felt that with a father figure, no one would label them as wild children anymore. Ever since their birth, various pirates within the crew had referred to them as wild children, bastards without a father. They had never desired such a title. But they were powerless to alter the reality, and their strength was insufficient to confront those pirates. Thus, they could only silently endure the disdainful glances and mocking remarks of others. Meanwhile, as Carl and Charlotte Lingling engaged in their deep exchange, another scene unfolded. Ugh, my head hurts. Clay, groggy, stood up from the ground. Where's Lord Carl? He hasn't already returned, has he? The only memory Clay retained was of assisting Lord Carl to this very spot. The next moment, his recollection vanished. He hastily shook his disoriented mind and hurried back to the quarters, believing that failing to personally escort Lord Carl back to his room would be a significant blunder. Knock. Knock, knock. Is Lord Carl there? Bang. Upon receiving no response from within, Clay impulsively broke through the door, only to find the room empty, with no signs of anyone's return. Have I lost Lord Carl? Clay scratched his head, reasoning that even if Lord Carl had indulged too much on the island, no one would pose a threat to his life. However, Since he had let Lord Carl slip away, his foremost duty was to locate him. He rushed to the adjacent room and woke up Long E and Long Air. "You too. Did you see Lord Carl return yesterday?" Clay asked them with an anxious expression. Long Air was the first to wake, rubbing his eyes. "No, I didn't see him." "Yeah, Clay brother, weren't you just back?" Long E stood up as well, looking at Clay with a puzzled expression. After all, they believed that Clay should have been with Lord Carl. Could it be? Long E furrowed his brow, thinking of a troubling possibility. Is it possible that Lord Carl is missing? Long E has now regained some clarity. He noticed the anxious expression on Clay's face. And with such inquiries, he realized that Lord Carl's whereabouts were currently unknown. There should be no cause for concern, given Lord Carl's strength. "There should be no danger on this island," Long E remarked, his small face taut with tension. "Indeed, he may have gone to Uncle Newgate's room," he added. "After all, they share a close relationship," Long Air interjected, also somewhat alert, for in his view, there was no one on this island who would dare to harm Lord Carl. Perhaps, but fortunately, Lord Carl is not in any life-threatening danger, so let us wait for his return, Clay said, his anxious demeanor easing somewhat. He understood that even if Lord Carl was in Newgate's room, he would not dare to approach. Waking Lord Carl and disturbing Uncle Newgate were two entirely different matters. After all, he possessed Lord Carl's life paper, which showed no signs of abnormality, indicating that Lord Carl was safe. Little did he know, Lord Carl was currently engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with Charlotte Lingling, hardly having time to concern himself with them. The following morning, Carl emerged from Charlotte Lingling's room. "Remember our relationship. You must not speak of it to anyone," he instructed. Carl's expression bore a hint of unease as he departed, offering reminders in a hushed tone. "Rest assured, Carl, I shall remain silent." Charlotte Linlin, however, felt overwhelmed by Carl's solitary presence. She could scarcely bear it, let alone anyone else. She understood Carl's intentions. Given that the Rocks Pirates would inevitably disband, there was little need to disclose their relationship, which could rather serve as a strategic advantage. Little rascal, such stamina, she murmured to herself upon witnessing Carl exit the room. She had not anticipated his endurance, akin to that of a bull, as he had not ceased his activities for an entire day and night. "Perispero, please bring in the meal. No dessert," she added, recalling Carl's admonition. After a day and night without sustenance, she felt a pang of hunger, yet she refrained from requesting any sweets. "Understood, mother." Although Perispero was taken aback by her unusual request for no dessert, he promptly arranged for the kitchen to prepare something nonetheless. Carl had learned during his conversation with Charlotte that it was indeed the Golden Lion's assistance that led to the events of the previous night. However, he was no longer concerned. What had transpired was in the past, and he could not simply disregard it. "Ah, good morning, Cray." Those in the know would understand. Completing that particular task truly invigorated the spirit, and Carl felt more refreshed than ever. "Lord Carl, you've returned." "Lord Carl, where did you go yesterday? I was so worried about you." Cray, torn between curiosity about Carl's whereabouts and guilt for not ensuring his safe return, expressed his concerns. "Yesterday, I had a matter that required my personal attention. Do not worry, it was nothing significant." Upon hearing Cray's inquiries, Carl recognized that his absence had caused them distress. Yet he found himself reminiscing about that splendid day and night, which made him reluctant to move on. After all, back on Blue Star, he had been merely a struggling individual, rarely encountering women. The experience had proved to be extraordinarily delightful. "Take me to observe their training progress." "Certainly, Lord Carl. You shall be thoroughly impressed." Cray led Carl to the dense forest at the rear of the island, a place that was neither too expansive nor too confined. The sounds emanating from within indicated the presence of numerous ferocious beasts. Numerous structures had been erected in the forest, with one particularly grand room resembling a formidable fortress standing in the midst of the thicket. At a glance, Carl recognized that it was the room of Hyatt Joseph. "My Lord Carl, you have returned." As he approached the door, over 100 young boys and girls gathered around him, expressing their joy. They were acutely aware that, without Carl's intervention, they might have been sold off to unknown fates. Thus they felt immense gratitude towards him. "You should understand the purpose behind my training," he continued. "I intend to establish my own faction, and you shall be my inaugural team. I sincerely hope that each of you can endure until the very end." Carl spoke passionately to the crowd. Indeed, the youths answered resolutely. Despite their tender age, they had already endured the anguish of warfare and the bitterness of being enslaved, chosen at whim by others. Such experiences had imparted upon them a profound understanding of the value of freedom. Recognizing its preciousness, They were determined to exert every ounce of their strength to attain it. Well then, let us see how well you have mastered your martial arts. Yesterday, after assessing their skills, Carl felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It appeared that Cly had devoted himself wholeheartedly to their instruction, as each child displayed significant improvement in their abilities. Subsequently, Carl imparted to them a simplified version of the Golden Light spell. He chose a simplified form deliberately, as he wished to retain a measure of control. After all, he needed to evaluate each child's character, only considering the full version after they had thoroughly passed the test. Following the transmission of the Golden Light spell, Carl guided their practice each morning. The children varied in age, the eldest being around 11 or 12, while the youngest were merely 5 or 6. Fortunately, they learned swiftly. Within a mere 15 days, they had grasped the fundamentals. Once they had acquired the basics, the remainder depended upon their own diligence. After all, as the saying goes, a master can only lead one to the door. The journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor. Not only did they have to strive, but Carl also had to refine his own prowess. He continued to hone his domineering spirit. Yet each evening he sought out Charlotte Lingling, akin to clocking in daily. Truth be told, he had developed a taste for it. One morning, deep within the woods, bang, rustle, the birds of the forest had long since taken flight. After a powerful strike, Carl and Newgate paused their assault. Gurara, Carl, your strength has progressed rapidly, Newgate exclaimed. Astonished, you can now manifest your observation haki externally. Each encounter with Carl left Newgate in awe. He had not anticipated that in just over 10 days, Carl would have mastered the external manifestation of haki. Yet, upon reflection, Newgate realized that Carl truly was a prodigy. After all, Carl's physique had grown at an astonishing rate, nearing 6 meters in height. This is all thanks to your assistance, Brother Newgate. Without your help, my strength could not have surged so swiftly. Since handing over the Golden Light spell to those children, Carl sought out Newgate to practice and hone his mastery of the haki known as armament. Each encounter with Newgate allowed him to sense a gradual awakening of his inherent bloodline. Although the progress was modest with every session, the accumulation resulted in a noticeable increase in his stature. Nevertheless, Carl felt that his physical potential still remained far from its zenith. Well then, since you have grasped the external application of your armament haki, we can temporarily conclude this training. It is essential for you to rest adequately. Maintaining a constant state of tension is not beneficial for you, Newgate advised. In his perspective, the understanding of haki required patience. Each phase of mastery necessitated reflection to truly appreciate the sensations of that stage. Otherwise, the subsequent path would become increasingly arduous, akin to constructing a house without a solid foundation, which would render it nothing more than an ethereal dream. I heard you've been spending time with Charlotte Lin, Newgate inquired, his expression betraying a hint of curiosity. As the saying goes, at the end of the universe lies gossip, an impulse that no one can escape. Brother Newgate. Who told you that? Carl interjected abruptly, his face a canvas of confusion. His endeavors were meant to be discreet. How could Newgate have discovered them? Surely, there must have been some error. He recalled taking great care to remain hidden. That is not for you to worry about. In truth, Newgate had stumbled upon this information by chance. One evening, while idly sipping on liquor by the sea, he inadvertently sensed Carl making his way towards Charlotte Lin's quarters. Subsequently, he overheard the crew under Charlotte Lin's command discussing peculiar sounds emanating from her room in recent days, speculating that she was once again seeking the company of a man. However, Newgate's first thought was of Carl. Just tell me whether it's true or not. Upon encountering the uncontainable Newgate, Carl had no choice but to share the details of his agreement with Charlotte Lingling, while insisting that Newgate maintain utmost confidentiality. Newgate, not one to be loose-lipped, nodded knowingly. Haha, I suspected as much. The revelation that Carl had not concealed anything from him brought a sense of delight to Newgate. It was evident that Carl placed considerable trust in him. However, his curiosity regarding the nature of their relationship was momentarily set aside as he recalled the pressing matters at hand. By the way, there are urgent affairs to attend to. The assault on the kingdom of Tyr is imminent. So soon? I thought the last time news had leaked, I assumed we would not proceed with the attack. Carl picked up a spare set of clothes and donned them, for his previous attire had been rendered tattered in the recent skirmish. I have heard that the newly appointed information captain, Shaki, is quite a capable individual. If my memory serves me correctly, Shaki is an old acquaintance of the Underworld King. Really? All right, let us depart. Yes, let us go. With that, the two made their way towards Rock's chamber. Ha ha ha, the Golden Lion exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he reveled in the unfolding events. After all, a shipment of his had been clandestinely seized by the tyrant kingdom, and he had long sought an opportunity for retribution. Last time, he had clearly had a chance, yet various circumstances had conspired to delay him. Now, however, it seemed that progress could finally be made. Thus, among those present, aside from Rocks, he was the most exhilarated. This is Shaki, who will officially assume the role of information captain for our Rocks pirates. Well, why hasn't Carl arrived yet? Just as the name was mentioned. Carl had indeed overheard the Golden Lion's boastful remarks. Everyone is here. Ha ha ha. Apologies for the wait. Newgate, undeterred by the formalities, boldly pushed open the door and, after uttering a single statement, casually found a place to sit down. Carl followed closely behind, taking a seat beside Newgate. No sooner had he settled in than he caught the alluring glance thrown his way by Charlotte Lingling. He quickly shot back a glare. Their relationship was not yet at a stage suitable for exposure. Although it was but a fleeting moment, it seemed that Rocks had sensed something, his gaze sweeping over them. Shaki, please enlighten us about the kingdom of Tyre, Rocks remarked, deftly steering the conversation towards the realm in question. Greetings, everyone. The kingdom of Tyre stands as one of the foremost powers in the New World. As you can see, this is the primary port of Tyre, Shaki stated, unfurling a grand map upon the wall behind him. The map of the kingdom of Tyre resembled an irregular rhombus. According to our intelligence operatives, the kingdom currently boasts an army of 500,000 soldiers, with a small contingent skilled in using armament hockey. The kingdom of Tyre, why have I never heard of it? Such formidable strength. Carl furrowed his brow, pondering whether his arrival in this pirate world had instigated some subtle changes. There are 3 individuals on the island that require our attention: King Tyr, strategist Crusoe, and General Gales. According to our informants, all 3 possess the strength of a vice-admiral. Ha ha, exclaimed the Golden Lion, his excitement palpable. Leave King Tyr to me. I have yet to face such a formidable monarch. Upon witnessing a king of such caliber, he felt an irresistible urge to engage, promptly seeking Rox's approval. No problem. Golden Lion, he is yours to handle, Rox readily assented. Furthermore, we have credible intelligence that Admiral Snow Lion also arrived at the kingdom of Tyr the day before. As for any ambush, it remains uncertain, but one thing is clear, though Shaki did not elaborate, Rox immediately deduced that there were internal issues at play. As someone had leaked their plans, which he had not disclosed to anyone else, it seemed they had no choice but to turn the tables. Subsequently, Newgate volunteered to manage strategist Crusoe, while Gales was assigned to Charlotte Lingling. The others were free to find their respective opponents on the battlefield without specific instructions. Rox opted to remain at the rear, awaiting the Navy's so-called conspiracy. To him, as long as one was powerful enough, schemes and intrigues held little relevance. As for Yorla falling victim to such plots, it was solely due to his lack of strength. Had he been a tad stronger, the outcome could have been entirely different. Pay close attention. Admiral Snow Lion wields the powers of the Zoan-type Snow Lion fruit, Shaki began, unhurriedly elucidating the capabilities of Admiral Snow Lion's devil fruit. After all, it was imperative to gather comprehensive intelligence. This devil fruit not only bestows him with a robust physique, but also enables him to unleash frigid breath to attack his foes. Thus, Admiral Snow Lion excels in hand-to-hand combat. According to our records, during battles against Admiral Snow Lion, he infuses his icy breath into his enemies, causing them to become rigid. Many have found themselves gradually subdued in combat with Admiral Snow Lion, ultimately rendering them completely stiff. Once Shaki concluded her briefing, she neatly tucked away the documents and positioned herself behind Rocks. In summary, this is the situation. John, Wang Ji, you two shall remain stationed at Hive Island, while the rest accompany me to the kingdom of Tyr. Let us see what schemes the Navy has in store. Cray, for this battle, I wish to take Long E and Long Air with me. Ensure you keep a vigilant watch over them. Rest assured, Lord Carl. After the meeting adjourned, Carl promptly returned to the base to relay the matters to Cray. Cray, do you desire to consume a devil fruit? The growth of Cly's strength remains somewhat sluggish, and he is still far from being a top-tier powerhouse. If he relies solely on his own gradual training, it is uncertain how long it will take for him to become a truly capable aide. Lord Carl, at this moment, I have no desire for the devil fruit. After all, I am a fishman, and should any trouble arise, I can always retreat to the sea. Upon hearing this, Carl realized that the majority of the fishman's strength resided within the depths of the ocean. Consuming a devil fruit would only serve to diminish his overall power and expose him to a significant vulnerability. Nevertheless, having already mastered the 5 elements fist, He could afford to extend the timeline. His strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable leap. By the way, Cray, after our assault on the Kingdom of Teal, you may return to Fishman Island and see if there are any fishmen interested in embarking on a journey with you. I aspire to assemble a fisherman fishing crew. This is not the first time Carl has entertained this notion. He had simply been unable to find an opportune moment until now. After the eradication of the Kingdom of Tyr, according to his intelligence, there should be no formidable forces left in the latter part of the New World capable of opposing the Rocks pirates. With newfound leisure, he can confidently establish his own underground empire. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall certainly bring my fellow kin, said Clay, his voice tinged with melancholy. At this juncture, the fishmen are the primary commodity in the slave trade of the seas. The absence of strong individuals among their kind has led to their current plight, with many unable to bask in the sunlight due to their overwhelming numbers. Consequently, numerous fishmen ascend to the surface each year to join various factions, though most are captured and enslaved. Clay yearns to alter this dire situation, yet he possesses little influence in the New World and cannot aid his homeland. However, the circumstances have shifted. Once Lord Carl makes his decree, the sale of fishmen in the latter part of the New World will significantly diminish. After all, no one wishes to incur the wrath of the maritime overlord. The small pirate crews that dare to challenge the four emperors, as depicted in the original tale, are but a rare breed. I express my deepest gratitude to Lord Carl on behalf of my fishmen brethren. Clay quickly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in reverence towards Carl, tears inadvertently streaming down his cheeks to the ground. Enough now, Rice. What manner of behavior is this? Carl certainly noticed it immediately. Yet he was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Given his capabilities, he could only assist a portion of those in need. He was taken aback by the emotional nature of Clay. Very well, Lord Carl, Clay responded, promptly rising to his feet and wiping away his tears. By the way, what shall we do about the more than 100 children? They are not yet fit to set sail. In a single sentence, Carl firmly established his command, for he believed that the 100 children were not yet equipped to venture onto the seas. Moreover, these were his inaugural crew, and he was determined to nurture them with utmost care. Let Long E and Long Air accompany them. It will be a chance for them to broaden their horizons. Cray, you shall remain at home. Your task for this operation is to look after those 100 children diligently. As for the giant clan, I entrust that to you. Should anything unusual arise, I trust you know what to do. Although Carl did not finish his thought, Cray immediately grasped the implication. He understood that Lord Carl was concerned about the well-being of the 100 children while also harboring a degree of caution regarding the giant clan. Rest assured, Lord Carl. By the way, there is another task for you on the island. Construct a ship of our own. Do not concern yourself with the cost. Ensure that the finest materials are used. Understood, Lord Carl. After Carl had finished all his arrangements, he, along with Long E and Long Air, as well as the majority of his pirate crew, made their way to the port. They were set to board the grand vessel of the 6th Division and sail towards the Kingdom of Tyr. Each division possessed its own distinctive ship, and currently, there were 3 vacant ships on the island. According to Rock's intentions, he should have had 10 division captains. However, he regrettably never managed to gather all 10 by the end. Upon reaching the port, most of the pirates had already boarded, eagerly preparing for departure. All aboard, Carl commanded. Awoo. At the sound of Carl's order, his pirates hurriedly climbed aboard the grand ship of the 6th Division. Ha! Rocks unleashed his Conqueror's haki, emanating a domineering aura that spread outward from him. The oppressive force, akin to a tempest, left those present gasping for breath until Rocks eventually retracted his haki. We are setting sail, aiming to create an uproar in the Kingdom of Tyr. Set sail. Following Rock's declaration, the pirate fleet gradually departed from the port. Standing at the bow of the ship, Rocks contemplated. Regardless of the Navy's schemes or machinations, he was unafraid. In a corner of the ship, one of the pirates dialed a din mushy. Hello, Admiral Hill? Yes, the Rocks pirates have set sail. Click. Hello, Admiral. The din mushy belonging to General Snow Lion rang. Snow Lion, if circumstances become dire, retreat immediately. Reports indicate that the Rocks pirates are mobilizing their entire force. If any unforeseen event occurs. Admiral Hill did not finish his sentence, yet Snow Lion immediately grasped the implication. I understand, Admiral. Snow Lion was uncertain whether he would survive to return to the Navy headquarters. After all, he was still unable to leave the Kingdom of Tyr, which was preparing to supply the world government with a devil fruit, including a crucial Logia-type magma fruit, a significant asset that could provide the Navy with a new admiral. Click. Upon learning of Rox and his crew's full mobilization, General Snow Lion realized that his plan to escort the Devil Fruit back to the Navy headquarters was highly improbable. Such a monumental objective would undoubtedly be the first target. He had to devise another strategy. Lieutenant Colonel North, the task of escorting the Devil Fruit back to the Navy headquarters will be entrusted to you. After hanging up the phone, Snow Lion immediately sought out his trusted subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel North, intending to execute a clever ruse. After all, the general's strength is truly negligible on the battlefield, and he would hardly attract anyone's attention. General Snow Lion. This. Major North, summoned in a moment of crisis, instantly grasped the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. My ambitions are vast. This arduous task can only be entrusted to you. Understood, General Snow Lion. I shall exert myself to the utmost to fulfill this mission. North realized that having been assigned this duty signified the urgency of the situation. He did not hesitate but expressed his concerns with a hint of trepidation. Then you. If fortune favors us, we shall meet at the Navy headquarters. Yes. North executed a formal naval salute, his voice tremulous. Aware of the peril that awaited General Snow Lion, the Rox pirates were notoriously the most ferocious of all pirate crews, and few would have confidence in surviving a confrontation with them. Very well, once the people of the Tear Kingdom have sorted the devil fruits, you must seize them at the earliest opportunity and set sail for the Navy headquarters on a small vessel. Remember, do not don the Navy uniform. Disguise yourself as a pirate, for that will enhance the chances of success. Understood, General Snow Lion. Do take care of yourself. North saluted once more before turning to depart. As he stepped through the doorway, he clenched his fists, acutely aware that the Navy's strength remained woefully inadequate. Otherwise, the Rox pirates would not be able to act with such impunity in the New World. In the latter part of the New World, a ship flew, a black flag adorned with a skull, crowned with an ancient captain's hat, its brim flanked by two crossbones, while the skull's eyes gleamed with a vivid crimson cross, evoking a sense of bloodshed and terror. This banner had stirred countless tempests in the piratical realm, embodying power, fear, and ambition, and was the coveted emblem of the Rox pirates, the crew every pirate dreams of joining. At the forefront was, of course, the flagship of Rox, the Dark Flag. Following closely were 7 smaller pirate vessels, helmed by the respective captains of various divisions. In their wake trailed an innumerable flotilla of smaller crafts. An observing soldier spotted the distant fleet and urgently called out to the soldiers below, "The Rox pirates are approaching." Quickly informed the royal guard. "What? Are you certain it is the Rox pirates?" A soldier below shouted in panic. "Yes, the ones from the Rox pirates will be reporting." The observer on the lookout tower, with a face of dread, pressed the soldiers below to convey the gravity of the situation immediately. "Ah, I understand. You keep watching. I shall report right away." The soldier below scrambled, hastily making his way into the town. Long before, they had already received word that the Rox pirates were coming to attack them. During this time, they lived in constant fear, silently praying that the Rox pirates would not arrive. Alas, their prayers were in vain, for the Rox pirates had indeed come. A deep, ominous siren echoed across the island. "The Rox pirates have arrived," King Tyr declared upon hearing the alarm in the royal hall, immediately addressing his strategist, Crusoe, and Gales. "Gentlemen, we must set forth." King Tyr promptly exited the hall and stood in the square. "Soldiers, the Rox pirates seek to invade our territory. What shall we do? Fight to the last drop of blood." "Very well, soldiers, follow me into battle." King Tyr took the lead, charging towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, numerous journalists had gathered near the port, as news of the Rox pirates' impending assault on the kingdom of Tyr had already spread. Yet, the members of the Rox pirates were swifter. "Men, let us storm the kingdom of Tyr." "Yes, onward. Charge. The treasure awaits." Countless pirates from the Rox pirates' fleet leaped from their ships as they docked, racing towards the port. Fire. Bang. 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 In an instant, the air was filled with gunfire. As more and more combatants clashed, the port was soon drenched in blood, and the surface of the sea began to take on a hazy crimson hue. "Ha! I shall take the lead." The Golden Lion sensed that his adversaries were rapidly approaching and swiftly made his way forward. Newgate and Charlotte Linlin also hurriedly advanced towards the heart of the battlefield. Upon their arrival, countless soldiers fell in battle. Those who managed to evade death were nonetheless crushed by the aftermath of the conflict. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion charged into the ranks of the enemy, unleashing a brutal assault before the eyes of countless witnesses. "Quick, get out of the way. It's the Golden Lion Shiki." "Ah, my hand." After the Golden Lion delivered a series of swift strikes, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I found you." Lion's might. Royal Domain Sweep. With the power of the float fruit, the Golden Lion summoned a multitude of debris from the ground, crafting a colossal stone lion that roared towards King Tyr, wreaking havoc in its path. Seeing the Golden Lion barreling towards him, Tyr clenched his fists, his armament haki enveloping his entire body, and charged headlong at the lion's head. Boom! In an instant, as the two combatants clashed, the very heavens trembled, and a vast circular space was vacated. Yet, the Golden Lion stood at the zenith of his power. Tyr was abruptly forced back, retreating several hundred meters, and upon landing, his complexion flushed slightly as he valiantly suppressed the urge to cough up blood. He understood that he was the representative of an entire nation. He could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. Meanwhile, although the Golden Lion was momentarily pushed back by the residual force, he sustained little harm. Golden Lion. Coming to our Tyr kingdom will be the gravest mistake of your life, Tyr declared, taking a moment to compose himself before transforming into a streak of black lightnings, appearing before Shiki in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Ha ha ha. Shiki laughed maniacally. Let me see if you possess the capability to do so. With a swift motion of his dual swords, he unleashed a radiant golden slash in the shape of a cross, its brilliance overwhelming and accompanied by immense power, directly countering Tyr's assault and forcing him back. The colossal lion, towering dozens of meters high, collided repeatedly with Tyr's form. On another front, Newgate and Crocus engaged fiercely, while Charlotte Linlin and Gals also joined the fray. The battlefield was instantly transformed into a multitude of battle groups, with the air filled with the thunderous sounds of conflict. Rox stood at the helm of his dark ship, refraining from disembarking, contemplating what schemes the Navy might employ to achieve their objectives. However, unbeknownst to anyone, on the opposite side of the island, North had already set sail in a small boat, carrying the devil fruit with him. Tyr subsequently entered the fray, albeit covertly observing the position of General Snow Lion. As he sensed an ominous threat upon stepping onto the battlefield, his gaze fixated on Dragon 1 and Dragon 2. Meanwhile, Newgate and the strategist Crocus engaged in a heated battle, which quickly escalated to a fever pitch. It was evident that Crocus struggled against Newgate. Fire! Open fire! The roar of cannon fire resounded incessantly as countless bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. However, it proved futile. Newgate was not in his twilight years, and his stamina had not waned. He could withstand the assault of ordinary bullets with nothing but his physical prowess. Goo-la-la-la-la, he boomed. You are rather bothersome. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped blue beam streaked across, causing numerous soldiers to feel a disorienting shift in their perception before losing consciousness, unable to open their eyes again. For someone of Newgate's caliber, inflicting harm or death with mere firearms was no simple task. His formidable physique, speed, and defense rendered him immune to such basic attacks. Shockwave! Newgate exclaimed, finding that a swift resolution was unattainable, his face alight with excitement. He harnessed the power of the tremor fruit. After all, Clissu is indeed a formidable adversary, and the most honorable way to respect an opponent is to exert one's full strength. In an instant, Clissu was sent flying, quickly regaining his footing. His body began to swell, limbs growing robust, as his previous form vanished, transforming into a colossal ape standing 10 meters tall. Clissu was, in fact, a Zoan-type user of the giant ape fruit. Newgate. With a thunderous roar, Clissu created a massive crater upon landing, appearing before Newgate and swinging his enormous fist, akin to a sandbag, towards him with remarkable speed. Clang. Garera. Now this is more like it. Newgate met the blow with his right hand, enveloped in haki, while simultaneously launching a counterattack with his other hand aimed at Clissu's head. Clissu, quick to react, leaned back just in time to evade the strike. Swish. Receive this. Unmoved by Newgate's taunts, Clissu clenched his fists and swung them down like a mighty hammer towards Newgate. Boom. Despite Newgate's massive stature, his agility was impressive. He stomped the ground, instantly appearing at Clissu's right side. With the power of haki and the tremor fruit coursing through him, he delivered a fierce punch to Clissu's skull. Although Clissu swiftly raised his arm to defend, he was still sent flying, demolishing several buildings in the process. Newgate surged forward, and the second battle commenced anew. Kingdom of Might. In another battleground, Charlotte Linlin unleashed one of her signature moves. Under Gale's perception, evasion was futile. He swung his long sword, which shimmered with a white luminescence, and struck down fiercely at Charlotte Linlin. Double slash. Boom. The clash of two energy waves generated a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward. However, Gale's double slash merely halted the Kingdom of Might for a mere second. Shortly thereafter, he was propelled back by the force of the ensuing energy blast. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte Linlin advanced with heavy steps, wielding her massive sword and striking down at Gales with immense force. Boom. The earth trembled as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, causing the pirate members and soldiers of the Tier Kingdom engaged in battle nearby to feel the ground sway beneath them, struggling to maintain their footing. Gales managed to block Charlotte Linlin's sword, though the sheer power pushed him back several dozen meters. Cough, cough. Quite formidable. Gales rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, glaring fiercely at Charlotte Linlin. Yet even so, I will not allow you to tread recklessly upon this land beneath my feet. Gales understood that his endurance was waning, yet the resolute glint in his eyes drew attention from those around him. Amidst the tumult of battle, Carl sensed the lurking presence of the Snow Lion General at the edge of the battlefield. I have found you, Snow Lion General. The Snow Lion General was taken aback by the effectiveness of his concealment, having been discovered by Carl. His original intention was to launch a surprise attack on Charlotte Linling, as her prowess was notably weaker than the others present. His paramount objective now was to impede the progress of the members of the Rocks Pirates. After all, he had already ensured the safe passage of the Devil Fruit with North. If he could delay long enough, North's plans would become even more foolproof. However, he had not anticipated being uncovered before he could make his move. Thunderous Fist. Carl wasted no time and swiftly made his way towards General Snow Lion upon his discovery. Lion's Claw, roared the general, fully aware that his concealment was no longer tenable, yet he resolutely prepared for battle, deliberately amplifying his roar to echo across the island. He unleashed his armament-coated haki, transforming his arm into a beastly claw. The collision, though brief, generated shockwaves that rivaled those felt by the onlookers. So this is where you were hiding, said Rox with a smile, whispering aboard the ship. He had not anticipated the impressive stealth ability of General Snow Lion, which had eluded even his keen senses. However, in Rox's perception, there were no formidable presences on the island. Could it be that the Navy harbored no sinister plots this time? In truth, Rox had grown somewhat arrogant, as his observation haki only sensed the top-tier combatants present, dismissing those of lesser strength, allowing North to slip away unnoticed beneath his very nose. General Snow Lion, you must hold on. North, having set sail, immediately sensed the general's roar. He understood that the general was buying him precious time, and he needed to distance himself from the battlefield as swiftly as possible. I will ensure that these items reach the Navy headquarters safely, North murmured as he glanced at the package before him, aware that if these goods did not arrive securely, the efforts of General Snow Lion would be in vain. He hastened his rowing. Kid, do you think you're joining the pirates? As the confrontation between General Snow Lion and Carl reached a critical point, the general took a few steps back, voicing his curiosity. Initially, it may have been merely to grasp the essence of greatness. Now, however, my desire is for the people to attain the freedom they rightfully deserve. The general's pupils narrowed. He understood precisely what Carl meant. Yet, he recognized that the execution of such ideals would be exceedingly arduous. I did not expect you to possess such lofty ideals. It appears I underestimated you, he replied. Clang. The two continued to spar and converse. For Carl was acutely aware that General Snow Lion was unlikely to leave this island alive. He sensed that Rock's gaze remained fixed upon their skirmish. In truth, his deduction was not far from the mark. Rock's ultimate plan was to wreak havoc at God Valley, and any Navy forces he could weaken would undoubtedly be diminished. He would not allow General Snow Lion to escape the island today. After all, the number of admiral-level powers on the sea was limited, and the Navy could not replenish its ranks within a few short years. Though your ideals are commendable, they are unattainable, the general acknowledged, holding a deep respect for Carl, yet aware of certain truths that rendered Carl incapable of causing any significant upheaval. Then let us wait and see. He understands that words are futile at this moment. Only through his own actions can he forge ahead, a testament to the resolute path he has chosen within his heart. I earnestly wish that you could witness this day. Carl also yearned for the day when Admiral Snow Lion would witness it alive. In his eyes, figures of the admiral rank, aside from the likes of Akainu, predominantly symbolized justice and benevolence for the common populace. Indeed, alive, he mused. If only we could truly witness that day. Snow Lion, acutely aware that he might not escape this island, couldn't help but feel a tinge of sentimentality. He understood that Rox would not allow him to leave alive. He could only hope that what he entrusted to North was indeed worthwhile. Upon realizing that there were no other formidable opponents on the island, Rox leisurely took a seat at the bow of the ship, feeling somewhat relaxed. He pondered why the Navy had not set a trap for him. In truth, his speculation was correct. The Navy had contemplated ensnaring him, yet lacked the sufficient strength to obliterate them in one fell swoop. After all, the Rock's pirates had reached their zenith, and it would require at least 10 or more individuals of admiral caliber to have any chance of vanquishing them. The Navy was not in possession of an opportune moment, hence they would not squander their manpower unnecessarily. As for Admiral Snowlion, once discovered by Rocks, he could no longer escape the New World. During this period, the Rocks pirates had been busy systematically dismantling the various Navy branches scattered throughout the New World. Now, the only remaining Navy branch in the New World was near the entrance at Fishman Island. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, Tyr was rapidly unleashing a flurry of punches amidst the colossal lions. Ha! The twisted visage of the Golden Lion erupted in mad laughter as he hovered in midair. With your abilities, even encountering me is a luxury. Manipulating one stone lion after another, he charged at Tyr, each possessing astonishing power. This won't do. My stamina will deplete. Tyr gasped, fatigue etched on his face as he hovered in the air, reflecting on the undeniable strength of the Golden Lion. I can only fight with all my might. Explosive fist. Gritting his teeth with a fierce expression, he slammed his feet into the ground, beginning to spin midair like a rapidly whirling top, shattering several stone lions before arriving before the Golden Lion. Shiki, prepare to face my wrath. The Golden Lion, undeterred by Tyr's advance, charged forward to meet his attack. I am the Golden Lion, he declared, brandishing his twin swords toward Tyr. Cross/wave. Boom. A colossal sound reverberated through the air, causing the weaker pirates present to bleed from their ears. The sky fractured, and the earth trembled. The crowd on the ground was thrown into disarray, with some being torn apart by the shockwave, reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist, while others were propelled hundreds of meters away. In the midst of this chaos, a vacuum zone emerged, stretching several hundred meters in diameter. The battlefield, which had been engulfed in tumult just seconds earlier, fell into an eerie silence. Soldiers and pirates alike stared, wide-eyed, at the center of the battlefield. As the radiant sunlight beamed down, the onlookers gradually discerned the scene before them. The Golden Lion stood steadfast, while Teal lay in a deep pit, his fate uncertain. A faint sound broke the silence. Teal slowly rose to his feet. I never imagined I would fail to protect my kingdom, he lamented. Why must this world be filled with pirates? His body battered and head bloodied, he spoke with a heavy heart. Ha ha ha. The Golden Lion chuckled, rummaging through his blood-soaked garments until he retrieved a broken cigar, which he placed between his lips. He lifted his sword, gently touched the cigar to ignite it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a ring of smoke, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After the battle, a single cigar felt divine. This was a consequence of the fierce clash that had left their swords glowing red-hot. You might as well inquire with the celestial dragons about that, he suggested, chuckling once more. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, strode toward Teal. Farewell, he declared, swinging his sword toward Teal's neck. Stop, no? Teal cried out as the Golden Lion's blade grazed his throat. An enraged voice erupted from behind. The Golden Lion turned to see Gales rushing toward them. You truly underestimate me, Gales retorted, to dare distract yourself during battle. Charlotte Linlin, witnessing Gales abandon their fight to rush toward Teal, felt a surge of irritation. With a tearing sound, Gales could not evade this onslaught. A powerful wave of energy rent his body asunder, sending his upper half crashing beside Teal. I never thought our dreams would end like this. We were supposed to strengthen Teal's kingdom together. Ugh. Gales extended his remaining left hand, inching toward Teal. Just one more step. Just as his hand was about to touch Teal's, his light quietly dimmed. With a soft thud, his right hand fell gently to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Now that you all have ceased fighting, I must quicken my pace. Skywake. Newgate immediately intensified his assault. Damn it, Rock's pirates. Why have you come to our country? Kulu's eyes brimmed with tears as he bellowed. Bang. Newgate offered no reply, silently intensifying his assault, fully aware that he could not answer that question. The soldiers present suddenly awakened to their purpose, immediately re-engaging in battle with the pirates. In their eyes, as long as their strategist Kulu still lived, they retained the faith to continue fighting. At that moment, Carl was sent flying across several mountain peaks by the Snow Lion General. Puff! Carl abruptly rose to his feet, expelling the stagnant blood that had accumulated within him. He lifted his gaze towards the formidable general of the Snow Lions, who had undergone a complete transformation into a colossal, pure white lion, towering several dozen meters high. Then I shall test the newly comprehended skill, he declared. In the midst of battle, Karl's mastery over his bloodline power intensified, enabling him to unleash the true form of a titan. The resonating sound of his heartbeat echoed through the air. With a mighty swing of his fists, he relentlessly struck the ground, witnessing his physique gradually swell into a 30-meter-tall titan. His shoulders resembled undulating mountain ranges, his waist comparable to a small human runway, and his skin radiated a golden hue as though basked in sunlight, imparting an aura of mystery and solemnity. Power surges forth endlessly, boomed the deep voice emanating from the giant's mouth. Gaga gaga. Karl clenched his fist and then turned his gaze towards the snow lion. You are fortunate. You are the first to experience my titan form. Grr. Karl swung his massive fist, and the air resonated with the sound of a train's whistle. Is that truly Karl? Is this the might of the titans? Charlotte Lingling, having witnessed the entire transformation, was momentarily taken aback. My, what a marvel, such formidable bloodline power. As she spoke, she gently caressed her abdomen, acutely aware of the 3 nascent lives within her. Each tiny heartbeat radiated an essence of vitality far surpassing that of an ordinary child, considering her 3 offspring were merely embryos at this stage. Truly extraordinary. Boom. Newgate blocked Kurusu's side kick with his right hand. Newgate, where are your eyes wandering? Are you so distracted in our battle that you look down upon me? Gulalala. Let's do this again. Is it Joy Boy? It resembles him, but only slightly. When shall we finally meet Joy Boy? Far across the new world. The elephant lord emitted a deep roar. In his perception, while the heartbeat was formidable, it was not Joy Boy's. The time has not yet come. The appointed hour has not arrived. In the windless zone deep beneath the sea, colossal sea kings, some thousands of meters in size, could be seen everywhere. Among them, a gigantic yellow head measuring a staggering 100,000 meters spoke in a low voice. The Sea King has yet to be born. The 3 other similarly sized Sea Kings nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. Is there some unforeseen change? Sun God, Joy Boy, I have awaited you for a long time. In Mary Geos, a voice echoed from Im's chamber, and the room instantly fell into an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to Karl, as he transformed into his titan form, that tremendous heartbeat had captured the attention of many of the world's foremost powerhouses. Wow. Is that Lord Karl? At the battlefield's edge, Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 gazed in awe at the towering giant, their excitement palpable, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Is this truly the essence of Karl? Jekaha. This is getting more interesting. Standing in midair, Shiki laughed heartily, realizing that the stronger Karl became, the greater his chances of escaping the Rock's pirates. Haha. Karl, do you still have more secrets? Rox sensed Karl's life force continuously ascending, still far from its limits, yet comparatively distant from his own prowess. Boom. Crash. Although the Snow Lion Admiral withstood Karl's punch, his entire frame carved a deep trench hundreds of meters into the ground. Shocked, he exclaimed, such immense strength. And it is not over yet. When godlike, Karl was filled with exhilaration. He had never experienced such formidable power before. Despite his enlarged physique, his movements became even more agile. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself off the ground, delivering a fierce kick towards the Snow Lion General. Frostclaw. The Snow Lion General tightened his expression. He was not without his means of resistance. He concentrated the frigid energy within him, enveloping the tips of his claws. Sizzle. Both combatants were cloaked in an aura of armed color, yet the Snow Lion General managed to infuse his icy energy into Karl's right leg. Having gauged the strength of the confrontation, he realized that mere brute force would not suffice against Karl. Nonetheless, his sole objective was to inject the chilling energy into Karl's body. Hiss. Karl's immense visage twitched as a palpable chill emanated from his right leg, gradually spreading throughout his entire body, leaving his whole right leg somewhat rigid. Golden Light Spell. Karl was somewhat astonished by the lethal force of the blizzard. He immediately activated the Golden Light incantation, and the chill within him gradually subsided. The Snow Lion General, noticing the frost on Karl's legs swiftly dissipating, launched a rapid assault. Frostclaw. Before Karl could even catch his breath, the Snow Lion General surged forward, relentlessly attacking Karl's titanic form. Despite Karl's continuous efforts to defend himself while fervently channeling the Golden Light incantation, he began to feel his body becoming increasingly rigid, gradually encased in ice and snow. The battle between Newgate and Krusu had reached its conclusion. Sensing the end of Krusu's life, Newgate stood resolute. I never imagined I would be the last one standing, Krusu, battered and bruised, gazed up at Tyre and Gales with a bitter smile. He then turned his eyes toward the distant onlookers hidden in corners and rooms. Witnessing the terror reflected in their eyes, He understood the horrors that might soon unfold, yet he felt powerless to effect any change. "I am sorry." The sky seemed to darken, as if mourning their fate. A few fallen leaves swept past Crusoe's feet, symbolizing the decay of their lives. Although Crusoe met his demise in battle, he still stood tall upon the soil of the kingdom of Tyre. "Commander Crusoe has fallen. We must retreat. Run, withdraw." In the wake of Crusoe's death, the soldiers around him faltered, soon fleeing toward the rear. Initially, it was just one person, then 10, then 100, until all on the battlefield were in a frenzied escape, desperate to avoid death. With the defense lost, they could only scatter in all directions. As the pirates observed the soldiers fleeing in disarray, they roared, "Charge!" On the opposite side of the island, a dock was already crowded with ships of various sizes. Most of the citizens of the kingdom of Tyre had begun packing their belongings to escape by sea upon learning of the Rock's pirates' impending assault. They were acutely aware that if they were defeated, the Rock's pirates would spare no one among the island's inhabitants. Thus, Tyre had strewn gold along the path of their retreat, hoping to divert the pirates' attention. It must be said that although Tyre failed to protect his kingdom, at least the majority of his people managed to flee the island. Gold. "Ha! This is mine." The first pirate to arrive upon the scene beheld a bounty of gold. A lascivious grin spreading across his face as he swiftly seized a handful and stuffed it into his bosom. Soon, more pirates, drawn by the sight of this golden expanse, halted in their tracks, their faces alight with unrestrained glee. This occurrence afforded the residents of the Tyre kingdom precious time to evacuate. The gaze of the onlookers gradually shifted towards Carl and the Snow Lion General, who were locked in a fierce battle, disregarding life and death and defenses alike, both having entered a state of furious rage. Clang, clang, clang. A golden light and a snow-white light collided in the air with astonishing speed, separating only to collide once more, each impact producing a dazzling array of sparks and the deafening sound of metal striking metal. The atmosphere reverberated with a thunderous roar. In this brief span, the two combatants had exchanged hundreds of blows. Carl, fortified by his robust physique and overwhelming strength, relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches. Meanwhile, the Snow Lion General, with his remarkable speed and razor-sharp claws, continuously inflicted wounds upon Carl, each strike embedding the icy power deeper within him. As Carl relentlessly pressed his offensive, he simultaneously felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his veins. This force was so formidable that it left him somewhat overwhelmed. However, Carl gradually realized that the burgeoning strength within him was insufficient to contend with the frost power wielded by the Frost Lion General. Indeed, the Frost Lion General was a formidable commander, and Carl's own bloodline power remained only partially unlocked. Carl was acutely aware that if the stalemate persisted, he would inevitably be the first to succumb. The warm-up is over. I had not intended to reveal myself so soon. However, at this juncture, there is no turning back. After Carl forcefully repelled the Snow Lion General with a single strike, he spoke with grave seriousness. Gradually, a tempest of thunder began to emanate from his body, quickly enveloping him in a shroud of purple lightning. Titan of Thunder. To the perception of the Snow Lion General, Carl's strength ascended to an entirely new echelon, sending shivers down his spine and flooding him with an instinctive sense of danger. Of course, the Snow Lion General could not witness the successful accumulation of Carl's attack. As he prepared to intervene, he noticed countless bolts of lightning descending from the heavens. "You possess the power of thunder as well?" The Snow Lion General was taken aback, astonished that Carl harbored such tempestuous might. "I have never heard of your devil fruit," he inquired while evading the lightning strikes cascading from above. However, Carl's visage contorted in concentration as he exerted all his strength to control the raging energy within him, leaving no room to entertain the general's questions. Thunderous fury. At last, Carl directed the tempestuous lightning into his right hand, hurling it forth with the ferocity of a stone being cast into the air. A violet path formed wherever the lightning traveled, and the very air grew sweltering with intensity. This assault sped towards the Snow Lion General, who felt himself ensnared by its unyielding force. Blizzard Tempest. Sensing the imminent threat, the Snow Lion General's expression turned grave, transforming into a colossal lion. He opened his maw wide and unleashed a wave of energy composed of wind and snow to counter the thunderous fury. As the blizzard tempest surged forth, it left behind a thick layer of frost, several meters deep. At the moment of collision, the world fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, a mushroom cloud erupted from the center, shattering the dim sky and allowing brilliant sunlight to cascade onto the earth. This was Carl's ultimate strike. At this juncture, he could no longer maintain the Titan's form, his physique gradually reverting to its original state. The Snow Lion General, meanwhile, was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into the mountains beyond. Carl approached slowly. Before long, he found himself before the deep pit, where the surrounding flora and fauna had been utterly scorched by the searing heat unleashed by the violent thunderstorm. The Snow Lion General's hands were nowhere to be seen. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. "Why do you not flee?" Carl inquired with a look of astonishment. This question had perplexed him for quite some time. From the moment he sensed the presence of the Snow Lion General, this doubt had lingered in his mind. To him, a formidable being of such rank could effortlessly depart before their arrival, with no need to stake their life here. "You do not comprehend." At that moment, the Snow Lion General appeared remarkably relaxed. "Everyone who comes into this world seeks to discover the purpose of their existence. My purpose is to protect the weak and uphold justice upon the seas. Our ideologies differ, which is regrettable." The Snow Lion General expressed a sense of disappointment, seemingly lamenting why someone as powerful as Carl had not joined the Navy. Carl understood the essence of his words, yet they belonged to divergent factions, and his ideals could never be realized within the Navy. "It is a pity that I have not yet had the chance to behold the cherry blossoms of my homeland. If you do not mind, I hope you can take me to Wano to see if the cherry blossoms have bloomed." The Snow Lion gazed at Carl with eager anticipation. "Rest assured, I shall make the journey when the opportunity arises." With Carl's reassuring response, the Snow Lion General slowly closed his eyes. Upon witnessing the demise of the Snow Lion General and observing his vacant gaze, Carl surveyed his surroundings, moving aside to retrieve a large stone to place upon the general's body. Being a formidable admiral, Carl wished not for him to lie here unceremoniously, his remains to be torn asunder by beasts. Such a fate would indeed be too cruel. Once he had attended to this matter, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle at the forefront had drawn to a close, with most pirates rushing into the capital of the Teal Kingdom, where screams of despair echoed throughout. Many inhabitants were reluctant to abandon their kingdom, and some, due to a lack of vessels, had no choice but to return to the confines of their realm. He stood still for a moment, allowing himself to absorb the surging power emanating from the earth below, gradually restoring his strength. To be candid, this was the first time he had fought to the point of utter exhaustion, his body riddled with wounds of various sizes. Had his strength not surged during the battle, he might have found himself perilously close to death. Open the system panel. Host, Luke's D. Carl has integrated the template, Master of Heaven from One Below. Unintegrated, Sword Saint Gagne from Chin's Moon, and Royal Wealth from Demon Fox Little Matchmaker. Skills, Armed Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey. Navy 6 styles, Golden Light Spell, Palm Thunder, Yang 5 Thunder, Taiji Fist. Talent, Titan's Might Wealth. 3. 7 billion berries items. Energy Fruit, Rain Fruit. Zoan Type Golden Bull Fruit. Zoan Type Rhinoceros Fruit. Poison Fruit. Painting Fruit. Transformation Fruit. Fish Fruit. Mythical Beast Form. Dragon Form. Bird Fruit. Mythical Beast Form. Golden Winged Rock Form. Natural Type Earth Fruit. Zoan Type Triceratops Fruit. Zoan Type Saber-Toothed Tiger Fruit. Great Blade Ancient Moon Blade. Great Blade Silver Harmony Blade. Final display. I shall refrain from showcasing so many in the future to avoid accusations of filler content. Evaluation, a top-tier powerhouse upon the seas, with comprehensive strength equivalent to an admiral. Carl beheld his evaluation, finally reaching the rank of general. Beyond this lay the esteemed tiers of the 4 emperors and the overlords. Yet, he did not experience a sense of relief. Ever since joining the Rocks Pirates, the frequency of battles had been relentless. He found himself either engaged in combat or incessantly training on the islands, never enjoying a moment's respite, which left him both physically and mentally exhausted. A flicker of regret and melancholy crossed his gaze, revealing a deep sorrow within him. Unbeknownst to him, many lives had been extinguished at his hands, encompassing both the virtuous and the wicked. Killing the wicked bore no weight on his conscience. Those who perpetrated evil deserve their fate. However, Admiral Snowline was undoubtedly a true good man. During their confrontation, through their exchanges, he learned that the Admiral was genuinely committed to upholding justice upon the seas. And he should not have met his end here. When did he become this way? Was the pursuit of power worth such reckless abandon? Had he truly lost the ability to discern right from wrong? When had he transformed into this version of himself? At that moment, Carl found himself engulfed in profound internal conflict. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he spotted two small golden lights dashing towards him. He recognized them as the two young ones approaching. Long E and Long Air, witnessing the end of Carl's battle, rushed to his side. This renewed his conviction in an instant. In order to prevent such tragedies from recurring, he must exert every ounce of his strength to hasten the liberation of this world. In a future devoid of pirates, where everyone could live in peace and prosperity, perhaps such calamities would cease to exist. His resolve solidified once more. Change the world, it begins with you. His gaze shifted towards Long E and Long Air, for they would be the first step in realizing his vision. Lord Carl. How is Lord Carl? Are you gravely injured? Long Air asked. Concern etched across his face as he observed Carl, bloodied and battered. He had never seen Lord Carl in such a state and feared for his well-being. It's manageable. I am not severely harmed. Carl's tone was somewhat relaxed, despite the severity of his recent injuries. However, he was gradually recovering and was now able to walk normally. Is that true, Lord Carl? Long E's gaze revealed a hint of astonishment and confusion. To him, the wounds adorning Lord Carl's body did not appear trivial. Both of you have performed admirably. I have taken note of your efforts. Now, let us proceed, for it is time to reap the rewards. Carl took the lead, guiding the two towards the palace of the Kingdom of Teal. Although the duo wore expressions of perplexity, they could only follow behind, reassured by Lord Carl's resolute demeanor. In hushed whispers, they speculated whether Lord Carl was merely putting on a brave front. Carl paid no heed to the hushed whispers of the two individuals. In his estimation, the Rocks pirates would face only the formidable Kingdom of Tears as their sole adversary in the latter half of the Grand Line, after which he anticipated a relative calm devoid of significant conflicts, thus affording ample time for recuperation. He intended to utilize this interlude to meticulously orchestrate his plans, ensuring that post-God Valley he could promptly execute his strategies. His anticipation was palpable as he ventured into the town, accompanied by the two children. A scene of carnage unfolded before him. The ground was littered with corpses, while pirates scurried about, plundering every visible treasure. Although he had grown somewhat accustomed to such sights, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the king's palace. Garera. Carl, you've arrived. Newgate, having concluded his battle at a slower pace, stood at the entrance, yet to step inside, when he spotted Carl approaching with the two youngsters. Brother Newgate. Carl approached briskly, scrutinizing Newgate's entire form and noting the absence of visible wounds. Evidently, his adversary had inflicted no harm upon him. Are you unscathed? Newgate, upon closer inspection, realized that Carl bore numerous injuries, some even oozing blood. It's nothing, I'm nearly fine. Indeed, Carl could sense that several minor wounds had fully healed, while others, healing at a slower pace, were still under the influence of the frost power wielded by the Snow Lion General. Yet, he could distinctly feel these injuries mending gradually, as they had lost their initial potency. What of the devil fruit? Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, a deep roar resonated from within the palace. Exchanging a solemn glance, they hastened towards the source of the sound. Carl instructed Long E and Long Air to remain at the entrance and not to enter, for the roar had emanated from Rocks. Proceeding down the corridor, they noticed torches placed at intervals along both sides. Ahead, a brilliant light shone, revealing the treasure chamber, where gold lay scattered across the floor. However, several chests at the top had been opened, and the devil fruits within had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Newgate exclaimed as he burst into the room, his gaze locking onto the golden lion, Shiki, who lingered in the corner. Carl observed the somber atmosphere surrounding him, with Silver Axe positioned at the forefront beneath the elevated platform, where the furious visage of Rocks loomed above. A mere glance at Charlotte Lingling revealed her slight shake of the head, her silence speaking volumes. Carl understood that the situation was far from simple. Standing silently with a grave expression. Ha. The golden lion's laughter abruptly shattered the tension in the air. What else could it be? He continued. Right under our noses. Someone made off with our belongings. As the golden lion's words hung in the air, an oppressive silence descended, and Rocks unleashed a formidable burst of conqueror's haki. The gathered crowd felt their breaths quicken under the overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the intensity of the recent battlefield confrontation, with cracks appearing in the surrounding structures. For the first time, Carl truly experienced the overwhelming conqueror's haki emanating from Rocks. It could be said that Rocks was indeed a sovereign. This aura of dominance was so oppressive that it made him feel utterly uncomfortable, even instilling within him a palpable sense of lethal threat. Clearly, Rock's Conqueror's haki was potent enough to obliterate physical entities, which indirectly revealed the extent of his fury, compelling him to unleash such formidable power. Suddenly, Rox turned his grim visage towards him, evidently dissatisfied with the Golden Lion. Go find them. They cannot have gone far. There is another port on the opposite side of the island, from which many have set sail, he commanded. Although the Golden Lion intended to taunt Rox, he was reluctant to confront the chilling aura of death emanating from him, and quickly silenced himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. Rox, filled with indignation, realized he had been careless. He had not anticipated that the Marine Admiral, the Snow Lion, would execute such a deceptive ploy. His focus had been solely on searching for top-tier powerhouses, neglecting the fact that numerous civilians were fleeing from the other side. However, he had not expected the escorting party for the Devil Fruits to be comprised of such weak individuals. Although he bore some responsibility, his haughty character would never allow him to admit it. With determination, Rox strode outside, deeming the treasure vault devoid of value without the Devil Fruits. His assault on the Tear Kingdom had been motivated solely by the desire for those precious natural-type Devil Fruits, yet he had failed to seize them. Once Rox exited, the others felt their breathing gradually stabilize. Well, exclaimed Charlotte Linlin, regarding the Golden Lion as if he were a valiant warrior. After all, it was her perception that the Golden Lion had just been targeted by Rox. Haha, it was indeed somewhat terrifying, replied the Golden Lion, drenched in cold sweat, recalling how Rox's murderous intent had been explicitly directed at him, leading him to believe for an instant that Rox would strike. All right. Swiftly dispatch your pirate subordinates to carry out Lord Rock's orders, Silver Axe said from the sidelines, being one of the more seasoned members of Rock's crew. Having spent years undercover, his presence at this moment was perfectly timed. The Golden Lion initially laughed heartily, then floated outward, eager to execute Rock's command. Not wishing to face another threat to his life, let us all send our subordinates to pursue, Newgate declared, not even glancing at the gold strewn about. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation and uncertain of Rock's next actions. Thus, they all exited the treasure vault, instructing their crews to chase after the fleeing populace. Carl, trailing behind, exchanged a discreet glance with Charlotte Linlin. Soon, a portion of the pirates began to transfer the wealth of the Tear Kingdom onto their ships. Meanwhile, larger groups of pirates, upon receiving their orders, set off in pursuit of the civilians who had fled not far into the sea. As the common folk navigated their various small vessels, their speed paled in comparison to that of the pirate ships. Before long, the pirate vessels caught up with them, and a cacophony erupted upon the sea, heralding the onset of a brutal slaughter. However, it was already too late. North, bearing the Devil Fruit, had distanced himself significantly. Upon escaping the Kingdom of Teal, he immediately altered his course, wary of any pursuit from the Rock's pirates. After changing direction, he set sail directly towards the Navy headquarters. The sky grew dim as several hours of relentless pursuit left the sea in disarray, ablaze with flames. Yet, upon the return of the pirates, reports indicated that they had only retrieved a meager collection of gold and jewels, for many civilians had snatched up some of the gold scattered along their escape route. Strangely, despite their efforts, no trace of the Devil Fruit could be found. It seemed to have vanished into the distance. Rox commanded more of his pirates to broaden their search. As night fell, visibility on the ocean diminished, and they were reluctantly compelled to return to the Kingdom of Teal to report their findings. Upon hearing the news, Rox, although seething with anger, found himself powerless, and thus began the journey back to Hive Island. He realized that the Navy had outmaneuvered him. But this did not imply that Rox would swallow this bitter pill without retaliation. From that day forth, the Rox pirates would earn their notorious reputation. Since the Navy has played me for a fool, I shall exact my revenge, he declared. In the Pirate Council chamber, Rox presided at the helm, flanked by Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Newgate, with Charlotte Linlin and John further down the table, followed by Carl and Wang Ji, while Silver Axe lingered at the rear. Notably absent from this assembly was Kaido, indicating that this meeting was reserved for the division commanders. The New World now belongs solely to the Rox pirates, Rox proclaimed, a sinister smile spreading across his previously grim visage. He understood that his plan had reached its halfway point, and now he aimed to rally all the most ruthless pirates of the New World to contribute to his ultimate scheme. Next, I require each of you to launch assaults on all allied nations within the New World, he instructed. One by one, not a single one shall be spared. In the mind of Rox, this matter served two purposes. First, to exact revenge on the Navy, and second, to encourage more individuals to venture forth as pirates, thereby augmenting his ranks. It is worth noting that the New World is dotted with hundreds of islands, among which there are 34 allied nations, while the remainder consists of various smaller islands with sparse populations. Hence, from this day forth, the pirates under the banner of the Rocks Pirates, led by their respective commanders, embarked on a frenzied campaign of plunder against every island within sight. This led to a significant influx of pirates across the New World, plunging the region into chaos and warfare. Although he had been outmaneuvered by the Navy, he was determined to make them feel the sting of his wrath, thus living up to the name of Rocks. Each commander was assigned a varying number of targets, with Carl receiving the least, only 3, which meant he was to assault 3 allied nations. Fortunately, these nations were situated nearby, sparing him the need for extensive travel. The target of the Golden Lion was the farthest, as he possessed the powers of the float fruit, granting him a considerable speed advantage over the others. After Rocks concluded his address, the assembled crew nodded solemnly in agreement, and subsequently, they departed to undertake their missions. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, finally arrived, North muttered as he navigated a battered vessel, his body marred with bloodstains. He had raced from the New World, encountering numerous pirates along the way, pushing his physical and mental limits to the brink. Who goes there? It seems to be one of our own. Quickly, let us go check it out. 2 soldiers at the Marineford port observed a small boat swaying precariously as it approached. Upon hearing their calls, North managed to utter, "I am Rear Admiral North." Before his expression relaxed, as if a significant burden had been lifted, he slowly closed his eyes in satisfaction. "It's Rear Admiral North. Quick." Due to his white justice cloak being stained a deep crimson with blood, the soldiers initially failed to recognize him. However, as they drew closer, they realized it was indeed Rear Admiral North. Alarmed by his condition, they hurriedly assisted him toward the Navy headquarters and promptly notified Fleet Admiral Steele. "Ugh, where am I?" As Rear Admiral North opened his eyes and gazed at the pristine white ceiling, he surveyed his surroundings and felt an immense sense of relief. He recognized that he had returned to the Navy headquarters, for this was the medical ward, a place he had frequented during his youth training. Reflecting on those days, he found himself nostalgic for the rigorous training he had undergone, where he had poured his youthful vigor. Turning to look out the window, he saw the sun shining brightly, beams of light streaming in. He could hear the cheerful chirping of birds, a sound that reassured him of his newfound safety. Creak. Loth swiftly directed his gaze towards the entrance, where a tall and beautiful young nurse donned in a uniform gracefully entered. Her rosy cheeks adorned a gentle smile, reminiscent of an angel gracing the earthly realm. Upon noticing that Major Noss had awakened, she promptly called out towards the doorway, "Major Noss, you are awake." Her voice was soft and melodious. Soon after, a physician arrived to examine Noss's condition, nodding towards the leading naval officer before the medical personnel withdrew from the room. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway, and in strode General Hill, followed closely by General Steelbone, General Winhu, and several others, including Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Sengoku. "How are you feeling, Noss?" General Hill's first inquiry was not about specific matters, but rather about Noss's well-being, demonstrating his genuine care for his subordinates. "Rest assured, General Hill, I am in good health now," Noss replied solemnly, placing his right hand upon his chest. However, the involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed the truth of his condition. "All right, I understand," General Hill responded. "Please take your time to rest, and do not hesitate to express any needs you may have." General Hill was already aware of the unfolding events. Nonetheless, Noss had successfully returned with the magma fruit, along with several extraordinary paramecia-type devil fruits, marking his significant contributions. Through the burning of the life paper of General Schwescher, they had also learned of his demise in the New World. Although sorrow weighed heavily upon them, they understood that this was not a time for mourning. They had to suppress their grief, especially with reports indicating that the Rocks Pirates were about to instigate a major conflict. After a brief exchange with Noss, they exited the infirmary and proceeded to issue their orders, dispatching a contingent of Navy personnel to establish several bases in the New World, led by Karp and Sengoku, who set off ahead towards their destination. Meanwhile, amidst the Navy's urgent preparations, several pirates from Hive Island were setting sail. Leading the charge was the 1st Division Captain, the Golden Lion, whose fleet soared through the skies, heading toward the horizon. Following closely were John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe, each embarking on their voyages in succession. The only ones who remained ashore that day were Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, and Carl. In the evening, within Charlotte Linlin's quarters, The two, having just engaged in a fervent encounter, whispered to one another. "Carl, I am pregnant," Charlotte Linlin declared with a content expression, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. "What, so soon?" Carl never anticipated that Charlotte would conceive so swiftly. After all, he possessed the Titan lineage, a rare bloodline, which statistically should render the chances of pregnancy significantly lower than that of an ordinary individual. However, he soon recalled that this bloodline ability was conferred upon him by the system, suggesting that it was not inherently his own. He pondered whether his child would inherit such a powerful lineage. "Let me listen." Carl's thoughts flitted through his mind, and he promptly laid his ear against Charlotte Lingling's abdomen. Noticing Carl's gesture, Charlotte extended her right hand and gently caressed the top of his head, feeling a sense of comfort. His extraordinary perception allowed him to discern the faint heartbeat of 3 little lives within her. "Ha, I never thought I would experience this day," Carl remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was taken aback by the rapidity of his impending fatherhood, for he had yet to savor the joys of being a good father. "Have you contemplated what names to bestow upon them?" Charlotte inquired softly, her brow furrowing slightly. After all, her previous children had borne names derived from her surname. Now that she had chosen to be with Carl, would their children's names differ from those of the past? Would this create a rift among the siblings? Rest assured, let us use my surname for their names. Tomorrow, I shall gather your children and inquire whether they would be willing to adopt the new surname. Carl, somewhat domineering, stated outright that his machismo would not permit his son to bear any surname but his own. "I shall heed your wishes," Charlotte Lingling remarked, gazing at his commanding visage, which struck her as irresistibly charming at that moment. "Let us begin anew," she exclaimed, enveloping Carl in a warm embrace. Through Carl's relentless endeavors, his Titan strength had matured, and he now stood an impressive 7.5 meters tall. Although he still measured slightly shorter than Charlotte Lingling, the difference was negligible. In his heart, he felt a sense of gratitude for being with her. After all, given his future stature, finding a woman who was both beautiful and powerful would prove to be quite a challenge. Indeed, in his recollection, there were few women of such height in the world of pirates, and he wished to avoid a life of solitary tears. "You are with child. Perhaps we should reconsider?" he suggested. "Not at all. Come here." Before Carl could finish his sentence, Charlotte Lingling swiftly draped the blanket over both of them, and soon the room was filled with the soft sounds of their intimacy. "Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Their stamina is truly remarkable," one remarked. "Indeed, it has been ages since we enjoyed a restful night." While they reveled in their joy, those outside, including Charlotte Perispero and others, bore the brunt of the situation. Residing in the adjacent house, Carl's nightly visits, marked by boisterous sounds, rendered their sleep elusive. This night was particularly outrageous, as they found themselves disturbed well past midnight. Some restless souls gathered in Perispero's room, engaging in idle chatter. Such occurrences had become frequent, disrupting their biological rhythms. They typically used the day to catch up on sleep, only to find themselves wide awake at night. "I truly wonder how long this will persist," one sibling lamented. "It may very well continue until we possess the means to defend ourselves," another replied. "Perhaps we could reinforce Mother's room to enhance its soundproofing," Katakuri remarked. "This is indeed feasible. Tomorrow, while Mother is away, let us undertake some renovations in her room." "Splendid. Then it is settled," Perispero concluded decisively, as they resolved to refurbish their mother's chamber to enhance its soundproofing, ensuring they would no longer endure sleepless nights. Time slipped away as they frolicked, and with the gradual fading of their laughter, the horizon welcomed the first rays of sunlight for the day. In Charlotte Lingling's room, the two beheld the sun slowly ascending in the distance. "All right, we shall not come by this morning." Carl promptly declared his intention to reveal his name to all present, and subsequently to adopt the surname of Charlotte Lingling for her child. To be honest, Carl had yet to disclose his true name to anyone. "All right, let us rise," he said. Although Charlotte Lingling felt a tinge of hesitation, she recognized the significance of the day's events and the impending voyage. Thus she refrained from further reluctance and immediately stood up. Carl was the first to rise, determined to venture to the sea level in pursuit of a majestic sea creature for today's gathering. "After you get up, please gather the children in the dining room while I go fetch a marine delicacy to nourish you," he instructed. "Understood, Carl," Charlotte replied, her demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. It is worth noting that at this moment, Charlotte was standing before him, dressing, causing Carl to experience an immediate physical reaction. However, he was acutely aware of the day's significance, and he silently urged young Carl to muster some composure, reminding himself of the importance of the occasion. Carl hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped outside, fearful that he might succumb to the urge to transform into a wolf. Well, 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 Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, a delightful smile blossoming on her face as she watched Carl flee in disarray. Hunting a sea creature was not an insurmountable challenge for Carl at this moment. He plunged into the sea, swiftly locating a colossal marine beast, measuring several hundred meters in length. With merely a display of his overwhelming presence, the creature was rendered unconscious, its body floating to the surface. Subsequently, Carl dragged it back to the kitchen where Charlotte awaited. Chef, prepare a sumptuous meal today. Let us use this as our main ingredient. After Carl dragged the crustacean into the kitchen, he addressed the chef, saying, Thank you, Lord Carl. The chef, while expressing his gratitude to Carl, commanded the other cooks to proceed with dismembering the crustacean. Upon encountering the bustling chef, Carl turned and made his way to the family gathering hall. As he entered, he beheld a grand circular table at its center. At the forefront sat Charlotte Lingling, with an evident seat reserved for Carl to her left. The remaining seats at the round table were filled with children, some nestled within small carts, attended to by maids standing beside them. Mama, Carl. Charlotte Lingling, noticing Carl's entrance, rose and pulled him over to take the seat beside her. Today, I have an announcement to make. Carl, from now on, you shall be regarded as your father as successor. With a smile gracing her features, Charlotte Lingling gestured towards the assembly. Father, Sparrow was the first to rise, addressing Carl with fervor. Soon, other articulate children followed suit, standing to call out to Carl. All right, everyone, please be seated. Carl revealed a maternal smile, gently urging everyone to take their seats. Regardless of who your fathers were before, from this day forth, you shall recognize me, Lux D. Carl, as your father. Charlotte Lingling was taken aback, astonished to discover that Carl belonged to the illustrious D family. Her initial shock stemmed from her knowledge of the enigmatic D lineage, yet it swiftly transformed into a proud smile, for Carl was now her husband. Moreover, as a pirate, she held little concern for such matters. The children present remained oblivious to the significance of the D family. Their joy stemmed solely from the realization that they now had a genuine father. From this day onward, your names shall be changed to Lux. And of course, you are forbidden to disclose the D in your names to anyone. Although Carl disclosed his name to those present and invited them to adopt a shared surname, the time for full revelation had not yet arrived. Thus, the D in their surnames must remain concealed for an extended period, potentially spanning several decades. From now on, I shall be known as Lux Pierospero, he declared. Pierospero immediately grasped Carl's intent, being an astute member of the future Big Mom Pirates. His intelligence was indeed remarkable. The younger siblings also began to recall their own names, leading to a lively exchange of introductions among them. Lux Kakuri, Lux Defaku, Lux Gomerth, and so forth. As they conversed, the kitchen had already begun to serve delectable dishes. Let us commence our meal, Carl said with a smile as the dishes gradually filled the table. Very well. I shall begin. Katakuri was the first to begin devouring the food with fervor, and soon thereafter, the others followed suit, imitating his enthusiasm. As Carl gazed upon their youthful, innocent faces, he couldn't help but recall that at the onset of the narrative, they were not particularly handsome. Carl contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to impart the 5 elements fist to them. This would not only lay a solid foundation but also prevent them from growing into misfits akin to the original characters. Mealtime passed swiftly, like a fleeting moment. After dinner, Carl summoned Clay. Lord Carl, what is the matter that you called for me? Clay inquired upon arriving at Charlotte Lingling's residence, eager to discern the purpose of his summons. I'm currently in a romantic relationship with Charlotte Lingling, which means her child is also my child. You are to secretly teach them the 5 elements fist, Carl declared. Upon hearing the first half of Carl's statement, Clay was momentarily taken aback. He was astonished that Lord Carl was actually involved with Charlotte Lingling. After the initial shock subsided, a sense of joy emerged. After all, the union of Carl and Charlotte Lingling could be deemed a formidable alliance. He thought to himself that this was indeed a momentous occasion. However, you must not disclose our relationship to anyone. It is still confidential, Carl added. Though Clay was unaware of the reasons behind Lord Carl's desire for secrecy, he chose to respect it. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall not speak of this matter to a third party. Clay understood that since Lord Carl had expressed this request, there must be matters beyond his comprehension. He did not dwell on it further. Good, as long as you comprehend my intent, Carl concluded. Carl felt a wave of relief. The only person by his side capable of truly assisting him was Clay. Now, I entrust everything to you. I will be setting sail shortly. I have complete faith in you to handle matters at home. Carl gazed at Clay with unwavering loyalty, contemplating what treasures he could bring back from this voyage. He then hurried to the port, where Charlotte, Lingling, and Whitebeard were already prepared nearby. Brother Whitebeard, do take care during your journey. Wahaha. Rest assured, Carl. It is you who must exercise caution. Whitebeard was unperturbed. With his formidable strength, he could easily choose to depart the battlefield at any moment, provided that he was not confronted by 2 or more admirals simultaneously. Whitebeard's ship set sail from the port first. Stay safe. You too. As Carl stood at the harbor, he shared a tender embrace with Charlotte Lingling, both casting worried glances at one another. Perhaps their thoughts were not of impending danger, but rather of the impending separation that would keep them apart for a while. The intensity of infatuation can indeed be overwhelming. The group then set sail towards their respective destinations. As the ships gradually departed from the harbor, Carl pondered whether he had been too hasty since joining the Rocks Pirates. Why did it always feel as though there was no time to pause and rest? Or was it that the original Rocks Pirates were in a period of significant expansion at this time? Gazing at the receding harbor, he dismissed his wandering thoughts and turned to enter the ship's cabin. Sook Kingdom. This was Carl's third destination. Over a month had elapsed since their last parting. The unpredictable weather of the New World had consumed much of their time in transit. However, once he conquered Sook Kingdom, he would have fulfilled his objective and could return to Hive Island for a well-deserved respite. In the vast expanse of the ocean, there were few sources of entertainment, and aimlessly sailing had rendered the crew somewhat irritable and restless. To alleviate the monotony of their maritime existence, Carl introduced various games such as poker, mahjong, chess, and Monopoly, which injected a semblance of enjoyment into their journey. During his leisure hours, he also engaged in physical training in the depths of the ship. He had enlisted the help of a skilled technician from the Rocks Pirates to create specialized weighted equipment in the form of bracelets, which he wore on his wrists and ankles. The results were quite remarkable. The sensation of bearing hundreds of tons of pressure was ever present. Initially, this burden posed some challenges to his daily life, but he gradually adapted, continuously increasing the number of bracelets he wore. Bang. 13. No pair. Money, money, money. The interior of the pirate ship had been deliberately modified, merging the second and third levels into a vast lounge area. When Carl finds himself in a state of ennui, he often sits in the lounge, observing his crew of pirates engaged in spirited card games. After all, if he were to partake, victory would be assured in every round, rendering the experience rather dull. His crew is not naive. If their captain were to suffer a significant defeat, it could spell disaster for them all. Thus, after a few rounds, Carl recognized the futility of the endeavor and refrained from participating thereafter. Creak. Captain Carl, announced a slender pirate who entered as the door swung open. It was Sol, the lookout of the crew. Oh, at last we have arrived, he exclaimed. These tedious days have nearly driven me to madness. Well then, my friends, shall we not be on our way? Carl first glanced at Sol, then let his gaze sweep across the assembled crowd. The pirates present were well aware of Captain Carl's nature. He was the type who appeared aloof on the outside but possessed a warm heart within. They recognized his kindness, which allowed them to occasionally jest with him. Soon, Captain. Hurry up with the money, I've won. 13. Oh. The victorious pirate laughed heartily, revealing his large teeth. Go away. Captain Carl has issued a command. Let us move. The pirate who had lost money immediately overturned the card table, drew his long knife, and fled. You wait until I return. The winning pirate, seeing everyone else rushing out, reluctantly followed, planning to settle the score upon their return. Honestly, there isn't a moment of respite. This is our final target. Once we complete it, we can return home. Carl stood on the deck, his gaze somewhat unfocused as he looked towards the distant kingdom of Sook, saying, Let us proceed swiftly. Once we complete our task, we shall return post-haste. Indeed, I wish to showcase our novel curiosities to them, another chimed in. Then let us embark. I shall go first. With a resounding splash, one pirate, unable to contain his eagerness, leaped into the water before the ship had even docked, prompting a surge of other pirates to follow in his wake towards the kingdom of Sook. It was evident that prolonged drifting upon the waves had rendered the majority of these pirates increasingly restless. Had it not been for the calming influence of their card games, the situation might have escalated further. Ding, ding, ding. The Rocks Pirates are attacking. The kingdom of Sook had long been aware of the Rocks Pirates' recent fervent retribution against the nations of the New World. The more formidable allied nations remained composed, awaiting the onslaught, while the majority of the populace on islands such as theirs had already fled. Those who remained were primarily the elderly, the infirm, and those unwilling or unable to depart. As the pirates stormed ashore, they were met by a sea of kneeling figures on the beach. "Oh, noble pirates, we beseech you to spare us from wanton slaughter. All that exists upon this island is yours to take." A diminutive elder, about 5 feet tall, emerged from the crowd. "I am the mayor of Hade Town. Most of our residents have fled, leaving only us, the weak and the ailing. We implore you, esteemed pirates, to show mercy." The pirates found themselves momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. This was an unprecedented encounter for them. Typically, upon storming a kingdom, they would engage in bloodshed without hesitation, rather than confronting a throng of supplicants. Their resolve wavered as they grappled with the unexpected scene before them. "Rise, elder." One of the pirates finally spoke. Carl approached from behind. "Let us transport the riches of the island. We shall depart if there is no resistance," he commanded. Upon hearing Captain Carl's orders, the pirates refrained from attacking the elderly and infirm, instead charging toward the palace of the Sook Kingdom. Upon their arrival at the palace, they discovered it was already deserted. Fortunately, the treasure vault still contained a considerable fortune. As for the king and his court, they had likely fled long ago. After all, they had been at sea for a month, and the powers across the ocean had heard of the Rock's pirates' advance, prompting them to flee in haste. It can be stated without reservation that the entire New World had become a realm ruled by pirates. Carl unleashed his observation hockey, discerning that there were indeed no formidable adversaries upon the island. However, after sailing for nearly half a month, his body began to feel somewhat rusty. Contemplating this, he decided it was time to set foot on the island. Meanwhile, the pirates, upon realizing the absence of any resistance, eagerly rushed into various residential buildings, commencing their plunder of riches. They scurried about like ants in a frenzy, transporting the amassed wealth onto their ships. Carl ventured into the city, immersing himself in the unique splendor of the pirate world. As he strolled along, he stumbled upon an auction house. Upon entering, he discovered that it was utterly devoid of any items, having long been emptied. The denizens of the dark world certainly possess an impressive speed in gathering intelligence, he mused. Carl brushed off the dust, estimating that their departure had occurred approximately a month ago. This meant that shortly after they set sail, the denizens of the dark world received word and hastily withdrew their outposts within the range of their impending assault. Unbeknownst to him, despite their audacity, the inhabitants of the dark world dared not confront Rocks. Thus, upon learning of the Rocks pirates' voyage, they promptly evacuated their bases along the corresponding sea routes to avert unnecessary losses, intending to resume their operations once the tumult had subsided. At that moment, as he reflected on the passage of time, another month had elapsed, allowing him the opportunity to partake in another lottery. Though he remained uncertain of what treasures awaited him this time. "You have a task awaiting your acceptance." Carl opened the system that he had not accessed for nearly a month, and immediately he heard a system notification. Therefore, instead of participating in the lottery first, he navigated to the task module. Side quest 1. Please stay in the kingdom of Suc for 3 days. Task reward: 10,000 store points. And a chance for a standard lottery. Carl was somewhat astonished. When did the system evolve to the point of issuing tasks? Moreover, what was the significance of his 3-day stay? Why was he required to linger here for 3 days? And why a mere ordinary lottery? What are the skill lottery? The talent templates? Due to the host's interference with the timeline of the pirate world, an upgrade has been implemented, the system explained. Now, there are main and side quests. As for the lottery, it has been consolidated. What you receive is entirely a matter of luck. It seemed to address Carl's unvoiced questions while also providing a brief introduction to the upgraded features. Nevertheless, after hearing this, Carl felt a sense of clarity. He understood that the system must be dissatisfied with his sluggish pace of action. Yet, he was at a loss, as he could not disregard Rock's words. "Fine. Let's proceed with the lottery." "All right, initiating the lottery for the host. Please hold on." "Congratulations, host. You have won a recovery pill." "What on earth? You drew me a recovery pill?" In truth, Carl had hoped to win a skill or a talent template instead. Well, it's not the worst outcome. However, since the result was already determined, there was little more to be said. Recovery pill, a commonly used medicinal item in national comics that restores stamina. Consuming one can return stamina to peak condition within seconds and eliminate all negative effects. Its function does seem quite powerful. Wait a moment, that is not right. Typically, the system would not bestow useless items. 3 days of waiting, a recovery pill. I believe I can guess what this entails. After a moment of contemplation, Carl approached the shore and called out to the pirates aboard the ship. We shall rest on this island for 3 days before returning to Beehive Island. Although the crew was eager to return to Beehive Island, they assumed that Captain Carl had his own matters to attend to. "It's all right, Lord Carl," one of them replied. "Indeed, since we have decided to stay here for 3 days, let us unload some items from the ship," another chimed in. Right. And don't forget about the 13 yell." At this, the pirate who had won money hurriedly sought out the others from the card game, calling out to them. Soon, the sounds of card games and mahjong echoed along the harbor. As night fell, the pirates took over the houses in Hale Town. After all, with a 3-day stay ahead, it was impractical to leave vacant houses unused while exerting energy to build their own. Meanwhile, the original residents of Hale Town were forced deeper into the town. Blub blub. Within a spacious house, Carl's transponder snail began to ring. Snap. "Hello, is this Charlotte Linlin?" Upon seeing the shape of the telephone bug, Carl immediately thought of Charlotte Lingling. They had been separated for a month, and to be honest, he found himself missing her a little. MMM. Carl, you should be done over there, right? On the other end, Charlotte Lingling stood within the bloodstained kingdom, calling Carl. It was evident that she had completed her mission, hence her somewhat relaxed demeanor. "There are no formidable warriors in the kingdom of SUC, it's all concluded. I will take a few days to recuperate before returning to Hive Island. We shall meet then." Carl revealed a mischievous smile, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. I, too, eagerly anticipate our reunion." He then ended the call. Charlotte Lingling had been with Carl for quite some time, and she could easily discern the implications in his words. Perhaps it was due to her previous husband failing to evoke such sentiments, but she found herself experiencing them with Carl. After a month apart, she could not help but yearn for Carl's robust physique. As these thoughts consumed her, a flush crept onto her cheeks. "Captain Lingling, shall we head directly back to Hive Island?" Just as Charlotte Lingling succumbed to her reverie, a pirate barged in, interrupting her daydream. No, please, Captain Lingling." Her eyes glowed crimson, and her form loomed larger in the pirate's sight. As a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her, her body withered before him. Charlotte Lingling detested such interruptions, especially at this moment. Thus, she mercilessly stripped this pirate of his very existence. The pirates outside, witnessing this scene, turned pale and kept their heads down in silence. They had seen Charlotte Lingling's flushed demeanor moments ago, clearly engaged in a conversation with someone, only for that individual to intrude and cause their own discomfort. The reach of Charlotte Lingling's soul attack was vast, although she did not target them. The presence of her power made the onlookers shudder with trepidation. Set sail. We return to Hive Island at once." Charlotte Lingling resumed her coy demeanor as she strode purposefully towards the pirate ship, eager to reunite with Carl. "Yes, Lady Lingling." The frightened pirates, still pale, scrambled towards the ship upon receiving the command. As for the treasures of the kingdom, they had long since been gathered. Charlotte Lingling was the first to complete her task, soon followed by Newgate, Golden Lion, and others, all setting their course back to Hive Island. Meanwhile, Carl and his subordinates had been stationed in the kingdom of Sook for a full 2 days. On the 3rd day at dawn, last night, Carl spent the entire night without sleep, awaiting the events that would unfold today. In fact, he had already sensed a looming crisis the previous evening. He felt that with each passing moment spent on this island, the threat to his safety intensified. Thus, before dawn on the 3rd day, he hastily summoned his crew, instructing them to gather their belongings and load them onto the ship. Subsequently, he directed the vessel towards the opposite side of the island, commanding that in the event of any significant occurrences, they should return to Hive Island without delay. After all, their presence there could be a liability for him. The pirates, recognizing the gravity of the situation, efficiently organized their belongings and swiftly steered the ship towards the island's other side. Nearing noon, Carl had been seated at the harbor for a full 6 hours. Here they come. In Carl's perception, his sense of impending crisis peaked. Having remained at that heightened level for 10 consecutive minutes, he was acutely aware that the enemy must have arrived. Sure enough, a multitude of flags surged upon the horizon. Upon closer inspection, 3 naval vessels approached the kingdom of SUC, led by none other than the naval hero Kapu and the warlord. Cap arrived in the kingdom of Sook solely because he commanded soldiers hailing from that realm. Upon learning that Carl was currently in Sook, he promptly set sail with his fleet toward the kingdom. This plan had been previously discussed with General Steelbone, who granted his consent, enabling Cap to lead his fleet. Given Carl's recent threats, which were not to be underestimated, and considering he was one of the 7 squad captains, albeit a relatively weaker one, The opportunity to eliminate him was indeed enticing. However, the death of General Snowlion at his hands raised concerns, prompting Steelbone to order War Country to accompany him. Is the sense of crisis emanating from you? What an exaggeration. Carl never anticipated that he would be pursued by both Carp and Sengoku. Such an honor was something that even the Pirate King, Roger, had never experienced. Brew. You may return to Hive Island. Your participation in the upcoming battle is unwarranted. Understood, Captain Carl. Upon receiving Carl's command, the pirate captain on the other side of the island promptly ordered his crew to set sail in the opposite direction. Since Lord Carl was unwilling to accompany them, they would not remain as his burden. After all, they had recognized the presence of the Navy's Sengoku and Carp, realizing that their involvement would be futile. Instead, they aimed to relay the news to Rox with utmost urgency, as it might save Captain Carl's life. Unbeknownst to them, the reason Captain Carl chose to stay was entirely due to the system's strict mandate requiring him to remain for a full 3 days. Furthermore, lacking the contact numbers for Charlotte Linlin and Captain Rox, they could only resort to the most rudimentary method of sailing to Hive Island before transmitting the message. Oh, system, you truly know how to present challenges. Then let the game begin. Whoosh. Even at a considerable distance from the shore, Carp had already begun launching cannonballs towards Carl from his ship. As the cannonballs soared through the air, they generated a formidable shockwave, displacing the surrounding waters. Indeed, the longsword proves far more effective. Carl drew the long one sword he had acquired at the auction, skillfully parrying Carp's assaults, cleaving the incoming cannonballs in twain, which subsequently exploded behind him, engulfing the small town in a sudden barrage of artillery fire. Although Carl lacked the strength to slice through iron, the ancestral memories imparted by the venerable master had endowed him with the art of Tai Chi swordsmanship. Thus, even the simplest of techniques were executed with remarkable finesse. Upon witnessing the futility of cannon fire, Carp realized that it would only serve to devastate the residential buildings. Moreover, he stood alone at the shoreline, prompting him to relinquish the shell in his grasp. Shortly thereafter, he and Sengoku soared through the air, gliding with the grace of moonwalkers. They did not permit the naval vessels to advance further, for they understood that in the face of formidable adversaries, mere numbers held no significance. Carl, surrender willingly. Cap stood on the deck of the harbor, arms crossed and a serious expression directed towards Carl. There is no need for such words, is there? If you can defeat me. A faint smile curled at the corners of Carl's mouth, his eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty glint. He understood that in order to earn the rewards from the system, he must linger on this island for yet another day, rendering confrontation with them unavoidable. Iron Fist. Cap knew that his words held no significance, yet he felt no anger as he swiftly advanced towards Carl, with a resounding bang. Although their encounter was merely a tentative skirmish, the moment of impact caused the ground to warp, and both retreated a few steps. Indeed, in close combat, Fist proved to be formidable. As Carl attempted to parry with the longsword, he realized that he was ill at ease wielding it. Using the longsword to counter martial arts techniques felt rather cumbersome. Fist of the Fallen. Kapu had no time to indulge in his ramblings and swiftly soared towards him. Upon encountering Carp, Carl pressed onward, first stowing the Dragon Spring sword into his system's inventory, and then reciting an incantation on the spot. So eager, are we? Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the primordial essence of myriad energies, cultivated through countless eons, affirm my divine powers. Within the 3 realms and beyond, only the Tao reigns supreme. My form shall be enveloped in golden radiance, illuminating my being. Carl immediately enveloped himself in a radiant golden spell, transforming into a splendid little golden figure. Bang, bang, bang. The two quickly engaged in several rounds of combat. Shockwave. Just as Carl and Carp passed each other, they were met on the left by Sengoku, who had already taken on the form of a colossal Buddha. Thunderous Fist. Carl immediately enveloped his right hand with Lei Fa to withstand the shockwave. However, due to the hasty defense, he was instantly slammed into the ground. Bang. In the next moment, Carl sprang up from the earth. That seems rather unscrupulous, Sengoku. After all, you are a vice admiral of the Navy. Is it appropriate to employ such underhanded tactics? Carl, with an air of nonchalance, brushed the dirt off his attire. You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. I can employ any means necessary to confront you. Sengoku, resembling a golden statue of a Buddha, bore a serious expression. Shockwave. Iron Fist. Impact. In the next moment, their attacks surged towards Carl. Titan's true form. To the astonishment of both Carp and Sengoku, Carl instantly transformed into a 30-meter tall Titan. raising his colossal right hand to shatter the two shockwaves. Kapu and Sengoku were utterly unaware that Carl possessed such a form. What manner of devil fruit is this? Kapu paused momentarily, scratching his head in utter confusion. The Mountain Titan? Sengoku, being somewhat well-versed, was aware of titans. However, the form before him diverged significantly from the recorded depictions of the Mountain Titan. Its size was notably less imposing. This marks my second use of the Titan's true form. The first was against the Snow Lion General. A deep voice resonated, akin to ominous thunder. Damn it! Iron Fist, Meteor! This proclamation incited Kapu's fury, enveloping him in a shroud of armed haki as he charged wrathfully towards Carl. Thunderous might. In an instant, Carl's Titan form became engulfed in crackling lightning. And with his right hand raised skyward, storm clouds rapidly gathered, summoning a tempestuous storm of thunder above. Carl was not one to mince words. After a brief encounter, he discerned that he could not withstand the combined might of Carp and Sengoku. Yet, he was not one to surrender easily, especially with a rejuvenating elixir in his possession, which could grant him another chance at life should the situation turn dire. Buddha-esque palm. Sengoku immediately settled into a cross-legged position, his form gradually expanding to several dozen meters. He then extended his right hand towards the heavens. A remarkably potent golden shockwave clashed against Carl's overwhelming thunderous force. Boom. The moment the two energies intertwined, an incandescent brilliance erupted in the air, silencing the world around them. At the epicenter of the energy collision, a colossal spherical vacuum was formed, leaving the ground marked by a meticulously defined semicircular crater. Bang! Carl's Titan form was forcefully imprinted upon the mountains by a powerful shockwave of energy. Meanwhile, Sengoku was not faring much better. Even his great Buddha form was showing signs of fragmentation. Iron Fist, shatter. Although Sengoku could not immediately launch a second assault, they were two in number. Sensing this opportune moment, Garp swiftly took action. Bang! Carl swung his right hand, meeting Carp's Iron Fist. Where their blows intersected, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Carl, surrender now, one voice urged. Not by a long shot, he retorted. In the midst of their exchange, Sengoku had already regained his composure and promptly joined the fray. After their clash, Carl and Carp swiftly regained their footing. The battle has only just begun. Buzz. Carl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A formidable aura erupted from within him, surging towards Sengoku and Garp. You possess Conqueror's Haki. You cannot be allowed to remain, Sengoku exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by Carl's unexpected prowess. He realized that he could no longer permit Carl to grow stronger, otherwise he might become an even greater threat than Rox. It was noteworthy that Carl was merely 19 years old, yet already wielded the strength of a vice admiral, posing a danger that significantly surpassed that of Rox. If they did not seize this opportunity to eliminate Carl now, it would become increasingly difficult to do so in the future. Garp. Sengoku called out, and Garp instantly understood. Understood. With that, the two accelerated their assault. After all, the longer they lingered in the New World, the quicker the Rox pirates would arrive to support him. They had to subdue Carl as swiftly as possible. Carl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, indeed managing to suppress both Carp and Sengoku to a certain extent. However, the impact was not substantial, as their strengths were relatively comparable. It could even be asserted that his prowess paled significantly in comparison to that of Carp and Sengoku. Yet, he sensed an unceasing flow of energy emanating from beneath his feet, causing the corner of his mouth to curve upward slightly. I can fight for an entire day. Carl gently rubbed the tip of his nose with his right hand. Come on. In the distance, across the vast ocean, Carl's crew could hear the resounding echoes of explosions emanating from the islands of the Kingdom of Suc. They understood that their captain was entrenched in a fierce confrontation with Carp and Sengoku. Their utmost priority was to relay this information back to Hive Island. They quickened their pace, fervently praying that Lord Carl could endure just a little longer. At that moment, Charlotte Lingling remained blissfully unaware of the perilous situation surrounding Carl. Fortunately, they shared a habit of communication. At 10 p.m., Charlotte Lingling dutifully dialed Carl's number. However, the phone bug had been destroyed amidst the aftermath of the battle. Something's wrong with Carl. Charlotte Lingling immediately sensed the danger. Carl would never ignore her call at night. Zeus. Yes, mother. A dark cloud swiftly materialized before her. It was the biological rice dumpling crafted from the soul fruit by Charlotte Lingling. Due to their mental connection, the cloud expanded instantly, and she promptly stepped onto it. You all continue back to Hive Island. Charlotte Lingling instructed her crew of pirates as Zeus soared towards the Kingdom of Suc. Captain Lingling, what has transpired? Who knows? Since the captain has spoken, we must return and report, her crew replied, somewhat apprehensive of her unpredictable temperament, especially given her recent bout of anorexia. Zeus, increase your speed. Understood, mother. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling sensed that Zeus was lagging, prompting her to order him to exert maximum power. Concurrently, in the kingdom of Suc, Carl, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, is currently engaged in a fierce confrontation with Carp and Sengoku. Kapu and Sengoku were not in a far better state. Their injuries were no less than Carl's. All were masters of martial arts, and Carl had undoubtedly suffered countless broken ribs, yet he gritted his teeth and adjusted his posture. The battle raged on, an unceasing assault, a relentless offense. The three engaged in a fight that disregarded the value of life and the necessity of defense, each entering a mode of furious wrath. Carl was forcefully thrust back into a state of normalcy by the overwhelming might of Kapu and Sengoku. Nevertheless, he did not retreat an inch, nor did he cease his attack. Clang, clang, clang. The trio clashed at an astonishing speed, filling the air with a cacophony of sparks. Though night had fallen, their confrontation seemed to illuminate the very earth itself. The sharp sounds of friction echoed continuously, and for a full 10 hours. They had been locked in combat without a moment's respite. In the air, dozens of afterimages flickered, some began to dissipate, yet overall, their numbers appeared to increase. I can't go on. My body cannot withstand this any longer, Carl realized during one of their collisions, feeling for the first time the limits of his strength. It must be nearing its end. Indeed. After yet another clash, Carl crashed to the ground, while Kapu and Sengoku hovered above, harboring a measure of respect for him. After all, given Carl's prowess, had he wished to avoid their confrontation, he could have easily departed on his own accord, for they had all experienced the swiftness of his movements. Huff, huff, huff. Carl awoke abruptly, gasping for breath. Subsequently, he withdrew a green elixir from his pocket with his right hand. It was the revitalizing pill. The moment the revitalizing pill was produced, it emanated an intense aura of vitality, which was instantly sensed by Cap and Sengoku. This is not good. We must stop him, Sengoku exclaimed as he rushed forward. Gulp. Unfortunately, it was already too late. As Carl swiftly consumed the item, he felt the invigorating energy coursing through him as it traversed his throat. The essence of vitality emanating from the recovery elixir was rapidly restoring his strength. The second round has commenced. Within mere seconds, Carl sensed that his stamina had returned to its peak. Bang! At that moment, he hastily rose to his feet, bracing himself against the onslaught of his opponent. Oh no! The adversary thought immediately of the substance Carl had ingested. To his perception, it seemed as though Carl's power had reverted to its original form. He could even distinctly observe the wounds on Carl's body vanishing at an astonishing rate. Haha, this is something you never anticipated. Let us begin anew. Carl stood suspended in midair, exuberantly shouting aloud. He had never anticipated the formidable power of the recovery pill, which truly enabled him to restore his energy within mere seconds. Evil shall never triumph over justice. In an instant, Carp materialized before his eyes. Boom. The second battle commenced. This time, their clash gradually progressed from the edge of the island to the capital, leaving devastation in their wake as they traversed the land. The buildings they passed were left in ruins, and the populace hurriedly retreated to a safe distance, fleeing in the opposite direction of the fierce combat. Are these two from the Navy? An elderly man with a white beard gazed sorrowfully at the sky. Judging by their capes, they must be Navy, his elderly companion remarked, giving his shoulder a gentle nudge. I never expected that man to be so formidable. Many citizens who had encountered Carp displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that this seemingly reasonable and composed pirate leader possessed such immense strength, leaving them to ponder how they would survive in the aftermath. The resounding booms echoing through the sky served as a reminder of their fortunate decision not to resist. The consequences of defiance were a fate none wished to contemplate. The island trembled, and the clouds above were scattered by the force of their battle. Carl currently possesses sufficient points to acquire another recovery pill. Thus, he intends to exhaust the stamina of these two individuals before executing a retreat. Moreover, the system mandates that he remain on this island for a full 3 days. And the time is nearly at hand. Sengoku harbors a deep-seated rage. Today, by any means necessary, he must ensure Carl meets his demise here. For he cannot allow Carl to continue his ascent. Presently, he is already capable of contending with the two of them. But if he were to advance his strength over the next 10 or 20 years to its zenith, would the new world not truly become the dominion of pirates? This is an outcome he cannot abide. He cast a glance at Carp. Capri instantly comprehended his meaning. Kapu promptly stepped forward to capture Carl's attention. Soon, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Lion's Mark. Just as Carl focused on Kapu, Sengoku unleashed a devastating blow with his hockey-imbued right hand, striking Carl fiercely at the waist. Wow. At the moment of impact, Carl was propelled backward, spewing a spray of blood into the air. Domination. Carl had not anticipated the overwhelming might of Sengoku's hockey. Within him, its power churned relentlessly, rendering him incapable of recovery. He realized that his life was perilously at stake. It is time to put an end to this, Carl, Sengoku declared. In the ensuing battle, Carp withdrew to the sidelines as Sengoku advanced fiercely to engage Carl. Each strike he delivered was imbued with the formidable force of hockey. Gradually, Carl's body succumbed to the immense strain. With a resounding crash and a painful gasp, Sengoku seized every opportunity to strike, fully aware of Carl's remarkable stamina. He granted Carl no respite. Observing Carl's faltering form, Sengoku recognized that his opponent could no longer endure. Ultimately, with a ferocious blow, Carl's right hand shattered, the bone protruding grotesquely from his flesh. Carl had never experienced such excruciating pain. In a frantic attempt, he hastily shoved the bones of his left hand back into place, meticulously reassembling them. Through countless fractures sustained over time, he had gradually mastered the art of bone realignment. However, at this moment, such efforts were futile. Even if he succeeded, he lacked the stamina to recuperate. His entire right hand was rendered powerless. The relentless assaults from the Marines left him no respite, denying him even a moment to consume a restorative elixir. Surely, I cannot perish here, he thought. I have yet to fulfill my dreams. I even have 3 children yet to be born. Yet, Carl felt the deterioration of his body becoming increasingly severe. He understood that if this continued, his life would reach its inevitable conclusion. I am Roxy, Carl, he declared defiantly. My life should not end here. With a roar, Carl unleashed the true potential of the Titan's power. It felt as though he were experiencing a fleeting revival, a surge of strength coursing through him. Yet, he sensed that the hidden injuries within his body remained unhealed. This state could not last long. Come forth. The Marines immediately sensed the augmentation of his strength and promptly summoned Carp. 2 hours later, the cacophony on the island ceased. Standing 8 meters tall at the center of the battlefield, Carl left a pool of blood that gradually formed a depression in the ground. At last, the battle has concluded. Roxy, Carl. Who would have thought he is related to Rox? This is certainly new information for us, Sengoku mused, gazing at Carl in the center of the battlefield. Having misunderstood the name, thinking he had heard Roxy Carl. Indeed, so young. Could he possibly be Rox's illegitimate son? Fortunately, the battle has ended. Let us hope no unfortunate events unfold. Carp spoke with an air of nonchalance. Carl. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the distant horizon. Charlotte Linlin? You cursed harbinger! Sengoku glared at Carp, his expression filled with ire. He understood that it was not appropriate to blame Carp at this moment. Rather, he merely viewed Carp as a vessel for his frustrations. Kapu displayed a bitter smile, as he had not anticipated Charlotte Lingling's arrival at this location. Heavenly Lord of Boundless Freedom. Upon reaching the battlefield, Charlotte Lingling, witnessing Carl in the center and believing her to be deceased, initially commanded Zeus to launch indiscriminate assaults on Kapu and Sengoku, instantly enveloping the entire island in a tempest of thunder. Kapu and Sengoku endured a fierce battle, their stamina severely depleted. While facing Charlotte Linlin was of little concern, they were apprehensive that the Rox pirates might be lurking nearby. They exchanged solemn glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and hastily made their way towards the shore, commanding the Navy to set sail back to headquarters at once. Observing the retreat of Kapu and Sengoku, Charlotte Linlin chose not to pursue them. Instead, she leaped in front of Carl. Upon reaching him, she gazed into his vacant eyes. You're not dead, are you? Tears of sorrow welled in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Suddenly, thump. HM? Charlotte Linlin, in disbelief, faintly perceived the sound of Carl's heartbeat. She extended a trembling hand, undeterred by the blood-soaked state of his body, and gently embraced him. You're still alive. This is truly wonderful. In the next moment, she broke into a radiant smile, realizing she had not been mistaken. Carl's heart continued to beat, albeit faintly. This was, in fact, an emergency response from Carl's body. After fully awakening his Titan abilities, his physical form struggled to cope. Thus, his body instinctively resorted to a state of suspended animation, simulating death to adapt to his transformed physique. The blood that stained the ground was largely the tainted remnants expelled during his metamorphosis into a Titan. As Carp and Sengoku had yet to draw near to deliver the finishing blow, Charlotte Linlin arrived just in time, allowing Carl to narrowly escape calamity. Zeus. Charlotte Linlin shouted towards the heavens. Mother. In truth, Zeus was at the shoreline, unleashing thunderbolts upon Sengoku and Carp's naval vessels. Despite the significant depletion of Sengoku and Carp's stamina, Zeus alone was incapable of inflicting any real damage to the naval ships. Upon hearing Charlotte Linlin's call, he immediately returned. Return to Hive Island at the fastest speed, Zeus instructed, glancing at Charlotte Linlin and then at Carl. Rest assured, Mother. Zeus swiftly transformed into a colossal cloud. Charlotte Linlin, her heart heavy with sorrow, gazed at Carl's battered form. Gently, she cradled his wounded body and stepped onto the cloud, sitting cross-legged. Hold on tight, Mother, Zeus said, his expression turning grave, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The cloud then soared rapidly towards Hive Island. Surely Carl must be dead by now? We haven't had the chance to check. It's all your fault for your ill-fated words. In the naval medical bay, Carp chuckled at Sengoku. Haha. If he has died this time, he must be quite fortunate. With the battle now concluded, Carp found no reason to dwell on whether Carl had perished. Data collected indicated that Carl had not engaged in the massacre of civilians. Thus, Carl's fate bore no consequence for Carp. Had Carl been a pirate guilty of heinous atrocities against innocents, Carp would have risked everything to eliminate him. Yet, he was not. If Carl were to die, it would simply be a matter of ill fortune. You speak so lightly, but there will be headaches to come, Sengoku mused, contemplating the situation differently. In his view, allowing such a powerful pirate to escape in this opportune moment would inevitably lead to further troubles down the line. This had been their sole opportunity to eliminate Carl. And regrettably, they had missed it. Suddenly, Sengoku's phone rang, the shape indicating it was Marshal Hill inquiring about the outcome. You answer it, Sengoku said, a teasing glint in his eye as he looked at Carp. Ah. No, this matter is best left to you. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further. Kapu hastily chuckled, rising to his feet and exiting the infirmary, as if pursued by an unseen force. Humph. Look at you, remarked Sengoku, who had known Kapu since their days in the rookie camp and was well aware of his character. With a resigned shake of his head, he answered the phone. Quickly, check on his current condition. Charlotte Linlin had arrived at Hive Island after several hours of flight and immediately summoned the station's ship's doctor to examine Carl's physical state. Please wait. I will be there shortly, the doctor replied, sensing the urgency in Charlotte Linlin's expression. He promptly gathered his equipment and began assessing Carl's condition. First, he donned the apparatus and took a deep breath, focusing intently. He then gently pried open Carl's eyelids to scrutinize the state of his pupils. Simultaneously, he placed a stethoscope upon Carl's chest to monitor his internal organs, while his right hand felt for Carl's pulse, discerning its faint rhythm. The doctor's face grew serious. He had never encountered such severe injuries before. Not a single bone in Carl's body was unscathed, each fractured and marred. Yet, despite the grave internal injuries, a flicker of life still resided within Carl. Observing the doctor's grave demeanor, Charlotte Linlin's complexion paled, fearing that Carl might not survive. What is his condition? She asked, her voice trembling, resembling a family member anxiously awaiting news outside an operating room. The doctor, catching the anxiety in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, quickly reassured her, rest assured. Lord Carl is not in critical danger. He understood that had he delayed his response any longer, the situation could have jeopardized Carl's life. He was acutely aware of how much Charlotte Linlin cared for Lord Carl. Any ill tidings from him would certainly provoke her ire. What is the specific state of his body? Charlotte Linlin inquired, visibly relieved, a charming smile returning to her face. Report for you. Lady Linlin, Lord Carl's vitality is exceedingly faint and requires substantial nutritional replenishment, the doctor explained. I will tend to Lord Carl's external injuries, while I kindly ask you, Lady Linlin, to oversee his nutritional intake. The ship's doctor spoke with a hint of trepidation, fearing that any misstep might provoke Charlotte Linlin's displeasure. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Carl's secret regarding his physique, a detail Carl had inadvertently neglected to disclose to Charlotte. In truth, he possessed the Titan's gift, which, with the aid of the system, had also endowed him with the power of the Titan bloodline. Thus, as long as his feet made contact with the ground, no matter the extent of his injuries, as long as his heart continued to beat, he would gradually recover to his optimal state over time. In fact, while standing on that land, his strength was continuously replenishing. However, Charlotte swiftly lifted him and returned to Hive Island, interrupting his connection with the earth. Although he was healing internally, the lack of energy slowed the recovery of his wounds. "You tend to his injuries. I shall procure sustenance," she commanded. "If anything goes awry." "You understand." Upon realizing that Carl's body required energy, Charlotte refrained from any further trivialities. She first issued a warning to the ship's doctor, then hastened outside, determined to procure a Sea King for Carl. After all, in the world of One Piece, the most potent source of energy was indeed the Sea Kings. The following morning, after a night of urgent medical efforts, Carl's physical characteristics had returned to normal, and the wounds on his surface had healed. The reason he remained in a comatose state was due to a significant deficiency of energy and overwhelming fatigue, which had plunged his spirit into turmoil. After the rescue concluded the previous day, figures such as Whitebeard and Shiki had visited Carl's room to express their concern, relieved to learn that he was not in grave danger. Since Carl remained unconscious, they chose not to linger, offering their well wishes before departing. Last night, Charlotte had personally led a portion of her crew deep into the ocean, successfully hunting a Sea King that measured several hundred meters in length. A considerable endeavor indeed. Now, Charlotte sat by Carl's bedside, contemplating how to seek vengeance against Sengoku and Garp. Turning to gaze at Carl's face, she noted his pallor, devoid of vitality. "Thank goodness you're all right," Charlotte murmured softly. Her fingers brushed lightly across his face, feeling his faint breaths. The memory of Carl fighting to exhaustion replayed incessantly in her mind. She realized she had developed feelings for him, her emotions inexplicably fluctuating with his condition, a phenomenon she had never experienced before. Seated beside Carl, she observed his slumbering visage, radiating an allure that was impossible to resist. Softening her demeanor in his presence, "You must recover swiftly," she whispered to the sleeping Carl. Her voice betrayed a profound sense of concern and care, emotions that had been nearly absent from her life until now. Accustomed to solitude and indifference, she found it surprising to experience such complex feelings due to Carl. A fleet of ships returned to Hive Island, with the captains of various brigades already en route home. At this moment, it could be declared that the latter half of the Grand Line belonged to the Rocks pirates. "We are finally back. Hurry. Report to Lord Rocks that Captain Carl has encountered an ambush by Garp and Sengoku in the kingdom of Suc." After 2 days and nights of sailing, the members of the 6th Brigade hastily arrived at Hive Island. Upon disembarking, their first words to the port pirates were a request to inform Captain Rocks, seeking to aid Captain Carl. "You are too late. Captain Carl has already been brought back by Captain Charlotte Lin and is currently in the infirmary." The pirates at the port retorted with derision. As members of the pirate crew, abandoning their captain and returning alone was a disgraceful act. Contrary to the professional ethics that even pirates uphold, they typically would not abandon their captain or leader in times of peril. "Is he back?" The disembarking pirates did not engage further with the taunts, but proceeded to secure their vessel and rushed toward the infirmary. "Captain Carl." Several loyal pirates dashed towards the infirmary, led by the lookout, Yer. Previously, he had endured much bullying within the Rocks pirates, but ever since joining Carl's team, he had not faced such mistreatment again, fostering a deep gratitude towards Carl. Without Carl, he could only imagine where he might be suffering now. "Captain Carl requires rest. You should return to the base." As they reached the infirmary, Long E and Long Air blocked their way. "How is Captain Carl's health?" "Yes, is he all right?" Yer inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, he is no longer in danger but needs tranquility for recovery," Long E replied expressionlessly, aware that Carl did not invest much emotional attachment towards his crew. "Very well. We shall return." Yer felt a wave of relief and chose not to press further, although still somewhat worried. Knowing that Carl was not in serious trouble allowed him to turn back and lead the others who had accompanied him to the base. "Long Air, have you noted down the names of the returning pirates?" After watching them depart, Long E turned to Long Air, who was diligently recording on a table. "Rest assured, Brother Long E, not a single one has been missed," Long Air replied, lifting his head to reveal a bright smile, giving a thumbs up. Although Captain Carl may not have invested much affection in these pirates, their loyalty remained steadfast. However, those who are willing to visit Lord Carl despite his grave injuries possess a value worthy of cultivation. Carl found himself ensnared within the realm of consciousness. It was only when he called upon the system to ascertain his predicament that he realized it was a physiological response to stress. After an indeterminate passage of time, he perceived a glimmer of light emerging from the void. With fervent determination, he sprinted towards that radiant beacon. Just as he crossed the threshold of illumination, his eyes fluttered open, and he became acutely aware of a dryness and itchiness in his throat. "Water." I am parched. At that moment, a faint sound resonated within the hospital room. Upon awakening, Carl discovered his body to be profoundly weakened. Carl, you have awakened, a voice said. I will fetch you some water immediately. Upon hearing Carl's voice, Charlotte swiftly rose, retrieved the cup of water from beside her, and gently assisted him, tilting the cup towards his lips to pour in the refreshing liquid. Gulp. Carl drained the water from his cup in one swift motion. He then turned to Charlotte, who wore a face etched with concern. It's all right, I'm fine now. Feeling a surge of emotion, he instinctively pulled Charlotte closer to him. Knock, knock, knock. Master Carl, are you awake? As a subtle tension filled the air, Longair's voice boomed from the doorway, accompanied by a vigorous knocking. Ahem. Come in. Carl placed his right hand before him and gently cleared his throat twice, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, resembling a child caught by an adult indulging in forbidden sweets. Kiki. Charlotte, seated nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. Creak. My Lord Carl, you have finally awakened. What a relief. Indeed, my Lord Carl. You cannot fathom how worried we have been for you. The two had received news the previous night and had kept vigil outside the hospital room for an entire day. Upon witnessing Carl's awakening, their smiles were wide and joyous. I apologize for causing you concern, but rest assured, the ordeal has concluded. Such incidents shall not recur in the future. Carl exerted pressure on his left hand, feeling an invigorating surge of vitality coursing through him. It was evident that even without sustenance, his physique would gradually rejuvenate, albeit over an extended period. Moreover, if his instincts were accurate, upon full recovery, his body would surpass its previous strength by a considerable margin. Let us proceed to dine, he remarked. Carl tossed aside the covers and donned the garments beside him, striding purposefully out of the infirmary with an air of impatience. As his feet made contact with the ground, he felt an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing from the soles of his feet, merging with the earth beneath him. The power of the Titan was aiding in his recovery from both physical injuries and fatigue. By the way, Lingling, he suddenly recalled. Halting in his tracks and turning to face Charlotte Lingling, I forgot to mention something. Surely you wouldn't hold it against me? You know I wouldn't, she replied. Observing the vigor radiating from Carl, even if circumstances were less than favorable, she bore no ill will towards him. It pertains to my constitution. You are aware of my Titan power. However, there is an aspect I neglected to inform you about. At this juncture, Carl hesitated, gauging her reaction. Go on, I'm listening, Charlotte Lingling encouraged, her expression remaining unaltered, a smile gracing her lips, clearly unconcerned. My constitution is renowned as the child of the earth. Whenever my feet make contact with the ground, my stamina becomes virtually limitless. This is because my bloodline draws inexhaustible strength from the earth, and I remain fully conscious throughout. At this revelation, Charlotte Lingling's demeanor shifted subtly as she pondered the implications. It dawned upon her that Carl must have been replenishing his strength while standing on the ground, an unintended consequence of his good intentions. What is the matter? Are you blaming me? She inquired, though her expression soon turned to playful indignation as she regarded Carl. Aha, no, how could I? He replied, awkwardly scratching his head, realizing that this topic was perhaps best left untouched. Come now, let us hasten to the dining hall. I find myself quite famished, Carl promptly interjected, interrupting the somewhat awkward conversation, and quickened his pace towards the kitchen. By the looks of you, Charlotte Lingling chuckled lightly to herself before hastening to follow. During this exchange, Charlotte sensed Carl's aura intensifying, confirming that he had indeed spoken the truth. Due to his increased physique, his appetite had substantially grown. The peculiar nature of the Titan's power allowed for the restoration of his stamina, yet it could not quell his hunger. Thus, the consumption of food remained an unavoidable necessity. Charlotte had experienced this firsthand. During her early days as a pirate, she often endured hunger for 3 days at a time. She had already instructed the kitchen to prepare the entirety of the sea creatures caught the previous day. Consequently, when Carl arrived at the dining hall, there was little delay as carts laden with food arrived in succession, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, igniting one's appetite. For 3 hours, Carl indulged in a feast, devouring an entire 100 small carts of sea creatures, leaving nothing behind. Phew. Burp. As Carl expelled the last morsel of bone from his mouth and caressed his round belly, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Come, accompany me to test my newfound powers, he urged, his eagerness palpable. Charlotte, having already dined, had merely nibbled symbolically while observing Carl's hearty consumption. Upon hearing his invitation, she readily nodded in agreement. At 3:00 p.m., they found themselves on an unnamed island near Honeycomb Island. This was destined to be the second of their trials on this forsaken isle. Carl and Charlotte Lingling stood at the edge of the island. Suddenly, a nameless aura of power enveloped the entire island, causing the creatures dwelling there to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. The animals hastily retreated, and even the fish and shrimp along the shore hurriedly swam away. Carl's towering figure, initially measuring 8 meters, swelled to a magnificent 10 meters, adorned in a radiant golden glow. From a distance, he resembled a diminutive Oscar statuette, embodying the complete form of the Titan giant. Every ounce of energy was meticulously concentrated, ensuring no waste, with each strike harnessing the full might of his being. Carl was brimming with excitement. He had long desired to experiment with the powers he had recently acquired, and the moment had finally arrived. Here I come. Carl merely wished to test the might of his Titan abilities. Thus, he refrained from employing other auxiliary offensive techniques such as armament hockey and thunder law. Well. Napoleon. Charlotte Lingling, sensing the perilous aura emanating from Carl, erupted into laughter, showing no hesitation. With a swift motion, Charlotte Lingling drew a massive cleaver from her hat, assuming a defensive stance. Collapse Fist. Carl unleashed the 8th level punch, Crushing Fist, derived from the venerable master template, concentrating his strength into a singular point, allowing his energy to penetrate directly into his adversary. Elbaf's Spear. Charlotte Lingling employed a weakened version of the Kingdom of Dread. Boom. The two clashed in close combat, causing fissures to appear in the earth. In the midst of their fierce engagement, a well-defined, semicircular breach emerged under the impact of their energy waves, with the sea gradually seeping in. What immense strength! Haha. Let us do this again. Carl could distinctly sense that his current prowess far surpassed his previous abilities, and the excitement and pride on his face were unmistakable. Come on. Having resolved to accompany Carl in testing his newfound capabilities, the battle had only just begun. Charlotte, without lingering too long, immediately engaged in combat with Carl. The two swiftly commenced an intense confrontation above the island, as they were merely gauging the extent of their powers. Neither fought with full force, resulting in a relatively subdued clash. Who was stronger, Mom or Carl? Katakuri gazed at the two combatants engaged in battle above the small island from the edge of the ship, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he inquired of his elder brother, Paraspero. Need I even say it? Lord Kaido is undoubtedly the mightiest, interrupted Dragon 2. Striding with an air of arrogance and disregarding all ties, his head held high. That is not the case. Mother is truly the strongest. Katakuri, filled with a sense of indignation, shouted towards Ryuji, Lord Carl is truly formidable. Mother is remarkable. In an instant, Katakuri found himself engaged in a spirited exchange with Dragon 2. Unlike them, Paraspero maintained a sense of maturity, refraining from indulging in their childish antics. While the precise strength of the two adversaries remained uncertain, the residual energy from their clash suggested that their abilities were closely matched, if not equal. His observations revealed that the aftermath of their battle was no less tumultuous than the commotion typically generated by the captains of various divisions. Haha. One of them laughed. Next time I encounter Garp and Sengoku, I surely won't be in such a dire predicament, will I? After several hours of intense combat, the two paused to survey the devastation that lay across the island. Well, one remarked. I shall undoubtedly avenge this grievance. Charlotte Lingling harbored a deep-seated resentment, having narrowly escaped losing a husband as remarkable as her current one. Over the years, she had sought a companion who could offer her unwavering support. Yet those she encountered were either too timid or woefully weak, failing to capture her interest. Thus, she resorted to marrying individuals from various races in the hope of begetting a formidable lineage. Indeed, for someone of her stature, finding a suitable partner proved to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Standing at a towering height of 8 meters and 8 centimeters, she was the tallest female human in recorded history. Giants typically surpassed her height, rendering them incompatible with her form. Furthermore, her actions at the tender age of 5 had caused her to be shunned by the giant race, leading to their collective disdain. It was no surprise that even in the utopia of the various nations she helped establish, not a single giant chose to join. Well then, let us return, she concluded. We are about to enter a prolonged period of respite. I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with you, she added. Carl's demeanor softened, his newly acquired abilities having been validated, and he had taken a small yet significant step forward in his prowess. In his mind, he quietly devised a plan. Now that the major battles had reached a temporary resolution, the most crucial task ahead was to recuperate and strategize, allowing him to lay the groundwork ahead of time. Very well, Let us return now. Charlotte Lingling, curious about Carl's intentions, refrained from immediate inquiry, confident that he would elucidate everything in due course. Moreover, the current setting was not conducive for a private conversation between the two. On the deck of the ship, Katakuri and Ryuji continued to engage in playful banter. Carl sat in the grand chair at the highest point, reveling in the gentle caress of the breeze. System, activate the task template. Seizing this moment of relaxation, he decided to examine the changes within the system. Main Quest 1. Establish your own pirate crew. Quest Reward, Thunder Dragon Egg. Quest Status, Incomplete. Side Quest 1. Stay in the Kingdom of SUC for 3 days. Quest Reward, 10,000 System Points. 1 Ordinary Lottery Draw. Quest Status, Completed. Side Quest 2. Serve as the Vice Captain of the Rocks Pirate Crew. Quest Reward, Conqueror's Hockey of Rocks. Main Quest 2. To be unlocked upon the completion of Main Quest 1. As Carl gazed upon the rewards for the primary quest, he found himself perplexed by the Thunder Dragon Egg. Will I really have to hatch an egg? He pondered. What is a Thunder Dragon Egg? It originates from the anime adaptation of the immortal cultivation world, measuring 300 meters in length, naturally wielding the power of lightning, and possessing formidable strength. The incubation period spans 10 years, and it requires an additional 20 years to reach maturity. This has already been condensed by the system, otherwise the duration would be significantly longer. Is this something you can actually acquire? Did you not claim that rewards exceeding the world's limitations cannot be granted? Carl's mind was awash with questions. After all, how could the Thunder Dragon Egg from the vast realm of cultivation possibly compare? Surely, it surpassed the limits of the pirate world, for this was a realm of cultivation. The system interjected, if it weren't for the current circumstances. It seemed that no answers were forthcoming. He pondered which was more formidable, the Thunder Dragon of the cultivation world or the Heavenly King. Faced with the inability to extract any further information, Carl reluctantly navigated to the lottery interface. Lottery module. Remaining ordinary draws. 2. One is a task reward. The other for completing a month. Let us draw 1. Drawing in progress. Please wait. The virtual golden compass began to rotate slowly, showcasing an array of items and equipment from various animated characters, with a few modules containing skills and talents, yet not a single template in sight. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the weapon, Lu Bu's Fang Dianua halberd from the domestically produced animated series, 3 Kingdoms. Carl gazed at the resplendent golden halberd, his eyes brimming with delight. After all, who could possibly resist the allure of something so gilded? He opened the description of the halberd of the Celestial, crafted entirely from extraterrestrial meteorite. Measuring an impressive 9 meters and 9 centimeters in length, its sharpness rivals that of the supreme Great Blade. Swiftly, he summoned the weapon, positioning his right hand before his chest in a gesture of mastery, and the 9-meter-8 halberd materialized in his grasp. Wow, 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 exclaimed Charlotte, startled. How did Carl acquire that? She pondered, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before, especially knowing that Carl had never consumed a devil fruit. The sudden appearance of such a magnificent weapon left her in awe. Yet, she refrained from questioning him, her gaze transfixed on the halberd, which emanated an undeniable aura of power. Originally, she thought Carl had merely extended his hand out of boredom, as long voyages across the sea could indeed induce a sense of restlessness. Little did she expect to behold such a striking armament. Whose subordinate could it possibly belong to? The halberd was entirely golden, adorned with enigmatic runes, its spearhead embellished with a crimson tassel. This is a secret, Carl replied enigmatically. Carl was unaware of the risks associated with exposing the system. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he refrained from disclosing this information to anyone, even to his closest confidant. He offered a few vague remarks to Charlotte Lingling to deflect her inquiries. Carl placed the weapon on the ground and subsequently initiated the next lottery. Let us partake in one more draw, he declared. The roulette spun once again. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of Shaolin Grand Elixir, extracted from an obscure domestic animation concerning the Shaolin Temple. Grand Elixir? Carl was somewhat perplexed. He recalled that the Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill was meant to enhance internal energy. Would it be applicable in the world of pirates? He opened the introduction to the Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill. Shaolin Great Rejuvenation Pill cleanses the tendons and marrow, simultaneously augmenting the user's internal energy by 60 years, equivalent to a peak vice admiral in the pirate realm. Now, if you put it that way, it all becomes clear to me. One great rejuvenation pill is tantamount to the prowess of a pseudo-admiral. Carl shook the bottle, and from the sound it emitted, he discerned the presence of 10 large elixirs. This round of rewards is quite satisfactory, indeed. 10 large elixirs equate to the potential of creating 10 pseudomasters of the highest caliber, most commendable. Indeed, Carl felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet he knew that the next crucial task was to complete the secondary mission. As he contemplated this secondary task, his expression grew serious. It is important to note that becoming the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates is not a position one attains easily, nor is it one that allows for easy escape once acquired. However, he also recognized that should he succeed in becoming the vice captain, it would hold significant implications for the timeline. Here we are. Just as Carl's thoughts spiraled, the fleet had returned to High Island. Lingling, I have something to discuss with you. As soon as he disembarked, Carl anxiously led Charlotte Lingling towards their abode. Once seated face to face, he said, Lingling, I need to share something with you, and you must not let it slip outside these walls. He glanced around, aware that the entire island was likely enveloped in Rock's observation haki. Thus, he subtly unleashed his conqueror's haki, knowing that this would, to some extent, affect the perception of the observation haki around them. Seeing Carl's actions, Charlotte Lingling promptly released her own conqueror's haki. Their formidable presence remained confined within the room, demonstrating their precision and control. The Rocks Pirates will undoubtedly disband in the coming years. What we must do is start amassing our strength now. When the time comes for their dissolution, we shall promptly establish a vast pirate crew. In doing so, we can seize extensive territories at the earliest opportunity. We need to swiftly cultivate our own direct power. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Carl gazed solemnly at Charlotte Lingling, fully aware of the significant repercussions this event would carry. However, should they strategize in advance, they would emerge as the greatest victors. Is that for real? Is the news credible? Upon seeing Carl nod, Charlotte Lingling was initially taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Yet, as she regarded Carl's earnest demeanor, a realization dawned upon her. I understand now. No wonder you adopted 100 orphans. It was all in preparation for this. Charlotte was reminded of Carl's prior decision to take in 100 children who were otherwise deemed worthless. She had pondered how he could invest in children who would not be of use for at least 5 years. But now it was clear that Carl had long been laying the groundwork for this very moment. What would you like me to do? Charlotte had never contemplated such a turn of events. For a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of panic. The disbandment of the Rocks Pirates had never crossed her mind. Yet, looking at Carl, whose expression was steadfast, she sensed that he had already conceived a plan. My proposal is this. Let us discreetly nurture children aged 5 to 10 while simultaneously amassing wealth and devil fruits to establish a foundation for our future power. We need not rush. Our current strategy is to fortify our walls, stockpile resources, and bide our time until we can claim our dominion. Carl articulated his ambitions word by word. I understand. I shall begin my preparations discreetly at once. Charlotte Lingling comprehended what her subsequent actions would entail. Following this revelation, the two engaged in an extensive dialogue regarding the ramifications of the situation. They deliberated over various details well into the night. Well then, let us pause here for the time being. Carl was the first to retract the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki. To be candid, after an extended period of unleashing such power, he felt a peculiar sense of growth. I am somewhat fatigued, Charlotte Lingling remarked, her visage displaying signs of weariness as she rose and stretched. Now, it is time that belongs to me. Leaning forward, Charlotte placed her hands on the arms of Carl's chair. What time is it? Carl was still somewhat perplexed. He was uncertain of the meaning behind Charlotte Lingling's words. Hadn't they already concluded their conversation? This is it, Charlotte Lingling said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she swiftly lifted Carl and carried him towards the bed. Oh, just as Carl was about to speak, he was silenced by Charlotte Lingling, and a cacophony of sounds filled the room. The moon in the sky seemed to be a bit bashful, hastily summoning a cloud to obscure itself. I have received the news. Carl is not dead, stated Admiral Hill, who was on the phone communicating with Sengoku, stationed far away at the New World branch. Understood, Admiral Hill. With a resounding thud, Sengoku appeared somewhat taken aback by the revelation of Carl's survival. He had not anticipated that Carl would be so resilient. The prospect of attempting to eliminate him again would prove challenging. His gaze shifted to Garp, who was indulging in a donut in his office. And in a fit of frustration, he flung the documents at Garp's face. With a loud slap, the papers struck Garp, abruptly interrupting his rhythm of savoring the sweet treat. A look of discontent swiftly settled upon Garp's face. Sengoku, I am on the verge of surpassing the record of consuming 200 donuts in under an hour. All you do is eat. Just look at Carl. He hasn't perished, Sengoku retorted, his forehead lined with veins as he shouted angrily at Garp. What of it? I'll seize the next opportunity. Garp set down the donut, nonchalantly digging into his nostrils with his right hand. Opportunities are not so easily found. Just go, he remarked. Noticing Sengoku's rising ire, Carp hastily stood up, casually carrying the donut towards the exit. Put that donut down. It belongs to me, Sengoku exclaimed, his anger reaching a boiling point at the sight of Carp attempting to take his treat. I shall not. Cap did not pay heed and quickly strode out of the room. With a resounding slam of the door, tranquility enveloped the space once more, interrupted only by the faint sound of a goat munching. Far away on Honeycomb Island, the atmosphere was particularly lively today, for a grand banquet was to be held. Ha 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 ha. Well done, everyone. For the first time, Rox displayed a smile as he regarded them, his initial objective having been preliminarily accomplished. He surveyed the assembly, where figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard sat upright, each adorned with a smile. For the time being, you may attend to your own affairs, he stated, making eye contact with each individual. Await my next command. After observing their expressions, Rox rose with satisfaction and raised his glass to the gathered crowd. The banquet has commenced. Roar. Cheers. Cheers. Due to the presence of a traitor within their ranks, many kingdoms had caught wind of the news, resulting in their plundered treasures and devil fruits being less abundant than anticipated. However, the entire new world was devoid of any opposing forces. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin. The Golden Lion was somewhat animated. He was not merely a proud and arrogant individual devoid of strategy. The current situation was unmistakably clear, and in the latter half, no one could contend with them. Thus, the forthcoming period presented an opportune moment for him to clandestinely expand his own influence. If he could secure the assistance of Charlotte Linlin in this regard, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Yet, he was reluctant to owe her any favors. Charlotte Linlin, seated beside Carl, discerned the Golden Lion's intentions from the look in his eyes upon hearing his call, particularly after learning that the Rox pirates would soon disband. She was eager for each captain to stir up some commotion, ensuring that Rox's attention would not be directed toward them. The Golden Lion's maneuvering aligned perfectly with her desires. Well, well, well. Charlotte Linlin smiled slightly and raised her glass toward the Golden Lion. His intent was effectively conveyed, and he signaled to Rox before proceeding to his own captain's table, engaging in hearty revelry. Seated at the head of the table, Rox observed his pirate crew flourishing. Although he did not concern himself with the lives of the pirates, he recognized that each additional member contributed to their strength, and he was not inclined to harbor great anger toward them. The time of the banquet swiftly passed. That evening, Carl did not remain with Charlotte Linlin, but returned to the base to seek out Clay. Upon finding Clay, he immediately issued his command. Clay, I command you to secretly locate Cake Island. Clay, observing the serious expression on Lord Carl's face, understood the urgency of the matter. My lord, is there any specific information? Carl immediately produced a map from his belongings, pointing to a specific maritime region in the latter half of the New World. Here, Carl placed the map in Cly's hands and promptly articulated his second plan. You must also disappear for a while. I need you to journey to Fishman Island to recruit more fishmen. Once you have gathered them, proceed directly to Cake Island to uncover a safe route. Then return here to report to me. This matter is of utmost importance. Do not let any word slip. Understood? Cly was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The fact that Carl chose to speak with him alone indicated a desire for discretion. Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall return as swiftly as possible. Very well. Then make haste. With the command given, Cly departed in secrecy. Long E, Long Air. As Cly discreetly left, Carl summoned Long E and Long Air. Though still youthful, they were capable of assisting with various tasks, and it was prudent to keep them occupied lest they become unruly in Cly's absence. How are the children faring? Do not worry, Lord Carl, they have now grasped the fundamentals of the Five Elements Fist. Under Cly's guidance, they frequently train in the woods against various ferocious beasts. While they still have some distance to cover compared to ordinary pirates, the gap has narrowed significantly. Long E reported in a serious tone, displaying a maturity that surpassed that of Long Air. You two may find your responsibilities somewhat heavier moving forward. Carl pondered for a moment, contemplating the feasibility of his thoughts. Entrusting this matter to the two of them should not attract too much attention. I require both of you to covertly procure children aged 5 to 10 on Honeycomb Island. He reflected, realizing that time was the most abundant resource at his disposal, as there was still a considerable stretch before the narrative would unfold. Therefore, acquiring children under 5 would also suffice and would facilitate the cultivation of trust. Of course, those under 5 are acceptable as well. However, it is imperative that this plan remains clandestine and goes unnoticed by anyone. Carl paused momentarily, wishing to hear the perspectives of Long Yi and Long Air. Upon noticing Lord Carl's gaze fixed upon him, Long Yi's small eyes darted thoughtfully, ultimately revealing a glimmer of wisdom. It is noteworthy that this marked the first occasion on which Lord Carl entrusted them with a task. They not only had to execute it well, but also to present a flawless report. Moreover, Long Yi's intellect surpassed that of Long Air by a considerable margin. Rest assured, Lord Carl, Long Yi declared, we shall discreetly procure the items under the pretense of seeking companionship for children, ensuring that no one discovers our endeavor. Long Air, taken aback at first, quickly rallied in agreement upon hearing his brother's assertion. Indeed, Lord Carl, you can trust us. We shall safeguard this secret. Although Long Air's simple mind struggled to fully grasp the situation, he wisely refrained from asking questions in the moment, instead planning to consult his brother later. This, too, was a testament to their mutual understanding. While Carl harbored some lingering concerns, it was inconceivable that he should undertake this task alone. This was already a compromise. Furthermore, it would serve to hone the skills of the two brothers. Very well, then, I entrust this matter to you both. Carl revealed a satisfied smile, gently stroking their hair, indicating that they could proceed immediately. All right. Upon realizing that Lord Carl had no further instructions, the two turned and exited the room, their youthful voices beginning to devise a plan, pondering how they might execute it silently, without drawing any attention. Once they stepped outside, Carl remained in the room, contemplating how to find two loyal subordinates to consume the drawing fruit and the transformation fruit. After all, allowing Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 to partake in these two devil fruits would squander their innate abilities. Orphans? No, they were too young, and the time was too short, making accidents likely. His current subordinates? That wouldn't suffice either. The time spent together was too brief, and the level of trust was inadequate, especially since each one was primarily motivated by monetary gain, rendering them unsuitable. After all, the individuals he selected would need to infiltrate the Valley of the Gods, a place abundant with gold and numerous devil fruits, and he could not risk them hoarding it all for themselves, leading to his financial ruin. The inhabitants of Hive Island likely wouldn't do either. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to set sail and gather genuine subordinates. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin hastily gathered her sons and daughters together. She briefly mentioned matters of cultivating their influence, deeming further elaboration unnecessary. Well, have you all taken note of what I said? Parasparrow asked earnestly, putting away his notebook. Rest assured, Mother, we have taken note. Parasparrow diligently recorded every word spoken by Charlotte Linlin. Good. Now that you understand, let us execute it without delay. This marked Katakuri's first significant task assigned by his mother. In truth, many on the island mocked his prominent jaw. Although after training with Cray, their bodies began to approach the ideal golden ratio. Those individuals only dared to laugh behind his back, for he was the son of Charlotte Linlin. Thus, he was eager to prove himself worthy of the important responsibility bestowed by his mother. Fear not, Mother, I shall fulfill this task splendidly. Katakuri patted his chest, his small face tensing up, which rendered him somewhat adorable. Charlotte Linlin was aware that Kyrie had imparted a unique martial art to them. Yet she was astonished by its profound impact. After all, who wouldn't desire their offspring to possess beauty? Well, then it shall be entrusted to you. Subsequently, the island remained tranquil for an extended period. Carl, apart from spending each evening with Charlotte Linlin, devoted the remainder of his time to incessantly honing the myriad powers he acquired from the Elder Master template. With each passing day of practice, he increasingly realized that the system merely provided him with rudimentary skills. Deeper knowledge and mastery would require relentless self-discipline and training. Throughout his practice, he became acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Elder Master. The various martial arts alone could occupy him for years of training, let alone the plethora of Taoist incantations. He firmly believed that once he fully assimilated the Elder Master's abilities, his strength would ascend to new heights. 10 days later, Fishman Island. A weary and weathered Clay piloted a dilapidated little boat to a desolate stretch of ocean, directly above Fishman Island, his expression reminiscent of a wayward traveler returning home. I have finally returned. A profound sense of nostalgia enveloped his visage. After organizing his belongings on the boat, he leapt into the sea, swimming toward Fishman Island. With a splash, as he submerged, sunlight gradually faded, supplanted by the inky depths of the ocean. Undeterred, he pressed onward until a glimmer of light appeared below, compelling him to swim towards it. 10,000 meters beneath the surface, a heavy thudding echoed through the dimly lit streets of Fishman Street. Who goes there? Stand still. The voices belonged to Icarus of the Great Whale Clan and Arthur of the Coral Reef Shark Clan. During this era, Fishman Street was under a shroud of darkness, with merfolk exiling the fishmen to this forsaken place, where chaos reigned and discord was rampant. The merfolk disdained the fishmen's consumption of fish, thus banishing them and strictly forbidding them from setting foot on Fishman Island. Perpetually shrouded in shadows, Fishman Street became a breeding ground for pin-up rage, manifesting daily in heinous acts. However, today marked a turning point. As a dark figure approached, a familiar voice caught their attention. "It is I, Clay. Do you not recognize me?" As Clay drew closer, the two instantly recognized him as one of their leaders, Lord Clay. "Brother Clay, you have returned." "Brother Clay, where have you been these past few days?" Indeed, Fishman Street has been in utter turmoil lately. In the midst of their conversation, Clay became aware of the current situation. Upon his departure to sea, his territory had descended into chaos, igniting a larger scale of conflict. Moreover, within the Fishman tribe, there was no one capable of standing solo. The factional strife resembled a tripartite division of power. As a result, this turmoil had persisted to the present day without resolution. Upon learning of the current state of affairs, a sorrowful expression crossed Clay's face, for he could not bear to witness his kin continue to engage in fratricidal conflict. "Rest assured, I have returned and shall resolve all of this. Take me to meet the current leader." The two exchanged a glance. "Please, this way, Lord Clay." Inside a dimly lit room, filled with various fishmen of differing sizes, an air of quietude enveloped them. Clay took his place at the largest round table, arms crossed as he gazed upon them. "My words are concluded." Reg was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Clay had allied himself with the Rock's pirates, now serving as a capable assistant to the captain of the 6th Division. This revelation struck them like a thunderbolt. It was well known that, despite their existence in the sunless depths of the ocean, news from the outside world reached them. They were already aware that the latter half of the Grand Line had come under the dominion of the Rock's pirates, with no known faction daring to provoke them openly. "I wish to join." Quinn regarded Clay with incredulity, recalling that Clay had previously sailed with the Ryan pirates. How had he so swiftly transitioned to the Rock's pirates? "Clay, I recall you were with the Ryan pirates, were you not?" Clay briefly recounted his journey. "I never imagined you had endured such experiences. Those are but remnants of the past. Now, what are your thoughts on my proposal?" Clay steered the conversation back on track. "I find it agreeable." "Indeed, I concur." Some of the weary fishmen expressed their sentiments, weary of the ongoing battles. Yet, the current circumstances compelled them to fight. The Rock's pirates are, after all, the mightiest pirate crew upon the seas. Joining such a formidable crew should offer some measure of security. Most fishmen prioritized safety, as their worth in the black market exceeded several million berries, necessitating careful consideration. Observing the expressions of the assembly, Clay realized that a satisfactory outcome would not materialize immediately. Thus, those willing to accompany me should prepare. Tomorrow, we shall set sail together. I will await you at the exit of Fishman Street tomorrow. Very well. Let us conclude for today. Take the time to reflect. Clay felt a weariness wash over him as he issued his ultimatum, turning to leave the tavern. He was confident that many would choose to accompany him. After articulating his thoughts, he rose and made his way homeward. The moment he departed, the small room erupted into a cacophony of voices fervently debating the feasibility of his proposition. Naturally, Clay was aware of the commotion, a smile creeping onto his lips as he continued on his path. Memories of his childhood in this very place replayed incessantly in his mind. Born into a rather tragic family, perhaps this was the lament of the fishmen, a stark disparity between strength and worth. He had never laid eyes on his mother, only able to glimpse her visage through faded photographs, while his father spoke of her abduction by slavers, as the ocean's traffickers grew increasingly audacious. Yet, because of him, his father had chosen not to abandon him in pursuit of his mother, but instead raised him with care. At the age of 12, his father, having received news of his mother, hastily ventured out to sea in search of her, only to vanish without a trace, likely also a victim of the same nefarious traffickers. Left alone, Clay began to navigate life on Fisherman Street at the tender age of 12. He endured every form of toil and hardship, never uttering a complaint. For he understood the futility of lamentation. No one would come to his aid. He had witnessed too many indifferent glances. Despite this, he thrived in the shadows of that bleak land, gradually gaining influence and becoming what some might call a figure of prominence. This could be the essence of rising untainted from the muck. Having achieved a semblance of power, he never turned to oppress the weak. Instead, he cared for those of his kin who had suffered indignities since childhood, offering them a protective umbrella named care. As Clay gazed into the dilapidated room before him, memories surfaced of playful moments spent with his father. After honing the abilities imparted by Carl, he felt his strength steadily advancing. Believing that one day he would utilize his powers to locate his parents, even if only to reclaim their remains. Clenching his fists, he declared with fierce determination, "I will find you, no matter who has taken you. They shall pay dearly for their transgressions." Once, this place was filled with the echoes of his childhood memories. He could even recall the earnest teachings of his father. Alas, it is a journey to which he can never return. Clay rolled up the sleeves of his worn shirt and began dismantling the dilapidated structures of the old house. Subsequently, he fetched new coral from a distant location. And through his diligent efforts, the house was soon restored to the semblance of his recollections, though sadly, the figures of the past remained absent. Clay understood the gravity of his current mission. He had no time to linger here. After completing the repairs, despite a torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind, he swiftly succumbed to a restless slumber. Yet, the occasional twitch of his body revealed he was not truly asleep. He was troubled by insomnia. Beneath the sea, there exists a unique method of recording time. By approximately 8 o'clock the following morning, the exit of Fishman Street was teeming with various fishmen, some towering at 7 or 8 meters, while others were diminutive, barely exceeding a meter in height, all yearning to set sail and escape this place. Has he not arrived yet? He should be close. The time is nearly upon us. Is that for real? We could join the Rocks Pirates. What is there to fear? With so many of us, we need to worry about being deceived. At that moment, Zack spotted a figure approaching from a distance, advancing step by step. He is coming. He is coming. He recognized the figure as Clay, having watched him return home just yesterday. Clay, over here. Ha ha ha. Do you all wish to venture out to sea? Clay unleashed his faint observation haki, and to his astonishment, he beheld an endless throng. Unbeknownst to him, these were merely the ones who had received the news, already numbering over 50,000 fishmen, with many more en route. The total population of Fishman Island exceeded 4.5 million, with more than 1 million fishmen exiled to Fishman Street. He pondered whether such a multitude would pose any trouble for Carl. However, it was clear that now was not the time to communicate with Lord Carl. Clearing his throat, Clay solemnly addressed the assembled crowd. Those who wish to set sail must be prepared to risk their lives. I hope you all understand this. If, after we venture out, you do not heed my commands, I cannot predict the consequences that may ensue. Zack was the first to respond. Rest assured, Lord Clay. Soon, more voices joined in agreement. We do not wish to continue living in the darkness of Fishman Street. Indeed, if there were a better life, we would not choose to set sail. Then let it be settled. Our first destination shall be right here. General Cray summoned the first few vociferous mermen, namely Zack from the Swordfish clan, Blinn from the Giant Whale clan, Cassia from the Electric Eel clan, and Norman from the Seahorse clan. He then produced the map entrusted to him by Carl and indicated their destination. We must first locate this point. Thereafter, I will contact Lord Carl via the Den Den Mushi. Is the mission clear to everyone? The four nodded in unison. Understood. Observing their agreement, Cray folded the map and declared, "Very well. Let us set forth." However, Norman from the Seahorse clan interjected, "Wait. There are still some individuals on the way. Can we not wait for them?" Cray was somewhat taken aback, realizing that significant events had transpired on Fishman Island. Still others. After a moment of contemplation, Cray made a decision and contacted Carl through the Den Den Mushi. For now, let's proceed as follows. He pointed to the four of them. You four shall serve as team leaders, each leading a group toward the designated location. He gestured first to himself and Zack, aware of the urgency of time and his inability to linger on Fishman Island. As he prioritized fulfilling Lord Carl's task over waiting for those yet to arrive, Zack and I will set off first. Blinn will follow closely behind. He then turned to Norman, who had initially spoken up. As for Cassia and Norman, you shall remain here to await the arrival of the remaining clansmen. If their numbers are substantial, Cassia should lead a portion of them here. If not, you two can organize those ready to set sail and embark together. Ultimately, Cray expressed his lingering concerns. Do you understand? Rest assured. Lord Cray, we shall meet at Cake Island. The few of them waved their right hands together. During this period, the mermen were relatively united, having recently been consolidated into Fishman Street, where many were acquainted, and their conflicts were not deeply entrenched. Onward. Cray took the lead, closely followed by Zack. Follow us. Tens of thousands set off behind Cray, swimming toward Cake Island. After Cray's departure, Cassia hesitated before Norman and said, "Do we really have to?" Norman countered, "Do we have any other choice?" The number of our kin is steadily increasing, and you must know that Fishman Street cannot accommodate them. If there truly exists a better place, why should we impede our progress? Watching the retreating figures, Norman sighed softly, his expression aging considerably. He was correct. If they indeed had a choice, they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. After all, no one wishes to witness their kin enduring a life fraught with peril and uncertainty. Just an hour after Clyde's departure, the scene was once again teeming with fishmen. Blinn was aware of his arrival. All right, I must take my leave as well. You two remember to follow closely. Kasha and Norman continuously advised Blinn, the youngest among them. Fearing that he might lose his way, they decided to have him walk second in line, ensuring that the others could guide him if necessary. Safe travels. Take care. Kasha patted her chest confidently and declared, Rest assured, I shall take my leave first. Several hours later, there were no longer any passers-by in the distance. Kasha and Norman exchanged silent glances, leading the group out of Fishman Island without uttering a word. The assembled ranks, totaling a staggering 390,000, had not possessed such influence at the onset of the original tale. Yet, they found themselves ensnared in this particular moment. Just after being driven to Fishman Street by the fishmen, this unfortunate timing incited a mass exodus of fishmen, who yearned to strive for a more promising future for their offspring. Cray and his companions set forth, and after enduring approximately 10 days of arduous travel, they finally discovered Cake Island, nestled deep within the latter half of the New World. Their underwater journey was a straight line, yet the protracted duration stemmed from the need to continually ascertain the positioning of the desert sea. Cake Island lay within this desert sea, partitioning the latter half into 4 segments, situated in the upper right quadrant. At the heart of the desert sea resided the colossal Cake Island, surrounded by 56 distinct smaller islands of confections, prompting speculation that this locale had once witnessed a titanic clash between wielders of corresponding devil fruit abilities, resulting in permanent alterations to the terrain. After all, during the original narrative, Akainu and Akiji transformed an ordinary island into a land of ice and fire during their struggle for the title of Fleet Admiral. At last, we have arrived. Quick, ascertain which route is safe. The reason no one had previously ventured into the desert sea was due to the treacherous undercurrents that plagued the waters below, rendering most pirate ships utterly incapable of finding a passage. However, they were different. They were fishmen, masters of underwater navigation, and soon they identified a safe route. Cray. This route is secure. No undercurrents have been detected thus far. However, it appears that there is only one day each month when it is navigable. That's all right. Let us continue to explore other routes. Record this route for now. As Cray directed the documentation of the route, he led the majority of the fishmen towards Cake Island. Although indigenous inhabitants existed on Cake Island, the terrifying presence of the fishmen prompted the locals to evacuate to neighboring islets within mere hours, with some fishmen remaining to oversee them. 1001, 1002. Blub, blub. All right, we shall conclude for today. Long 1, Long 2. You will oversee their training from here on. I have matters to attend to. Shifting focus back to Hive Island, Carl found that his recent days were consumed either in training numerous children or in nurturing his relationship with Charlotte Linlin. He felt increasingly restless with this sedentary lifestyle, as vast amounts of his time were squandered on training the youngsters, leaving him little opportunity for his own development. Furthermore, as he had not specified a cap on the number of recruits for Long 1 and Long 2, the wooded area behind the encampment had become crowded with over 3,000 children aged 5 to 10. The ringing of the phone was a welcome reprieve for him. Hello? Is this Cray? He awaited Clay's response in serene anticipation. The mere fact that Clay had initiated the call indicated that he had successfully accomplished the task at hand. Otherwise, given his disposition, he would not have reached out to Carl. My Lord Carl, we have located Cake Island and have charted a secure route, Clay stated, pausing momentarily, seemingly hesitant to continue. However, there is one matter I must discuss with you, my lord. The number of sea creatures I have recruited during my visit to Fishman Island may far exceed your expectations. Carl detected a hint of awkwardness in the voice from Clay's phone. Rest assured, I can afford it no matter the cost. What matters most now is to ascertain whether this complete route is safe. Upon hearing Lord Carl's nonchalant tone, a sense of relief washed over him, and he exhaled deeply. Please do not worry, Lord Carl. I have arranged for a merman to document the situation continuously. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will record them promptly. Carl was aware that Clay was quite reliable in his dealings. That's good to hear. I shall visit shortly, so await my arrival there. Rest assured, Lord Carl. I eagerly anticipate your presence. Splendid. Next, I must make my way there first. Subsequently, I shall escort these children back, for it would be impossible to conceal them if their number increases further. Carl first sought out Charlotte Lingling. Lingling, I am embarking on a voyage. I have located Cake Island and wish to assess our future base. It is regrettable that we cannot travel together, as it might attract Rock's attention, Charlotte Lingling acknowledged, expressing her disappointment at not being able to set sail. However, it was indeed unwise to reveal their intentions before Rock's. I understand, you may proceed. This was a period of respite, and the captain's journey did not require Rock's consent. For this expedition, Carl was accompanied by the very crew who had offered him comfort after his grievous injury. Nevertheless, Carl refrained from disclosing the specifics of their destination, merely indicating a general direction before his grand vessel set forth into uncharted waters. Given the uncertainty of spies aboard, he planned to navigate to a nearby area alone, thereby evading detection by Rock's. What did Lord Carl say? As soon as Clyde's transponder snail fell silent, Zack rushed forward, visibly anxious, shaking Clyde's shoulder. Clyde did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at the gathered crowd. Facing their expectant gazes, a smile blossomed on his face as he slowly proclaimed, Lord Carl has expressed his intention to visit personally. We must present our utmost enthusiasm to welcome Lord Carl. Blinn, one of the second wave of fishmen who had recently arrived, declared with a resonant voice. Splendid. Quickly prepare the island for Lord Carl's arrival. Then let us commence the arrangements. With Clyde's signal, everyone present began to bustle with activity. Rest assured, Lingling, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity upon my arrival. Once this matter is resolved, I will return directly to Hive Island. We can subsequently send some of the family's children over. This will serve as a significant stronghold for us. Carl had been sailing at sea for approximately 5 to 6 days. On this day, he was engaged in his usual lengthy conversation with Charlotte. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Carl, we have arrived at the designated location. The lookout, Joel, who had previously been merely an observer, had now assumed the role of a small captain. Upon learning that they had reached the target destination, Larl Island, he hurried to inform Captain Carl. Larl Island, situated on the periphery of the Desert Sea, stood in a formidable stance against Island. All right, Charlotte. I must end our conversation for now. Carl gently hung up the phone and turned his gaze towards Joel. He was aware that during his unconsciousness, Joel had been the first to rush over to inquire about his condition, although he remained uncertain whether Joel was an undercover agent sent by Rox. The reality was that he had very few reliable subordinates at present, and bringing them along on this venture carried considerable risk. Ultimately, upon thorough evaluation, Joel proved to be relatively loyal, which was why Carl had decided to include him in this mission. Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his true intentions to anyone. After all, the tasks he was undertaking allowed for no margin of error. Very well, you shall temporarily rest on this island. I have other matters to attend to. And should any emergencies arise, contact me through the phone bug. He did not wish for anyone with potential risks to be aware of his whereabouts. After briefing Joel, he handed over the phone bug's number and then exited the cabin, blending into the crowd. Understood, my Lord Carl. Joel gazed at the number of the phone bug in his hand, exhaling softly. He recognized that he had yet to earn Captain Carl's genuine trust. However, what he desired most was precisely that trust. Had it not been for Captain Carl, he could only imagine how long he would have been subjected to bullying, possibly meeting an untimely end in some unknown corner without anyone to mourn him. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he turned his head towards the direction where Carl had vanished and whispered, I hope to gain your trust, my Lord Carl. He then returned to the cabin, instructing his companions to procure supplies on the small island, and awaited the return of Captain Carl. Is this the place? The Desert Sea. Carl navigated a small vessel, seized from a band of pirates, to the designated maritime area. Many locals were aware of this infamous perilous zone, and after some inquiries, he learned its precise location. However, as Carl gazed upon the expanse of the ocean before him, he was taken aback. What unfolded before his eyes were whirlpools of various sizes, rendering any passage into the depths utterly untraceable. Indeed, it is truly one of the latter half's forbidden domains. Anyone who inadvertently ventures here would be met with a scene of chaos. Carl stood on the small boat, deep in contemplation, yet he did not forget the purpose of his arrival. Very well, let us proceed inside first. Carl had yet to venture into the Desert Sea, and without any specific reference points, the entry remained a mystery. Fortunately, he need not navigate a small vessel. His stamina was sufficient to soar to Cake Island. He abandoned the little boat, leaping gracefully, gliding through the air towards the depths of the sea. The forsaken boat was soon drawn into a whirlpool, vanishing amidst the vast ocean. At the heart of the desert sea lay Cake Island. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hey, you there, stop eating. If it's not done right, we'll all head back to Fishman Island. Cray observed numerous fishmen, busily preparing while indulging in feasting. His mind swelled with frustration. These fishmen were undeniably unruly. Yet, one must admit, Cake Island truly lived up to its name. The very soil was edible, serving as a soft, sweet cake base. The trunks of the trees were composed of chocolate, their leaves of candy, and even the rivers flowed with delightful beverages. It could be said that everything on Cake Island was fit for consumption. Cray had also prepared a splendid gift for Lord Carl. After they arrived on the island, they conducted a preliminary search of the surrounding 56 islets and Cake Island itself, uncovering 17 devil fruits. This thorough exploration was aimed not only at concealing their establishment from prying eyes, but also at eliminating potential hidden threats. These fruits were likely of the paramecia type, related to confections, which explained why Charlotte Linlin possessed such an abundance of food-related devil fruits. The desert sea had remained untouched for years, resulting in the proliferation of these fruits. The island's inhabitants were unable to leave and were thus unfamiliar with their peculiarities, allowing Carl to reap the benefits. Bang, bang, bang. As Carl gracefully glided through the ethereal moonlit steps, he ventured into the realm of confections. After soaring for what seemed like a quarter of an hour, he beheld the magnificent Cake Island, surrounded by a constellation of islands, both grand and diminutive. From a distance, it appeared as though he had arrived at a whimsical pastry shop. Thud, is this truly Cake Island? Carl had set foot on the soft ground of Cake Island, savoring the gentle texture beneath him while taking in the enchanting surroundings. Almost immediately, he discerned that the land was composed of delicate bread, and an array of delightful aromas wafted through the air. I had assumed that Cake Island was transformed by Charlotte Lingling later on. I never imagined it originally appeared like this, he mused. What a splendid surprise. The original narrative had not elucidated the formation of Cake Island. He had thought it was the result of Charlotte Lingling's passion for desserts, gradually collecting food-related devil fruits to craft it piece by piece. He had originally planned to invest several years in reconstruction, but it seemed he could simply move in with ease. Hey, you. Hurry up. Stop eating. Upon closer inspection, he heard the voice of Clay from a distance. Curiosity piqued, he wandered over. Having just traversed the chocolate forest, he spotted Clay tugging at a massive octopus person, who was contentedly munching on leaves from a tree, blissfully ignoring Clay's calls and devouring large chunks with relish. Nonetheless, Clay yanked him down from the tree, which had been gnawed to a precarious state, teetering as if it might collapse at any moment. You're the biggest glutton. Go move these things over. If you don't finish today, you can forget about having dinner. Clay bore no real grudge against him. The fish people who lived in the shadowy depths had never experienced such delectable flavors. For the past few days, he had been engaged in this task repeatedly. There were far too many fish people like him, and he contemplated organizing a training session for them once the basic infrastructure was complete. Fortunately, the construction of the island was progressing steadily without any delays. Lord Carl, as Clay reprimanded the octopus, he turned at the sound of Carl approaching, quickly shooing the creature away and excitedly hurrying towards Carl. Thud, thud, thud. Lord Carl, you've arrived. Why didn't you inform me? I would have come to greet you. It's nothing. I was in a rush and couldn't make a call on the way. Carl gazed into the distance at the enormous cake, beneath which a multitude of fishmen busily engaged in deeper construction endeavors. After all, this cake was solid, and they aspired to transform it into a fortress. They had transported an abundance of sturdy chocolate timber and confections for reinforcement. Observing the overall renovations, it appeared that they were nearing completion at an unexpectedly swift pace, considering the considerable expanse of the cake. Suddenly, he inquired, Cray, how many individuals have you summoned for me? To Carl's perception, the throng of fishmen was dense, stretching beyond the horizon. Although he had learned through the telephone bug that a significant number of fishmen would arrive, he had not anticipated such a staggering quantity. Hastily, he unleashed his observation hockey, and through his meticulous scrutiny, he discerned that there were over 500,000 fishmen present. Master Carl, rest assured, they will procure their sustenance by fishing in the sea. Cray assured him. Many of them have endured oppression on Fishman Island, thus the opportunity to come to the shore openly is rare. A great number have sneaked over, and while I have driven away some, many still remain. Cray was astonished by the sheer number of fishmen who had ventured here, indicating that the allure of sunlight outweighed the peril of death. For many fishmen, a dream was to live on land. However, Master Carl, please be assured that they will be self-sufficient and will not reside on this island. I will ensure they dwell in the waters beneath this island, Cray continued. If, Master Carl, you do not require such a multitude of individuals, I shall return the remaining ones to Fishman Island. A hint of trepidation flickered within Cray, as he cautiously observed Carl, fearful of being sent away. That is of no concern. I can support as many as you bring. You have indeed presented me with a grand surprise, Carl exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Ha. Carl initially believed that Clyde could only bring him a few thousand individuals, but he was astonished by the sheer number that materialized. Thus, his foundational team had effectively begun to take shape. Moreover, the fishmen were not solely meant for combat. They could engage in underwater fishing, rescue operations, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, and numerous other activities, broadening the scope of their utility. Naturally, the more individuals, the better. Considering the conditions of the desert sea, sustaining hundreds of thousands of fishmen would be effortless. As they proceeded to develop the desert sea, an increased population would only be advantageous. Very well, leave me to witness your achievements. Right this way, my Lord Carl. Seeing that Carl did not display any impatience or aversion, Clyde's smile returned, and he promptly took the lead. How considerate. Carl revealed a knowing smile as he gazed at the grand entrance, towering 15 meters high at the center of the cake. Master Carl, you flatter me, he replied. The gathering of fishfolk turned their attention to the unfamiliar figure approaching, their gaze immediately fixated on Carl. Upon hearing Cray's address, the crowd lowered their heads in respect. Master Carl, they chanted in unison. Carl adjusted his posture slightly and faced the fishfolk before him. Now that you have arrived here, you must understand the nature of what lies ahead. He assured them, what I can guarantee is a semblance of fairness under my command. I shall not impose any further demands upon you. Your obedience to my orders is required unconditionally. You must pledge your utmost loyalty. As his words echoed in the air, the assembly of fishfolk stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that in this era where strength reigned supreme, someone would dare to speak of relative fairness. The fact that Carl sought nothing beyond their compliance was beyond their wildest dreams. Merely offering them a notion of fairness was a life they had never dared to envision. As for obeying orders, they perceived it as a matter of course, for they now considered themselves Carl's subordinates, and thus, following the leader's commands seemed only fitting. Thank you, Master Carl. Should anyone dare to harm Master Carl, I shall offer my life in defense. Zack stepped forward from the crowd, his expression resolute and earnest. I am willing to serve you unto death. Very well, from this day forth, I shall assign you several tasks. Cray had already introduced the 4 principal leaders managing the fishfolk to Carl, namely Zack from the Swordfish tribe, Blinn from the Whale tribe, Kasha from the Electric Eel tribe, and Norman from the Sea Dragon tribe. After dispersing the crowd, Carl led several individuals into the grand hall at the center of Cake Island. Carl sat in a chair, his gaze intense, and spoke slowly in a deep voice. First, expedite the development of Cake Island in all aspects. Second, I want no other forces present in the desert sea. Third, I require the establishment of a salvage team responsible for recovering the vessels that have met their fate in the desert sea over the years. Should any difficulties arise, contact me immediately. Understood, Lord Carl. We shall resolutely carry out your orders. Norman, the eldest merman in the crowd, was quick to analyze Carl's 3 directives and their underlying intentions. The first directive suggested that a contingent of people would soon arrive to inhabit the island, necessitating the accelerated development of Cake Island. After all, it was impractical for everyone to reside on this isle, and the mermen had no urgent need for housing facilities. The second directive implied that their operations should remain clandestine, eliminating any potential threats from rival forces in the desert sea, although their presence was uncertain. It was prudent to err on the side of caution, to effectively prevent any leakage of information. The third directive was straightforward, likely concerning gold, as they had previously undertaken similar actions near Fisherman Island. However, competition in that area was intense, leaving fewer vessels available for salvage, leading to fierce contention each time they attempted to retrieve a ship. Clay will accompany me. I hope that by the next time I visit, the construction here will be well underway. Rest assured, Lord Carl. Upon your next arrival, we will present a satisfactory report. Norman replied confidently, noting that Carl's visits typically spanned 7 to 8 days, with round trips taking over 10 days, providing ample time for them to complete a series of preliminary preparations. Very well, let these orders be executed forthwith. You have my assurance, Lord Carl. After saluting Carl, Norman turned and departed. The others, having received their assignments, gathered the mermen outside, distributed Carl's plans among them, and promptly commenced their execution. Meanwhile, Clay escorted Carl to the uppermost level of Cake Island, which would serve as Carl's future bedroom. The Cake Castle was divided into 5 stories, with 2 additional levels developed as basements. The first level could accommodate over 1,000 ordinary inhabitants, the second approximately 800, the third about 500, and the fourth could house only 100 individuals. The top floor, designed to accommodate Carl's height, contained merely 30 rooms. Essentially, the entire penthouse would serve as an intimate space for Carl and Charlotte Lingling. Upon entering, one could observe that the various architectural features were composed of an array of candies and confections. After all, the dessert seat offered no other materials. After leading Carl to a grand chamber, Clay revealed a hint of a mysterious smile and then bowed, stating he would fetch a gift prepared for Lord Carl. Carl cast his gaze upon the pink, grand bed in the room, and upon entering, he discovered that it emanated a sweet fragrance. It was, in fact, composed entirely of cotton candy. He then surveyed the surroundings, noting the cozy arrangement, likely the handiwork of a feminine merman. He reclined comfortably and in shape, allowing his entire body to sink into the bed's plushness, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply with a sense of satisfaction. As thoughts of his forthcoming tasks filled his mind, he envisioned completing the arrangements, after which he could indulge in such pleasures daily. The anticipation within him grew stronger. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Lord Carl. Upon hearing Clay's voice, Carl immediately rose to adjust his attire and proceeded towards the sofa. Come in. As Clay entered, his gaze instantly fell upon the impression left on the bed. Yet, in the next moment, he averted his eyes and approached Lord Carl. Carl caught a glimpse of Clay's gaze, feeling somewhat awkward, for he was typically perceived as a rather serious individual in Clay's eyes. Fortunately, Clay swiftly redirected his thoughts to the tray before them. Carl gazed at the dozen or so devil fruits on the tray, his eyes instantly shimmering with delight. This unexpected surprise was beyond his imagination. Where did you procure these? This revelation has truly delighted me. Carl's eyes widened in astonishment, his entire demeanor radiating exhilaration. He was taken aback that Clay would present him with over a dozen devil fruits, which left him utterly astonished. It is well known that even the most worthless devil fruits can fetch exorbitant prices of up to 100 million berries, let alone these numerous ones. Lord Carl. These devil fruits were discovered within the Cake Sea, Clay informed him. There may yet be hidden devil fruits. I am currently commanding the fishmen to search with unwavering diligence. In a fleeting moment, Carl recalled the offspring of Charlotte Lingling from the original work, most of whom seemed to possess devil fruits of the dessert variety. So they were all here. According to certain devil fruit compendiums, only a select few fruits are known by name. These include the mochi fruit, the yellow pear fruit, and the lick fruit. Moreover, a significant portion remains nameless, as their identities are unknown. A hint of regret lingered on Clay's face. He felt it was somewhat inappropriate to hastily present the fruits to Lord Carl without fully identifying them. Yet, the more comprehensive devil fruit compendium resided solely with rocks, and he could not ascertain the names of the remaining devil fruits. Thus, he had no choice but to submit them to Lord Carl for comparison. What a delightful surprise. Carl did not immediately seize the devil fruits. Instead, he rose to his feet and expressed his admiration to Clay with a radiant smile. In his perspective, Clay's decision to refrain from hoarding these devil fruits indicated a profound loyalty. After all, possessing such a multitude of devil fruits could easily grant Clay the means to retreat to a secluded haven and live out the remainder of his days in solitude. You have done well in this matter, he remarked. This shall be your reward. Having recognized Clay's steadfast loyalty, it was only fitting to bestow the reward he deserved. For one must first provide sustenance if one wishes to see the horse run. Carl took out a prize from the previous lottery, a Shaolin Great Returning Pill, and handed one to Clay. What is this? Clay inquired, somewhat perplexed. This seemingly clay-like candy ball, what efficacy could it possibly possess? Carl shook his head with a hint of helplessness. It is essential to understand that this is the legendary Shaolin Grand Elixir. Consuming one could enhance one's prowess by 60 years. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go. After all, he did not comprehend its significance. And there was no point in arguing. Once you partake of it, you shall truly understand. Carl offered little explanation, for their worldviews diverged significantly. Even if he elucidated his thoughts thoroughly, Clay would remain perplexed. It was perhaps better to allow him to undertake the experience himself. Is this edible? Clay inquired, eyeing the earthen orb in his hand before glancing at Carl, who regarded him with eager anticipation, with eyes tightly shut and a steely resolve. He swallowed the clay ball whole. As the orb slid down his throat and settled in his stomach, a surge of tumultuous energy erupted from within, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Without a moment to spare to glance at Carl, he was engulfed in a searing heat and desperately sought a source of water to cool his fervent body. Carl had never encountered such a scene before, but he reasoned that since it was a product of the system, it was unlikely to inflict any harm upon the human body. As he pondered this, uncertainty crept into his mind, and he was relieved that he had refrained from consuming it. Meanwhile, Clay swiftly sprinted towards the ocean, feeling as though he were engulfed in flames, the heat intense enough to make him believe that fire could erupt from his throat at any moment. His entire being appeared flushed, and white steam emanated from his body. As Carl followed in midair, he noticed a dark liquid continuously oozing from Kree. This must be the effect of the cleansing and refining technique, he thought. Carl stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling the introduction of the Shaolin Great Pill. And without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "Splash!" Quickly, Clay dashed towards the ocean, and with a powerful leap, he plunged into the depths of the sea. Submerged in the briny waters, he felt a chilling sensation enveloping his body as the intense heat within him gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Even the lingering injuries from before had begun to heal. Moreover, in his newfound awareness, his body felt remarkably agile, shedding the weight that had previously burdened him. Underwater, Clay assumed a horse stance and practiced the 5 elements fist. What had once been somewhat awkward now flowed with effortless grace. The circulation of the golden light incantation within him felt more substantial than before, significantly bolstering his defenses. All right, wash up and come back quickly. As Carl beheld Clay transform into a golden figure beneath the sea, he realized that all discomfort had vanished from him. Upon hearing Carl's call, Clay halted his movements, gazing toward the surface, propelling himself upward with powerful strokes of his legs against the ocean floor. Carl hovered in midair, supported by a golden incantation beneath his feet. His arms crossed as he gazed at Clay. "Soon, you shall accompany me back to Beehive Island. We are in need of a vessel capable of sailing the seas. Fortunately, we can embark via the safe route you have detected." Carl had just secured the devil fruit within the confines of his chamber. Now, he yearned to personally ascertain the absolute safety of this route, for he would not be arriving by ship next time. Subsequently, he would commence his clandestine arrangements, diverting his gaze from Cake Island for an extended period. "Rest assured, Lord Carl, the vessel has long been prepared," declared Clay, who had anticipated Carl's arrival and thus readied the small boat. After all, it was imperative for Lord Carl to experience a secure passage. "Very well, let us set forth," he replied. Carl did not wish to linger on Cake Island, for he yearned to swiftly proceed to the 4 seas to finalize his plans, thereby ensuring a stable development on Honeycomb Island. This would afford him ample time to cultivate Cake Island further. Without uttering a word, Clay promptly made his way to the port. Carl descended from the sky to the ground. "Blinn, prepare the vessel promptly. We are about to set sail." "Rest assured, it has long been ready," Blinn of the Giant Whale clan responded, saluting Master Carl at the first sight of his arrival. This salute mirrors that of Chinese soldiers. It is a gesture Carl had previously taught to Cray, and all his subordinates salute in this manner. "You must diligently fulfill Master Carl's commission. I will proceed to sea with him first. I will leave you a contact number for the communication beetle. Reach out to me if any issues arise." Cray pulled Blinn aside and whispered to him. "Fear not. When you next visit, I shall surely surprise you," Blinn declared, thumping his chest. "Very well. I shall take my leave now," Cray said, patting Blinn on the shoulder as he boarded the grand vessel, accompanied by a dozen mermen. "Let us set sail." Making haste towards Hive Island. After issuing his command, Carl made his way to the cabin. After all, the scenes upon the sea were monotonous. It was far more preferable to return to the cabin for a well-deserved rest. Set sail. Upon seeing Lord Carl enter the cabin, Clay immediately ordered the mermen to navigate towards the direction of the hive, observing the mermen as they followed a safe and discreet route, winding through the waters. They soon emerged from the Cake Sea. Carl first stood up from his chair with a look of excitement, then turned to Clay with a serious expression. "Is this route consistently like this?" The merman, true to his nature, had swiftly identified a secure pathway. "Indeed, my Lord Carl. Based on the reports over the past few days, this route remains unchanged for the time being. However, the specific cycle is still unknown and may require prolonged observation." "That is reassuring. Please inform me promptly of any new developments." Carl grinned, now that the route had been proven safe. He could proceed to send the children and certain discreet items to Cake Island. "You should understand, an unapproved vessel." Carl reclined into a seat, languidly squinting as he gazed at Clay. "Rest assured, my Lord Carl," Clay replied, his expression turning serious. He was well aware of the implications behind Carl's words, having already set arrangements in motion. After all, in these treacherous waters rife with hidden currents and perilous reefs, the merfolk thrived, rendering any vessel's passage without their consent nearly impossible. A secure route had long been established, with merfolk patrolling the depths. Should any unauthorized ship surface, inquiries would be bypassed, and it would be promptly pierced. After emerging from the desert sea, Carl and his companions promptly arrived at Laurel Island, where they located Ural and the others at the harbor. Following a brief reunion, the two vessels set sail together. What ensued was an extensive journey. The return voyage proved somewhat tedious. However, fortune smiled upon them as some of the entertainment contraptions invented by Carl had already permeated the entire Rock's Pirates crew. Thus, during moments of ennui, the inhabitants of both ships engaged in a variety of amusements within the cabin, simultaneously deepening their acquaintance with one another, preventing any sense of estrangement. Every day, Carl diligently practiced the skills imparted by the venerable master in the training room of the cabin. By day, flashes of lightning illuminated the skies, while at night, a cacophony of sounds resonated incessantly. Yet, the voyage was fleeting, and before long, a week had swiftly elapsed. After entrusting matters to Lingling, "It is time for me to venture out. The sooner I complete this, the sooner I can find peace of mind." Carl's eyes brimmed with anticipation as he gazed at the distant Honeycomb Island. He understood that the sooner he embarked on his journey to execute his plans, the more leisure time he would have to prepare for the impending battle of the Valley of the Gods. After all, the treasures concealed within that valley were abundant, and he would not allow such opportunities to slip through his fingers. The riches there could propel his influence forward significantly. "Cray, please lead them down to rest for a while." "Rest assured, Lord Carl." Carl first entrusted the matter to Clay before making his solitary way towards Charlotte Lingling's stronghold. Confident in Clay's ability to manage the situation, Clay initially commanded everyone to secure the vessels, and then led the fishmen and Yoro, bearing the specialties of Cake Island, towards their encampment on Hive Island. As Carl journeyed towards the newly transformed Honeycomb Island, he observed that in merely a fortnight's absence, the port had given rise to an entirely reconstructed town. This settlement, constructed in close proximity to the harbor, was a novel establishment. Previously, there existed a town, albeit distant from the port. The newly erected small town seamlessly connected the two, culminating in the formation of a larger community. Within the town, prosperity flourished. And what piqued his curiosity the most was the sight of several pirates, each with their distinct appearances, gathered by the roadside engrossed in a game of mahjong. From further afield, the faint sounds of card games could be heard. "I never anticipated that this particular aspect of culture would disseminate so swiftly," he mused. "One might even consider this a form of cultural invasion." Carl smiled at the scene before him, then swiftly made his way through the streets towards Hive Island. The interior of Hive Island remained unchanged, as it was the residence of various squad captains, and no one dared to undertake any construction here. "Father." Just as he arrived at Charlotte Lingling's residence, a youthful voice called out to him. Turning towards the nearby grove, he noticed Compert running towards him with several children. Compert's cherubic face radiated joy as she sprinted over and leaped into his arms, prompting him to quickly catch her. "It's been far too long. Come here for a moment." He planted a kiss on her small cheek. "Daddy's beard is so prickly, it's really annoying," Compert exclaimed, pushing away Carl's bristly face with her tiny hands. Her expression one of disdain as she squirmed, eager to escape from his embrace. During this time, they had grown accustomed to Carl's presence. "You smell delightful. Go on now. Play." He gently set Compert down, allowing her and the others to frolic nearby while he watched their merriment, reflecting on the imminent arrival of his own child. He felt a profound anticipation for the experience of fatherhood. "Carl, you're back," Charlotte Lingling exclaimed joyfully as she emerged from within. After all, they hadn't seen each other in over 10 days. Though they communicated daily via telephone bugs, one understands the fervor of young love. Upon seeing Lingling emerge, Carl promptly approached her. "Well, let's go inside and talk," he said. Carl escorted Charlotte Linlin into the house and meticulously informed her about the circumstances surrounding Cake Island, presenting her with 17 exquisite devil fruits from the dessert collection. "These devil fruits require careful appraisal. I entrust their allocation to you." With a proud expression, Carl gazed at Charlotte Linlin, for he believed in fairness. This could be considered his gift to Paris Sparrow and the others. "Where did you acquire so many devil fruits?" As anticipated, Charlotte Linlin was taken aback, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy. The sheer quantity of devil fruits was staggering throughout her voyages. She had never encountered such an abundance. These were discovered in the realm of the desert sea, and we have barely scratched the surface. There may be even more devil fruits yet to be uncovered. Well, I am rather excited. Charlotte Linlin chuckled with satisfaction, having merely explored a fraction. The number of devil fruits she had already found was astounding, and one could only imagine what the complete exploration would yield. Linlin, you need to pay attention to the development of Cake Island. I must sow some seeds across the 4 seas. Carl wished to entrust all his affairs to Charlotte Linling. MMM. Rest assured, Carl. I am quite looking forward to it. Charlotte Lingling felt a surge of delight at how swiftly Carl had secured the desert sea. Not only was she secretly pleased, but it was also important to her that he, her man, excelled in his endeavors. Cray is on this island. I have brought him back. From now on, you may command him directly. Oh, that merman? And can you guess who is constructing the desert sea? Carl paused momentarily, intending to tease Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte rested her right hand against her head, lost in contemplation. She had indeed never considered this matter. After all, the Cake Sea was dotted with dozens of islands, and it was implausible for Carl to undertake their development alone. Could it be the merman? Charlotte recalled Carl's earlier suggestion to command the merman. Cray, I didn't expect you to see through my ruse. You have guessed correctly. Carl displayed an expression of helplessness. He never anticipated that Charlotte Lingling would arrive at the correct answer with such casual conjecture. However, it is a staggering 500,000 fishmen, he remarked. Carl's expression instantly transformed into an exaggerated visage, adorned with a somewhat lecherous grin, seemingly attempting to astonish Charlotte Linlin through this peculiar display. Fortunately, his intentions bore fruit. As Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened in disbelief, leading her to deduce the existence of mermen. However, she was taken aback to discover that their numbers amounted to an astonishing 500,000. It is worth noting that even the members of the Rocks Pirates did not reach such a formidable count. Well, you certainly are capable, Carl, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, erupting into joyous laughter. Deep within her heart lay a long-held aspiration to establish a utopia for all nations, where diverse races could coexist peacefully and securely within a single realm. To her astonishment, Carl was the first to assist her by bringing forth the Fishman tribe, which undoubtedly was a piece of good news for her. However, time has a way of slipping away unnoticed. After concluding her conversation with Charlotte Lingling, she promptly sought out Rox to share her aspirations of venturing out to sea. If the duration were to be brief, it would not pose a concern. Yet, if it were to extend over a longer period, Rox's consent would be imperative. Rox, remaining silent, acknowledged the situation, as the latter half was now in a state of stability. Thus, he did not deter Carl from embarking on his maritime journey, fully aware of the current circumstances. This understanding is precisely why Carl felt compelled to approach Rox with such a request. Gulalala. Wishing you a safe journey. After parting ways with Rox, Carl sought out Edward Newgate, sharing only his maritime endeavors with Lingling and Rox. He found the temperament of Shiki, the Golden Lion, quite disagreeable, while John and his followers remained steadfast admirers of Rox, firmly aligning themselves with the defense faction. Unlike Newgate and his crew, who joined the Rox Pirates due to the formidable threat posed by Rox, John and his companions were not of the same ilk. This divergence has resulted in the emergence of 2 factions within the Rox Pirates, the Protectors and the Newcomers. After a brief farewell with Edward and enjoying a splendid evening with Lingling, he meticulously relayed the upcoming matters to Kuray, Long E, Long Air, and others the following morning, before setting sail with the White Tiger, a companion of both man and beast. Although the objective was to establish a presence across the 4 seas, significant matters would still be communicated via the transponder snail. Here I come, for seas. East Blue, Lobe Town. Finally arrived. Carl gazed towards the distant town of Rock. Stretching languidly, he had traversed the vast ocean at full speed for over a fortnight, employing the Golden Light spell, with each day presenting him with an endless expanse of azure skies and clouds, alongside an interminable sea. To be candid, had it not been for his remarkably composed disposition, he would have sought refuge on an island to vent his pent-up frustration long ago. Moreover, as he passed through the doldrums, he was spotted by a sea creature, which emerged from the depths with the intent to attack. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, successfully intimidating the creature and navigating through the doldrums unscathed. Wow, look at that person. How tall he is. As he docked his small vessel at the harbor, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. A tiger. One pedestrian, his face awash with fear, pointed towards the white tiger. This spectacle drew the gaze of many, and a moment of silence enveloped the scene. Whoosh! In the next instant, the crowd at the harbor scattered as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. In the blink of an eye, the area was devoid of people. The white tiger, which had just risen from the ship's cabin and stretched, began to descend the gangway, taking deliberate steps towards them. Prior to this encounter, he had been concerned that the Navy might recognize his visage. Fortunately, thanks to a recent lottery win, he had acquired the skills of the shrinking technique and the art of disguise from the notorious, allowing him to compress his height to just over 3 meters, while also altering his appearance to resemble a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. "Look at what you've done. You frightened everyone away," he remarked, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Aru." The white tiger emitted a low growl, surprised by the speed at which the people fled. Was it truly that fearsome? Indeed. In the New World, a creature of its stature was often regarded as a prime cut on a pirate's feast. Enough of this. I shall go and inspect the execution platform of Roger. He had also imparted the shrinking technique to the white tiger, though due to its different species, the tiger could only reduce its size to 5 meters, which was its limit. Upon arriving at the square, they noticed the surrounding populace had retreated several dozen meters, wary of being bitten by the tiger. This was the most densely populated area of Rog Town, in the very site where Roger would later meet his fate. "I never imagined I would witness such a historic moment," he mused. "Though that day has yet to arrive, I find myself eagerly anticipating it." Although Carl aspires to alter the course of the world line to fulfill his primary quest, it is the foresight of the original narrative that constitutes his true treasure. He intends to significantly modify the trajectory of the pirate world while striving to minimize any impact on the established storyline. This approach would afford him a greater divine perspective for planning. He aims to sow seeds of hope across the seas, as he seeks to harness Luffy's strength to vanquish him. However, this does not imply a desire to join forces with Luffy, for the world following him's overthrow must possess a suitable direction, otherwise, it would inevitably revert to its original state. He first arrived at a tavern, where his white tiger lounged at the entrance. He sought to gather information rather than frighten away those present. Thus he had to endure the discomfort of having the tiger wait outside for a while. "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" "It seems that the Rocks pirates now dominate the New World." "Is that true? Where did you hear such information?" As Carl stepped through the door, having just ordered a glass of rum at the bar, he was drawn to a conversation not far away. "The second son of my uncle's relative's aunt is a captain in the Navy. Is that even possible? Is it true or not? Do tell us more." The leading middle-aged man took a sip of his rum and began to regale the crowd with his tale. It turned out that ever since Carl departed from the Rocks pirates, the majority of the islands in the New World had been claimed by their flag. Even under the looming threat of Rocks, only 2 naval bases remained at the Fishman Island outpost, both under the watchful eyes of Garp and Sengoku. Carl subtly shook his head, for the information presented was not what he yearned to hear. Although he learned that there were 2 naval territories in the New World, he presently lacked the leisure to contemplate such matters. "You seem remarkably indifferent," remarked the tavern owner, observing Carl shake his head towards a distant corner while polishing a glass. "You don't strike me as someone from the East Blue." The tavern owner discerned immediately that Carl was not a native of the East Blue. His attire, stature, and commanding presence all indicated otherwise. Moreover, the sight of the white tiger outside further fueled his speculations. "Indeed, I have just returned from the Grand Line. Are there any intriguing happenings in your vicinity?" Carl did not elaborate. His intention was to establish a faction. However, selecting a spokesperson is no trivial task, for this endeavor could span decades. He must identify an individual who possesses both exceptional capability and cunning, someone willing to serve his interests, while also contemplating the means of counteraction should betrayal arise. "There is indeed a matter of interest," the tavern owner said, placing the goblet upon the bar, leaning forward to regard Carl. "In the East Sea, there exists a man named Joran. Several years ago, he founded a pirate hunter guild dedicated to the eradication of pirates, exchanging their identification for monetary reward at the naval branches. Although many joined the cause, their overall strength proved inadequate, rendering them vulnerable to the very pirates they sought to eliminate, with the roles of hunter and prey seemingly reversed overnight. For the past few years, skirmishes between pirates and pirate hunters have been a common sight upon the seas. However, just 2 days ago, Joran, accompanied by his 10-year-old son, Yosha, fell victim to betrayal from his own crew and arrived at Log Town. Recently, Log Town has been plagued by persistent pirate landings, all in search of the duo. If this piques your interest, you may wish to investigate further," the tavern owner concluded, rising to resume his task of polishing the goblets. Ah, you are aware of my intentions. Carl felt a twinge of confusion. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary tavern owner would immediately discern his intentions. Without raising his head, the proprietor spoke softly. Most of the patrons who frequent my establishment are familiar to me, a diverse array of individuals, including many who resemble you. He continued, you bear a striking resemblance to a rather mischievous lad. However, whereas he delights in tales of the New World, you, in stark contrast, show little interest in such matters. Carl pondered deeply over his words and immediately recalled an incident from the original narrative, wherein Roger made his appearance in a tavern located in Rog Town. Could this possibly be the very place? Is that person Roger? Carl inquired with a hint of curiosity. Oh, you know him? The tavern owner displayed a flicker of surprise, not anticipating that Carl would be acquainted with Roger. Indeed, it was the Pirate King Roger. He fervently hoped for a day to cross swords with him. I've heard of him. He is a newcomer among pirates. Indeed. The recent newspapers detailed how Roger and his crew caused quite the uproar in the Sabaody archipelago, making their way to the New World. Roger had already reached the New World. The prospect of encountering him was thrilling. As for bounty hunters, that was also a rather intriguing notion. In any case, thank you, proprietor. Carl raised his glass to the proprietor, placing a few coins at the base of the cup, before rising and departing. I trust your intentions are not malevolent, he remarked. As the tavern owner watched Carl exit, he wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. He had noticed the imposing white tiger accompanying Carl upon his arrival and had already surmised his identity. The tavern owner bore another role, that of a liaison for Shaki. Despite Carl's disguise, his stature, and the presence of the white tiger made his identity quite apparent. Such a unique combination was exceedingly rare, particularly given that they had learned Carl was not currently on Honeycomb Island. He maintained a facade of calmness, yet internally he was enveloped in fear. After all, he was in the presence of Carl, the captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates, a notorious figure in the New World. Let us go, White Tiger. Oh, woo. All right. I know you're hungry. During their solitary journey, he had begun to communicate simply with the beast. Oh, it seems you will have to wait a moment. I have discovered something intriguing. Let us proceed. Carl rode atop the white tiger, galloping towards the direction sensed by his observation hockey. Passers-by along the way were struck with fear upon witnessing the duo, swiftly parting to make way. At the coastline on the right side of Rog Town, dozens of pirates had encircled Johann. His green robe, now stained a deep crimson, bore numerous cuts, and he shielded Yusha with his right hand. Johann, there is no escape for you. A pirate captain glared menacingly at Johann. The moment you formed that so-called pirate hunter crew, your fate was sealed. That lad beside you is your son, Iasentihi. Today shall mark the end of your lineage. Let us see how you manage to flee. Enough with the idle chatter, come at me. Johann, breathless, regarded the gathered foes, his voice trembling from exhaustion yet clear as he spoke. Yusha, when I give the signal, run towards the back. No matter what sounds you hear, do not look back. Do you understand? He lowered his gaze to Yusha, whose tear-streaked face was tense with worry. Johann had resolved to carve a path for Yusha to escape, intending to hold off the pirates long enough for her to slip into the sea. Yusha remained silent, her small face taut, teeth clenched, suppressing her tears as she nodded solemnly. He can't hold out much longer. Let us charge. Today marks the demise of the pirate hunters. Attack. At the command, the pirates brandished their cutlasses and surged towards Johann. Run. Johann hurled Yusha towards the coast behind him, while he faced the oncoming pirates. With a fierce roar, the white tiger leaped dozens of meters, landing at the heart of the conflict. What is happening? A minor pirate leader shouted at Carl, who was atop the white tiger. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Our captain, Victor, is renowned in the East Sea. If you wish to avoid calamity, you'd best retreat. Yes, make way if you know what's good for you. Echoed the other pirates, who were somewhat intimidated, for the white tiger now stood 10 meters long, instilling an extraordinary fear. The white tiger employed its shrinking technique only in crowded areas to prevent chaos and to conceal its true identity. However, in secluded spaces, it refused to compromise, as it found the technique uncomfortable, thus opting to relinquish its effects early. Are you Johann? Carl merely cast a fleeting glance at them before turning his attention to the middle-aged man, whose body was drenched in blood. My lord, I am Johann. May I inquire? That simplifies matters, came the response. White tiger. Carl patted the white tiger and then leaped down, making his way towards Johann. Upon feeling Carl's descent, the creature bared its teeth at the band of pirates. Oh, woo. Fire. Help me. Might I inquire what brings you here, my lord? Johann, observing the white tiger chasing dozens of pirates in disarray, was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that someone would come to his rescue. As for myself, I seek to accomplish a particular task, but find myself lacking a suitable candidate. Carl first conjured a golden throne with a spell of radiant light. Having heard your tale, I wish to put you to the test. Carl sat above, his elbows resting on the armrests, his right hand cradling his head as he tilted it, casting a keen gaze upon Johann. Gulp. Johann swallowed hard, intimidated by Carl's imposing presence. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed his son, Yodia, hiding behind a nearby rock, turning his head to look at Carl. What do you need me to do? Johann's gaze gradually hardened. He realized that agreeing was the only way to survive and reunite with his son. At that moment, he had no other choice. Oh woo. Just then, a white tiger leaped from a distance and landed beside Carl's throne. Go wash up, are you dirty? Carl observed the blood staining the corners of the white tiger's mouth and its claws, his lips twitching slightly in distaste. With a flick of his left hand, he cast a disdainful glance at the creature. Oh woo. The white tiger, sensing Carl's aversion, drooped its magnificent head, walking towards the shore with a hint of grievance. Occasionally glancing back at Carl, reminiscent of a wronged child. I have but one trial for you. Retrieve the head of Wicked. Carl paid no heed to the white tiger's demeanor. Instead, he sought to observe Johann's reaction. Upon meticulous scrutiny, he noted a subtle twitch at the corners of Johann's mouth. It appeared he was momentarily troubled, yet in an instant, Carl discerned a newfound resolve in Johann's gaze. Of course, I shall not wait here for you, Johann asserted. Here is my contact number. Call me once you have completed the task. Recognizing it as a test, Carl resolved to refrain from providing any assistance in terms of force. He wished to ascertain whether Johann could succeed on his own merit. Take this, he said. Though it is a trial, I shall not allow you to perish needlessly. Carl tossed the recovery elixir, known as the essence of restoration, to Johann. Through experimentation, Carl discovered that individuals of general rank and below require merely this elixir to swiftly regain their strength, let alone someone as feeble as Johann. Johann displayed signs of hesitation as he glanced at the small clay pill in his hand, then at Carl, ultimately remaining silent but nodding in acknowledgement. Do not underestimate this substance, Carl remarked. It is called the essence of restoration, although I have merely taken a small portion from a larger batch. It possesses the capacity to rejuvenate the vitality of someone as weak as yourself in no time. He provided a brief introduction, for without direct experience, no one could truly comprehend how such a diminutive pill could restore one's physical condition to its prime. If you successfully retrieve the head of Wicked, I shall bestow upon you an even more potent elixir. Conversely, you are well aware of the repercussions. Remember my words. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. The consequences are beyond your imagination. Buzz. As Carl unleashed a hint of his conqueror's haki, an astonishing aura surged towards Johann. He felt his breath quicken, a sensation akin to being throttled by an unseen hand. His limbs lay sprawled on the ground, as if crushed beneath an oppressive weight of terror. I shall observe your subsequent performance. White Tiger, let us depart. After Carl finished speaking, he dissipated the golden throne and, accompanied by the White Tiger, made his way towards the town. Yorlin watched Carl's retreating figure, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Father, are you all right? Upon seeing Carl depart, Yoder rushed out from behind the rocks to support his father. He had witnessed everything from a distance, aware that their survival hinged on Carl's assistance. Yet he was oblivious to the conversation between Carl and his father, only noticing his father suddenly collapse to the ground. However, due to his trepidation, he did not approach immediately. It was only after Carl had left that he gathered the courage to run over. Father is fine. Yet, I cannot discern whether this matter is good or ill. Yorlin, being a man of considerable experience, had never encountered a force so overwhelming that it could subjugate others, instilling a sense of submission. He was acutely aware of one thing. Failing this trial would lead to harrowing consequences. In the midst of that formidable presence, he felt an imminent peril, as if life and death were beyond his control, and he might perish at any moment. He realized that refusal was not an option. Had he attempted to resist, he might have already met his demise, he thought with a hint of self-mockery. I must succeed. Yerlin glanced at Yoder beside him, tightly gripping the clay pellet in his right hand. He was uncertain if the pellet possessed the efficacy as claimed by that individual. He simply knew that Victor was not an adversary he could defeat, even if he regained his strength once. One must always remember the long game. Let us go? I shall treat you to a fine meal. Yorlin considered entrusting Yoder to a friend, realizing that having Yoder by his side would significantly impede him after this ordeal. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to leave him with a friend and return to retrieve him once the situation stabilized. I wonder what surprises this seed will bring me. Let us proceed to pay a visit to the Bardo family. Carl arrived in Rogtown with the intention of meeting the Bardo family. After all, the Bardo family currently stands as one of the dominant mafia factions in Rogtown, a legacy that stretches back to the very beginning of the original narrative. Although they have since experienced a decline, it is still remembered that Bartolomeo would seek counsel from an elderly woman, presumably a figure from his grandmother's generation, as a means of securing backup, an arrangement that could barely be deemed satisfactory. The Bardo family has indeed persisted until the onset of the original tale. Uncertain of how long it would take to realize his ambitions, Carl hoped to see if he could leverage their assistance to expand his influence. Who goes there? Hey, you. This area is off limits. Get lost, you little brat. Carl had just arrived at the entrance of the Bardo family's residence, where he was met by two imposing figures clad in suits, their towering frames only slightly shorter than his own. Upon catching sight of the white tiger, they exhibited a flicker of fear, yet they did not succumb to immediate panic. However, as Carl made his way towards the courtyard, they hastily called out to halt him. Is this the Bardo family estate? Carl gazed upon the two imposing gatekeepers. It was indeed a rarity to find individuals of such stature in the Eastern Sea. What brings you here, kid? Looking for trouble? The burly man on the left crossed his arms, regarding Carl with a mocking expression. Upon realizing he was in the presence of the Bardo family, Carl felt little desire to engage in conversation with such individuals. Then I must be in the right place. Leave now. This is not a place for you, the man on the right said, displaying evident impatience as he hurried down the stairs, attempting to shove Carl aside. Buzz. The descending man's eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he collapsed before Carl. Thud. Hey, what have you done to him? Kid, you're done for. The Bardo family is not to be trifled with, not even by the Navy. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The muscular man on the left leaped down the steps in a fury, swinging his fist toward Carl. Smack. Stop causing a ruckus. Perhaps you should take a nap instead. The burly man stood in shock, astounded that Carl had effortlessly caught his fist. Boom. Carl first clenched his fist with his left hand, then delivered a powerful kick, propelling his body through the door with a resounding crash. Bullseye awesome. Carl revealed a dazzling smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth, and gave himself a thumbs up outside the gate before stepping inside. Who goes there? Is someone causing a disturbance? Quick, someone come. There's a commotion. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As Carl stepped through the doorway, he was met by the imposing figure of a white tiger, its massive body completely obstructing the entrance. The courtyard was already filled with members of the mafia. Who might you be, sir? What brings you here? One of the Bardists emerged from the crowd to scrutinize Carl. His expression was somewhat grave. Could he be an envoy from another mafia? Or perhaps the family had inadvertently provoked someone anew. The Bardist clan's survival strategy was to avoid trouble whenever possible, with their primary source of income being the collection of protection fees. All the troublesome mafias had been eradicated. In fact, the mafia presence in the East Sea was not nearly as formidable as that in the West Sea. Ever since Captain had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral and witnessed the actions of the Celestial Dragons, he often evaded missions under the pretext of returning home. Consequently, both the number of pirates and mafias in the East Sea were significantly fewer than in the other three seas. Are you the leader of the Bardist clan? I am. What is it you seek? Carl surveyed the crowd in the hall after his admission. What I am about to say may not be suitable for many ears. Would you mind if I clear the room first? What do you mean? As soon as the Bartoyan spoke, he sensed a shift in the man's demeanor. In his gaze, Carl appeared to loom larger, instilling an involuntary urge to submit. Just as he struggled to resist, he witnessed his subordinates collapsing one by one. What is this power? What have you done to them? The Bartoyan's face turned pale, fearing that his men had been slain by this stranger's devil fruit abilities. Fear not. It is merely a clearing of the room. They are still alive. However, whether they will remain so in a moment is uncertain. Carl wore a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of benevolence. Yet, in the eyes of the Bartoya people, Carl's smile harbored a perilous threat. Now, it's time to listen to my terms, he declared, performing the same ritual as before, conjuring a throne of gold upon which he majestically seated himself. Casting a condescending gaze upon the Bartoya people. You must take this seriously, he cautioned. The consequences of failure are not something you would wish to contemplate. At the entrance of the Bart family estate, Carl waved his hand dismissively before departing with the white tiger in tow. The Bartoya people, watching Carl's retreat, glanced down at the handful of clay tablets in their right hands. They hastily tucked them away into their pockets and proceeded to rouse their comrades from slumber. Upon witnessing his subordinates awaken, he donned a serious expression and made his way back indoors, realizing that a shift in strategy was imperative. "I hope you will not act foolishly," he muttered. "It appears I must trouble myself to pay you another visit." Carl turned to glance back at the Bardo family in the distance. "Now, let us immerse ourselves in the local customs of Rocktown. Since we are here, why not?" Fearing that the white tiger might incite chaos, he concealed it in the jungles behind Rocktown. He himself enjoyed 2 days of leisure in the coastal town. Bloop, bloop. Just as Carl was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a divorced lady at the amusement park in Rocktown, his phone suddenly buzzed. "I apologize, dear lady." Carl's expression momentarily stiffened, but it quickly softened. "Ah, sir, please carry on with your business," the young woman said with an alluring smile. As she produced a folding fan and sauntered into the amusement park, Carl smiled as he watched the alluring young woman depart. It had only been a brief moment apart, yet he found himself unexpectedly entranced, questioning whether he might be falling into a certain state of infatuation. "Hey, if there are no pressing matters to disturb me, you shall be in trouble." Carl watched as the young woman walked further away, his gaze gradually sharpening. "I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Carl," Johann began, delivering a tentative opening statement. He sat within the stronghold of the Wicked pirate crew on the Isle of Gexing, nervously clutching the bloodied head of Wicked as he continued to address Carl. "I am Johann, and I have severed Wicked's head. I wonder how I might prove this to you?" Upon hearing Johann's anxious tone, Carl felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such swift action from him. Which island are you currently on?" Upon hearing the news, Carl's immediate instinct was to employ special means to assess his surroundings. Unfortunately, he had yet to acquire a skill with such capabilities. Thus, he felt an urgent need for a unique ability that would allow him to monitor the environment of others. "It is located on the auspicious Star Island, not far from Rocktown," he was informed. "The direction is directly east of Rocktown. Please wait for me there. I will arrive shortly." After Johann conveyed the address, Carl ended the call. He turned his gaze once more toward the direction in which the enchanting woman had departed. But she was already long gone from sight. A mischievous grin played upon Carl's face, as if hinting at some secret. "Mom, look at that brother's strange smile." A youthful voice chimed in, belonging to a little girl who pointed at Carl's impish expression while speaking to her mother. "Don't look, dear, don't look," her mother implored, fully aware of such expressions. In an instant, she covered the child's eyes and hastily led her away from the scene. Carl's expression was immediately drawn back as he glanced at the mother and daughter departing not far away. A hint of awkwardness crept over him as he scratched his head and turned in another direction. Nonchalantly, he began to whistle as he strolled towards the white tiger. The Jishing Islands. Johann did not have to wait long. Within an hour after Carl hung up the phone, he arrived at the island. Utilizing his observation hotkey, he swiftly located Johann. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing the footsteps approaching outside, Johann emerged with a machete in his right hand and the head of Victor in his left. "Well done," he remarked. In recent days, Carl has not idly lingered in Rocktown. He has become well acquainted with the visage of Wicked and the appearance of his associates. Upon beholding Wicked's severed head, he applauded in admiration, never expecting the task to be accomplished so swiftly. "Thank you for your commendation, my lord," said Johann, recognizing the arrival of the enigmatic master accompanied by his pet white tiger. He promptly set aside his cleaver, kneeling respectfully on one knee and presenting the head to Carl. "Well done, you have fulfilled my trial," Carl declared. "Now, I shall convey to you my requirements." Carl sat upon the golden throne, gazing down at him, yet did not take it. Instead, he instructed Joran to set it aside. Carl found himself somewhat relishing the sensation of looking down upon others. "My lord, please proceed," he said, suppressing even the slightest hint of discontent, bowing his head and refraining from meeting Carl's gaze directly. "I require you to establish a genuine pirate hunter guild." "Certainly. I shall extend a measure of assistance," he replied. "Your task is to continuously expand it, and should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call upon me." Carl divided a large elixir into 10 portions, and then produced a complete elixir, presenting it before Johann on a tray formed by his golden light spell. "You shall temporarily assume the role of president of the Pirate Hunter Guild," he declared. "Consume this large one, and entrust the 10 smaller ones to your most trusted individuals for them to partake. The large elixir will bestow upon you the strength of a mid-ranking general." while the smaller ones will elevate an ordinary person to the physical prowess of a junior general. Carl observed the incredulous expression on Johan's face as he looked up. You may consume the larger one first. Johan understood that if this enigmatic figure intended to take his life, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Gritting his teeth, he promptly tossed the substantial pill into his mouth. With the same formula coursing through him, he felt a fiery sensation spreading within, leaving him no time to apologize to Carl as he hurried towards the shore. Lacking the formidable strength of Kree, he spent a full hour by the sea. I am grateful for your generous gift, my lord. I assure you, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon emerging from the water, Johan felt an invigorating power surging through him, joy radiating across his face, and he immediately knelt before Carl. Although you have acquired strength, I can reclaim it at any moment. I hope you refrain from making foolish decisions, or else, even in moments of extreme arrogance, Carl requires a firm reminder to prevent him from making grievous mistakes. Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill your commands diligently, Johan replied, fully aware that he was being subtly admonished. May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord? Johan's demeanor reflected his cautiousness. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Carl, Lucius D. Carl, captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates, Johan realized, startled. He had never anticipated that this enigmatic figure was the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Fortunately, he harbored no thoughts of treachery. Otherwise, with Carl's formidable strength, finding him would have been effortless. I pay my respects to you, Lord Carl, Johan said, his tone imbued with even greater reverence upon learning of his association with the captain of the Rocks Pirates. Although somewhat taken aback, his overall sentiment leaned more towards joy than fear. With this revelation, his safety was assured. From here on, we shall proceed in this manner. Carl has adopted certain systems from China and integrated them into his homeland. The Pirate Hunter Guild is composed of a president and 2 vice presidents, encompassing departments such as combat, reconnaissance, logistics, and law enforcement. The combat department consists of a minister, 2 deputy ministers, and ranks of gold, silver, and bronze, corresponding to the ability to hunt pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion, 100 million, and 1,000 belly, respectively. The reconnaissance department is tasked with gathering information on each pirate's strength, techniques, and characteristics, conducting a comprehensive assessment of their capabilities. The logistics department manages the resources of the entire guild and oversees the management of ships. The law enforcement department, on the other hand, focuses on monitoring corruption within the guild. 2 individuals on this small island diligently finalize the details of their strategies. In the evening, after Carl had settled in Logtown, he embarked on his next journey. At the first opportunity, Johan summoned his son, Yitia, from a friend and fed him a smaller version of a miraculous pill. He then hastily contacted surviving pirate hunters to advance towards Logtown, while he himself selected a base in the town, wishing to establish it there, as Logtown had granted him a chance for rebirth. Within a mere 3 days, the majority of the pirate hunters had arrived in Logtown, gathering in a grand estate. Johan gazed at the multitude before him. These individuals would form the inaugural foundation of the pirate hunters. Today, I wish to announce something, Johan declared, standing amidst the crowd, raising his hands to calm them into their seats. With the assistance of a benefactor, we have received support. Sado, K10 Aikir, Fujita Kaku, please step forward. He called forth the 9 individuals with the most formidable abilities among them. The secret lies within this pill. You must swallow it. Is this for real? One questioned. What can a single pill possibly do? Another added, expressing skepticism. You're not leading me on a wild goose chase, are you? Sado was the first to voice doubt, perceiving the pill as a mere insignificant orb with no potential. The others exchanged glances, hesitating to be the first to ingest it. Rest assured, the secret resides within this pill, Johan urged, undeterred by their reluctance, encouraging them to partake. After all, he too was unaware of the immense power contained within that small capsule until he had ingested it himself. I'll go first. I fear nothing, declared Abato, stepping forward. Towering at 3.5 meters, he was a formidable figure unbothered by the prospect of a mere pill affecting him. After swallowing it, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Due to its small size, the potency was not as overwhelming as that of a larger pill. Although he felt a surge of heat within his body, it was not yet at a level that necessitated cooling down with cold water. The others, observing Abato's reaction, immediately suspected poison and cast furious glances at Johan. Impressive. Just as the crowd was about to voice their inquiries, Abato swung his fist in place. A gust of wind from his punch drew the attention of the onlookers, who realized that Abato did not possess such formidable strength on his own. Hence, the secret lay within the small pill before them. All eyes were fixated on the pill. In the next moment, several individuals exchanged glances and promptly swallowed it. So this is the source of power. What a remarkable item. Yahan, will there be more of this in the future? Unlike the other more intellectually inclined warriors, Chiram Masato was the first to comprehend that this pill might be obtained in greater quantities, given the apparent potential for mass production. Certainly. But it requires the completion of the task assigned by that esteemed individual to earn such rewards. Yahan, noticing that they had begun to grasp the power they were about to wield, conveyed Carl's intentions to them. Soon thereafter, the group engaged in a discussion regarding the organizational structure of the Pirate Hunter Guild. Chiram Masato and Abato were appointed as the vice presidents of the guild, while the other 7 proclaimed themselves as the 7 warriors. Behind Carl stretches an expansive sea, with the sun hanging high in the sky. The weather today is splendid, devoid of any clouds. Where is this place? It matters not. I shall explore it first. Carl had no desire to visit the predetermined island. He merely yearned to embrace the thrill of adventure. Thus, he aimlessly soared through the night sky. In the distance, he spotted an island and hastily descended towards it. Carl descended upon a deserted shore. "White Tiger, I must trouble you to remain here for a while," he said. "Of course. If your shrinking technique allows you to diminish further, you may join me inside," he added. Upon hearing this, White Tiger took 2 steps back. A look of vehement refusal etched upon its face as it vigorously shook its head, unwilling to endure that most uncomfortable sensation, sticking out its tongue. It wore an expression of profound discontent, lamenting that had it foreseen this, it would never have accompanied him. "Ha ha," Carl chuckled. "Then it seems you shall have to endure this weight. I shall take my leave now." During Carl's time at sea, he gradually rediscovered a childlike essence within himself. This leisurely period was an experience he had never encountered before. Free from the burdens of employment and worries, he indulged in activities of his choosing, reveling in a state of pure bliss. Moreover, the Titan's gift not only enhanced his physical prowess, but also extended his lifespan to an impressive 300 years. Thus, he found himself with ample time to savor tranquility, and each reflection upon this brought him immense joy. At the harbor, a robust sailor was diligently transporting goods. 15 Baileys per pound for freshly caught sea fish, just brought in today, shouted one vendor. Fruit for sale at bargain prices, called another. Your clothes are far too expensive. I can find much cheaper elsewhere, remarked a passerby. As he entered the town, the cacophony of hawkers and haggling surrounded him, prompting him to gently close his eyes. The sounds evoked memories reminiscent of China, causing a tear to well in the corner of his eye. "System, can I return?" He pondered, yearning to know if there remained a glimmer of hope for his return. Host may choose to return to Blue Star upon completion of the ultimate task. Is there an ultimate task? Why have I not seen it? Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Carl's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed the shocking news, which caused a flicker of emotion across his face. He never anticipated the possibility of returning to the ancient East. Despite having a mother at home who incessantly urged him to marry, this did not diminish his yearning for his homeland. "What is the ultimate mission?" he inquired eagerly, desperate to understand what tasks he must complete to return to China and be reunited with his parents. "The host will unlock the ultimate mission upon completing the 3rd main quest. But I am only on the 1st main quest, and I have yet to tackle the 2nd. He exclaimed. "Well, at least there is hope. I shall strive for this goal from now on." A radiant smile adorned Carl's face. Initially, he merely sought a semblance of survival in the pirate world. However, as the system reshaped his aspirations, he yearned to alter the course of destiny, striving for a more prosperous existence. Following the enlightenment bestowed by Admiral Snow Lion, he envisioned liberating the entire pirate realm, allowing them to experience the vibrant tide of red. Now, upon hearing the promising news of a return to his homeland, he was eager to expedite the completion of all his tasks, thus paving the way for his homecoming. "Let us hasten our pace. I can surmise the ultimate task. It is most likely to defeat him. In that case, I must apologize. I cannot wait for you to set sail, Luffy." Carl is now brimming with confidence. He believes that with the assistance of the national comic system, he is capable of overthrowing him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please tell me where this place is?" After sorting out his thoughts, Carl encountered an elderly fruit vendor by the roadside. "Ah, young man," the old man greeted him. "Welcome to the kingdom of Goya. Is this your first visit?" His expression was warm, as many newcomers had graced the kingdom of Goya. Ha ha ha, indeed it is, good sir. This is my inaugural journey to this land. Might I inquire if you have heard of Windmill Village? Carl was taken aback to find himself in the kingdom of Goyath, and he instantly developed a keen interest in the Windmill Village. He wished to witness the place where Luffy resided, as it could be deemed a nostalgic journey. If you purchase some of my fruit, I shall divulge the information you seek. Carl observed the old gentleman's expression, which seemed to convey a sense of shrewdness, and decided to purchase some apples. Crisp. Is this satisfactory for you now, old man? Carl picked up an apple and took a bite, tossing some gold coins onto the fruit stand. The old man immediately broke into a broad smile, collecting the coins while pointing in a certain direction. The Windmill Village is located in the kingdom of Goya, near the terminal station. It should be over that way. Oh, is that so? Thank you, kind sir. Carl turned his head to glance in the direction indicated by the old man, mentally noting it down. After bidding farewell to the elder, he began to meander aimlessly through the town near the port. Everything seems so monotonous. There is nothing of interest to explore, he remarked. All right, let us first take a look at the final destination, he suggested. Carl discovered that the towns in the pirate world are remarkably similar. Upon further exploration, one can uncover numerous resemblances. If one wishes to truly experience adventure, it may be necessary to journey to some extraordinary islands, such as Mechanism Island or Sky Island. This is mine. Pa, this certainly does not belong to you. You little brat, put that down. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Carl stood by a grand tree, observing several adults bully a teenager at the bus station. In that case, do not blame my companions for being ruthless, he remarked. Strike him. The leading adult was the first to kick the boy to the ground, and soon, the others joined in the assault. However, despite their relentless blows, the boy clutched a metal box tightly to his chest. You are worthless. Even your father has abandoned you. What use is that broken box to you? You might as well give it to me. The foremost adult yanked the boy's hair, pulling him upright. The boy remained silent, curling into a ball, fiercely holding on to the last gift his mother had bestowed upon him. Go. Just as the adult reached out to seize the metal box, a sudden cry echoed. A tiger. Run. Quickly flee. The group scrambled away in a panic, with the leader pushing the boy to the ground and racing ahead of the others. Why you? Don't come any closer. I'm not appetizing at all. I'm quite foul. The boy, now too weak to stand, watched as a white tiger approached him step by step. His face turned pale, and his body trembled as he crawled away in the opposite direction, desperate to escape. Though he knew it might be futile, it offered him a semblance of comfort. What is your name? The boy's movements froze. He thought the tiger was speaking to him and turned to look in the direction of the voice. To his astonishment, the enormous tiger was lying down, allowing a stranger to stroke its fur. Relief washed over him, realizing that this man must be his savior. He sat up, clutching the box against his chest, and whispered, My name is Spiro, Lake Spira. Upon uttering his name, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he suddenly fainted, slipping into a state of shock. Spiro. What a coincidence. I also know a Captain Spiro, the man mused. But why must I look after a child again? He sighed. Oh well, I suppose I should lend a hand. Upon discovering his opportunity to return to Blue Star, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation. He understood that he could not carry the harsh ideologies of the pirate world back with him. Thus he needed to adopt a more balanced demeanor. If he grew accustomed to indifference and viewed lives as insignificant, he would surely regret it for a lifetime upon returning to Blue Star should he err. That evening, by the river, Carl constructed a wooden cabin from the trees. He sat at the entrance, grilling a massive tuna. The white tiger lay beside him, savoring the aroma of the roasted fish, drooling profusely. Where am I? What happened to my box? In the evening, upon awakening, Lexipolo's immediate thought was to seek out the box left to him by his mother. Hearing a faint, wry chuckle from Carl within, he was subsequently directed to a nearby table. Do not worry, little one, the box is right beside you. Carl sighed with a hint of resignation. He had thought he had left behind the responsibilities of child care, yet upon arriving in Donghai, he found himself back in that familiar role. Nonetheless, he must not allow himself to lose this innocence. He merely needed to hasten his pace a little. Where is your father? Why does he not look after you? Lex Spiro, noticing the box on the table, first cradled it in his arms, then surveyed the newly constructed wooden cabin. Upon hearing Carl's inquiry, he slowly seated himself on the bed. His mother hailed from a modest noble family. Blessed with remarkable beauty, she captured his father's affection. However, this incited the ire of his stepmother, who resorted to nefarious means that led to his mother's untimely demise and subsequently cast him out of their home. The tragic fate of his mother also resulted in his father's indifference toward him. Recently, he had been expelled by his stepmother, who, unwilling to let him go so easily, enlisted various individuals to humiliate him daily. This explains why he clutched a rather precious box. Those individuals refrained from inflicting further harm upon him. Spiro, let me impart a lesson to you. Carl turned around at the doorway to glance at him. With a serious expression he spoke. True power does not inherently belong to those who are naturally stronger, more agile, or more intelligent. No. It belongs solely to those who are willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. Carl gazed at Spiro's contorted visage and continued. I have unlocked your mother's chest. Within it lies a devil fruit. Consume it, and you shall possess the means to exact your revenge. Or do you prefer to languish in this state, devoid of the desire to avenge your mother? Carl's words were laden with temptation as he sought to entice the child, igniting within him a fervor and indignation. In truth, the box contained merely some trinkets. The devil fruit, a paramecia-type rain fruit, had been hidden within. Upon hearing Carl's remarks, Spiro slowly lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a fruit adorned with enigmatic patterns. His expression wavered with uncertainty. Yet it seemed he had reached a resolution. Seizing the fruit, he took a substantial bite. Ugh, he gasped. If you regurgitate it, the effects will fade. At this admonition, Spiro quickly covered his mouth, tears of anguish welling in his eyes. After swallowing that piece, his demeanor transformed into one of ferocity. Recalling the recent tribulations he had endured, he hastily consumed the entirety of the devil fruit. Savor the power of this fruit. It shall become your greatest ally in the days to come. Carl had experienced a myriad of encounters while on Blue Star. In his view, the paramecia-type devil fruits within the world of One Piece, if fully developed, would culminate in abilities of a rule-level caliber, with the distinction lying solely in the proficiency of their application. He firmly believed that in the realm of One Piece, every paramecia-type devil fruit, when fully realized, possesses the potential for rule-level abilities. The only variable is the skill of its user. After all, there exists only the weakest of users, not the most ineffectual of devil fruits, a theorem he held to be true. Here, take this and consume it, he said. Carl hurled the 110 Shaolin elixir towards Spiro. True power lies solely in that which one can completely command. If you seek vengeance, I offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing Carl's words, Spiro swiftly placed the pill into his mouth. Thank you, my lord. I beseech you, grant me the chance to attend to a personal matter. Afterward, I shall gladly remain by your side. Spiro felt an inexhaustible surge of strength within him, realizing that this was the opportunity bestowed upon him by Carl. He promptly knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Carl. Your time is limited. I hope to see you before the dawn of tomorrow. Rest assured, my lord Carl. Carl gazed at the receding figure of Spiro. It could be regarded as a trial he had set for him. He sought to ascertain whether Spiro possessed the requisite ruthlessness, for his subordinates should not be burdened with indecisiveness. By who? Keep an eye on him, he commanded. As long as he remains alive. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Owu. By who nodded in agreement, striding lightly to follow Spiro. I wonder what kind of seed this will grow into. Bang. Ah. Boom. Upon arriving at his former abode, Spiro witnessed two servants being forcefully thrust into the house. Master Leek, Madame Tana, one of the servants, after being knocked to the ground, hastily rose and dashed inside. You ungrateful wretch, what do you intend to do? Leek Hortus exclaimed as he rushed out upon hearing the commotion, only to find Spiro standing at the entrance, arms crossed, looking down upon them with disdain. You are unworthy to be my father. I have come today to reclaim my mother's belongings, and to eliminate that wretched woman. Spiro pointed at Madame Tana, his voice rising in fury. Humph, you seem rather full of yourself, she retorted. The butler is in your hands. Hortus glanced at the butler beside him. Well aware of the latter's formidable prowess, ordinary pirates posed no challenge to him, and a mere 13-year-old boy would surely be no exception. Understood, my lord. Young master, wouldn't it be better to live quietly outside? Why must you return and provoke the master? A hint of cruelty crept onto Kelly's face, for he had once been a pirate himself. The butler, Kelly, was said to have been rescued by Leek Hortus after failing to conquer the New World, subsequently taking up the role of butler within the Leek family. Stamp. Kelly struck first, launching himself towards Spiro with a powerful push from his left foot. Although Spiro was untrained in martial arts, his keen eyesight allowed him to keep pace with Kelly's speed. Smack. Spiro extended his right fist, and the two fists collided with a resounding impact. How do you possess such strength? Kelly gazed at Spiro in terror. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet Spiro had acquired such formidable power. Had he consumed a devil fruit? Why was such fortune not bestowed upon him? Kelly's expression shifted to one of ferocity. Slash! He drew a short sword from his waist, executing a horizontal arc aimed at Spiro's throat. Swish! Drip! Drip! Spiro extended his left hand, grasping the incoming dagger above his right hand, resulting in a deep gash that bled profusely. Feeling the sharp pain in his left hand, he retaliated by delivering a kick that sent Kelly flying. Bang! Boom! Cry's figure was abruptly propelled back into the interior of the house. You wouldn't dare commit matricide, would you? Lycodes observed that the butler, Cry, could not halt them. Although perplexed and uncertain about the unfolding events surrounding Spiro, he resolutely refused to allow Spiro to take the life of Tana Jones. Humph! Where were you when she murdered my mother? Why did you not stand up for me when she cast me out of our home? You let her play the virtuous one. Hearing his father utter such words, Spiro felt an overwhelming sense of injustice for his mother. Armed with a dagger, he advanced upon Tana Jones. Please, no. Don't kill me. It is that wretched woman who deserves to die. She stole my love. In Tana Jones's eyes, it was Spiro's mother who seduced Lycodes, leading him to neglect her in favor of Spiro's mother. Paralyzed in fear, she collapsed to the ground. Watching with dread as Spiro approached her, dagger in hand, each step amplifying her terror. Regardless, you are still responsible for my mother's death. As her son, I must exact revenge for her. Though Spiro's face reflected a hint of reluctance, memories of his deceased mother compelled him to press the dagger to Jones's throat. Do not kill her. She is, after all, your stepmother. Your mother's belongings are still in the room, untouched. Go retrieve them. Lycodes knelt before him, tears streaming down his face, hands grasping the dagger. Yes, I must take my mother away. Instantly, Spiro recalled the joyous moments shared with her. Suddenly, he was struck with disbelief as he glanced at Lycodes' right hand. With a malevolent glare, Lycodes gripped a dagger that pierced through Spiro's body. In a fit of rage, Spiro retaliated, delivering a punch that sent Lycodes sprawling to the ground. Ugh! Spiro felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, clutching the wound with his left hand as he staggered backward. As he sensed the warmth of blood steadily draining from his body, he slowly raised his right hand, now drenched in crimson. Upon lifting his gaze once more, his eyes were ablaze with fury as the sky began to weep. Despite having attained the rank of a major general, the penetrating injury remained perilously lethal. Ripping, he tore his clothing, binding the wound tightly, yet blood continued to seep through, its volume dwindling. Agony. After tying the fabric into a knot, he let out a fierce roar, gazing at the two entwined figures. You have stabbed me. Our father-son bond is severed. I will end her life today, and none shall save her. He stumbled toward Tana's side. If you kill her, then take me with her. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Tana, her hair cascading wildly, exclaimed, I want you to survive in pain. Sparlow thrust a knife towards Tana's throat, blood gushing forth along the blade. Upon witnessing Tana's plight, Hades wept uncontrollably as he held her in his arms. With a clang, Sparlow discarded the dagger onto the ground and slowly approached his mother's room. There was little to tidy up in his mother's chamber, for Tana had already organized her belongings, intending to dispose of them that very day. From this day forth, we shall have no more ties, Sparlow declared. He did not slay his father, but instead, clutching his mother's relics, stepped out of the estate, leaving behind Hades, whose face was etched with remorse. Oh woo. Oh woo. The white tiger swiftly returned to inform Carl of the events that had transpired. Though he grasped the general situation, he realized that Sparlow was not heading in their direction, but rather towards another path. It seemed he understood that his life might soon be forfeit, seeking a place to conclude his remaining days. Carl immediately stood up. That won't do. I have given him the devil fruit and the Shaolin Great Pill. If he dies, it would be a wasted investment. Come, take me there. Carl gently leaped onto the back of the white tiger, which immediately raced toward the direction of Spiro, in a grove to the right of the estate. Spiro had excavated a pit deep within the woods, where he interred his mother's belongings. By the time Carl arrived, he had already covered the grave with earth. He had left no marker on the mound, fearing that someone might disturb his mother's south resting place. So, have you settled matters at home? Spiro turned his head to see the mysterious young man who had assisted him. I apologize, my lord. If circumstances allowed, I would wish to remain by your side, but I fear I may no longer be of assistance to you. Spiro's face was devoid of color, his garments completely soaked in blood, and his breath was faint. Do not worry, you will not perish. Just remember what you said. As he stepped closer, Carl discovered that Spiro had succumbed to unconsciousness. Unperturbed, he extracted a small shard of a rejuvenating pill from his hand. It seems almost wasteful to offer this to you, do you realize? Although Carl expressed such sentiments, he still fed him the fragments. Subsequently, he led him to the cabin that had been established at the terminus. It is still a bit early, he remarked. Carl's arrival at the East Sea was driven by his desire to connect with individuals linked to the original narrative in order to strategically position his pawns. Lacking the ability to make significant strides in this area, he decided to establish several factions to aid in the gathering of information, intending to return when key figures emerged. The East Sea already boasted a mafia and a bounty hunter guild. It would be intriguing to observe their subsequent developments. I'm not dead. Thank you, my lord. Early the next morning, Spilo awoke to the realization that he was still alive. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Carl. From now on, simply call me Carl. Weren't you the one who vowed to stay by my side? Rise, we must depart. Carl observed his rosy complexion and understood that even a mere fragment of the original Yuan Dan should not be underestimated. Very well, Lord Carl. Having realized that there remained some time before the characters related to the original plot would appear, he decided not to squander more time in the Four Seas. Accompanied by Spyro, he first wandered through the East Sea, where they encountered the renowned gunslinger, Davis. Subsequently, they assisted the Bartolomeo family in eliminating several underground mafia factions in the East Sea, effectively curtailing the mafia's influence throughout the region. Although the Bartolomeo family was still relatively weak, they had nearly eradicated the underground mafia in the East Sea, suggesting that the family's future development would likely encounter minimal obstacles. Seizing this opportunity, he recruited several loyal subordinates, and on a merchant vessel, he met the navigator, Thompson, who aspired to venture to the Grand Line. Given that the East Sea was devoid of formidable pirates, and with the mafia nearly obliterated by Carl, Thompson's dreams of reaching the Grand Line seemed far-fetched. Nevertheless, after Carl's persuasive efforts, Thompson readily agreed without much hesitation. To the astonishment of his companions, they soared across the doldrums and arrived in the South Sea. In the South Sea, Carl established another mafia faction, alongside a killer organization dubbed Heavenly Net. Most of the members of this assassin group were individuals he had rescued from slave ships in the South Sea, and he was joined by the delightful ship's doctor, Jennifer. While he relentlessly targeted the slave ships, panic gripped the crews across the South Sea, and even Carl faced numerous pursuits by the Navy. However, revealing his true strength would attract the attention of the Navy's headquarters. Thus he opted to flee rather than engage in direct confrontation. Each faction left behind a complete Greater Recovery Dan and 10 smaller recovery pills, with the Greater Recovery Dan divided into 10 portions. Upon reaching the West Sea, he founded a prestigious trading guild, aptly named the Celestial Commerce, symbolizing boundless financial prowess. Through substantial expenditure, he procured herbal compendiums and recipes for essential materials like steel and cement from the system, which he entrusted to the Celestial Commerce. He also supported another mafia faction, fortuitously named the Capone family. Indeed, this was the family of Capone Beach, one of the 11 supernovas at the outset of the original tale. The system recognized the Capone family as his subordinates, altering the course of the pirate world side events and rewarding him with 2,000 points, though not a substantial amount. It was a welcome recovery. In the North Sea, he forcefully consolidated several factions and established an arms trafficking team, the Treasured Arsenal, to facilitate connections with the Celestial Commerce, employing the same formulas and supporting a local mafia faction. However, the overwhelming influence of the mafia in the North Sea prevented him from completely purging it, and it remains uncertain whether this criminal syndicate can endure. Each faction has devised a unique style of martial arts, enhancing their strength while also ensuring that they are not perceived as a singular school or organization. During his travels across the seas, he recruited a number of capable crew members and imparted to them the techniques of armament hockey and observation hockey. He also provided specialized instruction on the utilization and developmental direction of Sparrow's rain fruit, including techniques such as augmenting gravity for each raindrop, increasing speed, and creating defensive rain sheets. Moreover, he introduced a corrosive attribute, which sparked a new idea during his passage through Fervance, incorporating heavy metals like uranium or plutonium into the raindrops, although he regrettably had not found any complete specimens. Nonetheless, this represents a promising avenue for development, and he intends for Sparrow to focus on gathering more information in this regard. In the blink of an eye, 8 months slipped by, and due to the recruitment of capable crew members, aside from Sparrow who had yet to grasp armament hockey, The others had successfully mastered both armament and observation hockey, with the remaining task being the enhancement of their proficiency. Regrettably, their abilities could not be unleashed to their full potential across the four seas, as doing so would attract the attention of the Navy headquarters, leaving them with no suitable place to practice. At this pivotal moment, Charlotte Lingling contacted him, announcing that his child was due to be born in less than a month. Thus, he hurriedly resolved matters in the North Sea and swiftly set sail for Hive Island in the New World, accompanied by the 9 crew members he had recruited. He was determined not to miss the momentous occasion of his child's birth. A colossal ship glided steadily towards Reverse Mountain. "The captain has arrived at Reverse Mountain," announced a small giant named Nodi, standing over 4 meters tall and known as Little Titan, whom he had encountered on a deserted island in the West Sea. Legend has it that he was banished from his homeland for overeating, leading him to survive on this island for a time. Nodi had not consumed a devil fruit, yet his immense strength was comparable to that of an ordinary vice admiral. "Is this Reverse Mountain? It's truly magnificent," exclaimed Hunter, the ship's helmsman from the North Sea, who had never before witnessed the grandeur of Reverse Mountain. "Humph, country bumpkin," scoffed Swordsman Brown, who had traveled the first half of the New World with his master and had seen Reverse Mountain on more than one occasion. However, since boarding the ship, he had been at odds with Hunter, the two constantly finding themselves in disagreement and easily igniting quarrels over trivial matters. "Who are you talking about?" Hunter retorted, glaring at Brown in anger. "I'm referring to whoever reacts so strongly," Brown replied. "You're the real simpleton," Hunter shot back, casting a disdainful glance at Brown, which only fueled Hunter's ire further. With a mere cold snort, he now needed to steer the vessel's course, ensuring it did not collide with the upside-down mountain. "Wait for me to be free," he remarked. "Humph, who is afraid? Come at me now if you dare," was the retort. "Everyone, please cease the bickering." The ship's doctor, Jennifer, hurriedly emerged to mediate. This petite beauty, standing at merely 5 feet tall, exuded a gentle charm, endearing herself as the beloved figure aboard the ship. "Indeed. Let's not squabble. Focus on the path ahead. I have no idea how to ascend. Do not worry. If we proceed further, there is a guiding light." Where the river flows upwards, came the assurance. "By following the flow towards Shanghai, we shall reach the Grand Line." This information had long been comprehended by Thompson, the navigator, who was well aware that they would eventually arrive at the Grand Line, thus he was acutely familiar with the route leading there. "Is it truly remarkable that a river can flow upwards?" "Oh, I see. That brings me comfort." The individual in question, Carl, had found Nicole Fields in West Sea O'Hara, and through her surname, he sensed a connection to Nicole Robin. Her strength barely reached the level of a vice admiral, prompting him to enlist her aboard. Alongside her were Johnson, donning a chef's hat, and the sharpshooter Davis from the East Sea, complemented by Spiro and the entire crew, totaling 10 individuals and a white tiger. Let us first head to Sky Island. He had little desire to explore the first half of the Grand Line, and time was limited. Thus he chose to visit Sky Island first, hoping to ascertain whether the Thunderfruit was present. If it was, he would seize it. If not, it could serve as a backup base. Then we shall make a beeline for the New World's Hive Island. Sky Island. Is it truly a floating island in the sky? That sounds incredible. Thompson's aspiration for venturing into the sea was to witness the splendor of various islands. This was his dream. But we can't fly. How do we ascend? Hunter, gripping the helm with his right hand while scratching his head with his left, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Exactly. We do not even know where Sky Island is," someone echoed. "I have not heard of it either," Brown noted. Despite having traversed many islands in the first half of the Grand Line with his mentor, he had never come across the mention of Sky Island. "Let us first reach Gyre Island. Once we arrive, I will instruct you on how to ascend." Carl wished to ascend directly at the appointed time. "I see it. I see it," he exclaimed. "Is this the soaring ocean current?" For Jennifer, it was her first encounter with a river flowing upwards. Although she had heard others speak of it, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. "All right, let us advance straight ahead." "Indeed, let us charge forth." After traversing the treacherous terrain of Upside Down Mountain, Carl and his companions advanced several dozen nautical miles to a distinctive meteorological region in the first half of the Grand Route. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, with rain cascading down the steps into the ship's cabin. The crew swiftly retrieved their tools, diligently scooping the rainwater from the cabin and casting it overboard, one bucket at a time. After more than an hour of tireless effort, the weather began to clear. However, just as their spirits lifted, the scorching sunlight rendered them slightly dehydrated. Fortunately, The recently collected rainwater remained uncontaminated, serving as a viable source of fresh water. Just when concerns about dwindling freshwater supplies began to mount, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, and a colossal whirlpool emerged on the surface of the sea. The crew hastily maneuvered the vessel to evade this natural calamity. Upon successfully navigating away from the perilous area, snowflakes began to dance through the air. The crew hurried back to the cabin to don warm garments. As anticipated, moments later, a flurry of heavy snow descended. Within just 10 minutes, the accumulation atop the cabin reached a height equivalent to that of a person. The crew once again seized their tools to clear the snow from the ship, ensuring it would not succumb to the weight of the snowfall. Ultimately, hail began to pelt down from the sky, prompting each individual to employ their own methods to shatter the ice pellets. After enduring a relentless series of harsh weather trials, only Carl emerged unscathed. While the others lay exhausted on the deck, Jennifer promptly produced ginger soup to ward off the chill. As they finally departed from the capricious waters, the sky transformed into a clear expanse. Following a brief respite, the crew gradually regained their strength. Carl swiftly indicated their first destination. Let us proceed directly to Gaia Island. Carl had long acquired the eternal pointer of Gaia Island. After Thompson took hold of the pointer, he guided Hunter towards their destination. While Noddy and Fields were engaged in training nearby, the others had resorted to playing mahjong on the deck to alleviate the tedium of their prolonged maritime journey. Is this Gaia Island? Thompson pondered as he observed the eternal pointer in his hand, swaying it gently. The needle resolutely pointed towards the island ahead. Captain, we have arrived at Gaia Island, Thompson, the crew member, proclaimed with a loud voice. Have we truly arrived? Carl sat leisurely in his chair, and upon hearing Thompson's words, he unleashed his distinctive observation hockey, attuning himself to the sky. Hunter, adjust the course, veer left by 20 nautical miles. Carl issued the command. Understood, Captain. Hunter promptly adjusted the course. Captain, are we not disembarking on the island? Someone inquired with curiosity. Certainly not. Today, I shall show you something exhilarating. Carl smiled mysteriously. Soon, the vessel sailed toward its designated location. Carl pressed a button beside his seat, revealing that he had not been idle during this time. Over the past 8 months, he had acquired the method for crafting the Mo family's mechanical beast from the esteemed Chin's moon as a reward. This vessel had been modified to possess the ability of flight. With the aid of his golden light spell, the ship ascended effortlessly into the skies. Creak, creak. The vessel emitted an unusual sound. Wow, what is that? Someone exclaimed. So cool. Fields excitedly rushed over to observe closely. Hee hee, this is the masterpiece of our captain. The wings of flight, Hunter proudly declared, being the only one privy to the ship's flying capabilities, having participated in its construction alongside Carl. All right, everyone hold on tight, Carl shouted. Carl gently pressed the button aboard the vessel, and the golden incantation immediately radiated a dazzling light, enveloping the ship's wings and bestowing upon it the gift of flight. This golden incantation had been imparted to others, yet aside from Noddy and Fields, who had grasped its essence to some extent, the rest showed little interest and could not retain the precise method of its execution, perhaps due to their lesser talents. Nevertheless, after several months of diligent practice, they managed to conjure some semblance of the spell, thus enhancing their defensive capabilities. As the wings flapped, the ship gradually ascended from the surface of the water, soaring into the sky. Jennifer, gripped by a fear of heights, collapsed onto the deck. This simply won't do. Jennifer, Johnson remarked, approaching to assist her. Ha, you're afraid of heights, Fields exclaimed, striding over and lifting her up. Once elevated, Jennifer could see the ocean's surface receding into the distance, her complexion paling as she squirmed, attempting to leap from Fields' grasp. Enough, Fields. Davis, the eldest and most composed among them, interjected. Don't frighten our ship's doctor. If you scare her now, you'll have to tend to yourself when you follow later. Upon hearing this, Fields promptly set Jennifer down. Oh, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I was merely teasing, he quickly explained. Jennifer, unimpressed, shot him a glare, pouting slightly before turning towards the cabin, reasoning that if heights frightened her, she need only avoid looking. What are we to do now? Fields felt somewhat helpless, while Brown doused him with cold water. Now you're in a predicament. Aren't you? Brown remarked coolly. Why are you everywhere? Fields retorted with displeasure. All right, everyone, pay attention. We are about to arrive at the Sky Island. A magnificent island, cradled by white clouds, revealed itself, adorned with layers of rainbows that blossomed upon its surface, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. There truly is a Sky Island. The crew exclaimed in wonder, as if they had uncovered a hidden gem. I never imagined an island in the sky could be so beautiful. They gazed at the enchanting scenery, as if immersed in a fantastical dreamscape. I'll take some photographs to capture this splendid moment in our lives, Jennifer exclaimed excitedly. Her camera poised to seize the joyous instances. Smile, she encouraged, capturing every grin. Click. Each photograph emerged like an eternal tapestry of happiness. With a thud, the vessel docked securely at the island's edge. Carl turned to the group, seemingly inquiring, who will remain to watch over the ship? I'll stay. Davis replied without hesitation, accepting the responsibility. Although he longed to explore the Sky Island, he understood that someone must remain steadfast on the vessel. Rest assured, Uncle Davis. I shall bring you back treasures. Jennifer smiled reassuringly at him. Then be sure to bring plenty, Davis said, gently stroking Jennifer's head with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I will be waiting for your good news aboard the ship. He waved farewell to everyone, his gaze filled with trust. Very well, let us set off. Carl led the group into the heart of the island, their steps infused with anticipation. As they disembarked, a slight discomfort enveloped them, revealing the thinness of the air. After Carl's explanation, they took a moment to recuperate before proceeding towards the town. Halt. Suddenly, two native inhabitants of the Sky Island, adorned with small wings, emerged from the jungle, mistaking this gathering for an enemy incursion. See people? They questioned, regarding the eclectic assembly before them with suspicion. Take me to see Gonfor. Carl directly put forth his request. It is impossible. How could we allow you to meet the divine so casually? One of the youths resolutely declined. What is your purpose in seeking an audience with the deity? Another middle-aged man, more composed, sought to comprehend the intentions of the visitors. I apologize, but my time is limited. Carl's gaze suddenly sharpened, an invisible pressure permeating the air. His purpose for arriving at the Sky Island was akin to seeking twinkling stars in the dark of night. He intended to utilize the island as a concealed backup base while also embarking on a comprehensive search for the Thunderfruit. Naturally, he had no time to squander with the two of them. The most efficient course of action was to locate Gonfu directly. The two were ensnared by Carl's piercing gaze. Reminiscent of prey under the watchful eye of a cheetah, their bodies trembling as if under the natural oppressive aura of a superior. They were acutely aware that this man before them was undoubtedly a formidable force, one they could not withstand. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down as he summoned his courage. Please, follow me, he implored. The young Sky Islander, perplexed, whispered to the captain. Is it truly wise to take them along? Silence. The youth was bewildered, yet the captain surely comprehended the gravity of the situation. The presence of this individual exuded an aura they could not contend with, rendering them powerless. The two proceeded to leap through the thicket, forging ahead. Carl and his companions trailed behind. After a few minutes, under the guidance of two inhabitants of the Sky Island, Carl arrived at a colossal vine. The abode of the divine resides atop this. How do you intend to ascend? The middle-aged Sky Islander regarded the assembled individuals, varying in stature and including a woman, with skepticism, doubting that all present possessed strength. You need not concern yourselves with us. Simply lead the way, Carl replied. With a swish, the middle-aged captain, upon hearing Carl's words, ceased his inquiries and turned, gliding upwards on his skateboard alongside the young Sky Islander. Thud, thud. The two heard sounds from below and looked down, witnessing several individuals gracefully treading the air, even outpacing their ascent. Cold sweat trickled down their brows. They had not anticipated that all those below could fly. They refrained from any furtive movements, yet their pace seemed to quicken slightly. Before long, they arrived at the divine palace of Gonfuer. The area of the divine sanctuary was quite modest, comparable to the space enclosed by a university's 400-meter track, bordered by wooden railings, with a 3-story loft at its core. Stop. Who are they? Upon their arrival, they encountered the guardians of the divine sanctuary. The middle-aged captain addressed the guards. These are the people from Qinghai. They claim they wish to meet the deity. People from Qinghai, please wait. I shall report this. Just as he was about to turn and inform the divine presence, Carl's calm voice resonated from behind. There is no need for that. Since we have already arrived, I shall enter on my own. Impudent. This is the realm of the divine. You cannot simply intrude as you please. Buzz. A flash of crimson light flickered in Carl's eyes, causing the two guides and the guard to collapse onto the ground. Though this is not my first experience, each sensation compels one to submit, he remarked. This is the conqueror's haki, a gift bestowed upon but one in a million. Nodi's gaze glimmered with envy, and the others nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. Now, let us encounter this divine being, Gamble declared as he descended from the loft upon hearing the clamor outside. However, as he stepped out, he was met with the sight of 3 Sky Islanders sprawled on the ground, alongside several unfamiliar individuals. "Are you from the Blue Sea?" he inquired. "What have you done to them?" Gamble's words immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Over the years, Blue Sea individuals had frequently been swept up to the Sky Island near Gaia, so he was not surprised. Yet, those he had encountered were typically of feeble strength. Thus, Gamble had not offered them the heat of an octopus but had instead forced them into arduous labor, effectively making them slaves. Even now, a small number of Blue Sea inhabitants lived on the Sky Island. "You are Gamble," one of them remarked. At this point in time, Gamble was relatively young, lacking the white hair described in the original narrative. Feeling slighted by the young man's silence, Gamble's anger surged, and he shouted, "You still have not answered my question. What have you done to them?" "I am not accustomed to your manner of speech," the young man replied. "They are unharmed, merely unconscious. I wish to discuss other matters with you." In an instant, Carl stood before Ganfur, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Ganfur's eyes widened in terror, his face marred by bulging veins as he struggled desperately, his hands gripping Carl's right hand with all his might. The rulers of the pirate world, it seems, possess no semblance of virtue. If one is powerful, everyone reveals their benevolent side. Yet, if one is weak, they will endure the full brunt of human malice. After all, this piece of land in Skypea was seized by Ganfur and his ilk. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Just as he appeared on the brink of collapse, Carl hurled him to the ground. Thud. "Shall we engage in a proper conversation now?" Carl released his right hand, while Ganfu's complexion turned ashen. He clutched his neck with both hands, utterly bereft of the earlier bravado, and sat helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. Ganfu's expression stiffened as he first cast a glance at the 3 fallen compatriots before surveying Carl and his entourage. "Follow me," he said. Having just experienced the chilling specter of death, he now felt like a mere lamb to the slaughter. Throughout this ordeal, Thompson and his companions perceived nothing amiss. For this world is inherently predatory, especially among the powerful. The group followed Ganfu into the hall, where they found some chairs to settle upon. "I have 2 matters to discuss," he began. "First, I require you to unify all the Sky Islands and acknowledge me as your sovereign. Second, upon unification, you must assist me in gathering all the fruits adorned with mysterious patterns from this island. By the way, you may now refer to me as Carl." After Carl finished speaking, he gazed at the pale-faced Ganfur. Having felt Carl's formidable power, Ganfur understood that no one on the entire Sky Island could possibly defeat him. Thus, he naturally found himself devoid of any leverage to negotiate terms. "Rest assured, Lord Carl, from now on, this place shall be under your dominion." In truth, Ganfur held no profound attachment to this position. Though referred to as a deity, it was akin to that of a king, and he wielded little actual authority. Quite commendable. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. "I shall not make things difficult for you. You will become my representative on the Sky Island. I have faith in you, and hope you shall not disappoint me." Carl tossed a bottle of elixir to him and placed a telephone bug along with a number on the stool. After the matter was concluded, Ganfur respectfully escorted several individuals to the door. "By the way, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, so you may reconsider. What might the consequences be if I fail to deliver?" A faint voice from Carl resonated ahead, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. Ganfur's eyes widened in an instant, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. The scene shifted to the sky, where dense clouds were violently torn apart by an unknown force wielded by Carl, revealing a cerulean expanse above as the surrounding clouds dissipated rapidly. "This is the most fearsome power I have ever encountered. Is he truly human?" Ganfur gazed at Carl, whose right hand was slowly retracting, his expression reflecting a sense of despair. He watched as Carl and his companions departed. As Carl journeyed back, he instructed the group to disperse, allowing them the freedom to venture wherever they pleased, for the Sky Island posed no immediate threats and safety was not a concern. After parting ways, he sought out a guide to inquire about the location of Baika and proceeded towards it. After traversing the path for several minutes, he arrived at Baika, a diminutive island significantly smaller than the Sky Island. In the original tale, Enel acquired the Rumble Rumble fruit on Baika, and Carl was eager to discover if fortune would favor him similarly. "I recall that there should be a box beneath a tangle of vines," he mused. Carl slowly recalled the scene when Enel first consumed the Rumble Rumble fruit. He did not venture into the village of Baika, but instead plunged directly into the primordial jungle. After 3 hours of searching, he finally spotted a small wooden chest beneath a vine-covered tree. Ha! I knew my luck would not betray me. The rumble fruit. Here I come. When Carl ventured into the world of pirates, his greatest desire was to acquire 3 specific devil fruits. The first was the fruit of Lady Odin, a paramecia-type fruit known for its manipulation of time. The second was a fruit of space, the existence of which remains uncertain. Lastly, he aspired to obtain the Logia-type fruit, known as the thunder fruit, reputed for its unparalleled destructive power. His selection of these 3 fruits was not arbitrary, it was rooted in thoughtful consideration. Firstly, the time fruit. Although constrained by Oda's lore to only allow traversal into the future, not the past, still held a certain allure. Had he not possessed a unique advantage in the form of a Chinese comic system, he might not have yearned for it so fervently. Yet, with the system's assistance, the possibility of reversing time could very well be within reach. Secondly, the space fruit epitomizes the adage that time is precious while space reigns supreme. His mind was brimming with myriad ideas, and he was confident in his ability to exploit the space fruit's capabilities to their fullest extent. Whether for escape, storage, or even concealment of deeds, the space fruit was undoubtedly a paragon among devil fruits. Lastly, should he acquire the thunder fruit, he would endeavor to harness its power to its utmost, potentially unlocking effects reminiscent of heavenly tribulations. In traditional cultivation or fantasy literature, such tribulations have long symbolized immense strength. Clang! Carl opened the wooden box, and what greeted his eyes was a devil fruit, entirely enveloped in a deep purple hue, adorned with protruding patterns. This must be the thunder fruit, he surmised. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the storyline of the pirate world. Reward: 10,000 system points, and a vial of bloodline elixir. Upon hearing the voice of the system, he realized it was indeed his destiny. Bloodline elixir, used to awaken the rare bloodline powers within one's body. Carl glanced at the system's introduction and scoffed. The system is becoming increasingly indolent. Truly, this is quite characteristic of its nature. Is this even an introduction? As for the computational power, let us set it aside for now. Today's harvest is indeed abundant. With a satisfied expression, Carl gazed into the distance. System. Open the panel. Host. Lux D. Carl has integrated the template. Master of Heaven from under one person. Sword Saint Gainye from the King's Moon, not yet integrated. And the Fox Spirit Matchmaker Wong Quan Fu Gue, not yet integrated. Skills: Advanced Armed Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Shave, Galefoot. Golden Light Charm, Palm Thunder, Young 5 Thunder, Tai Chi Fist. Talent: Titan Strength. Wealth: 3. 7 billion berries. Items: for bottles of Shaolin Great Restoration Elixir, 10 per bottle. 4 pills of Recovery Pill, previously obtained from 8 months of lottery. 4 bottles of Great Restoration Elixir, and 4 pills of Recovery Pill. Bloodline Pill, 1 bottle of 10. Weapons: Fong Tian Hua Ji, Longquan Sword, Great Blade Ancient Moon Knife, Great Blade Silver Harmony Knife. Devil Fruits, 12 pieces. Evaluation: a top-tier powerhouse upon the seas, with comprehensive strength at the level of a general. Carl gazed at the increasingly elaborate system panel, rising with a sense of satisfaction. Although he had toiled for over 3 hours to locate the thunder fruit, the effort was rendered insignificant by its value. Whistling softly, he made his way towards the shrine of the gods. The discord between the Scipians and the Shandians awaited his resolution. As night fell, the area beneath the shrine was ablaze with light, 2 distinct groups standing apart in stark contrast, casting wary glances at one another, the Scipians and the Shandians. A faint yet resolute sound of footsteps echoed from the jungle. "Ah, everyone has arrived," he announced. "I am here today to mediate the discord between your 2 factions. In my view, squabbling over a mere piece of land is rather tedious. Now, it is time for me to govern the Sky Island. All of you must heed my command." Carl strode forward with measured steps, directly approaching the seat reserved for him. He nodded in acknowledgement to Ganfu beside him before taking his place. "Who are you? Why should we heed your words? You are quite arrogant." No sooner had he settled in than the factions below erupted in dissent. "Buzz. What is this? Hey, what is happening?" Carl widened his eyes, and a visible crimson ripple surged forth from his being, enveloping those around him. Observing that the gathered crowd was brought to their knees under the weight of his overpowering haki, he spoke with a mocking demeanor. "Arrogance demands a certain level of capital. Unfortunately for you, my resources far surpass yours. In the struggle for existence, the weak are destined to be devoured by the strong. Do you submit?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd seemed to find their outlet for expression. We submit, we yield. We yield, we yield. From now on, we shall obey the esteemed one. Please, gracious one, retract your divine power. Ah, now that is more like it. Upon hearing the voices of submission from the crowd, Carl dissipated his overwhelming aura. In light of this, I hope you can coexist peacefully from now on. I shall form a new regiment, wherein each member will be imparted with my teachings. Your sole duty will be to train and engage in battle. As for land, there is no need for contention. There is plenty below, and I shall take time to bring some up. Of course, should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult Ganfu. He will henceforth serve as your captain. Salutations to the Divine Master, and to Captain Ganfu. The two factions exchanged glances before kneeling in unison, loudly proclaiming their allegiance to the two figures. Thus, the Sky Island Martial Corps was established. Following the events of the previous day, the Sky Island Army was successfully formed. Though the population of the island was not large, its initial organization was set as a single regiment, albeit the actual number of troops fell short. However, reinforcements would continually join, and a regular army must maintain the semblance of a proper military. Ganfu summoned eligible males aged between 18 and 35, gathering approximately 2,000 of them, instructing them to assemble the following day at a designated open area on the Sky Island, which would serve as the training base for the military district. That night, Carl informed the crew of their impending departure at dawn. Although the crew had not yet fully enjoyed their time on the island, the captain's orders were not to be contested. They acknowledged the directive and began pondering what provisions to procure. During the night, the crew indulged in a fervent spree of purchasing various local specialties, even reveling until midnight before returning to their vessel. After all, a visit to Sky Island was a rare occasion, and when the next opportunity would arise remained uncertain. Carl was in the cabin, meticulously organizing the items to be handed over to Ganfu the following day. It was impossible for him to reside on the floating island permanently unless he could locate the elusive airborne isle. As dawn broke, over 2,000 individuals awaited his arrival in a tranquil clearing on the floating island. Has Lord Carl not yet arrived? I heard that Lord Carl is setting sail today. Is that true? Could it be? Lord Carl is about to depart. Carl resolved the long-standing grievances between the two clans, even granting the Sandians their own land. He pledged to bring more soil in the future. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that he became the sustainer of all the inhabitants of the floating island. A youth standing at the edge, upon noticing Carl approaching from a distance, immediately whispered to his companion, "Lord Carl is coming." The whisper quickly spread among the crowd, and all present turned their gaze toward Lord Carl. As the assembly beheld Carl making his way toward them, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Carl stepped before the assembly and first summoned Ganfu. This is the image transmission insect. Within it lies the complete repertoire of the 5 elements fist and the 8 extremes fist. Henceforth, it shall be your duty to instruct them in their practice. Rest assured, Master Carl, I shall fulfill this task with utmost diligence. He then handed the prepared image transmission insect to Ganfu, which contained videos of Carl himself demonstrating each move, meticulously broken down into slow motion to facilitate understanding and mastery. Turning his gaze to the gathered crowd, he proclaimed, "You shall be greatly honored by the decision made today. From this day forth, you will be the inaugural members of my Sky Island Army. You shall form the 1st Regiment of the Sky Island Army. The commander shall be Ganfu." As he spoke, Carl glanced at Ganfu, who nodded in acknowledgement to the assembly. Since this is a military organization, it must adhere to military discipline. I require your unwavering obedience. In this realm, the victor reigns supreme. Carl observed the bewildered crowd before him and proceeded to elucidate. To obey orders is to heed my commands. If I instruct you to head west, you shall not venture east. The principle of might makes right implies that every position is attained through combat. He who possesses the strongest fist may claim the role. However, there exists a caveat. Should an individual be found to have any discrepancies upon verification, he shall be disqualified from the position. In no time, the assembly swiftly designated 4 battalion leaders, along with 12 company commanders, as well as several platoon and squad leaders. Once the individuals had formed ranks in the style of a battalion, Carl commenced to outline the forthcoming tasks. Henceforth, I require you to consolidate all the surrounding floating islands. Extend the dominion of the floating islands to encompass all visible land. Carl paused for a moment, allowing the gathered crowd to absorb the weight of his announcement, before continuing. Any unfamiliar individuals arriving on the Sky Island must be under your supervision. Should they commit any transgressions, you possess the authority to act decisively. At this juncture, he hesitated, scratching his head, realizing that the strength of those present was far from insignificant. Had it not been for the considerable challenges faced by those from the Blue Sea in reaching the Sky Island, the island's riches would likely have been plundered by pirates long ago. He then added, of course, you will still need to undergo 3 months of foundational training before you can officially commence your endeavors to expand outward. The subsequent task involved instructing them in military drills, beginning with the call of the battalion and company commanders. After dedicating more than an hour to imparting the techniques of formation training and physical conditioning, they were dismissed as a temporary unit, tasked with spreading this knowledge to a larger group. Following this, their grand exercises commenced. Carl, in truth, possessed no prior experience in the realm of kingship, and now found himself at a loss regarding the potential actions he could undertake following the establishment of his domain. The influence of the Sky Islands was limited, especially when compared to the vastness of the Blue Sea. Nevertheless, he was determined to realize his vision. His foremost objective was to unify the forces of all Sky Islands, mastering the technology that would allow them to ascend and descend freely in the heavens, ultimately transforming the Sky Islands into a concealed bastion of strength. Furthermore, a mobile Sky Island would undeniably serve as a formidable weapon, one that must be firmly secured. Once he had adeptly managed these affairs, he would allow Ganfu to guide him towards the fabled land of gold. Given the cumbersome nature of communication between the Sky Islands and the Blue Sea and the sparse population of the islands, an abundance of gold would prove rather futile for them. After all, the currency of the Sky Islands was comprised of specially treated shells, rendering the circulation of belly rather limited. As Ganfu led Carl through a dense jungle, the duo soon approached the threshold of the thicket, where a dazzling light began to emanate before them. Quickening their pace, they soon beheld a breathtaking sight, a resplendent palace of ruins, shimmering in golden hues. This was none other than the legendary land of gold, Xianguila. Most of Xianguila's edifices were crafted from gold. In the original tale, Enel had dissolved the gold of this land to construct the magnificent golden vessel, the Ark Maxim. If this were on Blue Star, I would surely be in a position of great fortune. Carl swiftly regained his composure, though he was not overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of gold. The exuberance of his smile, which revealed even his pearly whites, was impossible to conceal. Subsequently, under Ganfu's astonished gaze, vast quantities of gold began to vanish from sight. Carl did not take everything. He only removed a portion, about 23 items. It was not that he lacked the desire to store more, but rather that the spatial capacity of the system was insufficient. The original purpose of this system space was to conveniently carry a few items, hence its limited dimensions. At this juncture, Carl expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that the size of the system space was far too small to accommodate the vast expanse of gold before him. Ultimately, it was his own avarice that led to such discontent. The secret you have guarded for generations, the golden bell, lies atop that. Carl swiftly completed the processing of the gold, disregarding Ganfu's astonished expression, and gestured for him to look upwards at the vines. Above, the vines were obscured by thick clouds, rendering any view impossible. However, he believed Carl had no reason to deceive him. All right, if anything arises, give me a call. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave for now. Although Ganfu felt a sense of urgency and yearned to see the golden bell, to behold what his ancestors had safeguarded, he reminded himself that having waited for so many years, a moment longer would not matter. It was essential to prioritize matters accordingly. With a lingering glance at the vines above, Ganfu followed Carl towards the ship. On board the Qinglong, Nadi and the others had been waiting for quite some time, having even played several rounds of mahjong. From a distance, Nadi spotted Carl approaching and immediately overturned the card table, for he had been dealt a poor hand and was eager to cease playing. However, upon noticing the furious glares from the others, he sensed impending trouble and quickly called out to Carl, "Captain, are we set to depart?" "Yes, we are about to set sail," Carl replied. Though the others felt a twinge of annoyance, they did not express it openly, promptly tidying up the remnants of their game while awaiting Carl's command. "Remember, contact me if anything arises." After Carl boarded the ship, he addressed Ganfu on the shore. "Rest assured, Lord Carl, I shall endeavor to fulfill the task you have assigned." Ganfu saluted with military precision, watching as Carl and his companions departed. His left hand tightly clutched a vial containing the renowned Shaolin elixir. As he observed Carl's vessel gradually fade from view, he lowered his right hand and turned towards the direction of the golden bell. "Thompson, our next destination is the Shambadi archipelago. We shall sail directly to the New World. With the preliminary arrangements now complete, it was time to return to Hive Island. Whether these seeds would take root and flourish depended on their own efforts. Understood, Captain. Thompson flashed a brilliant smile, displaying his pearly white teeth, and then sought out Hunter to alter the ship's course, gently descending to the ocean's surface before heading straight for the Shambadi archipelago. Are we truly heading to the New World? But I haven't explored the first half yet, Jennifer pouted, her expression tinged with discontent, lamenting that she had yet to experience the allure of the initial journey, especially since they had come this far. Not now. Our objectives are far too significant. If we reveal ourselves during the first half, we may attract the naval headquarters pursuit. Given your current capabilities, you might find yourselves spending the rest of your days in prison. You wouldn't want me to visit you in prison someday, would you? Carl glanced at Jennifer with a playful expression. Absolutely not. Observing Carl's mischievous grin, Jennifer tilted her head, contemplating the scene, and promptly shook her head in denial. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed through the sky from a distant floating island. Carl gazed towards the distant. Not too shabby. They possessed the eternal beacon of the Shamboli Islands, for it was an indispensable route to the New World. Due to their direct course, they had arrived at the Shamboli Islands in merely 3 days. Wow, what a magnificent sight. So beautiful. Jennifer stood by the rail of the deck. Her sweet voice captivated the attention of Knot and the others, who turned in unison to behold the distant Shamboli Islands and an enormous tree. The Shamboli Islands, located near the naval headquarters, were renowned for hosting the world's largest red tree, the Yarkaman red tree, its roots exposed above the water's surface. Over time, this led to the formation of the present-day Shamboli Islands, which are among the most prosperous in the pirate world. The most distinctive feature of the Shamboli Islands is the natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarkaman red tree, which expands into bubbles when exposed to air and subsequently ascends into the sky. These bubbles thrive solely within the climatic range of the Yarkaman red tree. Once detached, they lose their power and burst, making such bubble architecture a unique sight in the Shamboli Islands. Here, one can find bubble vehicles, bubble Ferris wheels, and bubble houses, with this architectural culture permeating every corner of the islands. The entire archipelago consists of 79 numbered trees, among which the most notorious is tree number 129, known for human trafficking, auctions, and various illicit activities. This time, let us be fair and draw lots after we dock, Carl suggested. The one who draws the shortest stick will be responsible for guarding the ship and overseeing the coating of the vessel. Even before they reached the shore, Carl noticed Davis's restless demeanor. He understood it was unfair to always assign Davis the task of guarding the ship, so he had prepared in advance. Interrupting Davis before he could speak, everyone turned their gaze to Carl. He extended his right hand, forming a fist with 10 small wooden sticks protruding from it, and smiled at the group. I'll go first. It certainly can't be me. Brown was the first to jump forward, being the most vivacious on the ship and always convinced of his good fortune. Let me see. Is this one long or short? Brown pondered over the stick in his hand, unable to distinguish its length. Hurry up and draw, so I can find out if it's me, he urged. Noticing the indifferent expressions of the others, regaining their focus, they began to draw in turn. With each person drawing a stick, Brown jumped around excitedly, as every stick was the same length as his. Ha, it really isn't me. No way. How could it be me? Knot exclaimed, holding a stick that was noticeably shorter than the others, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Well, since the outcome is decided, Knot, you will be in charge of watching the ship. The coating process should take 6 hours. I hope everyone can return to the vessel within that time frame. Well then, the remaining time is yours to manage. I shall take my leave now. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the events, Carl, brimming with excitement, was the first to disembark, making his way toward the bustling district in the distance. The captain seems rather hasty, remarked one. I shall take my leave as well, said Fields. Despite being a martial enthusiast, he yearned to experience the local culture of the Shambadi archipelago. Moreover, there was the possibility of encountering a fisherman, allowing for a serendipitous meeting between man and fish. Then you may accompany me, came the reply. Very well. Jennifer, aware that her abilities were the least formidable aboard the vessel, did not decline Davis's invitation. After the group departed, Thompson first sought out the coating master. Having negotiated a fair price, he entrusted the supervision to Knot before venturing into the Shambadi archipelago. Knot observed the coating masters as they commenced what he perceived as a monotonous task, feeling somewhat bored. He retrieved some items from the ship and began to fish along the shore. Each person's objectives varied. Davis aimed to locate a weapons shop in search of a suitable handgun. Jennifer wished to explore the medical texts available on the island. So after a brief deliberation, they agreed to accompany Davis first to the weapons shop, followed by a visit to the bookstore for Jennifer's medical literature. Fields aspired to encounter fishmen on the island, hoping to learn their unarmed combat techniques, as his passion for martial arts was profound. Brown shared a similar goal with Davis, seeking to discover if there were any renowned blades for sale, for he was still wielding an ordinary knife. Smith and Hunter, on the other hand, primarily sought to procure ingredients needed for their upcoming journey, as the ship housed 3 hardy eaters, leading to a perpetual shortage of provisions. Carl, despite employing a body-shrinking technique, still stood at over 4 meters tall. Knott and Fields needed no further elaboration, one towering at 4 meters 2, the other at 3 meters 9, both possessing appetites rivaling Carl's. Thus, they had to gather ample supplies to sustain their prolonged drift upon the sea. After attending to all matters, Thompson first visited the prop shop on the island, inquiring about and purchasing eternal compasses from notable islands in the New World. The funds for their purchases were derived entirely from the gold acquired on Sky Island, ensuring they were not lacking in financial resources. Carl first indulged in the unique offerings of the Shambodi Islands, an amusement park filled with bubbles. As a modern individual, it was hardly excessive to revel in such delights. After several hours of enjoyment, he emerged with a sense of satisfaction, most notably, without having spent a single coin. And indeed, did not inquire as to why he paid nothing. Upon exiting the amusement park, he made his way towards Island 29. It was not that he had not undergone a transformation. Rather, it was his unwavering stance against human traffickers. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never relent. Especially in the notorious pirate realm of the Shambodi Islands, a stronghold for such vile traits. Had he not ventured here, it might have been a different story. But now that he was present, he felt compelled to take action against these despicable individuals, who ranked among his most loathed adversaries. As for the potential resurgence of such nefarious activities, that was a matter for another time. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 29th island, where he espied 2 suspicious figures stealthily trailing a lovely young girl. "Hey, you two." The moment those 2 were about to ensnare their victim, they were startled by the call. "Who is this insolent brat daring to interfere with our business?" They snarled, turning to glare at Carl. Upon seeing their faces, Carl could not help but smile. The malevolence etched upon their visages seemed fit for a tale where they would undoubtedly frighten children into silence. "What do you want?" They stammered, their gaze drawn to Carl's imposing figure approaching them, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Having engaged in the slave trade for quite some time, they could easily discern who was a formidable adversary. After exchanging a glance, they hastily turned to flee. Thud! Ouch! Just a few steps into their escape, they collided with what felt like a wall, their bodies toppling backward to the ground. "What is this? Why run upon seeing me?" they heard a voice say. Upon raising their heads, they realized it was not a wall at all, but the very man they had attempted to evade. "Please, sir, spare us. We have both elders and children depending on us." "Yes, please, sir, have mercy. I have a child who is still in need of my care." The fact that this man could appear before them in an instant indicated that his strength was certainly formidable. Aware of their own inability to overpower him, they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Take me to your stronghold, and I shall spare your lives." Carl contemplated a direct resolution to the 2. Yet after a moment's reflection, he realized that even if he were to address them, it might not lead him to their lair. Thus, he decided it prudent to allow them a little longer to live. "Very well, this way, please," he replied. Upon hearing Carl's response, the 2 men exhaled in relief, their tense expressions softening as they wiped the perspiration from their brows. Knowing that their lives were not in immediate jeopardy, they hastily rose to their feet, wearing forced smiles as they led the way, while Carl trailed behind, observing the surroundings. The 2 men, in truth, had not pondered much. Their sole desire was to survive. They escorted Carl to the main stronghold of slave trade number 29. "Sir, this is the place," said the leading slave trader, whose gaunt frame was evident. Upon reaching their destination, he quickly turned back, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face as he looked at Carl. Yes, can you spare us, sir?" implored a man with a scar across his face, bowing deeply in a display of desperation, nearly collapsing to his knees. Carl gazed into the pleading eyes of the 2 individuals before him, acutely aware of one immutable truth: a dog cannot change its nature. Nonetheless, he was intent on extracting every ounce of value from them. "Do you know the location of slave number 128? The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their master's true intentions. Was he here to purchase slaves? Master, we are aware. Do you wish to go there now? That is sufficient. You two will wait outside. Do not attempt to flee, for the consequences are not something you would wish to contemplate. Since they were aware of the situation, he decided to spare their lives for the time being. Even if they did attempt to escape, it mattered little. His observation hockey had already ensnared them firmly in his sights, rendering any thoughts of flight futile. Yes, we shall wait outside. Indeed, we shall not leave. The two forced smiles onto their faces, yet their expressions bore no semblance of genuine mirth. Their bodies repeatedly bowed and hunched, embodying the very essence of obsequiousness. Carl said little as he turned and walked inside. The two men observed his retreating figure, murmuring softly to each other. Are we truly not leaving? What is there to fear? Perhaps this gentleman is merely here to purchase slaves. If the gentleman is in a good mood. The emaciated pirate leered at the scar-faced man while rubbing his thumb and forefinger together suggestively. Excellent idea. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dark corridor, illuminated only by a faint glimmer at the far end. The vastness of the space was striking, likely due to the presence of some giants among the slaves. As the ceiling soared to several dozen meters above. Hey, who goes there? Who are you? What brings you here? The gatekeepers, two underlings tasked with guarding this entrance, questioned him. Typically, those who entered were slave traders accompanied by their captives. However, it was rare to encounter someone arriving alone, as he was. As for me, I detest slave traders. The reason I've come here is to invite you to your demise. A fierce glint emanated from Carl's eyes, an inexplicable aura radiating from his very being. Upon witnessing the human trafficker before him and hearing the desperate pleas echoing from within, he was suddenly reminded of the heinous acts committed by traffickers on Blue Star. Precious children were sold off, while those deemed worthless suffered mutilation or had their eyes gouged out, forced to beg on the streets to line the pockets of their captors. The plight of the parents who had lost their children was heart-wrenching, drowning in sorrow and despondency, even before his arrival in the world of pirates. His aunt's child had been abducted by traffickers a year prior, leaving her gaunt and grief-stricken, losing 30 pounds in her misery. His mother, whenever she spoke of his sister's fate, was filled with deep-seated hatred. In his eyes, traffickers deserved nothing less than the death penalty, while he felt powerless on Blue Star. In the pirate world, he refused to believe he could not enact justice. Carl clenched his fists, infuriated by the despicable traffickers. You shall taste the retribution from the east. So it was merely an excuse to provoke. It seems you are eager to meet your end. Carl's pent-up fury had reached its zenith. With a swift stride forward, he forcefully swung the doors open, sending the two assailants crashing into one another. Iron Mountain Crash, he bellowed, unleashing his unique 8th-level combat technique. As they soared through the air, the sharp crack of bones echoed, indicating that their limbs had undoubtedly been shattered. The impact of their bodies burst through the rear door with a resounding crash. The moment the door flew open, it stirred the occupants within. A muscular, bald man inside immediately barked, "Who dares? It seems we have intruders," came the response. Unbelievable. Attack. At the command, the henchmen inside brandished their weapons and charged at Carl. In that fleeting moment when the door swung wide, Carl beheld a myriad of cages lined within, each imprisoning individuals of diverse races. You are truly despicable. Carl's eyes were ablaze with fury as he plunged into the throng. Yin Wang swiftly dispatched the foremost trio, sending them hurtling into the crowd behind. Heaven-shattering cannon, he bellowed, seizing one of the henchmen before unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. It was only when the unfortunate wretch's limbs hung limply and his breath faded that a fraction of Carl's inner rage subsided. Raising his gaze to the onlookers, he grinned widely, a gleam of exhilaration illuminating his visage. Boom. Over here. Bang, bang, bang. Like a tiger amongst sheep, he commenced a frenzied slaughter. Clouds of crimson mist erupting, transforming the very air into a sanguine hue. His demeanor grew increasingly unhinged, embodying the ferocity of the 8 Extremes fist to its fullest extent. Not a single fallen foe remained unscathed. Each was marred by dismemberment. Some pirates, realizing they were overmatched, turned to seize firearms, only to find that the bullets merely grazed Carl's skin before plummeting to the ground. Witnessing the futility of their weapons, a few henchmen resorted to deploying a cannon. Boom. Carl dismissed the cannon with utter disdain. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the cannonball, feeling its searing heat against his palm. A fleeting glance revealed several individuals operating the artillery, and then, as if throwing a shot put, he propelled it back to its original position. Run. The henchmen barely had time to flee before the cannonball detonated the nearby ammunition crates, sending them soaring into the sky. Subsequently, A tremendous explosion ensued, leaving no survivors in the vicinity. Hello, is this the naval branch? Yes, yes, indeed. We have an intruder who has slain many of my men. I implore you to come to our aid. Please, hurry. The bald, burly man cowered in a corner as he contacted the naval branch via a din mushy. The naval outpost in the Sabo archipelago was merely a puppet of the celestial dragons, given that human trafficking was legal in this region. As he set down the din mushy, a sudden disquiet enveloped him. The area had fallen into an eerie silence. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to find himself ensconced within the shadow of a colossal figure. His body stiffened, and an inexplicable dread enveloped him, draining the color from his face and causing beads of cold sweat to form all over. His head turned, like a block turning in a puzzle, as he cautiously glanced behind him. Creak, creak. Have you never encountered someone as handsome as I? Once upon a time, I was the one who struck the nursing home in the south and kicked the kindergarten in the north. What do you mean? The burly man's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, quickly followed by a flicker of confusion. Oh, right, you wouldn't understand anyway. Carl felt a twinge of embarrassment, not expecting to have uttered those words so casually. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he delivered a swift kick with his right foot, sending the burly man soaring. Boom, crack. The man's hefty frame crashed through a wooden crate, causing a multitude of firearms to spill forth. Who exactly are you? We serve the celestial dragons. Do you not fear the trouble you might invite? The burly man, taken aback, could hardly believe that someone would dare to attack them. As for me, I suppose I could be considered a hero, driven by curiosity. And as for the celestial dragons, should they dare to present themselves before me, I can assure you I would twist their heads off and use them as chamber pots. Carl leaned forward, locking eyes with him. Gazing into Carl's flushed eyes and feeling the overwhelming aura of his presence, the burly man could not help but swallow hard. If you let me go, I will intercede on your behalf before the celestial dragons. You will not face any consequences. The robust man, propping himself up against the box behind him, managed to sit up, forcing a calm demeanor as he looked at Carl. He believed Carl was merely speaking empty words, so he attempted to invoke the celestial dragons, hoping it might persuade Carl to spare him. After all, in his eyes, no one had dared to disregard the celestial dragons thus far. As Carl beheld the audacity of being threatened by a celestial dragon once more, a torrent of rage surged within him, and his countenance radiated fury. He straightened his posture and gently lifted his right foot. Enough of this nonsense, he declared. You are of no use to me anyway. Before the burly man could finish his plea, Carl's right foot had already crushed his skull, akin to a watermelon bursting. He raised his leg and vigorously shook it to rid himself of the blood that clung to it. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that there were no living thugs left in sight. As for the myriad of cages housing thousands of diverse slaves, they trembled in fear. Utterly intimidated by his ferocity and sanguinary methods, too frightened to meet his gaze, Carl observed the scene before him, a faint twitch at the corners of his mouth. I never anticipated that I would be perceived as the villain, he mused. Yet, he understood that he could not alter the prevailing circumstances. I am Carl, he declared, the captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates. I shall release you from your confinement. How you choose to escape thereafter is solely up to you. For those who wish to join my crew, I shall be waiting for you at Hive Island in the New World. Carl now finds immense joy in sowing a variety of seeds in different places, eagerly anticipating whether the fruits that emerge will be red or black. As he steps out from the first slave warehouse and gazes upon the sunlight, he feels an instantaneous elevation of his spirit. What was unattainable on Blue Star is now within his grasp. Here, he can indulge in his desires, for as long as his strength is sufficient. He can pursue whatever endeavors he wishes. Carl lowered his head and beheld the two individuals leading the way, who were evidently traffickers. Let us proceed to the next, he commanded. The two outside had already heard the various anguish cries emanating from within, yet they dared not flee. The more Carl exhibited his formidable prowess, the less inclined they were to depart from this place. It would be a trivial task for such a powerful being to locate them on this island. In that moment, their thoughts were consumed not by the prospect of rewards from Carl, but merely by the instinct to survive. Very well, my lord, this way please, they responded. Under their guidance, Carl arrived at Slave Station Number 1 within a mere hour, fearing that others might become aware of his arrival and abscond. He soared through the air with the two in tow, his speed significantly surpassing that of before. Naturally, to ensure that these individuals could not escape while he attended to his business, he rendered their limbs inoperable. The Navy, following the trajectory of Carl's assault, hurriedly pursued from behind, tasked with addressing the chaos he left in his wake. what could be colloquially termed as collecting the dead or cleaning up the mess. Consequently, their progress lagged considerably behind Carl's. Moreover, many in the Navy were reluctant to hasten their pace, as they too desired to dismantle the trafficker's stronghold. However, lacking the requisite strength, they were relieved to see someone step forward, granting him ample time to wreak havoc. Before him loomed the colossal slave warehouse number 1, leaving Carl somewhat taken aback. It was evident that the traffickers were indeed lawless. "Is this the last one?" he inquired. "Yes, my lord. This is the final one and the largest slave warehouse on this island," they affirmed. "When you report to the King of Hell, be sure to convey my name, Carl," he instructed. "My lord, what does that mean?" The two queried, perplexed, though it did not sound promising. "Rest assured, my methods are swift and entirely painless." The sound of a sharp crack echoed in the air. Carl could only catch a glimpse of the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two individuals as he waved his hands, striking each one. Thud. The two headless bodies collapsed softly to the ground. "This is the final challenge. I can sense the presence of formidable opponents. It stirs my blood, to be candid." The previous encounters had not been particularly fluid for him. Often, his adversaries would fall after just a strike or two, creating a disjointed experience that left him feeling unsatisfied, as if he were forced to halt a sequence of moves. At last, he finally had the opportunity to face someone who could at least somewhat match his prowess. Boom. Crack. The same formula applied, yet the guards at the entrance had long since vanished. By the time he launched his assault on island number 25, all those involved in the slave trade were already aware of his approach. Due to the limited time, most of the resources were unable to be relocated, so they chose to wait for his arrival. Furthermore, many believed that Carl lacked significant strength. They summoned some personnel from outside, intending to mount a resistance. However, they could never have anticipated the sheer power Carl possessed, rendering them incapable of even signaling for help. "You are the mysterious figure. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The long-haired middle-aged man leading them was none other than Anderson, the head of the slave trade in the Sabo archipelago, a figure highly regarded by the celestial dragons. "Attack!" Anderson bellowed at Carl, subsequently commanding his subordinates to strike. "You foolish brat, do you even know who protects this place? It is the celestial dragons." Their exchange was minimal, as they were already well aware that he had toppled all the previous warehouses. Carl gazed at the crowd rushing towards him, assuming the stance of an 8th-level punch. Smack. "Ah, you hit me." Swish. Carl plunged into the crowd, showcasing all the techniques of Bagwazang and Tai Chi in close combat. It was evident that martial arts reigned supreme, truly deserving of its reputation as a lethal skill validated by ancestors. Although Carl was surrounded by a throng of people, he remained utterly unperturbed. His fists and feet met others with devastating force, leaving only destruction in their wake. Within a mere 5 minutes, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, while the remaining thugs, witnessing such brutal carnage, fled the warehouse in terror. "Kid, I concede you possess some prowess," one of them acknowledged. "But that is not a cause for pride." With a thunderous roar, Anderson's physique swelled, his body sprouting dark fur as his limbs extended into lethal claws, transforming him into an 8-meter-tall black bear. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, he thumped his chest and bellowed at Carl, "Prepare to meet your demise." "Intriguing. You are indeed an adept user of a Zoan-type fruit," Carl remarked. Carl's interest was piqued. The prowess of the animal faction must be formidable. He did not relinquish his state of contraction, maintaining a height just above 4 meters. Whoosh. Noticing Anderson's bare claw descending upon him, Carl retreated a step. Anderson, witnessing the failure of his attack, felt a surge of anger and let out a roar towards the heavens, propelling himself towards Carl with all force. Tai Chi cloud hands. Carl, gripping the bear's head, turned it toward the wall. Boom. Anderson's bare head smashed through the barrier, the claws forcefully wrenching the skull free from the debris. Clatter, clatter. He shook off the dust and fragments clinging to him. A mere parlor trick, he mused, unperturbed by the ferocity of Carl's assault. Prepare to meet your demise. Anderson leapt into the air, his massive bare form resembling a mountain poised to descend. Heavenly Cannon. Noticing his own vulnerabilities, he first located the bear's head, then swiftly maneuvered, executing a classic move from the 8th level of boxing. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Anderson's body executed a 180-degree rotation midair before crashing violently to the ground, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Ugh, that hurt, insect, Anderson groaned, shaking his head as he rose from the ground, still dazed and unaware of the gravity of the situation. Insect, are you referring to me? Upon hearing that somewhat derogatory term, Carl felt a surge of anger and finally ceased to feign composure. His form expanded to an imposing 8 meters, reverting to his original stature. You are the first to utter such words to me. Anderson was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? He had never encountered such an ability that allowed one to enlarge themselves seemingly out of thin air. However, while he was momentarily stunned, Carl was far from it. In Carl's eyes, a spark of fury blazed. Die. With a sudden lunge, he advanced, seizing the black bear's head with his right hand and violently flinging it to the ground. Bang! Anderson was momentarily stunned by the impact, barely able to comprehend the situation. Carl's form was already seated upon the belly of the black bear, his hands moving in a rhythmic flurry, delivering punch after punch. The resounding booms reverberated through the ground, causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly as clouds of dust swirled back into the air. After a brief interlude, the cacophony ceased and the smoke gradually dispersed. The imprisoned slaves were finally afforded a glimpse of the unfolding scene, yet what met their eyes was undeniably terrifying. Carl's actions created a massive pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 5 meters. As Carl's colossal form rose, his hands were stained with blood and flesh. The mere sight of it would be enough to induce revulsion and nausea in an ordinary person. Carl emerged from the abyss, procuring a few clean garments to commence the cleansing of his hands. It was then that they could discern the upper body of the black bear, which had long been reduced to a gruesome mass, resembling little more than a pile of flesh. Anderson felt a pang of reluctance within. They will not spare you. Just as Carl above sighed in relief, he heard Anderson's words. Is the vitality of creatures from the animal kingdom truly so resilient? Rest assured, I shall ensure they descend to meet you. Armament Haki. Carl's right hand was enveloped in the formidable armament Haki. Since mere fists cannot grant you complete repose, I shall ensure your demise is all the more thorough. Carl leaped into the abyss, his fist enveloped in the armor of Haki, shattering the black bear's skull with a single, decisive blow. The bear's form gradually diminished, revealing its true nature, albeit now as a headless corpse. Surely, this must signify its demise, he pondered. Carl gazed at his hand, realizing he could no longer maintain the form of the black bear and felt the absence of a heartbeat. It's dirty again. I must clean it once more. As he wiped his hands, the slaves remained silent, observing him from their cages. They were aware of his past, having heard from the enforcers that after every raid on a slave warehouse, he liberated the captives within. Thus, they eagerly anticipated this moment, yet refrained from uttering a sound, fearful of incurring the displeasure of this enigmatic figure, which could prove detrimental. As I have stated before, he continued, I shall set you free. Those who wish to join me may seek me at the New World, Hive Island. Carl rose to his feet, unlocking the cells of the assembled crowd. However, he did not hasten to exit. Instead, he took a seat facing the grand entrance. Although they had all been freed, none dared to step outside first, merely gazing blankly at Carl seated at the threshold, uncertain of what it all signified. At that moment, they were startled by the cacophony of footsteps approaching from outside. Halt. Return at once. The crowd quickly turned their gaze towards the entrance, where they could faintly discern figures rushing towards them. Soon, their eyes were met with the sight of hundreds of naval soldiers. It was noteworthy that during their journey, they had to leave a portion of their number behind to monitor each destroyed warehouse, resulting in a mere 100 soldiers remaining from the thousands that had originally set out. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, his face etched with the passage of time, draped in a cloak of justice and adorned with white gloves, striding directly towards Carl. As Hortus entered the doorway, he beheld Carl and the slaves beside him. Observing the surroundings and the unfolding situation, he quickly deduced that the slaves were unlikely to be the instigators of the chaos. Carl had merely shifted a chair, his expression stoic, his body oriented towards the entrance. Though he harbored a deep-seated desire to annihilate the slave traders, his position precluded him from taking action. He then regarded Carl's imposing figure. I am Vice Admiral Hortus, he proclaimed. We have received reports from the public, and it appears that you are the ringleader of the disturbance. This environment is undoubtedly of your making, and it seems you have taken many lives. I hope you will accompany us for further inquiry. Carl sat on the stool, a mocking expression plastered across his face as he gazed at Hortus. Oh, so can I infer that you, a member of the Navy, serve as a shield for these scoundrels? Crack. In an instant, Carl's demeanor shifted to one of fury, as he crushed the armrest of the stool with a fierce grip. Are you aware of the atrocities they are committing? They engage in human trafficking. Individuals like you in the Navy are utterly unworthy of being called just. Your notion of justice, in my eyes, is nothing but a pile of excrement. Hortus stiffened, fully aware that his actions were unjust. Yet, he felt compelled to proceed. His gaze initially evasive before settling on Carl as he spoke in a low voice. Sir, I must ask you to accompany us. With the situation having escalated, he knew that failure to apprehend the main culprit would result in dire consequences from the celestial dragons, forcing him to make a choice. Were it not for Carl's imposing stature and the grim scene before him, Hortus might have acted sooner. Enough of this idle talk, let us proceed. Carl retracted his furious expression, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. He then spread his hands and lifted his chin, gesturing to Hortus. Hortus, observing Carl's defiance, tossed his cloak to the naval soldiers present. You may leave, he commanded. Yes, Vice Admiral Hortus, replied his subordinate, who immediately sensed the tension in the atmosphere. It was evident that the Vice Admiral was prepared to take matters into his own hands, recognizing that their strength would be of no assistance and might even encumber Hortus. They turned and exited the room. It is our duty, my apologies. A hum resonated as Vice Admiral Hortus enveloped himself in the aura of armament hockey. Gunpoint. In Carl's view, Hortus first utilized the shave technique to swiftly approach him, then extended his right index finger, pointing directly at Carl's chest. Noticing the absence of murderous intent, Carl decided to spare him, extending his left hand to grasp Hortus's arm. With a resounding clap, Hortus felt the force emanating from Carl's arm and looked at him in astonishment. Such power should not be found in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you not leaving? At this moment, Carl squinted and tilted his head, addressing the slaves present. The warehouse had a side door, which was now unguarded. Clatter, clatter, patter, patter. The slaves, upon receiving Carl's signal, seemed to be reborn, their faces lighting up with gratitude as they timidly glanced at Hortus before hastily making their way toward the side door. Hortus did not hinder their escape. Observing the fear in their eyes, he felt a pang of guilt. He had initially joined the Navy for the sake of justice, yet here he was now. Once everyone had departed, he gazed at Carl with a grave expression. Who exactly are you? In that instant, a jolt of realization struck Hortus's mind. Roxd, Carl. He recalled the documents issued by Admiral Steelbone Kong, which included the bounty for Roxd, Carl, now amounting to a staggering 3 billion berries. Oh, so you recognize me, Carl remarked. That diminishes the thrill, but for safety's sake, it would be prudent for you to take a rest. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sovereign, the origin of all energies, cultivate through countless eons to attain my divine powers. Within the 3 realms and beyond, only the Tao is supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my form. Carl suddenly rose to his feet, reciting the incantation of the golden light spell, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Hortus, witnessing Carl's acknowledgement, remained somewhat incredulous. He struggled to comprehend why the captain of the 6th Division of the Rocks Pirates would venture into the first half of the pirate world. Surely, there could be nothing of value for them in the initial segment of the Grand Line? It truly is you. How did you come to be here? In his previous cultivation, Carl comprehended the true essence of the golden light spell. This spell is not solely employed for defensive assistance. It can also serve as a means of offense. Flying Great Brick. Carl unleashed the golden spell, manifesting a colossal slab resembling a monumental door. Grasping one edge of the slab with fervent determination, his arms bulged with exertion, and his visage contorted into a fierce expression as he propelled the slab towards Hades. This entire preparation transpired within mere seconds, leaving Hades with no opportunity for contemplation. A block of iron, Hades exclaimed, observing the immense slab stretching several meters long. While glancing at the confined space around him, there was no avenue for escape. He could only brace himself for the impact. Boom. As Hades' hands collided with the golden slab, veins protruded on his forehead, and he exerted every ounce of strength within him. Yet, he could not withstand the force of the slab. Puff. With a resounding crash, Hades was sent crashing into the earth, instantly losing consciousness. You still remain unaware that the block of iron is, in fact, a futile skill. After all, during his time watching anime, he had never discerned the true utility of such a skill. The weak cannot withstand the assault of the strong, and the strong find no necessity for it, often perceiving it as a burden. Carl gazed down at Hades in the abyss, releasing the golden bricks from his grasp. Unexpectedly, the first thought that crossed his mind was to deliver a finishing blow. Never mind, I shall spare your life. His figure moved towards the door, and his faint voice echoed throughout the warehouse. I wonder if I have become a bit bloodthirsty? Perhaps due to the countless lives I have taken. The sound of footsteps resonated, prompting the lieutenant to immediately instruct the sailors to raise their firearms. Someone is coming out. Prepare. There's no need to waste your efforts on me. Your vice admiral is lying inside. If you delay any longer, who knows if he will still be alive. Before the lieutenant could discern who emerged, Carl's voice had already reached them. Lower your weapons and follow me inside. Upon hearing Carl's command, the lieutenant hastily ordered the sailors to lower their guns, leading them inward. As they passed Carl, the lieutenant cast a glare of anger, yet resolutely turned to continue into the depths. They understood that even the vice admiral was no match for him, let alone themselves. Watching the figures of the men disappear into the interior, Carl stretched languidly. Ah, is it already evening? He then beheld the setting sun on the horizon. As the sky gradually darkened, he unleashed his observation haki, sensing his crew, and realized that he was the only one remaining on the island. The others had returned to the Qinglong. In that case, let us hasten our departure to the new world. Carl first smiled broadly at the setting sun before hastily making his way towards the Qinglong. Little did he know that today's act of kindness would indeed prove beneficial to him in the future. In the office of the Marine Headquarters Marshal, the end of the year was approaching, and the affiliated nations were preparing to deliver their annual tribute of heavenly gold. The first half of the Grand Line was relatively manageable, yet concerns loomed over the latter half due to the involvement of the Rocks pirates, which could complicate matters significantly. Buruburu. He'll turn to the contact snail from the Sabo archipelago. Hello, is this Marshal Hill? Vice Admiral Horty, what seems to be the matter? Hill inquired, knowing that Horty would not call without reason. Reporting to Marshal Hill, Carl has just appeared on the Sabo archipelago, Horty stated. He has destroyed the slave market at locations 1 to 29. Before Horty could finish his sentence, Marshal Hill, taken aback, asked, What? Are you serious? Did he act alone? His mind raced, for the timing of Carl's sudden appearance on the Sabo archipelago was suspicious, especially with the collection of heavenly gold imminent. It was conceivable that the Rocks pirates were plotting something, yet his informants had yet to relay any news. He did destroy the slave market alone, Horty clarified. But he was not alone in the sense that he arrived aboard a peculiar vessel I have never seen before. There appeared to be 7 or 8 crew members on board, none of whom had bounties. From his elevated position, Hill gazed into the distance, watching Carl rush towards the enigmatic ship. All right, I understand, he said, promptly contacting his informants to inquire about any special missions assigned to Carl within the Rocks pirates, and whether the Rocks had any intentions regarding the heavenly gold. Given that the New World had previously exhibited a balance of power, the annual tribute of heavenly gold had not encountered significant disruptions. However, this year was different. The Rocks pirates had established dominance over the latter half of the New World. One could not dismiss the possibility of their ambitions. It's time to set sail. Upon catching sight of the Qinglong, Carl exclaimed to the crowd, then leaped onto the vessel with vigor. We are off. Let us set sail. Just in time for me to glimpse what a merman looks like, Fields remarked, having wandered extensively around the Sabo archipelago. Despite his disappointment at not encountering any merfolk, he felt a burgeoning curiosity about them. As Carl steadied himself on the ship, his gaze abruptly fixed upon a certain loft on the island. In an instant, he recognized it was Hortus observing them. I wonder whether sparing you today was the right decision, he murmured. Hearing Carl's musing, Davis approached with an expression of curiosity, following Carl's line of sight. What do you mean by right or wrong? Carl was startled to discover Davis standing beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Ah, it's nothing. Let us be on our way. Carl withdrew his gaze and made his way toward the center of the deck. I hope you do not provoke the captain into regret. Otherwise, I shall personally deal with you. Davis, utilizing his observation haki, glanced towards Hortus in the distance and then observed Carl's retreating figure. Wow, how beautiful. As the vessel ventured deeper into the ocean, the initial glimmers of light created a mesmerizing spectacle, with various fish swimming freely. Jennifer promptly took out her camera to document the scene. What is there to admire? Nodi scoffed, feeling rather unimpressed, for after extensive physical training, he believed he had reached his limits. However, following Carl's guidance, they had relocated their training grounds beneath the sea, rendering such sights commonplace for him. Humph. Mind your own business, Jennifer retorted, choosing to ignore him as she dashed to the other side to capture more photographs. I wonder how these fish would taste if prepared. Smith leaned against the railing on the second floor, melancholically lighting a cigarette. He pondered over Carl's true physique and the heights of Nodi and the others. Consequently, the entire ship measured approximately 222 meters in length, 60 meters in width, and stood about 35 meters tall, with 10 meters per deck. The upper two levels housed the captain's lounge, dining area, conference room, laboratory, medical room, and a multitude of multifunctional spaces. The lowest level was designated for the storage of various supplies, while the second and third floors comprised bedrooms and bathrooms, consisting of 25 single rooms of 80 square meters each, along with bunk beds accommodating up to 200 individuals. The reason such a vast ship could be operated by only a handful of people was largely due to the assistance of the Mo family's mechanical arts. As the vessel descended, the surrounding seawater began to darken, with only a faint light aboard the ship barely illuminating the area. "It's gone. Why is it so dark?" Jennifer, who had been joyfully taking pictures moments ago, now found herself cowering near the cabin door, cautiously peeking outside. What would happen if this bubble were to burst? Brown, filled with curiosity, prodded at the golden membrane outside the cabin. Nody scratched his head before offering a confident reply. "Well, perhaps we would meet our demise at the ocean's depths. Ha ha ha. No, I am not ready to die yet." Hearing Nody's words, Jennifer hurriedly rushed behind Davis, believing that if the bubble were to burst, he could still rescue her. "Ha ha. Brown, stop frightening her. If we cannot safely reach the ocean floor with our strength, then few will ever reach the new world." Carl first chuckled to himself before confidently addressing the group. Fortunately, they had not encountered any formidable sea creatures during their journey. Could that be a glimmer of hope? "That must be Fishman Island," came the response, just as the group began to feel a tinge of boredom. Hunter stood atop the lookout tower at the bow of the ship, gazing at a faint light emanating from the depths below. Where? Brown was the first to rush to the railing. Although he had traversed the New World numerous times, he had yet to set foot on Fishman Island. "Are we finally here? Let me experience the distinction between Fishman Karate and the 8-tier fist." Due to Field's martial obsession, Carl had imparted various fighting techniques to him. Yet, he held a particular fondness for the 8-tier fist, which he deemed the most lethal form of combat in his eyes. I want to see. At that moment, Jennifer, having been the last to arrive, was no longer afraid. She, too, felt a spark of curiosity about the medical practices of the fishmen and wished to engage in discourse with their healers. Carl sat upon the throne he had meticulously designed for himself on the deck, adorned with numerous buttons linked to various functions. Now that he had entered a new world, unburdened by the fear of being discovered by the Navy, he chose not to employ his ability to shrink. His gaze could clearly discern the distant Fishman Island, while his right hand gently caressed the fur of the white tiger. In the next moment, Davis and the others exhibited expressions of vigilance, for they sensed a group approaching from afar. "Is that Lord Carl?" "It appears to be Lord Carl." Upon hearing the voices, they lowered their guard and glanced towards Carl. Carl gazed at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. "Fear not, for a portion of my crew is here. They have come to escort us." As the vessel ventured into the vast ocean, Carl had already established communication with Clay through the telephone buck. Given that Fishman Island is a coveted territory, Carl harbored grand ambitions for it. However, he recognized that the present moment was not opportune. Thus, he discreetly positioned numerous pawns throughout Fishman Island. "Lord Carl, I am Sleia, and I extend a warm welcome to you on Fishman Island." A small contingent of fishmen approached, with the Tiger Shark clan Sleia expressing profound respect towards Carl. He understood that it was due to Carl's assistance that the inhabitants of Fishman Street no longer suffered from hunger, and that peace and order had been restored. Consequently, the denizens of Fishman Street were immensely grateful for Lord Carl's support. Even the honor of welcoming Carl was bestowed upon Sleia, who had emerged as the chosen representative among the many fishmen. Carl gazed at Sleia, who nodded in response before saying, "Please, lead the way." Sleia, upon receiving Carl's acknowledgement, appeared extraordinarily exhilarated, for Carl had become their idol. "Please follow me, Lord Carl." Under Sleia's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Fishman Street. Along the way, Sleia's explanations revealed that Fishman Island was currently engulfed in political turmoil. Through his words, Carl discerned their desire for assistance in resolving the chaos plaguing the island. However, Carl found himself disinterested in addressing the political unrest of Fishman Island. Even if he were to intervene, it would be impossible for him to overtly establish dominion over the Fishman tribe. Now is not the time, he declared. Sleia, serving merely as a mouthpiece for the Fishman tribe, also wished for an early resolution to the internal strife. Although he felt a tinge of confusion at Carl's assertion as to why the situation could not be addressed immediately, his astuteness prevented him from voicing his inquiries. "Lord Carl, this is Fishman Street, the place prepared for your esteemed party to rest." Carl surveyed the exquisite room before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. though he was unaware of the room's owner. The mere fact that such a splendid space had been made available for their stay spoke volumes of the respect bestowed upon them. "How considerate," he remarked. "My lord Carl." "You jest. It is but our duty," replied Slya, feeling a touch of bashfulness at Carl's praise. After taking a deep breath, he gestured towards the interior, addressing the assembly. "Esteemed lords, please, make yourselves at home. A sumptuous dinner has been prepared for you tomorrow, and we hope you can partake." Upon hearing Carl's affirmative response, Slya's anxieties dissipated, a relaxed expression gracing his features. "I shall personally come to inform you, esteemed lords. For now, I must take my leave." "Indeed." With that, Slya led his team swiftly in another direction, presumably to report to the other merfolk. As Slya departed, Carl turned to Davis and the others. "All right, each of you shall have your own room. We shall rest here for a day and set off promptly the day after tomorrow." They had arrived at Fishman Island late at night, as their descent had commenced in the evening. "Aside from attending the banquet tomorrow, you may allocate your time as you wish." "Oh yeah," exclaimed Brown, dashing into a room, eager to prepare his belongings for a rendezvous with the lovely mermaid. Observing Brown's eagerness, the others exchanged knowing glances. "Ha, Brown is truly impatient." Carl followed suit, stepping into his own room, prompting the others to do the same. Then, Until tomorrow. Just as Carl and his companions slipped into slumber, a telephone snail suddenly rang in the office of Sengoku in the New World. "Blub blub. Hello. Is this Admiral Steele?" "What? Is that true?" "Very well, rest assured, Admiral Steele." With a click, Sengoku was taken aback to learn that Carl was presently on Fishman Island. Although the specifics of his intentions remained unclear, it was evident he would soon traverse the territory monitored by him and Garp. Sengoku hoped they would remain vigilant to avert any significant losses. Without further ado, he dialed Garp's number. Upon receiving the news, Garp remained somewhat skeptical, believing that Carl would not assault the naval branch in the New World. Nevertheless, he instructed his subordinates to remain vigilant. The following dawn arrived. Carl rose from the coral bed, unleashing his observation haki, his expression momentarily stunned. Within his perception, Davis and the others had vanished. This indicated that he was now the sole occupant of the house. "How eager you all are." In truth, Brown had hastily departed after coming in to tidy up yesterday, clearly the first to spend the night away. The others must have left today. Carl exited the room and made his way towards Coral Hill. Despite the current political turmoil on Fishman Island, Coral Hill remains one of the most prosperous port towns. In the original narrative, Sanji completed the blood transfusion here. And the renowned mermaid CAF is also located in this vibrant locale. "Wow, that person is so tall." The towering figure of Carl, standing at 8 meters, elicited a chorus of astonished gasps as he traversed the street. This thoroughfare was bustling with a diverse array of humans and merfolk engaged in spirited negotiations. Due to the unique specialties of Fishman Island, numerous humans flocked here to procure various goods at bargain prices, which they would subsequently transport to the seas for sale to the nobility of the great kingdoms, reaping substantial profits. Among the crowd, many merfolk merchants discreetly mingled, blending seamlessly into the throng. "Good sir, would you care to purchase a flower?" one offered enticingly. "It would make a splendid gift for your beloved. A mere 50 belly. Quite affordable." Following the sound, Carl lowered his gaze and beheld a petite mermaid, just over a meter tall, cradling an exquisite purple flower that towered over her. The flower exuded a captivating fragrance, a rarity found only in the depths of the ocean. This enchanting bloom, known as the sea goddess Affection, thrives alongside the colossal sea kings. Legend has it that if two merfolk are in love, locating this flower to propose will garner the blessing of the sea god, ensuring their union remains unbreakable. "What is your name?" he inquired, accepting the flower and inhaling its delightful scent, contemplating that he had yet to bring a gift for Lingling. This flower would be perfect for her. "I am called Lya," she replied. Carl crouched down, presenting the coin worth 500 belly to Lya, before rising to continue his journey. "Here, this is yours now. The flower belongs to me," he declared. "Sir, you have given too much," Lya replied, feeling a twinge of fear as she regarded Carl's imposing figure. Yet, her mother had taught her not to accept excess money casually. "Rest assured. Consider it a reward for you," he reassured her. Upon hearing Lya's words, Carl did not turn back. He merely waved his hand and strode forward with purpose. Although Fishman Island is home to several fishmen towering at heights of 7 to 8 meters, encountering a human of such stature was a novel experience for them. Consequently, they instinctively maintained a respectful distance from Carl. Carl was indifferent as he leisurely wandered down the street, purchasing some local specialties. Suddenly, he was startled by a thunderous noise in the distance. Iron Mountain, initially dismissing it. He recognized the familiar phrase and promptly dropped a handful of Bailey coins at the stall before dashing towards the source of the commotion. "Hey, sir. You don't need to leave so much," the elderly vendor called out, rising from her seat in an attempt to stop him, but he paid her no heed, hastening his departure instead. Boom. Fishman karate, 5,000-watt straight punch. Carl sprinted down the road, the sound growing increasingly distinct in his ears. It is Naughty. The reason Carl runs with such urgency is his concern regarding the mysterious factions that may exist on Fishman Island. After all, this is not merely a tale from the original work, it is reality. He is skeptical that, over such an extended period, Fishman Island has not produced its own formidable entities. Moreover, the physical prowess of fishmen is inherently superior to that of most humans, particularly among the ancient Fishman tribes, who may possess the strength equivalent to a brigadier general from the moment of their birth. If you were to assume that the powers depicted in the original narrative encompass the entirety of the forces at play, it would be a clear indication of folly. Smack. Wow. Splash. As Carl traversed a vibrant coral expanse, he beheld a striking scene before him. Naughty was engaged in combat with a muscular merman, whose physique mirrored his own. However, the sight of Naughty sprawled on the ground amidst a pool of blood starkly indicated that he was no match for this formidable adversary. Yet, Carl refrained from intervening, for he understood that it was essential for them to engage in a series of balanced encounters. Moreover, his perception revealed that Naughty had not sustained any grievous injuries. Stop. Do not advance just yet. Upon hearing voices behind him, Carl turned to see Davis and the others. He promptly halted their approach. Naughty is not gravely injured. It is a rare opportunity for him to confront someone slightly stronger, which will undoubtedly enhance his combat experience. Upon hearing Carl's words, the tension on Davis and the others' faces eased, and they settled into various positions, whether leaning against something or sitting, observing the unfolding spectacle. Carl had long recognized this dilemma. Their rapid growth and strength left them devoid of worthy opponents in the vast seas. Thus, it was imperative to devise means to bolster their practical combat experience. In the new world, myriad abilities emerged, posing constant threats to life. It was far more prudent to seek out evenly matched adversaries in advance than to risk dire consequences later. Naughty quickly regained his footing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression serious as he adopted an offensive posture reminiscent of the Eight Extremes fist. Your strength is commendable. Let us continue. Fishman karate, 8,000-watt rockfall. The merman retaliated with a powerful technique. Ground to sky cannon. Naughty first blocked with his left hand and then swung his right elbow toward the merman's crown. The merman reacted swiftly, raising his left hand to defend. In the next moment, their elbows collided with a resounding thud. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Swoosh! Observing his attack thwarted, Naughty wasted no time in lifting his right foot, executing a lightning-fast kick aimed at the merman's left knee. The merman, caught off guard, extended his right hand to strike Naughty's left cheek. Both combatants were sent flying in opposite directions. Boom! Naughty's body embedded itself within a cluster of rocks, his left cheek swelling significantly, yet he paid it no mind. Meanwhile, the merman crashed into a large section of coral, his left knee turning a deep crimson. Nevertheless, both fighters emerged relatively unscathed, rising to charge at one another once more. Bang! The two clashed again in an intense exchange. How long will they continue like this? Jennifer, standing nearby, appeared somewhat visually fatigued. Fields offered a candid response. For aside from Carl, he possessed the most authority to speak in this setting. After all, both he and Nodi were masters of martial arts. Well aware of Nodi's stamina and combat prowess, it seems unlikely to cease within a few hours. Must it take so long? May I? Jennifer was not particularly captivated by the spectacle of battle, and with so many onlookers present, it was unlikely that any danger would arise. It is worth noting that she was engaged in a discussion on medical practices with the doctor from Fishman Island and did not wish to squander this opportunity. Fields remained engrossed, observing the duel between the two combatants. It's fine. You all may continue your activities. I shall watch over here. You must be joking. It seems you are simply itching for action. Brown astutely discerned his intentions. Among all aboard, only Fields and Nodi were truly passionate about martial arts. Very well, everyone. Carry on with your own pursuits. Fields and I will remain here to observe. Carl observed the battle, unable to discern a clear victor amidst the chaos. With so many individuals gathered, it seemed a considerable waste of time for everyone involved. Thus, he proposed that they each attend to their own affairs. All right, let us depart. He declared, My dear sister, I have arrived. Brown, as ever, was the first to heed the call, whistling as he made his way into Fishman Island. Gradually, the others followed suit, leaving behind only Davis, Fields, and Carl. The trio exchanged knowing smiles, their shared concern for not safety the reason for their lingering presence. A 3 of spades, one of them announced. I have but one card remaining. The 3 remained focused on Knott's side, where the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Davis retrieved a deck of playing cards from his pocket, and they settled onto the ground to engage in a game of landlord. Carl, the landlord of this round, wore a triumphant expression as he regarded his 2 companions, for he held the coveted big joker as his final card. Unless an unforeseen twist occurred, victory seemed assuredly his. Yet, the more one anticipated success, the more likely it was for fate to intervene unexpectedly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, far louder than the previous clamor. Davis quickly tucked his cards away among the deck, rising to his feet as he gazed toward the center of the battlefield, where the confrontation between Knott and the Fishman had evidently reached its conclusion. Upon witnessing this, Carl did not express any reproach. Instead, he tossed the playing cards to the ground and rose to gaze at the center of the battlefield. After all, the significance of his comrades far outweighed that of the cards, which held less than a fraction of their worth. As the smoke gradually dissipated, an irregular oval shape became discernible in the midst of the battlefield. Nothi and the merman lay on the ground, each on opposite sides, surrounded by a pool of crimson blood. The battle has concluded. Carl and his companions made their way towards Noddy, observing the scars adorning his body, fortunately noting that the injuries were not too severe. Tap, tap, tap. Noddy, still somewhat dazed from the recent collision, turned his head upon hearing the sound of footsteps, only to find Carl and his companions approaching him. Captain, what brings you here? Noddy, having been unaware of Carl and the others hiding among the coral during the battle, expressed a degree of confusion. Carl, observing that there was nothing of great concern, turned to gaze at the merman across from him. Humph, you've arrived quite some time ago. Can you manage to rise? Knott nodded slightly, managing to sit up, and with Fields' assistance he stood. Although waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, he was relieved to find he could still move freely, indicating that his bones were unscathed. It seems the issue is not severe. Since your injuries are not critical, do not squander it. Rest assured, Captain Carl. Each of them possessed a rejuvenating elixir bestowed by Carl, and Knott was aware that his wounds were not life-threatening. Thus there was no need to waste such a precious potion. Preserving the elixir for a more dire situation was prudent. Carl then expressed his confusion, as he could not discern any resemblance between the merman before him and those from Merman Street. Who is he? How did you two come to meet? I'm not entirely sure. I came here merely to experience the pressure of the deep sea. To my surprise, I found him here, training his physical endurance as well. And so we engaged in combat under the pretense of sparring. Upon hearing Noddy's response, Carl immediately deduced that the merman before him was also a martial enthusiast. After all, their confrontation had not been a deadly clash, but rather a sparring session. Noddy observed the merman across from him, who showed no signs of rising, and assumed he was incapacitated, prompting him to call out, "Hey, are you still alive?" "Rest assured, I am far from dead," the merman replied, struggling for a moment before gradually sitting up. He regarded Noddy with a look of admiration. "You are the first human I have encountered who possesses such formidable skills." Though flattered by the merman's praise, Noddy quickly retorted, aware that the 2 individuals beside him were far superior in strength. "That merely reflects your limited experience. There are countless individuals like me on the surface." The unfamiliar merman was somewhat taken aback, for he had lived deep beneath the ocean since birth, and his family had thrived in the dark depths, never seeing the sun. Unbeknownst to him, the waters where his family resided had been designated as a habitat by Merman Island due to their excessively fierce and bloodthirsty nature, which could disrupt the normal order of Merman Island. This area was often referred to as an invisible prison, inhabited by various ferocious merman clans. "Is that true?" he inquired, bewildered. Shouldn't the bodies of humans be frail and weak? Having encountered humans on Merman Island, none had ever instilled in him a sense of imminent danger. "You clearly have much to learn. You strike me as a provincial," Noddy remarked. "My captain, Carl," he gestured towards Carl, "is an immensely powerful individual. Yet even he would not claim to be the strongest among humans." He observed the incredulous expression on the unfamiliar merman's face. Carl smiled faintly. In the next moment, he unleashed a murderous intent from the depths of his heart, infused with the formidable conqueror's haki, which enveloped the merman before him. However, This aura lasted but a fleeting second before he swiftly withdrew it. Ugh! The merman instantly sensed an overwhelming wave of fear, though it lasted only a brief moment. He felt the chilling threat of death in that instant. Huff, huff. He bowed his head, placing his hands on the ground, gasping for air. After a moment of composure, he lifted his pale face to gaze at Carl. You are a warrior the likes of which I have never encountered. It seems I have truly been woefully ignorant. Carl had an inkling of his identity. For it was inconceivable for the merfolk or fishmen dwelling in Fishman Island to remain oblivious to the most formidable force upon the seas, humans. Observing this fishman, who, despite his youth, was already approaching the pinnacle of vice-admiral strength, a thought of subjugation stirred within him. He yearned to harness the power of the family behind this fishman. What do you say? Are you interested in engaging with a true powerhouse? Carl understood that to entice a martial enthusiast aboard, the simplest method was to present them with the prospect of encountering a more formidable opponent. This was a temptation that no martial artist could resist. Indeed. Upon hearing Carl's tantalizing words, the merman gazed at him with palpable excitement. Can I? He inquired eagerly. Of course, if that is your desire, Carl replied. Very well. Then please take me to witness the prowess of the stronger warriors. Carl gazed at the exuberant merman. What is your name? I am Halil, a merman from the Azure Dragon clan. Very well, then accompany me to the sea. I shall show you what the battle between the mightiest warriors truly entails. Carl assisted him to his feet, and then the group made their way to their temporary refuge. During the journey, through Carl's meticulous inquiries, it became evident that Halil was indeed from that forsaken prison. However, the locals did not refer to it in such a manner. They viewed it instead as a transaction made with the Emperor of Fishman Island. Since relocating to that maritime domain, they have been able to freely express their true nature without any constraints. It can only be said that perspectives vary among individuals. This individual, known as Halil, will henceforth join us as a new crew member. Upon Carl's return to the cottage, he first gathered everyone together and subsequently introduced Halil to them. While it is true that Carl had specific motives for bringing Halil into the fold, it is undeniable that once an individual becomes part of his team, Carl regards them as a true friend. Later, under Brown's guidance, the group joyfully explored the various attractions of Fishman Island. Brown was chosen to lead them due to his having completed a special ritual with the local merfolk. After establishing communication, they learned of the delightful wonders that Fishman Island had to offer. As night fell, the group returned to their dwelling. A diminutive seahorse merman hurried to Slia, having been assigned to keep watch. Upon spotting Carl and his companions approaching, he promptly sought out Slia to report, Lord Carl has returned. Thank you for your hard work. Slia replied, rising from a bench by the entrance. She walked toward Carl, placing her right hand over her chest and bowing slightly. A gesture of respect customary among the merfolk. Lord Carl, the banquet has been prepared for you. Carl first cast a glance at Davis, who immediately comprehended the situation and took the items that the others had brought into the room. Slia observed this and did not urge them. Instead, she stood quietly to the side, awaiting further developments. Lead the way, she said. As Carl beheld Davis exit through the doorway, his gaze turned towards Slia. This way, please. Slia was unwilling to squander a single moment and promptly began to lead the way, quickening his pace. He had previously lingered in place for an extended duration. Though a sense of anxiety lingered within him, the sight of Carl dispelled all his unease. Slia guided Carl and his companions deeper into the Fishman Street. At the heart of Fishman Street lay a brightly illuminated hall, spacious and filled with a bustling throng of fishmen. This hall had recently been constructed, primarily intended for various meetings. The atmosphere was rife with noise, the air thick with animated conversation. Has Lord Carl not yet arrived? How long has Slia been gone? It must be over an hour by now. Despite being a member of the Turtle clan, Leo was anything but slow. He exhibited an unusual impatience, making him a rare exception among his kind. Do not fret, Leo. Since Lord Carl has promised to come, he certainly will not be late. Indeed, Leo. Do maintain your composure. Kano from the Octopus clan concurred. The three of them were the initiators of this banquet and represented the clandestine forces that Clay had positioned on Fishman Island. Kano possesses a calm demeanor and is currently responsible for the transportation of personnel and supplies to Cake Island. At present, nearly 800,000 members of the Fishman tribe have settled in the Sweet Sea. However, as the Sweet Sea remains only partially developed, the sheer number of inhabitants, spread across 56 islands, renders the 8-month timeframe insufficient to accommodate a greater influx of fishmen. On one hand, There is a pressing need to develop these 56 small islands concurrently. On the other hand, they must also construct their underwater abodes. The majority of fishmen are drawn to land primarily for the warmth of sunlight. Yet they find terrestrial living somewhat challenging and prefer to dwell beneath the surface of the water. After several months of careful tallying, the registered population of the Fishman tribe has surpassed 1.7 million. In truth, the Fishman tribe boasts a vast demographic, and upon their migration to Fishman Island, neighboring fishmen were quick to send representatives to investigate the situation. These visitors are largely descendants of ancient fishmen. Upon learning of the opportunity to experience the new world and bask in genuine sunlight, many fishmen returned to Fishman Street with their families. The residents of Fishman Street gradually welcomed them into their community, resulting in a significant surge in the Fishman population. Aloe, a descendant of the ancient whale shark tribe, is tasked with reconciling the tensions between the ancient fishmen and the contemporary fishmen. Although he is 72 years old, he is equivalent to a youthful 22 in human years, given their lifespan of over 300 years. Meanwhile, the irascible Leo from the sea turtle tribe oversees the combat division of the fishmen. Creak. Lakali pushed open the door, calling out to the fishmen inside. Lord Carl has arrived. What? Has he really come? Of course, since Carl is here, let us go out to welcome him. Kano was the first to rise, subsequently leading the group out of the door. As Carl and his companions approached the entrance, they were greeted by the sight before them. At the forefront stood Kano, Leo, and Aloe, followed by a multitude of fishmen led by Uyaya. The assembled crowd bowed before Carl. All right, rise. Let us proceed inside. Kano instructed. Certainly, my lord Carl. Please come in, they replied. Kano straightened up, his face alight with eagerness as he gazed at Carl, then gestured for everyone to clear a path. Kano led Carl and the group toward the innermost table, a colossal structure emanating a subtle scent of seaweed, suggesting it had been prepared specifically for him in a short span of time. Once everyone was seated, Kano and his companions raised their glasses, addressing Carl. Welcome, Lord Carl, to Fishman Island. Let us express our sincere gratitude for your arrival. Lord Carl, thank you for extending your hand. Cheers. The hundreds of fishmen present stood, lifting their glasses and exclaiming, Cheers. I appreciate your warm hospitality. To your health. With a resounding clink of glasses, they tilted their heads back, emptying their cups in one swift motion. Please, take a seat, Lord Carl. Very well, everyone said, observing Kano's earnest gaze. Carl first commanded those present to sit down before he himself took his place. Without any further introductions, the banquet commenced, albeit somewhat hastily. He took a few bites from the table laden with delicacies. Carl discerned the hesitant expressions of several individuals. He understood that this gathering was far from ordinary. However, he had long been mentally prepared, otherwise he would not have come to the banquet. If there is something on your mind, feel free to express it. Carl first chuckled softly, then turned his gaze towards Kano. He placed a small fish into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. Kano and the others exchanged glances, and after a moment of mutual gaze, it was Kano who spoke first. Lord Carl, it is as follows. We are aware that seeking your assistance to resolve the turmoil in Fishman Island may be somewhat inappropriate. Thus we wish to discuss an entirely different matter. Carl displayed a contemplative expression. He initially believed he was summoned to address the turmoil within Fishman Island. After all, he had garnered a general understanding of the current predicament on the island. The internal strife had escalated to the point of disrupting the normal operations of Fishman Street. Moreover, a considerable number of fishmen had been conscripted against their will. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that it pertained to a different matter altogether. Thus, he was eager to discover what issue could possibly hold greater significance than this. Davis and the others also set down their chopsticks, turning their attention to Kano. Please, continue. Kano gazed into the eyes of the crowd, gently swallowing before speaking softly. We wish to know, my lord Carl, how many of the Fishman tribe can be accommodated within the realm of your desert sea for their sustenance? We are unable to alter the internal strife on Fishman Island. We merely seek to secure a safer future for the Fishman tribe. Thus, we humbly beseech you, my lord Carl, to consider accepting more members of the Fishman tribe. Carl did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze wandered around the gathering, where he noticed a multitude of mermen from various races. An unsettling feeling washed over him as he observed that each merman exuded a remarkable composure and maturity. It was evident that these individuals represented distinct races, which lent the assembly an air of formality more akin to a conference than a mere gathering. However, He understood that he could not afford to lose the trust of the merman race, as many of his future plans hinged upon their cooperation. Turning his attention back to Kano, the individual responsible for recording the merman population, he inquired, "Are you the representatives of the various races?" Observing the merman nod in silent agreement, he contemplated the implications. "I believe I have a general understanding of your situation," he continued. "How many of your kin remain?" "We currently have a total of 1.75 million, with approximately 800,000 already residing in the Desert Sea, leaving 950,000 mermen on Merman Island." Upon Kano's words, the members of the Fishman tribe gazed at Carl with eager anticipation, hoping to hear more favorable news from him. "The numbers are rather substantial," he remarked. "I cannot guarantee anything," he continued. "At present, the Desert Sea cannot accommodate all these individuals. However, rest assured that in a few years, once the islands of the Desert Sea are fully developed, it should be possible to welcome you all." Hearing Carl's affirmative words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. In their eyes, as long as Carl verbally committed to their future relocation, they were indifferent to the years that lay ahead. "Let us feast." With the delightful news, laughter erupted among the gathering as they approached Carl to offer a toast. Following a brief toasting ceremony, Kano and the others engaged in a thorough discussion with Carl regarding the subsequent measures to address the situation. Given the overwhelming number of fishmen, issues concerning livelihoods, the environment, and housing would need to be resolved one by one. After the banquet concluded, among those present, only Davis and Fields Brown remained sober. The rest were thoroughly intoxicated, unable to escape the Fishman tribe's generous hospitality. Carl, however, had not succumbed to inebriation and assisted in escorting Thompson and the others back to their quarters. "Hunter, you are completely wasted," Brown remarked disdainfully, unceremoniously tossing Hunter onto the bed. "Phew, I am utterly exhausted," he sighed, releasing a breath laden with the scent of alcohol. After closing Hunter's door, he turned to find Carl in the corridor and immediately approached him, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin. "Captain, I'm stepping out for a bit, hee." Upon observing Brown's expression, Carl immediately discerned the young man's intentions. "I understand. Make sure to return by tomorrow morning," he advised. "Rest assured, Captain, I shall be punctual." Brown replied with a smile, hastily exiting through the door, his right hand waving energetically behind him. He soon vanished into the night, evidently on his way to bid farewell to his beloved. "You all should retire early as well. You need not worry, Captain. Indeed, we can't all indulge in inebriation." "Can we?" Davis remarked while patting the handgun at his waist, aware of Carl's circumstances. Thus, there was no first mate aboard the vessel. Yet Davis was universally acknowledged as the de facto second in command. The following dawn, a piercing scream roused everyone from their slumber. "This is infuriating. I haven't even had my chance with the mermaid." Although Smith was the chef, it did not imply he was disinterested in a night filled with intimate ambiguity with the mermaid. Regrettably, he had overindulged in drinks the previous night during a drinking contest, causing him to miss this splendid opportunity. Not long after, Nod had already tidied up and, upon hearing Smith's furious outburst, approached his door, raising a fist and boasting, "What good are those hopes? My fist is far more effective." "I shan't converse with you," Smith retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Nod. He had no desire to engage in a contest of strength with a brute. What could a muscle-bound man possibly comprehend? He hastily got up to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. "All right, it is time to set sail." Carl, upon hearing their boisterous chatter, promptly emerged from his chamber. "Please assist me in handling these medical tomes," he requested. "Have you perhaps acquired an excessive amount?" came the reply. "You brought this upon yourself." "Consider it a form of retribution," he retorted. The onlookers chuckled as Fields emerged from Jennifer's room, a towering stack of books perched precariously upon his shoulders, far exceeding his own height. After all, it was Fields who had hoisted Jennifer aloft during their time at Sky Island. He recognized that this was merely the consequence of his own actions, yet he bore no ill will, understanding that this was his path to redemption. Moreover, the impressive pile was not as burdensome as it appeared. "Humph, we shall see if you dare to treat me this way again," Jennifer declared, her head tilted slightly upward, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. A quick glance at Fields, and she bounded ahead, leading the group with exuberance. The others exchanged knowing smiles and hurried to catch up. Soon, the party made their way toward the Qinglong ship alongside Halil. Upon reaching the harbor, they spotted Kano and his companions. "Lord Carl," Kano greeted. "The vessel has been prepared for your journey." Upon learning that Carl would set sail today, Kano and his companions had already relocated Carl's vessel to the harbor. How thoughtful. Kano remarked, "You must hasten your pace from here on." Observing their preparations, he looked at them with a sense of satisfaction. "Rest assured, Lord Carl. Wishing you a smooth journey, Lord Carl." Carl nodded and descended the staircase towards the vessel. As he and his companions boarded the ship, the onlookers saluted, bidding farewell to them. The ship glided smoothly forward, and just as it was about to leave Fishman Island, Brown leaned over the railing, peering intently into the depths of the island, muttering names under his breath. Lily, Shasha, Lisa, Airy. Upon hearing the various names escaping Brown's lips, Smith's countenance twisted into a grimace, his teeth nearly grinding in rage as he lunged forward, seizing Brown by his collar. "Just how many have you encountered? Spill it out." Honestly, Brown, sensing the ferocity in Smith's expression, was struck by fear and quickly wriggled free, darting across the deck while Smith pursued him relentlessly. "I didn't hurry up and confess." Amid their playful scuffle, the others paid them no heed, instead observing the surrounding waters with keen interest. To their naked eyes, the area was teeming with fishmen, escorting them safely along their journey. As the vessel began to rise above the water, the surrounding depths became clearer, signaling their imminent arrival at the ocean surface. The accompanying fishmen submerged, refraining from greeting them. "Is this the new world? It feels rather unchanged," Jennifer remarked. Her expression tinged with disappointment, as she had anticipated a stark contrast from the first half of their voyage. "Have we arrived?" Brown and Smith swiftly halted, exchanging glances filled with disdain before rushing to the railing. What changes could the new world possibly bring? It's merely that the inhabitants are a bit stronger. Let us set sail for Punk Hazard. I have a score to settle. As Carl found himself on Fishman Island, he received a letter from Clay. The New World had not undergone significant changes over the past 8 months. The Rock's pirates had recruited numerous new members, yet no major battles had transpired. The Navy remained unchanged, with only 2 branches left in the New World, both near Fishman Island. One was Sengoku's Punk Hazard, while the other belonged to Garb's West Route Island. Together, they firmly maintained stability at the entrance of the New World. Many new pirates attempting to enter were thwarted by Garp and Sengoku, resulting in the Rock's pirates lacking fresh blood. Upon learning that Sengoku was stationed at Punk Hazard, Carl became consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He understood that had it not been for Charlotte Lean's timely arrival, Sengoku would have surely killed him. This enmity was a matter of life and death, an unavenged grudge. He could never forget this hatred. "I understand, Captain." Though Thompson was uncertain of the reasons for heading to Punk Hazard, this did not hinder his obedience to the captain's decision. The others did not voice any questions either. The course of the pirate ship was to be determined solely by the captain. However, at Hive Island, a nefarious scheme against Carl was unfolding. John, noticing Carl's prolonged absence, was preparing to strike against Carl's forces. "How are preparations progressing? I need to ensure absolute certainty." John's initial targets were Long E and Long Air. During the months Carl had not shown himself on Hive Island, John sensed something amiss and believed an opportunity had arisen. Thus, he had been dispatching individuals to monitor the movements of Long E and Long Air. According to his observations, they frequented the market on Hive Island daily, purchasing a variety of slaves, predominantly children, with only a few being of rare races. Although he was unaware of the source of their funds for acquiring so many children, he perceived this as an opportunity for action. "Rest assured, Lord John, I guarantee absolute certainty." Yali, one of John's loyal subordinates, was involved in their plans to ambush Long E and Long Air on their way back to their residence. Given that Carl's base was quite distant from the market, they believed their ambush would go unnoticed. However, a segment of their route would take them past Charlotte Lean's residence, a grave oversight, as they were unaware of Carl's connection to her. While John and his accomplices were plotting in secrecy, Carl and his crew had already arrived near Punk Hazard. "Sengoku, I eagerly await our reunion." "What do you mean, Captain?" "As we approach Pankasade, Davis and his companions have long discerned that this is a naval base, thus unveiling Carl's intentions. Clearly, the pirates do not arrive at a naval base merely for tea and socializing. This is my personal vendetta. You need not intervene," Carl declared with a calm demeanor as he strode towards the deck. Davis immediately interjected. "How can we allow our captain to confront this alone?" "Rest assured, Captain," Fields and Natai chimed in, eager for an exhilarating battle, and certainly unwilling to let their captain face the fray unaccompanied. "Yes, give it your all, Captain." Ultimately, Jennifer rallied the crew. Her petite frame and role as the ship's doctor belied by her remarkable growth over the past few months. now reaching a level akin to that of a rear admiral. Anyone who underestimates her does so at their peril. Ha ha ha, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Carl gazed at the crowd, a proud smile gracing his face. He was no longer the solitary warrior he once was. Quickly, inform Rear Admiral Sengoku that pirates are attacking. The alarm bells rang out. They made no effort to evade. Instead, they advanced directly towards the naval base, inevitably drawing the attention of the sentinels on shore. The naval soldiers promptly wheeled out their cannons. Boom, 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 clang. Is this all the navy of the New World can muster? Brown, wielding his longsword, skillfully deflected the incoming cannonballs, exclaiming, "This is merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come." Carl stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, as the vessel continued its rapid advance toward the naval branch. G6 branch, Admiral Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. With the crisp sound of the door opening, a messenger, visibly anxious, reported to Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. Pirates are approaching the port. Since Sengoku had taken command here, it had become rare for pirates to directly assault their branch. Do we know which pirates they are? From the flag, it appears to be the Rocks pirates. Sengoku's expression momentarily froze upon hearing the messenger's words. What? This cannot be. He abruptly stood, ready to exit. But then paused, realizing something was amiss. According to his intelligence, there had been no unusual activity from Rocks recently. How many are there? A terrifying thought crossed Sengoku's mind. Could it be Carl? After all, among the captains of the current Rocks pirates, only Carl was absent from Hachiho Island. The messenger, noticing Sengoku's anxious demeanor, hastily replied, "There is only one ship, with about a dozen individuals on board." Sengoku's expression darkened instantly, as he recognized that his fears might be coming true. This is bad. Quickly, contact Vice Admiral Garp and summon him for assistance. Inform him that Carl is attacking. Understood. Admiral Sengoku. As Sengoku watched the messenger rush out, he hurried toward the port, hoping that it was not Carl, for that would spell disaster. He and Garp had previously united to severely wound Carl, but now he was alone. The incoming party does not come in peace. Bloop bloop. Hello? Is that you, Sengoku? Are you attempting to surpass my donut challenge record? Kapu remained on Rusi Island, leisurely savoring a donut. This is dire. Vice Admiral Carl is launching an attack and requests assistance. What? Is that true? Very well, I shall depart at once. Upon receiving this shocking news, his expression instantly turned grave. He discarded the donut onto the ground, swiftly donned his cloak, and summoned his comrades to head towards Punk Hazard. At the harbor of Punk Hazard, bang, bang, bang. Brown stood at the shore, methodically slicing through every projectile aimed at them. Captain, the Navy's strength seems rather unimpressive, he remarked. He speculated that his captain, Carl, might have suffered an unexpected setback here at some point, and now his return was merely to seek retribution. Carl remained undeterred, his expression grave as he stood at the port, gazing at the approaching Vice Admiral. They have arrived. The crowd soon noticed the figures of Sengoku and his companions advancing from the distance. I shall take the lead, declared Fields, who had long yearned for a genuine battle but had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Now, the moment had arrived. He charged forward, directly confronting Vice Admiral Jeremy at the forefront. Pirates, your arrival here shall be your everlasting folly. With a resounding clash, the shockwave from their confrontation sent nearby naval soldiers flying several meters away, accompanied by the deafening roar of battle. In an instant, Fields engaged Jeremy in fierce combat. One for each of us, said Knott, tightening his fists. He was the second to dash into the fray, facing off against Vice Admiral Upton. Pirates, do not grow too arrogant, he warned as Les charged ahead. I shall join as well, Halil said, greeting Les with a broad smile. Lastly, Brown and Hunter confronted Vice Admiral Watt. Davis remained on the periphery, dispatching lesser foes while keeping a watchful eye on Jennifer. Smith stood beside Jennifer, ever vigilant in protecting the beloved member of their crew. The battlefield swiftly transformed into several zones of conflict, the air crackling with intensity as the combat reached a fever pitch. The surrounding naval soldiers kept their distance, wary of the chaos. Sengoku, it has been a long time, Carl remarked. Indeed, it has been a while, Carl. Sengoku responded as they gradually closed the gap, the various skirmishes subtly encircling them. Observing the injured naval soldiers around him, Sengoku glared furiously at Carl. Today, I shall ensure your demise. You must first survive to see that happen. Titan's true form, golden light spell. Carl's physique swelled to an impressive 10 meters, his form radiating an extraordinary brilliance under the sunlight. 8 extremes, skyward cannon. The colossal figure of Carl surged toward the battlefield with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Buddha of the summit. Shockwave. Boom. The sound resonated like the tolling of a temple bell, creating an enormous shockwave in the air. Noti Davis and his companions, witnessing the fierce clash at the center of the battlefield, promptly redirected their adversaries to a safer distance, keen to avoid the repercussions of the ensuing combat. Haler, observing the confrontation between Carl and the battlefield, felt a surge of passion ignite within him. Ha ha ha, is this the spectacle of a battle between top-tier powerhouses? I find myself exhilarated. You damn fishman, show me some respect. Bang. Seizing the moment while Haler was momentarily distracted, Les sent him hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing against a rocky wall. Cough, cough. Haler, noticing the blood trickling from his hands, appeared even more deranged. Bring it on. He quickly descended from the wall and charged toward Les with fervor. Battlefield, why are you standing still? Ha ha ha. Carl gazed at Sengoku in the distance, sensing that Sengoku's current strength was far inferior to what it had been during their last encounter. Damn it. Sengoku had not anticipated Carl's rapid growth in power, achieving a significant leap in such a short span of time. Today, he must be subdued. Otherwise, the justice of the Navy would be difficult to uphold. And it could even lead to the emergence of another rocks barrage shatter. Sengoku understood that only by unleashing all his firepower could he temporarily suppress Carl, fervently hoping that Garp would arrive soon. Come forth. Allow me to experience the might of the most formidable power in the world of pirates. Carl also aspired to master the art of domination, and thus sought to glean knowledge from the fierce battles of the warring states. Regrettably, he was not the protagonist, and a fleeting skirmish would hardly bestow upon him the insights of such mastery. However, it did not deter him from attempting to grasp its essence. 8 Extremes Fist, Iron Mountain Crash. With a resounding clang, the sharp sound reverberated as Carl's right elbow collided forcefully with the right fist of his opponent from the warring states. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Carl's gaze, and his conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping the entire island. Thud, thud. It is the shockwave of Conqueror's haki. Quickly move the unconscious individuals to the rear. Those present were well acquainted with the fierce battles against the notorious pirates of the New World, and thus recognized this as the impact of Conqueror's haki. They promptly began to relocate the incapacitated to safety. Carl sensed the destructive aura within him wreaking havoc on his body. However, its potency was considerably diminished compared to the last encounter. This was, in fact, due to his deeper comprehension of the Golden Light incantation, which now allowed him to penetrate within and safeguard his internal organs. Thus, in his perception, the destructive force within him was being gradually eroded by the Golden Light incantation. Warring states, your strength has truly waned. It seems you shall not be able to retain me today. Who can say? Carl gazed at Sengoku, who remained defiant, and with his right hand enveloped in haki, he forcefully struck Sengoku's abdomen. Sengoku, realizing the impending danger, quickly raised his leg to defend himself. Whoosh. Bang. In the next instant, a sly grin appeared on Carl's face. He had intentionally allowed Sengoku to kick. With his ruse successful, he swiftly lifted his left foot and unleashed a powerful sidekick aimed at Sengoku's waist. Smack. Bang. Bang. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, unable to mount a defense, and his body was sent flying towards the left front, tumbling across the ground several times. As Sengoku slid backward, he immediately slammed his right fist into the ground. Boom. Your little trick is futile. Regaining his footing, Sengoku charged at Carl with a furious roar. Clang, clang, clang. The two immediately engaged in close combat, their fierce exchanges echoing like the relentless clang of iron on iron. Halt. Who goes there? Long E and Long Air halted their advance, the dozens of children behind them huddling closely together. In the next moment, a group of pirates emerged from the nearby thicket. Without wasting words, the newcomers brandished their blades and charged at them. Those who seek your life, attack. Longy surveyed the pirates before him and glanced towards the dense jungle. He knew there were likely more lurking within, and he swiftly turned to Long Air. Right. Long Air nodded, a silent understanding passing between them. They were acutely aware that danger could strike at any moment on this island. With Carl's prolonged absence, it was conceivable that someone might seize the opportunity to ambush them, especially since they were burdened with a significant amount of berries. Heaven and earth, the root of all chi. Cultivate diligently for eons to prove my divine powers. Within the 3 realms, the way reigns supreme. My body glows with golden light, enveloping me. Long E and Long Air's faces grew solemn as they immediately activated their golden light incantation, stepping forward to confront their foes. 8th level fist, collapse. Long Air dashed to the left front, while Long E swiftly positioned himself to fend off the pursuing enemies. However, the adversaries at the rear seized the opportunity, launching a blade towards Long E's back. Clang. Fortunately, Long E had mastered the golden light incantation. Although he felt a slight sting, it failed to breach the protection of the incantation. Watching Long Air distance himself, Long E's expression hardened with resolve as he turned to face the group of pirates. The hidden assailants in the jungle, seeing Long Air flee to the left, recognized the precarious situation. They could not allow him to find reinforcements and immediately led the remaining pirates in pursuit. Quick, chase. Although anxiety marked Long E's face, he could do little to assist. He had to focus on the enemies before him. He could only hope that Long Air would reach safety first. For not far ahead lay the stronghold of Charlotte Linlin. Punk Hazard. Slash Wave. Sidekick. What found himself in dire straits? Bloodstains marking his body under the relentless assault of Brown and Hunter. Humph. Pirates, what exclaimed, narrowly evading Brown's sword energy. His face contorted with fury. It is because of people like you that so many wander lost upon the seas. He then kicked out, his right foot colliding with Hunter's leg. Bang. After the impact, both men staggered backward. Brown, unleashing more sword energy to confine Watt's movements, charged forward. There is no need for grand speeches. If it weren't for the celestial dragons, how could so many choose to set sail? The Navy is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons. At this, Watt faltered momentarily, acutely aware of the truth in their words. Whoosh. This is bad. Davis, having observed Watt for some time, recognized an opportunity. Utilizing his observation hockey, he discerned that among the Navy present, only Watt was at a disadvantage, making him a prime target. Moreover, as pirates, they had no regard for the notion of fair one-on-one combat. Seizing the moment of Watt's distraction, Davis unleashed a lethal shot. Thud. A bullet, imbued with armament hockey, grazed Watt's heart as he instinctively clutched his chest. In the next instant, Watt screamed in agony. Just as the bullet pierced his chest, Brown had closed the distance, severing his right arm. Soldiers from the Navy, witnessing Watt's grievous injury, rushed towards him. Damn pirates. Commodore Watt. Bang, bang, bang. Yet their efforts proved futile. Davis methodically took them down one by one, leaving the advancing soldiers trembling in fear, hesitant to approach. Watt scanned his surroundings, realizing that no one was coming to his aid. As he beheld the advancing figures of Brown and Hunter, he understood the grim fate that awaited him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Brown, hoping to take one of them down before his demise. However, weakened and grievously injured, he stood no chance against the current might of Brown. As he surged forward, Davis fired 2 more shots, striking Watt in both legs. His charge abruptly halted. He fell to his knees, swish. In a moment of bitter defiance, his head was severed by Brown's blade, and he beheld his own body, eyes wide open, blood gushing from his neck. Thud. Truly commendable, a commodore among pirates. We could hardly subdue him together. Brown stepped forward, gazing at Watt's lifeless eyes. What say you now? As Hunter witnessed the conclusion of the battle, he lit a cigarette and jestingly regarded Brown. Brown waved his hand, chuckling as he gestured towards himself. Let us not speak of it. It seems I am indeed the least skilled among us. Ha 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 ha. The two approached Davis after the skirmish had ended. The reason they did not assist the other 3 was that those 3 were, in a sense, martial enthusiasts, reluctant to allow outsiders to intrude upon their clash. Boom. Clang. You all accelerate. We shall go ahead. After a brief journey of several minutes, Carp had arrived near Punk Hazard, though still some distance away. The various sounds of combat emanating from above Punk Hazard could already be faintly heard. Aware that what was most needed at present was support, he hurriedly guided the 4 rear admirals, gliding towards Punk Hazard with the grace of moonlight. Punk Hazard. The naval base at the port of Punk Hazard now lay in ruins. If Jeremy and Noddy could be considered evenly matched, then Apton was on the verge of collapse, having been thoroughly battered by Fields. Should reinforcements not arrive soon, Apton might very well perish on this battlefield. Although the rear admirals stationed in the New World possessed formidable strength, they were indeed carefully selected by Carp, and their prowess was not to be underestimated. Not to mention, after enduring 8 months of grueling training, their capabilities were vastly superior. Less and what bore numerous wounds, yet they could still endure a while longer. The naval soldiers on the scene had retreated further back. It was not that they lacked the desire to fight, but rather that the residual forces of the battle were lethal enough to claim their lives. Barrage Falling Star. Sengoku, with his golden form, extended a colossal hand imbued with the powers of pressure and shock waves. Now this is combat. Come forth, Sengoku. Let me see if you can keep me here. Then Carp stood firm, raising his voice to the heavens, simultaneously extending his right hand. Thunder Law, thunderous might. The previously clear skies were soon engulfed by dark clouds. Gazing at the ominous clouds above and sensing the immense power within the layers, Carp erupted into wild laughter. They say the old master has transcended. This time, I truly believe it. Carl, with his right hand wielding a colossal thunderbolt, resembled a javelin champion as he hurled the furious lightning towards the warring states. The ground scorched beneath the thunder's path, transforming several meters of earth into charred remnants under the onslaught of raging energy. As the two forces collided, a vast mushroom cloud erupted skyward. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Fight, fight. I yearn for battle. This was the first time Halil had witnessed such a clash of energy between top-tier combatants, his face flushed with excitement as he eagerly anticipated engaging with such formidable foes. Even at the risk of death, he hastily intensified his duel with Les, longing to observe the confrontation between Carl and the warring states up close. Yearning to witness the contest of supreme powers. Is this the captain? His strength is indeed astonishing. Davis, Jennifer, and others were resting upon a fragment of rock at the harbor. Wow, how extravagant. When will I become this powerful? Brown exclaimed with a playful expression directed at those around him. Just wait a bit longer, Hunter replied, as always finding him distasteful, promptly dousing his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. TCH, how dull, Brown scoffed, dismissing him with a wave as he remained intently focused on the battlefield. Warring states. Hold on just a little longer. I shall be there soon. Kapu, witnessing the colossal golden Buddha dissipate in the air, realized the situation had reached a critical juncture and hastened his pace, pushing himself to the limit. Well, Sengoku, you must hold on. Sengoku, having been forced out of the great Buddha form, leaned on his left hand while wiping the blood from his mouth with his right. Kapu, if you come any slower, I shall meet my end here. As the smoke cleared, Sengoku gazed at Carl before him. Why would someone like you choose the path of a pirate? Based on Sengoku's understanding of Carl, he noted that Carl was not like other pirates, who wreaked havoc and destruction. He was genuinely curious as to why someone with such formidable strength would opt for a life of piracy. Hearing the inquiry from Sengoku, Carp halted his steps, standing still as he stroked his chin and offered a thoughtful response. Perhaps it is because the Navy feels quite constrained, he mused. Moreover, I harbor a disdain for the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Sengoku could not help but acknowledge that the current Navy is, in truth, but a hound of the world government, though the situation may be as such now. I firmly believe that I can guide the Navy back onto the righteous path with my own hands. Naturally, Sengoku remained steadfast in his resolve, undeterred by these mere words. Let us wait and see, he replied. While it is true that the Navy's circumstances would improve somewhat once Sengoku assumed the position of admiral, it would not alter the fact that he remains a pawn of the celestial dragons. Iron Fist, Meteor, 8 trigrams, defense. Upon hearing a familiar voice from behind, Carp immediately adopted a defensive stance, turning to block Kazara's Iron Fist. However, due to the hastiness of his defense, his body inevitably slid forward. After Carp repelled Carl, he immediately rushed to Sengoku's side to assist him. How are you, Sengoku? Are you all right? Seeing Carp's concerned expression, Sengoku gently shook his head. I'm not dead yet. Davis stood up and gazed towards the sea, where 4 admirals were approaching swiftly from the sky. We have guests. Oh ho, it's about to begin again. No way. How can there be more? Brown looked at Smith, who wore an excited expression, feeling somewhat helpless. He understood that Smith was thrilled simply because he hadn't yet faced an admiral. Despite his reluctance, Brown drew his sword, perhaps embodying the notion of righteousness amidst adversity. On the other side of the battlefield, Fields turned to the sky, having laid down the lifeless form of Upton. Fight. Fields wiped the blood from his hands, revealing an exhilarated smile. Although he had lost much of his stamina, he was still able to continue the fight. Without glancing back at Upton, he sprinted towards the 4 admirals in the sky. Bang! Jeremy and Les, after a brief clash with Nadi and Halil, moved towards the coastal edge. Thud! As Sander and his companions landed near Jeremy and Les's voice rang out. Sander, why have you arrived so late? Upton and Water are already dead. Sander observed the redness in Les's eyes as he glanced at the battlefield, where the bodies of Upton and Water lay. Sorrow etched on the faces of him and the other 3 admirals. I'm sorry, we arrived too late. He understood that any words at this moment would be futile. Suddenly turning his gaze towards Davis and the others, he declared, "Pirates, prepare to meet your end." A new battle commenced, chaos erupting across the battlefield, with no fixed adversaries. Both sides were engulfed in a fervor of combat. "Carp, you arrived rather swiftly, but it seems I can finally avenge our previous grievances." Carl's face radiated excitement as he clenched his fists, the joints creaking audibly. He had initially intended to eliminate warring states before seeking out Carp, but to his surprise, Carp had arrived as well. Today, he pondered whether he might attempt to retain both of them. Kapu gazed intently at Sengoku. "It's time." "Indeed." Iron Fist, Crumbling Mountain, Shockwave. Carl observed the fierce duel between the two combatants, his face alight with excitement. "Now this is how it should be. If you don't unleash your full potential, I would feel remiss to go all out against you. I utterly relish the thrill of every punch landing squarely." A fierce tiger scaling the mountain. Instantly, the battle among the trio erupted without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, on the distant honeycomb island of the New World, shouts echoed. "Hurry, catch him. You brat, don't you dare run." Longhair did not falter in his stride. He glanced back to see 7 or 8 pursuers hot on his heels. Turning forward, his expression hardened as he quickened his pace towards the estate in the distance. Boom. 8th level punch, collapse. Longy found himself in a perilous situation. Although he had dispatched 5 foes, 7 remained, and a solitary figure lurked in the shadows. Observing him intently, "We are subordinates of Captain Carl. Are you all prepared to die?" Longy repelled a pirate before questioning. "Little brat, don't shout. Your Captain Carl cannot save you. We intend to make him feel the pain, resist, and it will only prolong your suffering." The shadow in the distance suddenly gestured, and the group swiftly encircled Longy. Out of the corner of his eye, Longy spotted a pirate wielding a machete, aiming for his back. Elbow strike. He swiftly thrust his right hand, enveloped in a golden aura, backward with force. Boom. All of you together. Longy noticed a cluster of children cowering aside. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward to continue the battle, silently praying for Longhair to bring reinforcements soon. At the estate of Charlotte Linlin, a delightful piece of news had arrived from Cray. The 56 islands of the Desert Sea had been preliminarily developed, rendering basic habitation feasible, and even several devil fruits had been discovered among them. Thus, Charlotte Linlin gathered her family for a celebratory feast within the estate. "Mama, when can we visit Cake Island in the Desert Sea?" Charlotte Linlin, with a gentle smile, looked at Parasparrow while caressing her round belly. "Once your father Carl returns, we can all journey to Cake Island together. I called him. He should be back shortly." Charlotte Linlin felt the vigorous life force of the 3 unborn children within her, marveling at the formidable vitality they possessed, truly befitting the Titan bloodline, astonishingly strong. She had never encountered an unborn child exuding such a robust life force, far surpassing that of an average adult. "You will soon welcome new brothers and sisters." "Mama." Charlotte Linlin's gentle demeanor abruptly shifted, her brow furrowed, and she rose to her feet, casting a glance toward the entrance. Mother? Is something amiss?" "What is it?" Upon witnessing their mother stand, Parasparrow and the others immediately followed suit, their gazes fixated on the door. The focus then shifted to Dosen. Just as Dosen approached the threshold of the estate, a pirate from behind surged forward, delivering a fierce sidekick that struck the exuberant Dosen. His face contorted in agony as blood erupted from his mouth, and he was sent hurtling uncontrollably into the depths of the manor. Boom. Thud. A figure collided with the grand cake atop the dining table, causing it to collapse. Crash. "Save my brother." Before Charlotte Linlin and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Dosen scrambled up from the wreckage of the cake, extending his right hand toward the direction of Luffy. The onlookers first turned their attention to the figures at the entrance, then followed Dosen's pointed finger. They were well aware of Dosen's identity, thus deducing that the individuals at the door must be their foes. As the gate swung open with a resounding crash, the outsiders were met with the sight of Charlotte Linlin, their expressions shifting to one of horror as they realized the severity of the situation. "This is bad. Run." Observing the chaos that had ensued at her meticulously planned banquet, with even the cake ruined, Charlotte Linlin's eyes blazed with fury as she sprinted toward the intruders. "Mama, mama, mama. Prometheus." "Yes, mother. Heavenly fire." Charlotte Linlin hurled Prometheus toward the crowd. "Oh, no. Lady Linlin, please spare us." The pirates, feeling the searing heat from behind as they fled, cried out in desperation, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. In the next instant, they were engulfed in flames, reduced to charred remains. After losing sight of her target, Charlotte Linlin stood momentarily in shock, turning her gaze toward Paraspero. He, in turn, immediately noticed the fiery redness in her eyes. He shouted urgently to Katakuri, "This is dire, Katakuri. Quickly, take your siblings and hide." "Understood, brother." The unexpected eruption of Charlotte Linlin's cravings, triggered by the cake incident after months of calm, left everyone in disarray. Responding to Paraspero's command, Katakuri swiftly led his siblings toward the shelter near Carl. "Mama, mama, mama, my cake. Bring me my cake." Charlotte Linlin, having lost her purpose, immediately unsheathed the long sword, Emperor's blade, from her hat upon witnessing the ruined cake, and commenced her rampage around her. Paraspero, upon realizing that his younger siblings had been taken away by Katakuri, inquired of the distant Compote, "Compote, do we have any spare cakes?" "Brother Paraspero, there are no cakes left. I never imagined such a calamity would occur." Compote was equally taken aback, as their mother had not suffered from her hunger pangs in quite some time. Thus, the kitchen had not prepared a second cake. "I need time," declared the long loaf, emerging from the kitchen and observing the frenzied Charlotte Linlin with a grave expression. "Then hasten your pace." "I shall do my utmost to buy you time," replied Paraspero, uncertain of how long he could endure. "Katakuri, I'm on my way, brother." After relocating his younger siblings to a secure location, Katakuri returned, guided by Compote, who led them to the residence of Carl. Among the children present, only these two had captured the affection of Charlotte Linlin. To clarify, Katakuri, after extensive training in the Five Elements Fist, had transformed into a handsome young man, shedding his previous appearance. They had each acquired a devil fruit, specifically the sweet fruit, and the machi fruit as depicted in the original narrative. Slippery ground. Machi tendrils. One ability rendered the ground exceedingly slick, causing slips, while the other utilized the properties of the machi fruit to ensnare Charlotte Linlin in place. Thud. Indeed. Charlotte Linlin was sent sprawling in her fury. However, this state could not endure for long, as she was struggling to regain her footing. This is bad, a serious predicament. Just as Charlotte Linlin was attempting to stand, Eri, positioned at the edge of the woods, spotted the celestial flames emanating from her vicinity. Retreat. He had not anticipated that the reinforcements would be Charlotte Linlin. Despite the lingering resentment etched on his face, he dared not take chances. If Charlotte Linlin was already en route, the situation would be dire. They might very well meet their demise here. He commanded his subordinates to hastily evacuate with the corpses. Phew. Long, observing the retreating pirates, exhaled deeply and then awkwardly sank to the ground. "Come here, I will lead you to safety." Yet, after merely catching his breath, Long swiftly rose and escorted the children back to the residence. After all, he could not risk whether that group would double back. As he journeyed back, the distant sounds of thunderous explosions echoed from the estate. This is not good. The situation appears dire. Long's expression shifted, and he immediately altered his course, dashing towards the manor with the children in tow. Upon arriving at the residence, the scene before him was almost beyond belief. The entire estate lay in ruin. Slippery surface. Machi feast. Unbeknownst to Long, Charlotte Linlin suffered from an insatiable hunger, but that did not hinder his subsequent actions. First, he turned and led the orphans to the woods outside the manor. "You all stay hidden here. I will return for you shortly." "Did you hear?" "Yes, big brother." Long nodded at their compliance and then turned to sprint into the manor. "Big brother, please be careful," a young girl shouted, her voice filled with concern as she watched Long's receding figure. "Don't worry." Long waved his hand reassuringly. Boom. Clang. Thud. As Paraspero let his guard down, he was sent flying by a sweeping blow from Charlotte Linlin's sword. Had it not been for Charlotte Linlin's current frenzied state, devoid of the armament hockey, it is likely that after this strike, Paraspero would have already met his demise. "It's manageable, though I wonder how much longer I can endure," Paraspero mused, just having wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing Charlotte Linlin's sword slicing through the air towards him, he promptly pushed Katakuri aside. "Get out of the way." Boom. The two were violently propelled into the air by the shockwave. "My cake," Linlin exclaimed in distress. Fishman karate, 3,000-watt straight punch. Bang. Crash. At that moment, Cray arrived on the scene. Earlier that morning, he had sent word to Charlotte Linlin, as they were not far from Honeycomb Island. However, after landing, Cray sought out Charlotte Linlin to provide her with a private report. Thus, he had been at the base, organizing documents and belongings, when he suddenly heard the resounding blast nearby, instantly sensing that something was amiss. He was aware of Charlotte Linlin's condition known as food addiction. but since it had not manifested for some time, he had never truly witnessed it. Yet, seeing her bloodshot eyes and her unrecognizable demeanor, he immediately deduced that she was indeed suffering from the affliction. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to halt Charlotte Linlin's assault. Katakuri, quickly check on the cake. Understood. Brother, you keep an eye on her. Hearing Parasparow's words, Katakuri rose from the ground and immediately dashed towards the kitchen. He understood that only by swiftly preparing the cake could he alleviate his mother's craving. As for the instigator of this predicament, he firmly believed that his father, Kaido, would surely uncover the culprit. Golden light spell. Longy arrived at the scene and promptly cast the spell, conjuring golden ropes to bind Charlotte Lingling's legs. It won't budge at all. Despite Long Yi's vigorous tugging, he could not move Charlotte Lingling's legs in the slightest. Slippery hell. Parasparrow was not idle either. He instantly activated his smooth fruit ability, rendering the ground exceedingly slick. Fishman karate, shoulder throw. Cray provided assistance, tripping Charlotte Lingling and bringing her crashing to the ground. He then cast the golden light spell as well, binding her legs and joints. This finally brought about some progress, though it merely delayed Charlotte Lingling's rise. Such immense power. When will this end? Zzz's easy crash. One by one, the golden bindings on Charlotte Lingling shattered. Is the long bread ready? Yes, let's hurry. As Katakuri entered the kitchen, he chanced upon a long loaf of bread, just as the cake was being pushed out. Upon witnessing the beautifully crafted cake, a smile graced Katakuri's face. Wonderful, he exclaimed, swiftly approaching the cake cart and, in the next moment, propelled the cake forward into the arena. Here I come. Cake. MMM. Clatter. At that very moment, Charlotte Linlin, who had been attacking, released her grip on her long sword as she caught sight of the cake, ignoring everyone else. She lumbered towards the cake with heavy footsteps. Thud, 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 sitting on the ground. She embraced the cake with a look of utter satisfaction and began to devour it hungrily. Crunch, crunch. Observing that Charlotte Linlin had finally calmed down, Cray and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Cray first surveyed their surroundings before turning to Longy and Parasparrow. How did this situation arise? I apologize, Brother Cray. Longy replied, his face etched with guilt. I had no idea it would unfold this way. Recognizing the evident distress in Longy's expression, Cray understood that the trouble had originated with him. What transpired? Explain in detail. On our way back, we were ambushed by a group of pirates, and Long Air rushed over here seeking assistance. Then, there was a tremendous noise and an intense heat emanating from this direction. Upon hearing the commotion, the pirates retreated. I thought everything had settled down, so I proceeded towards the station. However, along the way, I heard continuous rumblings from this direction, indicating something was amiss, prompting me to hurry back. After listening to Longy's account, Parasparrow stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, so it was Long Air who inadvertently smashed the cake. Just as Parasparrow finished speaking, he observed the return of Katakuri and the others, who brought back the children hidden in the woods. They had not ventured far and immediately returned upon hearing the silence. Hey, Onaikin, we're back. As long as everyone is safe, I will take it upon myself to track down the true instigator. Cray, glancing at Long Air amidst the crowd, felt a wave of relief wash over him. For now, his focus would shift to uncovering the mastermind behind the chaos. Katakuri stood beside, comforting his younger siblings. What is happening? Charlotte Linlin's eyes regained clarity, and she became fully aware of the chaotic scene before her. This is how it is, Mother. Parasparrow stepped forward and swiftly narrated the events to Charlotte Linlin. After listening, she called for Cray. Cray, I shall dispatch my subordinates to assist you. With the addition of Charlotte Linlin's followers, the pursuit could not be more favorable. No problem, Lady Linlin. However, upon witnessing the change in Charlotte Linlin's expression, Cray immediately grew anxious before he could utter a word. This is not good. Charlotte Linlin furrowed her brows, clutching her abdomen. She understood that the outbreak of the craving disease had stimulated the 3 small lives within her, eager to enter the world, essentially a preterm birth. Quickly, prepare high-energy food for me. I am about to give birth. A shadow loomed over her face as the energy of the unborn children surged within her. She worried that if they were born prematurely, it might jeopardize the complete inheritance of her bloodline. If that were the case, she would harbor an immense hatred for this day's unforeseen turn of events, wishing to tear apart the one orchestrating it all. Lady Linlin, please rest inside. We will prepare the food immediately. Cray's expression shifted, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. After witnessing Charlotte Linlin enter an undamaged room, He hurriedly summoned more servants to assist with her delivery and preparations. The responsibility of repairing the estate and ensuring Charlotte Lean's safety rested upon them. None could predict whether the hidden adversary might launch a surprise attack at this moment. He simultaneously commanded Long E and Long Air to monitor Charlotte Lean's condition. He raced back to the base to procure a substantial supply of high-energy food. Over the past 8 months, Cray had gathered various nutritional items like ginseng and goji berries in the New World, while also engaging in large-scale cultivation within the sweet dessert sea. Another crucial task was to inform Lord Carl of the unfolding situation. Quickly, send these items in that direction. Longy will be waiting for you there. Upon returning to the base, Cray's first task was to direct everyone to deliver the food to Charlotte Linlin. Although the pirates were unaware of the specifics, they did not hesitate upon realizing it was Cray's personal arrangement. They promptly organized the supplies and dispatched them to Charlotte Linlin's residence. Hurry, pick up the pace. The crew swiftly became bustling, and soon, a large quantity of provisions was en route to Charlotte Linlin's stronghold. Hello? Is this Lord Carl? In the realm of Ponca Hazade. Amidst the chaos of battle where all others were engaged, only Jennifer remained, seated amidst the rubble. Suddenly, she heard the peculiar sound of the telephone bug. Turning her gaze towards it, she stood and approached, grasping the device in her hand. Upon hearing the voice emanating from within, a look of perplexity crossed her face as she inquired, "Who is this?" Listening to the woman's voice on the line, Clay found himself momentarily bewildered. Pulling the receiver away from his ear to check the number, confirming it was indeed correct. However, now is not the time for such distractions, and he promptly asked, "Who are you? Is Lord Carl available? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him," the voice requested. Jennifer turned her attention to Carl, who was situated in the midst of the battlefield, shaking her head as she responded to the telephone bug. "Captain Carl. He is currently quite occupied. If it's not urgent, you may share the details with me, and I shall inform him," Clay offered. Upon hearing this, Jennifer immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression turning serious. "Very well, I shall notify Captain Carl at once. Thank you for your assistance," came the reply. With a decisive click, Jennifer ended the call and stood atop the rubble, listening to the distant rumblings echoing around her. She knew she had to make an attempt, so she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted towards Carl's direction, "Captain Carl, a grave matter has arisen. Your wife has gone into premature labor." Upon hearing Jennifer's exclamation, a jolt of electricity coursed through Carl's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, his body frozen in place. In that brief instant, the Warring States period would not linger. Seizing the opportune moment, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful whip kick, sending Carl hurtling several hundred meters away. Boom. Zzz. Carl glided across the ground for several hundred meters before swiftly flipping over and leaping up, casting his gaze in Jennifer's direction.